In the world of Naruto, a young boy from the Hyuga branch awakens a unique system through the metaphorical caged bird. His reward is the legendary dragon, subduing 18 palms, and he is poised to blend martial arts with the ninja arts. 13 years have passed since the reign of the second Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage has become precarious, overshadowed by the burgeoning power of Danzo's Fruit, an organization teeming with formidable ninjas. Both parties engage in a covert struggle for talent, awaiting the maturation of Tsunade and her peers to assert dominance. In Class A of the Ninja Academy, a boy with gray-white eyes sits aloof, his hat obscuring his forehead, an expression of indifference etched on his face. Although he appears to be attending class, his thoughts have long since drifted elsewhere. This knowledge is something I mastered upon enrollment. I fear that standing out might hinder my early graduation. His name is Hyuga Leaf Maple, a member of the Hyuga branch, who has been confined like a caged bird since the age of 3, while other branch families harbor resentment towards the main family. He views his confinement as a sharpening stone for his skills. Rebellion is futile, it will only make survival more arduous. Little do they know, he is a soul transported from another world, a once idealistic youth under the red flag, who met a tragic end while rescuing hostages from bandits. Upon awakening in the Naruto universe, he discovered that his parents had been murdered by the Akatsuki, their hearts torn from their chests. Though his face betrays no emotion, his heart burns with rage. The year he was branded as a caged bird, a mysterious progress bar appeared in his mind. Each time he endured the torment of his confinement, the bar would increment, releasing a special energy that nourished him. The pain is excruciating, yet it is worth it. Years passed, and his strength rivaled that of a low-ranking ninja. Today, as he provokes the caged bird once more, a sudden explosion of sound reverberates in his mind. Congratulations on activating the martial ancestor system. You have received a novice gift package. Leaf Maple is momentarily taken aback, a smile breaking through his typically cold demeanor. Open the gift package, reveal the system. The marketplace offers myriad martial arts techniques, divine weapons, and elixirs. Could it be that the caged bird has birthed a system? The dragon subduing 18 palms, set to clash with ninjutsu? This boy from the Hyuga branch may very well upheave the very foundations of Konoha. The mere act of using the caged bird as a honing tool is already audacious. This world of ninjas is on the brink of being swayed by the winds of martial arts. The boy from the Hyuga clan relies on ninjutsu to cultivate inner strength. A minor elixir enhances his power tenfold, while a purple soft sword serves as his belt. Purchasing items in the marketplace requires gold coins. Everything in the ninja realm can be exchanged. Completing objectives in the achievement system comes with rewards. Courting girls and altering plots count as well, with rewards commensurate to the challenge. Open the novice gift package. Dragon subduing 18 palms, breath control technique, minor elixir. Leaf Maple gazes at the text and acupoint diagrams in his mind, a miniature figure demonstrating the techniques, his vast mental prowess allowing for instantaneous comprehension. As the class bell tolls, he exits the classroom with an impassive expression. Leaf Maple, don't be late for the family ritual tomorrow, calls Hyuga Hayashi from behind. He waves his hand dismissively, not looking back. Understood. With swift strides, he moved faster than the average ninja. In the rear mountains, he shed his garments, casting aside the burden, dust swirling in the air, 100 pounds of weight. A mere child of 7 or 8 carries it daily. He settled into a cross-legged position, channeling chakra into internal energy. After circulating his energy through 36 cycles, a crisp sound resonated from his dantian. It has opened. Notification. Martial arts have reached initial fruition. Reward. A purple soft sword and 10 cubic meters of space. The soft sword measured 3 feet and 3 inches, delicate as a cicada's wing. Its hilt featured a clasp, capable of serving as a belt. Without knowledge of sword techniques, it shall not yet adorn my waist. He tossed a small elixir into his mouth. The medicinal power erupted as he fervently practiced his breathing technique. The sky darkened by the time he finished refining it. Indeed, it is the Xia Lin small elixir. It enhances one's prowess for a decade, were it not for my years of training. This potion could have ruptured my meridians. Gentle in nature, for novices, it is akin to poison. A slight misstep could render one useless, with the Byakugan activated and inner strength surging. He combined the 18 palms of the dragon, subduing with the soft sword. This day, the young Hyuga aspired to introduce a novel style of martial arts within the ninja realm. Simply utilizing the soft sword as a belt was impressive enough. The aesthetic of this world of shinobi grows increasingly peculiar. The young scion of the Hyuga clan activated his Byakugan. Observing fish bones was trivial, but could he overturn the main family in the clan competition? After refining the small elixir, Yifeng leaped into the river to catch fish. How can I see the fish bones? He was taken aback. Attempting a hand seal, his veins bulged with chakra. Within 100 meters, everything is crystal clear. Night resembles day. The Byakugan has awakened. A cold smile crept upon his lips. Deidara, prepare yourself. The following day, during the clan's ritual, the entire Hyuga family gathered. Yifeng stood in a corner, eyes closed in anticipation. This ceremony is overly complicated. Let it conclude swiftly. At last, the clan leader spoke. Once the ritual is complete, the internal competition shall commence. Those willing to participate, step forward. 3 members of the main family ascended the stage. Hyuga Hizashi, Hyuga Kyuko, and Hyuga Hanabi. All future decision-makers. More than 10 from the branch family followed suit. Among them was Hyuga Nichi. They aimed to prove that it's not a lack of talent, but rather the rules that have relegated them to the branch family. Hyuga Kyuko faced off against a branch member. Wise ones should concede otherwise. Do not blame me for my actions. You must fight to understand. The branch member assumed a stance. Soft fist technique. 8 trigrams, 2 palms for palms, 8 palms. Chakra surged within Hyuga Kyuko. At the age of 7, he could employ this technique and had activated his Byakugan. A chorus of astonishment arose from the spectators. The branch member was left curled on the ground. Chakra blocked his meridians, causing him to tremble in pain. The referee hastily intervened, separating the two. Hyuga Kyuko wins. He did not forget a taunt. Next time, I shall take the long way around. The remaining members of the branch family turned pale. Who would have thought he was so formidable? With his Byakugan activated, would Yifeng dare to intervene and discipline the main family? Could the branch family rely on him for a resurgence? On the day of the family tournament, a surprising upset was surely on the horizon. Merely at the age of 7, with his Byakugan and the 8 trigrams palm, he was already audacious. Once Yifeng took the stage, would he not press the main family down to the ground? The branch family youth sent a genius from the main family flying with a single kick. The clan leader was left dumbfounded, realizing this burden had been concealed for so many years. Yifeng, uninterested in the tournament, closed his eyes to contemplate the 18 dragon subduing palms. Children playing house is rather dull. Yet when he attempted to leave, someone barred his path. Hinata Yunkong, accompanied by his sycophants, obstructed him. Do you look down upon us? Dare to face me in battle? Not interested at why Yifeng attempted to sidestep him and depart. Do you dare to disregard me? Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams palm. Hinata Yunkong, enraged, unleashed a surge of chakra. Yifeng sensed the impending attack, his expression darkening. Channeling his energy, he pivoted, executing a sweeping kick that broke through the assault. Bang! Hinata Yunkong was sent hurtling away, his lackeys rendered speechless. How is this kid so strong? After a long moment, Hinata Yunkong spat out blood. He uses the steel fist style. He hasn't trained in the gentle fist. I must inform my father to punish him. Little did he know, the clan leader had witnessed the entire scene unfold. The clan leader's Byakugan gleamed with interest, burdened with weights all over. His chakra is denser than that of a low-ranking ninja. Only a second-year student at the Ninja Academy, such talent. He was intrigued. Let him serve as a guard for Hinata Hizashi. He will undoubtedly be a powerful asset. However, Yifeng had been exceedingly discreet, maintaining a low profile like a specter for many years. I must find a way to keep him under control. Even a caged bird is not secure. After leaving the ancestral home, Yifeng ventured to the back mountain to begin his training. With his Byakugan activated, he instantly unleashed the gentle fist technique. Energy surged as his hands moved rapidly, striking the massive tree repeatedly through the Byakugan. I hadn't activated my Byakugan before now. I make up for lost time. While the main family continued to seek trouble with him, the clan leader pondered ways to win him over. This branch family youth was poised to stir up a tempest within the Hinata clan. Merely hiding his strength for so many years under the burden of weights demonstrated remarkable patience. The Hinata family was surely on the brink of transformation. Hinata youth practiced the 18 dragon subduing palms. One strike shattered a great tree, yet he was to be punished with a cage for his prowess. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 2 palms for palms. 32 palms. Yifeng's palms danced through the air, and with the final strike upon the tree. Boom! The great tree trembled and collapsed. The white eyes, complemented by soft punches indeed, flowed effortlessly. Once my inner strength deepens further, the 64 palms will be a trifling matter. Yet, he was more preoccupied with another matter. It is time to practice the 18 dragon subduing palms. Originally, this technique comprised 28 palms, but Xiao Feng and his brother condensed it into 18, which paradoxically amplified its might. Hong Qigong, having adapted it into 15 palms plus 3, ascended to the revered title of the Northern Beggar. Indeed, the essence of utmost yang and utmost rigidity is not unfounded. The first stance, the resentful dragon, emphasized striking with 80% force while reserving 20% for defense against counterattacks. Yifeng summoned his inner strength to channel into his palm. It took a full hour just to grasp the fundamentals. The tree bore several imprints of his palms as he wiped away his sweat and continued practicing. Meanwhile, the elder of the Hinata clan regarded his son with concern. Your internal organs are severely injured? Who did this? Hinata Yinkong twisted the truth. Yifeng was envious of my victory and attacked me with a steel fist. How dare you? Summon the clan leader for a family meeting. I will ensure the branch family understands the authority of the main house. Yifeng was summoned to the main hall. Are you aware of your transgressions? The elder thundered. I know not of any wrongdoing. You have injured Yinkong. He struck first. Silence. You are to endure the punishment of the caged bird. The elder gestured, and a peculiar energy invaded Yifeng's mind, triggering a seal. How excruciating is the punishment of the caged bird? Can Yifeng withstand it? Will the 18 dragon-subduing palms provide any defense against this unjust retribution? Merely engaging in a duel of martial arts against soft punches is exhilarating enough. The depths of the Hinata clan's waters are growing increasingly treacherous. The branch family youth braved the punishment of the caged bird, defiantly confronting the elder. Are we not Hinata people? The agony inflicted by the caged bird was tenfold more intense than the voluntary torment Yifeng had previously endured. Furrowing his brows, he articulated each word with clarity. Are we of the branch family no longer considered Hinata? Are we to be slaughtered at the whim of the main house? We have safeguarded the main house on the battlefield. Countless perished, including my parents. But that does not grant you the liberty to oppress us. We are not dogs. The caged bird is meant to protect the white eyes, not to allow you to toy with life and death. The sentiments of the branch family resonated among their ranks. How can he still articulate words while enduring such punishment? A wave of admiration surged forth. The clan leader observed coldly from the sidelines, contemplating. When will I intervene to ensure his unwavering loyalty? The elder's fury intensified, escalating the severity of the punishment. Yifeng's white eyes were now bloodshot, harboring a fierce glint. I will remember this grudge. Enough. At last, the clan leader interjected. The tide of pain receded, and Yifeng discovered that his white eyes had grown purer and his mental acuity had increased. The elder, he is merely a child. The branch family is still part of the Hyuga clan. Let us conclude this matter today. Do not forget that I am the clan leader. The elder, feeling frustrated, stepped back. Within Leaf Maple's heart, the yearning for power reached its zenith. With sufficient strength. Who would dare to act against me? The caged bird. Why would I require anyone's rescue? Thank you, clan leader, that I in the future, should you need my assistance. I shall not decline. He turned and departed, paying no heed to the elder's grim expression. Upon returning to his residence, he was astonished to discover the Byakugan has actually become pure. The caged bird is not merely a means of control, but can also facilitate the evolution of the Byakugan. If the Uchiha Sharingan can evolve into the Manjiki, could the Hyuga's Byakugan also attain such advancement? To withstand punishment while evolving the Byakugan? Could this branch family youth rewrite the very rules of the Hyuga clan? To publicly confront the elder in such a manner is an audacious act indeed. This branch family of Hyuga is poised to produce a formidable character. The caged bird is in fact a catalyst for Byakugan evolution. The branch family youth bears the torment, and his field of vision has diminished blind spots. Hyuga Leaf Maple gazed intently at his Byakugan. What if the conditions for activation are simple? Aside from perceiving chakra pathways and reconnaissance, it offers nearly no combat enhancement. No wonder the Hyuga are often relegated to the sidelines. Yet now he realized, after enduring the caged bird's punishment, the Byakugan had become pure. His field of vision had expanded, and the blind spots had significantly reduced. Could it be that the caged bird is the key to evolution? He felt a surge of excitement, actively using his mental energy to assault the seal. The excruciating pain returned, but he persevered until he could endure no longer. Indeed, it has become even purer. The main family surely cannot fathom that their means of controlling the branch family harbors such a miraculous effect, with a body enhanced by the system, combined with the absorption of spiritual energy via the breathing technique. After unblocking the run and do meridians, I cannot even begin to imagine how strong I will become. The following day, he made his way to the Ninja Academy. Shall we have a spar when time permits? Hyuga Hayashi approached him. Hyuga Yinkong is rather lackluster. I'm always available for a spar. Leaf Maple replied nonchalantly. Best to avoid provoking the main family. Interjected Hyuga Hizashi. With a round face, Leaf Maple paid him little mind. After exchanging pleasantries with Hyuga Hayashi, he proceeded towards the academy alone. In class, the Chunin teacher lectured about shurikens. With limited chakra, kunai and shuriken are conventional methods. Leaf Maple sat there, his Byakugan scanning the entire class. When suddenly, he noticed a blonde-haired child, staring blankly at the blackboard. With drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, that was Naruto. Is it truly the case that the little son shares a class with him? With the evolution of the Byakugan, coupled with the formidable dragon subduing 18 palms, and alongside the future little son, this combination is bound to send tremors. Through Konoha, to rely solely on a caged bird to hone the Byakugan is already quite absurd, yet this hidden setting within the world of ninjas has been thoroughly exposed by this branch family. Youth, the Hyuga boy unexpectedly encounters the little son. The future fourth Hokage seeks to form a team. This is a guaranteed success. In a classroom of the Ninja Academy, Hanatani passionately lectures. Currently, the ninja world is in turmoil. Graduating requires defeating a genin to obtain a forehead. Protector IT is no longer as simple as when Naruto merely mastered the body flicker technique. Yefeng listens intently, recognizing that battlefield experience is invaluable. Absorbing knowledge can never be amiss. At noon, he finds a tranquil spot to enjoy his bento. Big brother, may I sit here? A golden-haired boy approaches, beaming with a bright smile. Yefeng looks up. No beard, the timeline doesn't align. I am Namake's Minato. The young boy grins widely, causing Yefeng's heart to skip a beat. Eternal sister? The future Yellow Flash? I am Hyuga Yefeng. The big brother from the Hyuga clan must be exceptionally skilled. Minato extends his small hand. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Feel free to ask any questions. I often train in the back mountains. If you're interested, come find me. Yefeng smiles, recognizing that this young boy would one day compel the ninja villages to issue orders to abandon missions upon encountering the Yellow Flash. Not befriending him would be foolish indeed. Minato watches his retreating figure, his eyes gleaming. I have witnessed his weighted training. He is incredibly strong. He had prepared himself for potential rejection, yet he did not expect such warmth from a scion of a noble family. After school, Yefeng heads to the back mountains, and sure enough, Minato follows eagerly. Yefeng, big brother, how do we train? 1,000 sets of sit-ups, 1,000 sets of push-ups, and 1,000 sets of leg kicks to warm up first. All right. Without hesitation, Minato begins to practice. The evolution of the Byakugan, combined with the dragon subduing 18 palms and the future prowess of the Flying Thunder God, will undoubtedly send ripples through the ninja world. The mere fact that the youthful Minato is actively seeking guidance is exhilarating enough. The narrative of Naruto is destined to be uplifted by their endeavors. The fish grilled by the Hyuga boy was snatched away. The legendary Sannin have made an appearance, and Orochimaru's gaze is utterly terrifying. Namake's Minato perseveres through the warm-up. The physical prowess of individuals in this world is truly remarkable. Ordinary people are far stronger than those on Earth, especially someone like him, who is trained from a young age. Yefeng commences his practice of the dragon subduing 18 palms that in my mind, I have rehearsed countless times. Upon entering, the Kraikai technique awakened within me. Other martial arts flowed effortlessly, yet the internal energy is insufficient. Its true power has yet to be unleashed. Brother Yefeng, your physical techniques are truly remarkable. Minato approached, eyes filled with admiration. He only knew the basics of chakra refinement, never having witnessed such formidable prowess. This is beyond your current capability. So here, take this. Yefeng tossed him a scroll. The Hyuga clan's chakra refinement technique, far superior to what you have learned. This is far too precious. If you don't speak of it, who will know? Yefeng resumed his practice, continuing until his internal energy was entirely spent. Then he ventured to the river to catch fish for roasting, the aroma wafting far and wide. Minato was about to take a bite. The fish suddenly vanished. To take without asking is to be a thief. Oh, you not find such behavior disgraceful, senior? Yefeng's dynamic vision was extraordinary, having seen someone make a move. But the speed was too great to intercept. A toad is still a toad. Even a simple object is detected by the little brat. Chilling voice echoed. Stinking snake, are you seeking death? Another voice erupted in anger. Enough. Both of you are insufferable. A woman's voice, laced with irritation. Upon observing, Yefeng was taken aback. Before him stood a cold-faced, golden-haired man with slit pupils. His hair cascading like a waterfall over his shoulders. Beside him was a white-haired figure with a camouflaged face, his gaze wandering to inappropriate places, accompanied by a fiery-tempered beauty. Could this be the legendary Sannin? Though they had yet to earn such a title. The configuration was unmistakable. The 18 dragon subduing palms versus the Sannin. Who would emerge victorious? Would Minato attract Orochimaru's attention? This gathering by the river had transformed into a grand assembly of formidable talents. The mere sight of the youthful Sannin together was exhilarating. This iconic moment in the Naruto saga arrived with startling suddenness. Orochimaru desires to take the young Hyuga as his disciple. After being refused, he attempts to seize the martial arts technique, prompting Tsunade to intervene. Orochimaru's gaze was like that of a venomous serpent, locking onto Yefeng with intense fixation. What is the name of the martial art you practice? Just something I improvised. Yefeng felt a chill run down his spine, desperately wishing to avoid entanglement with such a figure. And no sooner had the words left his lips. Orochimaru struck, swift as lightning. Yefeng sensed a lethal threat approaching. Cry Kai. He summoned all his internal energy, delivering a strike forward. Bang! It felt as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. Yefeng was sent flying, crashing violently to the ground. A mouthful of blood sprang forth. Orochimaru, have you lost your mind? Tsunade could no longer bear it. She leaped in front of Yefeng, green chakra swirling, as she pressed it against his chest. Much better. Yifeng felt a refreshing sensation coursing through his entire being. The internal injuries that had felt like searing flames had significantly eased. I wish to take him as my disciple, Orochimaru declared, spreading his hands. I could see this moment. He had not yet succumbed to darkness, his thoughts still consumed with the aspiration of becoming Hokage. This martial art possesses immense potential when infused with elemental transformation. It can give rise to countless unique ninjutsu. I shall not become your disciple, Yifeng retorted without a moment's hesitation. What ayist? What if he were to catch the attention of Orochimaru's predatory gaze? He cast a glance at Tsunade. It would be far better to take this esteemed lady as my mentor. Tsunade, both exasperated and amused, exclaimed, Can you two behave normally? Jiraiya watched the exchange with great interest, remarking, This lad has a bit of backbone, reminiscent of my younger days. With Orochimaru's eyes fixed upon the dragon subduing 18 palms, could Yifeng safeguard this technique? Would Tsunade truly take him as her apprentice? The atmosphere in this apprenticeship scene was thick with tension. The mere fact that Orochimaru's offer to take on a disciple was rebuffed was enough to turn the tables. This young man from the Hyuga clan certainly had audacity. Just as Yifeng became lost in thought, Tsunade suddenly delivered a sharp blow to his forehead, causing him to involuntarily gasp in pain. It turned out that while he was deep in contemplation, his Byakugan had unconsciously wandered towards Tsunade's alluring figure. Noticing Yifeng's gaze, Tsunade could no longer contain herself and admonished, Not a single man is worth anything. How can you be so lecherous at such a young age? To appreciate beauty is not lewdness, it is a natural instinct. Senior, given your exquisite appearance, it is only natural that I would be drawn to you. Indeed, we admire beautiful things to etch them in our hearts thus. Whenever we encounter a stunning landscape, we cannot help but pause and behold. Lord Xia Lin, really there's so many people watching. Yukiko shyly lowered her head and softly replied, Oh. After walking for a while, Xia Lin noticed that Yukiko was still standing there with a flushed face, lost in thought. He had no choice but to walk back, pinch her face, and lift her head up. What are you thinking about now? Yukiko's face was burning hot, and she bashfully tried to look away. However, Xia Lin was holding her head in place, so she could only helplessly close her eyes and stammer. What should the child's name be? Xia Lin felt that her already red forehead was about to start steaming. We should go. Xia Lin suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, then released her and gently patted her head. Yukiko covered her head and cried out, ouch, with tears in her eyes. But in reality, it didn't hurt at all. Compared to their first meeting 6 months ago, Yukiko no longer felt any fear towards Xia Lin. Instead, she had developed admiration and infatuation, often daydreaming and wildly imagining scenarios. One could only say that people are drawn to looks. If Xia Lin looked like a black charcoal snake, this would not be the case. Over the past 6 months, Xia Lin had also tasted Yukiko's sweetness. With a clean piece of meat presented to him, Xia Lin had no reason not to indulge. He certainly wasn't some eunuch like Lu Xiaohui. He used to think while watching anime that if he could travel to the world of One Piece in the future, he would definitely form a crew that consisted only of beautiful women, essentially creating a harem organization under the guise of a pirate crew. However, such things are just fantasies. Xia Lin clearly understands that the most important thing in this world is power. Next is influence. Even the 4 emperors of the New World need influence. Low-level minions may not be very useful, but super soldiers can sometimes surround and kill a wounded hero. However, Xia Lin didn't think too much about the subsequent events. He only wanted to seize Wano Country for now. Then, he aimed to establish a foothold amidst the turmoil of the world. As for whether he would choose to play on easy mode or hard mode afterwards, that would depend on his mood. If he played on easy mode, he could simply wait 20 years to go to the East Sea and snatch the Nika fruit. If he chose hard mode, he could let Kazuki Momonosuke escape and then return to this country with Monkey D. Luffy after 40 years to see just how strong the halo of this destined child really is. However, whether in easy mode or hard mode, one thing is certain. The fate of the Kazuki clan will not be good. In fact, there is no inherent conflict between Shiryu and Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden himself does not want to be the shogun, even if he returns to find the country has been usurped. As long as Shiryu governs properly, he probably wouldn't react too negatively. However, the destruction of the Kazuki clan is Kaido's wish. This guy knelt before Xia Lin with a loyal expression, begging him to agree to this small request, making it hard for Xia Lin to refuse. Compared to other countries in the pirate world, Wano has a large territory. Otherwise, Oden wouldn't have taken 2 years to travel through the country. Xia Lin wasn't in a hurry, strolling along, leaving Hakuba and then crossing Rabbit Bowl, taking almost half a month in total. There were some samurai guarding the borders between the 2 different villages. These people weren't particularly strong. They were just there to register the passage of individuals. In this era, Wano wasn't yet in chaos. And while there weren't major conflicts between the daimyos of the various villages, they weren't completely united either. Naturally, they didn't want their people to migrate in large numbers to other villages, nor did they want to accept refugees from other areas. These samurai were essentially gatekeepers. As Xia Lin and Yukiko approached, the guards immediately became alert. It wasn't that migration was completely prohibited between the villages. It was just common for people to move to the flower capital, or even to places like Suzu's. But they had never seen anyone heading to Kuri. Aside from those unfortunate souls born in Kuri, usually only fugitives would head that way. After all, it was a lawless area, and even if it was tough to escape there, at least they could avoid the pursuit of the officials. However, if it were a fugitive, they would likely sneak out under the cover of night, not walk openly across the bridge, right? That person looks quite young and dressed well. Maybe they're planning to go to Suzu and want to borrow a route through Kuri. One samurai whispered, "Borrowing a route through Kuri? Are you crazy? Even if they were borrowing a route, a normal person would go through the flower capital, right? It's closer and safer. Besides, Rabbit Bowl and Suzu are adjacent." Another samurai shook his head. While the 2 were talking, Xia Lin had already walked up to them with Yukiko. He wasn't afraid of being checked for identification. After all, Kaido's role as a servant for the Kanjos involved much more than just petty theft. Now that his strength had increased, there were many places where the Kanjos needed him, allowing him to intervene in various matters. Xia Lin handed over a document, and the 2 samurai glanced at it before returning it, then stood aside. All the paperwork was in order, and even if they were puzzled, they didn't dare stop Xia Lin. "Let's go, Yukiko." Xia Lin looked around and found the bridge to be quite sturdy. Everything seemed far from the dilapidated and desolate scenes he had seen in previous anime, which was understandable since it wasn't 40 years later. Although Kazuki Sukiyaki was incompetent, he couldn't be considered brutal, even if he indulged daily in the flower capital. It wasn't a big deal for the country. Even if countless poor people were starving on the roadside, it didn't affect the prosperity of the upper-class nobles in the flower capital. Xia Lin led Yukiko across the long bridge, and when they reached the center, he saw the desolate land of Kuri. In fact, Kuri's natural environment isn't considered too bad among the islands of Wano. At least it wasn't as barren as Rabbit Bowl or Suzu, nor as cold as Suzu. Kuri's climate maintained a summery appearance year-round, with plenty of sunlight. The only downside was the occasional heavy rain and drought, making it unpredictable. Agriculture in Wano relies on the weather, and under such conditions, rice can be grown 3 to 4 times a year. If they could overcome the drought and heavy rain, the harvest would surely be substantial. Unfortunately, Kuri was precisely a lawless land filled with ronin. Those living here had a hard time growing any food, most of which was taken away. In the midst of chaos, even if the weather was favorable, development was impossible. Kuri still had some villages and villagers. Although the ronin were killers and criminals elsewhere, they generally wouldn't easily kill villagers here. The population in this broken place was already small, with the majority being criminals. If those farmers were to die, we'll be left to grow food for them to steal. And if all those people died, where would they find women to capture and play with? Compared to the prosperous Hakuba, Kuri looked like a hell on earth. Those criminals didn't engage in production and fled here. Even the wealthiest wouldn't suffice for their plundering, let alone the poor here. Thus, they not only robbed the impoverished but also each other. When these people fought, it was deadly serious. Once blades were drawn, it wasn't child's play, and the loser rarely had a fate other than death. As a result, the plains of Kuri were littered with corpses. Decaying bodies were crawling with maggots, and the air was filled with a foul stench. Yukiko wrinkled her nose in disgust and walked around the area. Her caution was warranted. These exposed corpses could easily lead to diseases like plagues. Xia Lin himself didn't mind. The power of the Yamata and no Orochi he received inherently had some ability to control plagues. However, the disgust and foul smell made Xia Lin move away. Besides this, there was another reason for the desolation of Jiuli. That was the starving people constantly gnawing at the grassroots, leaving no edible thing untouched. Over time, this led to a reduction in vegetation on the land, which naturally exacerbated the imbalance of precipitation. Managing such matters is actually quite troublesome, but it is not difficult for Xia Lin to resolve. As long as he waits for the fruit ability of the great god to be completed, he can freeze the torrential rains of the rainy season and store them underground, then melt them and draw them up during the dry season. If that doesn't work, he could transport snow from the other side of Ling. Melted snow water is also one of the important water sources. It can be said that the people of Wano Country have completely wasted this piece of treasure land. If this place were developed well, it could bring countless food supplies to the entire country. In fact, the area known as the most desolate, Himi, is the same. Here, it is simply like a hell on earth. Yuki, who was closely following Xia Lin, couldn't help but say, although she was originally poor, she was still in Baiwu. Even if she couldn't eat, there were many debts at home, and the worst situation would probably be being sold into a brothel. For those living in Jiuli, perhaps being in a brothel for others' amusement would be considered a heavenly life. This is the current Wano Country. Beneath the surface prosperity, the people are actually suffering greatly. Xia Lin shook his head and said, "Don't say Jiuli. Is there no darkness beneath the prosperity of the flower capital? The prosperity of this country is merely the prosperity of the upper class. Even the lowest-ranking samurai is not in the same class as the farmers. I believe Lord Xia Lin will definitely change this country," Yuki said, pinching her nose with one hand and clenching her small fist with the other, speaking earnestly. "Don't think of me as too great. All I want is to rule." Xia Lin rolled his eyes. Xia Lin did not plan to become the general of this country to bring about any new atmosphere. He was only after power. However, compared to the present, he would definitely ensure that those impoverished people at the bottom could live a full life, without refugees everywhere. Achieving this is not difficult. Once he establishes the country, he can obtain resources and profits through foreign trade. Whether it's exporting sea tower stone products or weapons, items from Wano Country are highly sought after in this world. He is not worried about finding buyers. Of course, to achieve this, one must first have the ability to establish a foothold in this world. Otherwise, those pirates and the world government will not trade with you willingly. As for liberating this country, that's not something he wants to do. Who would overthrow their own regime? Moreover, even that straw hat guy, the one who inherited the fate of the warrior who liberated the country 800 years ago, did not fundamentally change the system of this country, did he? He merely replaced the former rulers, Kaido and the Korizumi clan, with the Kazuki clan. However, what is the current state of the country under the Kazuki rule? It's like hell in Wano Country, a land of despair for hundreds of years. And the elders living in the flower capital cannot see this tragic scene. Even Kazuki Oden had no intention of settling things in Wano. It's no wonder. No matter how Wano changes, it does not affect his enjoyment in the castle or his revelry with the courtesans. With these thoughts in mind, Xia Lin continued to walk forward with Yukiko. The area of Wano is vast, with almost the entire western side of the country belonging to Wano. It can be said that Wano occupies almost a quarter of the entire land of Wano Country, with an area nearly twice that of the flower capital. Xia Lin walked for a long time and still had not encountered a single person. Not quite. It should be said that there were no living shadows encountered, but dead people were everywhere. So desolate, Yukiko said, not knowing what kind of feeling she had when she spoke. How could it not be desolate? The land beneath their feet had been stripped of even a bit of grass roots to be eaten as food. When the wind blew, the two of them seemed to be walking in a vast desert, their figures appearing and disappearing in the yellow sand. Xia Lin did not reply. He was thinking about what to do after pacifying Jiuli. The beginning of everything is difficult. Right now, Jiuli was impoverished. And even the bandit leader on the mountain probably had little resources. He didn't know what to do next. On the side of the Great Snake, they had accumulated a bit of wealth through stealing and their own wages, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Forget it, take one step at a time. Xia Lin sighed. He remembered that in the original story, that Guy Yutian often encountered financial crises, and the Kong family had lent him money several times, only to be deceived by the Great Snake later. As a result, those retainers even went to steal from the Kong family, really catching the Kong family off guard. Thinking about it, Yutian's situation at that time probably wasn't much better than his own. Given this situation, I could also ask other daimyos or even borrow money from the flower capital. Xia Lin thought for a moment. Although his face might not be as big as Yutian's, once he became a daimyo, he should be able to borrow a little. It's hard to say for others, but the Kong family, seeing the impoverished people on Xia Lin's side, should not be indifferent. As for the flower capital, it would be even easier. After all, SHK won't be a SH gun for many years. When the time comes, he could just tell him that once Julie develops, it will contribute more than other villages. Besides these, Xia Lin could also go overseas to obtain funds. Although Wano Country had closed its borders, there were no heavy troops guarding the coastline. However, due to the natural barriers, no ships could pass normally. Those with strength only needed to jump down to reach the sea. That fool Yutian had tried several times, but he didn't know navigation skills and couldn't get out like a fool. Xia Lin was not worried at all. Anyway, the soul of Yamata, no Orochi, had the ability to fly with clouds and mist, and when tired, it could use the power of the great god to freeze a small area on the sea to rest. This country was completely free for him. The only concern was that once he left, it would be difficult to return in a short time. Someone needed to stay in Julie to oversee the situation. Thinking of this, Xia Lin glanced at Yukiko behind him. Currently, the only person he could rely on was Yukiko over the past year and a half. The Great Snake had learned quite a bit from the Kong family. However, since he was still useful there, he naturally couldn't come over. So during this half-year period, Xia Lin had Yukiko learn from the Great Snake what he had learned from the Kong family. Therefore, Yukiko could barely manage as a temporary administrator now. Her strength was a bit lacking. She was probably on par with Dasky during the time in Lowtown. Such strength was a bit insufficient to hold the fort in Julie. However, this was not a major concern. Once Xia Lin subdued Junmaru, the aspect of combat power could be compensated. Junmaru would have strength comparable to Jack among the 3 disasters in 40 years, but right now, he was only in his teens. So he was limited in strength and not difficult to subdue. If he was willing to follow Xia Lin, that would be great. If not, Xia Lin planned to use the Great Snake Seal directly. Xia Lin didn't think that his subordinates had to willingly submit. If they could, that would be best. But if not, they could just be used as tools. Speaking of which, I could directly infiltrate the flower capital and plant the Great Snake Seal on SHK. However, after thinking it over, Xia Lin still didn't do it. The Black Charcoal Serpent has a grudge against the Kazuki family. So how to take revenge is better left to him. After all, the result would be the same. Just as he was thinking, Yukiko tugged at his sleeve. Lord Xia Lin, someone is approaching. Xia Lin looked up and saw a small figure moving towards them in the distance. Compared to his observation haki, his armament haki wasn't very strong, mainly because no one from the Black Charcoal family was willing to attack him, especially with his eyes covered. It seemed like a wandering criminal samurai, or possibly a murderer from another village, had set their sights on them. Although the figure was still far away, Xia Lin could roughly identify at a glance, and he sensed that the approaching person was not very strong. He had no interest in even engaging with such a low-level opponent. You handle this, Yukiko. Emmy? Yukiko suddenly became nervous. Although she had trained a bit during this time, her strength was not great. It was fine when they were just sparring, but in a real fight. She took a few deep breaths, her small chest rising and falling rapidly. Come on, Yukiko, you can do it. How could such a weak enemy trouble Lord Xia Lin? She encouraged herself in her mind. At this moment, Yukiko had put down her luggage and Xia Lin's sword, and instead drew her own sword to hold it. This time, Xia Lin and Yukiko had brought 2 swords with them. Xia Lin's was slightly precious and could barely be considered good sword. However, compared to the many fine weapons in Wano Country, its actual value was just average. As for the sword in Yukiko's hand, it was completely just an ordinary blade. Now, Yukiko was gripping the hilt of her sword with both hands, the blade held upright in front of her. Xia Lin noticed her hands trembling slightly and her chest heaving up and down, likely from both nervousness and fear. However, being afraid is not a big deal. It is quite normal to feel fear when confronting a desperate outlaw for the first time. Xia Lin's lack of fear stemmed from his own strength, which gave him confidence. The person approaching him seemed no different from a wild dog on the roadside. When he said he would let her fight the enemy, the fact that Xia could directly pick up a knife already satisfied Xia Lin. It is normal to feel fear, as long as one is not defeated by it. That is enough. As this was Xia's first life-and-death struggle, Xia Lin did not have strict expectations for her victory or defeat, to the point that he was still thinking about other things. This girl has grown a bit in the past 6 months, Xia Lin thought, referring to the 2 extra pounds on her body. 6 months ago, she was just a small mound of earth, but now there was a bit more contour. However, according to her, she was flatter than a washboard before being bought. At least a washboard has some wrinkles. This was mostly because she used to go hungry, and coupled with her age, after being bought by the black charcoal great snake, she at least didn't have to starve anymore, and slowly began to improve. However, her growth was still not very significant. Xia was only 16 this year, so there was still room for growth. While Xia Lin was thinking about buns and cherries, the blood-soaked samurai had already arrived nearby. Xia Lin raised his eyes to look at the man's attire. The kimono he wore had not been cleaned for who knows how long, and the bloodstains had turned black, with numerous torn holes likely left by enemy blades. Although his whole face was covered in unkempt stubble and dirt, Xia Lin could still estimate that he was probably around 30, but his hairstyle resembled a Mediterranean cut, likely from an outdated trend. The man's clothing bore many knife scars, and his body had plenty of old wounds, enough to prove that he had gone through many battles since wandering to this place. Surviving was enough to demonstrate his strength. Xia Lin felt that Xia was probably not his match, so he was ready to provide support at any moment. It was interesting. People dressed like them were quite rare in this region. The man gripped his knife, and his wolf-like gaze swept over Xia Lin and Xia, becoming even more lewd when he saw Xia. What luck I have, an arrogant, rich young master and a delicate woman. He did not attack immediately, as there was no one else in this area. In his view, the two were already his prey, unable to escape. His gaze had not shifted away from Xia since he saw her, and he was constantly swallowing saliva. Even before becoming a fugitive, he had never tasted something of this caliber. He did not expect to encounter such a good fortune after becoming a fugitive. Haha, I'm really lucky today. Food and women. He excitedly raised his knife, the tip pointing first at Xia Lin, then swiping towards Xia. Are you saying I'm food? Xia Lin initially did not want to say another word to such a person, but he was moved by his words. To so casually regard him as food, it seemed he had definitely eaten others before. Food, what's wrong with that? The man tilted his head and sneered, but quickly shook his head. Sorry with your looks. Even as a man, you are a hot commodity. If given to the bandits of Tianshan, you should be able to trade for a lot of food, right? Although he had eaten human flesh out of hunger, he still preferred to eat normal food, if possible. Moreover, what he said was true. In such places, women and food were equally in demand. Thus, not just women, attractive men were also sought after. To be honest, if he hadn't seen Xia first, he might have had some thoughts about Xia Lin as well. Shut up. After hearing his words, Xia could no longer hold back. The tension and fear in her mind had completely been replaced by anger. How dare he speak such filthy words to Master Xia Lin? I will tear your mouth apart. How dare he say such things to Master Xia Lin? This guy before her deserved to die 10 times over. The anger in her chest could not be contained without dismembering him. You really dare to talk big, the man sneered, and then without warning, he launched a sneak attack, lunging at Xia with his knife raised high. He had no intention of holding back, even if he had set his sights on a woman. He only regarded her as a disposable tool. If luck was on his side, he might use her for a few days, but that was the limit. He had no plans to keep Xia around and share his dwindling food supply. Rather, in his plan, once Xia was tortured to death in a few days, she would also become his food. This way, he had little concern in his attack, even if the opponent was a woman. Anyone wielding a knife in such a place could not be taken lightly. There were no doctors here. Even a cut could lead to disease, and in severe cases, death was not impossible. Although this Ronin samurai launched a sneak attack, Xia clearly captured his movements. Her observation haki was stronger than her armament haki. During her training, the Great Snake had no qualms about throwing stones at her eyes, and she was not allowed to use armament haki for defense. Therefore, once the opponent's body moved, Xia had already caught onto it and even struck first. Clang! The two blades clashed, sending sparks flying. Xia held the knife tightly, the blade trembling slightly. Quick reflexes. The man laughed, and a foul odor wafted over. Xia frowned, gritting her teeth tightly while holding her breath, not because of his years of bad breath, but because the force of his knife made her feel strained. This Ronin didn't seem to use haki, but that didn't mean Shuezi's strength surpassed his. Haki could enhance a person's strength, but some people were born with great power. Not everyone with haki was necessarily stronger than those without it. Upon their first clash, Shuezi clearly felt that her strength was inferior to his, and the process of being suppressed and struggling made her angry little head clear up quickly, planning to retreat and create distance. She was just an ordinary woman, not a monster born like a big ant. It was normal to have a gap in strength compared to a warrior who frequently fought. However, conversely, her observation haki is her advantage. The correct way to fight should be to create some distance and use more agile movements to battle the opponent, rather than going head-to-head. It's already quite impressive that Yukiko can see this so quickly, in Xia Lin's opinion. However, this Ronin does not want her jumping around. For him, it's best if the fight ends in an instant. The longer it drags on, the more stamina it consumes. Thus, the moment he saw Yukiko retreat, he immediately chased after her like a hungry wolf, his blades slashing down at her rapidly like a wolf's claws. The sound of the blades clashing and vibrating continuously reached Xia Lin's ears. In the midst of the battle, although Yukiko was retreating while dealing with the opponent, she found it increasingly difficult to withstand his immense strength with each clash of blades. Her palms already turning red from the impact, it's like chopping at a massive rock with a knife. Yukiko felt it was very strenuous, her hands nearly going numb from the shock. Up to this point, she was still at a disadvantage. However, the Ronin was somewhat surprised by her strength. Being able to withstand so many of his strikes showed that this woman had some skill. Moreover, the knife in her hand didn't look like much, but it was sturdier than he had imagined. After such a long fight, the blade of her knife didn't have a single notch, while his own sword had already become serrated. Could it be a good knife? The Ronin, not being particularly perceptive, couldn't see that Yukiko had wrapped her faint aura around her knife, which made it more resilient. She couldn't create any distance. Yukiko now regretted her initial approach of directly confronting him. Now she wanted to create some distance, but this guy stuck to her like a stubborn plaster, making it hard for her to perform. However, if time were to reverse and this guy insulted Xia Lin, Yuki would probably still be unable to resist charging at him. My stamina is starting to wane. Yuki felt as if her chest was tearing apart and her hands were sore and weak from enduring the powerful strikes. Just as she was thinking that she would be a loss if this continued, the Ronin unexpectedly stopped his attacks, actually creating some distance between them. Your strength is somewhat surprising, but in the end, you are still no match for me. If you agree to follow me now, you won't get hurt, the Ronin said. Initially, he intended to use Yuki as a tool for release and as a backup food source for the time being, but after seeing her strength, his thoughts changed. If he could truly subdue this woman, she could be of help in this chaotic land, a capable assistant who could also relieve his stress for a long time. That would be making full use of her. Shut up, disgusting thing. You think I would want to follow you? Yuki sneered. Now that she had some time to catch her breath and created some distance, the outcome of their next fight would be completely different from before. You really have a tough mouth. Don't reject so quickly. You respect this pretty boy, don't you? How about this, if you are willing to follow me? I can let him go. Otherwise, this pretty boy will die, and you will also be hurt and toyed with to death. The choice should be easy, right? This guy had a lewd look, threatening with words like, you wouldn't want your master die here, would you? It made Xia Lin sigh. It was no wonder that this was a samurai from the land of harmony. Such threats were ingrained in their DNA. Dare to call Lord Xia Lin a pretty boy. Just wait until I chop you into pieces to feed the pigs. Yuki gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with rage. She had just decided to use her advantage to deal with this Ronin, but her reason was now consumed by fury, prompting her to charge at him with the intent to hack him to bits. You have been disrespectful to Lord Xia Lin from the very beginning. Die. Xia Lin sighed and rubbed his forehead. Yuki was usually quite calm and able to analyze pros and cons, but she easily lost her rationality when it came to him. Xia Lin had seen her calm down just moments ago, yet she was still provoked by the other party. In a direct confrontation, she was not his opponent, and Xia Lin was ready to act at any moment. Sure enough, Yuki leaped up and swung her blade down at the opponent. This strike lacked any technique. It was purely a furious, all-out attack. The Ronin did not hesitate to swing his sword upward, and at the moment their blades collided, his arms tensed, forcefully pushing outward. Like hitting a baseball, he actually sent Yuki flying away. In midair, Yuki's face turned pale as she realized she had made the same mistake as before. But it was too late to wake up now. Her body had no support in midair, and the Ronin had already swung his blade to pursue her, the edge locking onto her wrist. Oh no! First, I'll disable your hand and see how you resist. The Ronin took a few steps forward, thrusting the blade toward her, about to pierce Yuki's wrist. As Yuki watched the blade approach, her heart raced. Suddenly, a flash of light purple appeared before her, followed by a gentle breeze. In the next moment, she felt herself being embraced by a warm chest. The next instant, sparks flew from the collision of blades like fireworks. Lord Xia Lin. Yuki looked up, nestled in Xia Lin's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears, looking like two fried eggs, bubbling with joy at being held by Lord Xia Lin tonight. The Ronin, having missed his strike, immediately retreated, warily looking at Xia Lin. I underestimated you. Your strength isn't bad for a pretty boy, he said, but he was already thinking of retreating. Just now, Xia Lin had casually deflected his attack, resulting in his own arm being numbed. This person is very strong. Do you want to escape? What? The man widened his eyes, surprised that his thoughts had been seen through by Xia Lin. Xia Lin slowly raised his sword. You can't escape. The blade fell lightly, and in an instant, a powerful slash shot out, reaching the Ronin in a blink. His face turned pale with fear as he raised his sword to block, but the blade was instantly severed. You are a swordmaster. Those skilled in swordsmanship were called swordmasters. Though Xia Lin was not a specialist in sword techniques, being able to execute flying slashes meant he was undoubtedly a swordmaster. In this country, swordmasters held a higher status than those overseas, clearly visible. Besides the ninjas serving the Getsu clan, most of the powerful people in this country fought with swords. However, the appearance of swords and blades in this country is quite varied. In short, any weapon with a blade is generally categorized as a sword. Lord Xia Lin is so impressive, excelling in this aspect and that aspect. Snowsy's eyes sparkled with little stars, her hands clenched in front of her chest, looking at him with a face full of springtime. If tonight, Lord Xia Lin wants me, should I submit to him right away? Or pretend to be reserved for a while before yielding? Xia Lin heard her muttering to herself and helplessly rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that it was better not to voice those thoughts. Snosy belatedly reacted and suddenly stiffened as if struck by lightning, her whole body burning with shame. Xia Lin straightened her up and then let go, and disappointment immediately appeared on Snosy's face. It would be great if they could continue to hug. Or, no, in the wild, it just feels like it would be even more exciting. Snosy's face flushed, and she fell into another fantasy, causing her whole body to tremble. Xia Lin facepalmed. What on earth did the big snake buy? This girl seemed quite normal the first time he saw her. Let's go. Wait for me. Lord Xia Lin. Snosy quickly came back to her senses, gathered her things, hugged two blades in her arms, and carried her package on her back. Then hurriedly followed Xia Lin's direction with small steps. Most people in this country wear wooden clogs, which make a clap sound on the ground. They're hard, uncomfortable, and difficult to walk in. Xia Lin wore long cloth shoes that were made by Chanmaru later on. That old guy just sat there all day, playing the people with nothing else to do, so he might as well do some sewing work. The two continued walking north, and soon crossed the forest to reach the village of Benli. While passing through the mountains and forests, they encountered quite a few criminals and wild beasts. Most of the criminals were left for Snosy to practice on, while Xia Lin chose whether to engage with the beasts based on the situation. The variety of wild beasts in this world is much greater than in Xia Lin's memory of his previous world. Among them are some very peculiar creatures, such as the stone lion-like beings that have been carved into stones since ancient times. In this country, they are called kamenu. In fact, there are some differences between kamenu and stone lions. For example, kamenu often have a small horn on their heads. According to the original world's history, after stone lions made their way from China to a country where they lived quite well, they underwent some changes, giving rise to these creatures that resemble stone lions. Though referred to as creatures, they actually only exist in sculptures and mythology. However, in this land of Wano, the creature known as the kamenu truly exists. However, they are not mythical beasts. They can only be considered a species with a peculiar appearance. If they were to become a devil fruit, they probably wouldn't even be classified as ancient types, but rather as a subspecies of canines. Adult kamenu often stand several meters tall and possess great strength, though their appearance can be somewhat comical. Besides the kamenu, this country also has other wondrous creatures, like the mountain god boar killed by Kazuki Oden, an animal larger than a mountain, almost like a giant among humans, the giant among boars. Unfortunately, it has already been slain by Kazuki Oden. Otherwise, if Xia Lin could find it, acquiring it would be equivalent to obtaining a very powerful devil fruit. However, what Xia Lin did not know was that the mountain god was not dead. After its wounds were stitched up, it relied on its strong vitality to survive. When humans gain the strength of animals, coupled with continuous training, they could often exert power even stronger than the animals themselves. It seemed that the mountain boar had left behind offspring, but finding them would be quite troublesome. Xia Lin shook his head, pushing the matter of the mountain boar aside. As the two approached Bianli village, a happy expression appeared on Xuezi's face. Great, Lord Xia Lin, we finally see the village. We won't have to sleep in the wild tonight, Xuezi said happily, as spending the night outdoors was somewhat uncomfortable. You're too early to be happy. Xia Lin shook his head. The villagers of this settlement might not welcome them at all. Living in the region of Jiuli, seeing an outsider like Xia Lin approaching would only make them view him as a thief come to rob them. However, they did not have the courage to resist. The consequence of resisting those criminals was death, not just for one person, but also for their family members who would be killed as well. The only option was to endure silently and live with the humiliation. Therefore, when Xia Lin and Xuezi approached the village, the entire settlement presented a strange scene. The thin men, elders, and children all hid inside their houses, tightly shutting their doors. Only an old man, accompanied by a group of ragged, emaciated women, knelt at the village entrance, seemingly waiting for the two from a distance. Hero, the women and food of this village are here. If you need, please feel free to take whatever you want. The old man knelt on the ground, looking like a lowly wild dog. Yet this seemingly despicable act carried the weight of the village's survival. Such robberies had happened countless times, to the point where the villagers had become accustomed to it. They offered their food and wives in exchange for their lives, and the robbers, wanting to continue enjoying their spoils in the future, naturally would not kill these women. However, their methods are brutal, and sometimes people die, but it's still better than being slaughtered for resisting. As for the men hiding in their houses, no matter how unwilling they are, they have no choice. There are still elderly people and children in the village. If they anger these bandits, it would be all over. As a result, even when they see Xia Lin and Xuezi are just two people, they completely dare not resist. However, the old man still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. The person before him was accompanied by a woman who looked far more beautiful than the women in the village, so he thought that he wouldn't harm them. After a long while without hearing a response from Xia Lin, the old man feared that his actions had displeased him. Trembling, he said, "My lord, the women in the village have long suffered from hunger and have to work hard. They are ugly. Please forgive us." Upon hearing this, Xia Lin showed no reaction, but Xuezi felt a deep discomfort in her heart. To save their own lives, the villagers had sent the women of the entire village to him, while the men hid in their houses with the elderly and children, not daring to utter a word. This was the state of the country. Xuezi felt a sense of sorrow, as being robbed due to weakness was one thing, but voluntarily offering oneself up due to cowardice was another. She wanted to say something, but at that moment, she felt a tightness in her chest and couldn't utter a word. Xia Lin also said little, simply walking past the women to the food that had been pushed onto the ground. There wasn't much food. It could last one or two people for a long time, but if divided among so many villagers, it would be hardly sufficient. He casually took some and had Xuezi pack it away. The old man thought he was dissatisfied and hurriedly knelt down to bow, but Xia Lin ignored him. In fact, his feelings were very similar to Xuezi's. Seeing the scene, he felt both pity for their misfortune and anger at their lack of resistance. Although the outcome of rebellion could be death, living in such a manner seemed worse than dying to him. After a while, Xuezi managed to shake off that suffocating feeling. Though she had once been a poor person forced to sell herself, witnessing such a scene was still very upsetting. Xia Lin was even more affected than she was. Having lived in a stable country, the scene before him felt almost surreal. However, he quickly detached himself from those emotions. Talking more with these people was pointless, as the people of this country were far too ignorant. Perhaps to them, what was happening had become a matter of course. So when Xia Lin treated the women and the food with indifference, they not only did not breathe a sigh of relief, but became even more anxious. Xia Lin had no intention of saying much to them. He would become the ruler of this country, and the more ignorant these people were, the more beneficial it would be for his rule. "My lord, not long ago, bandits came down from the mountain. We can't offer more food." The old man at the head trembled as he spoke. The people of this country had no blood in them. As fellow oppressed villagers, these people reminded Xia Lin of the villagers in Cocoa West Village in the East Sea. Although they also endured the oppression of the fishmen, they had always harbored thoughts of rebellion in their hearts. It was only because of Nami that they bore the humiliation and did not act rashly. As for offering their wives and daughters to the bandits, that was quite ordinary in Xia Lin's view, considering the customs of a people who had practices like night climbing, which were hard to comprehend. "We are not bandits. but people who will pacify all the bandits in this area. After regaining her composure, Xuezi began to speak to these people. This lord will become the great name of this land. Xuezi thought that upon hearing these words, the people would be grateful and see Xia Lin as a deity. However, what she received in return was only their bewildered gazes, which made her very angry. There was no need to waste more words with these people. Xia Lin pulled Xuezi back, then coldly looked down at the villagers kneeling before him and expressionlessly commanded, "We will stay here for the night. Prepare a clean room." The old man quickly nodded, "Yes, my lord, and what about them?" Xia Lin casually chose a room and walked in with Xuezi. Inside the room were a thin man and 2 small children. Upon seeing Xia Lin enter, the 3 of them did not dare to say a word and hurriedly walked outside. Shortly after, the old village chief returned with several women to tidy up the room and brought out prepared food. "The ugly ones here cannot catch your eye, my lord. Perhaps the younger girls in the village have been taken by the bandits," the old man mentioned while instructing the women to clean the room, perhaps finally realizing the implication of what Xuezi had said earlier. But he didn't dare to say more, fearing that the bandits would come knocking and slaughter the entire village. However, what he said was the truth. Those who still think about kidnapping people in such places are all-powerful bandits from Jili. Just like that group on the head mountain. Those people occupy the mountain as kings and wouldn't think about those matters, but instead directly abduct all the young women. They take away the young women and wait until those women are old and no longer desirable before driving them back down from the mountain. The middle-aged women return to the village with children conceived by the bandits on the mountain, and the village men have no choice but to settle for them, and then they give birth to other children. However, even such women do not belong to them completely. When the bandits come to plunder food after a long journey, they will choose some to relieve their urges. Once those women leave after cleaning the house, Yukiko leans against the bed like a wilted flower, not even wanting to eat. "What is wrong? Are you feeling down?" Xia Lin seems unaffected, still sitting in his place eating. "Lord Xia Lin, it just feels a bit uncomfortable seeing those people needing to live this way," Yukiko said, "and those bandits, clearly just fugitives from other towns, are here acting tyrannically. Even though Julie has already been marked by you, my lord, everything should belong to Lord Xia Lin." In Yukiko's view, it was only natural for the villagers to offer everything to Xia Lin, but it shouldn't be for the sake of survival, but out of respect, just like herself. The existence of those bandits, in her opinion, undoubtedly took away what originally belonged to Xia Lin. Xia Lin said, "Our purpose in coming here is to defeat the bandits. Once that happens, the security in Julie will improve, and gradually the food problem will be resolved." Yukiko nodded vigorously, then sat down at the dining table, taking small bites of the food that could only be described as unappetizing. "I originally wanted to establish a harem for you and Julie." Yukiko pouted unhappily, saying that she heard that the former Mitsuki Godu had taken many wives to make a harem, and yet many people still admired him. Xia Lin should also establish a harem, but all the young girls have been taken by the bandits. Xia Lin was taken aback. He expected Yukiko to have such thoughts, but he still said, "Can't we just take them back? How can that be? Those people were taken by the bandits. They have no right to be in your harem." Yukiko said angrily, "Let them go to the brothel. If there is someone who catches the eye, then keep them as a servant." Yukiko thought for a moment, and if it really doesn't work, maybe after a few years, when Julie develops, she could imitate that go-to and steal someone else's wife. Xia Lin didn't know Yukiko's thoughts. He was thinking about pacifying the bandits, and this matter shouldn't be delayed. The two rested for a night, and the next morning, they set off towards the head mountain. The bandits and Julie are not all united. Many are individual rogues, and not every wandering samurai intends to mix with that group of bandits on the head mountain. With too many people, there is not enough to go around. If they really encounter something good, they might not even get a drop of soup after splitting it. However, the thieves of Tianshan are still the strongest force in Julie. The Sukiyaki of Wazadu has no intention of subduing Julie, primarily because they are wary of the Tianshan thieves. It can be said that solving this group of people would essentially resolve the issues in Julie. Xia Lin is definitely capable of defeating them. In a world where personal strength can even threaten a nation, that group of weaklings is of no use at all. Aside from Jiu Tianwan, Tianshan has little else to rely on. Xia Lin has not awakened the conqueror's haki. Otherwise, he could have simply intimidated them with a glare. He is not surprised about not having awakened the conqueror's haki, as he has never thought about becoming a king anywhere. Although his attention is currently focused on Wano Country, it is merely because he has nothing else to do and has set a small goal for himself. In other words, if one day he awakens the conqueror's haki, he wouldn't find it strange. After all, since he chose to become the ruler of Wano, he must have considered the enemies he might face next, including Kaido, the Navy, and the world government. None of these three parties caught Xia Lin's eye at all. After the battle at God Valley is over, Kaido will leave Rock's ship. Right now, he is just an intern. At that time, he will be in urgent need of a position to stabilize himself. Wano is just right for him. This country, which hasn't been founded, is easy to defend and hard to attack, making it suitable for him to develop in secret. Moreover, with Korizumi Kinemon secretly in contact, he has the possibility of entering this country. Of course, in reality, Xia Lin could completely prevent Kinemon from cooperating with Kaido. After all, there are pirates aplenty in the New World. However, he did not interfere with Korizumi Kinemon's actions. Although the three members of the Korizumi clan are currently serving him, they have not forgotten their hatred for Kazuki. Therefore, Orochi specifically asked him for permission. It is precisely because of this that Xia Lin allowed them to act, even if they are going after Kaido. Otherwise, Xia Lin could handle things personally, and it would be much simpler. He could take over this country in just 3 days. But that would be too boring. Right now, Xia Lin's mindset is like playing a game, planning to take it one level at a time. The most crucial point is that Xia Lin is not afraid of Kaido. If a Yonko from 40 years later makes him anxious, then he might as well give up on Wano. The current Kaido might not even be stronger than him. Kaido is not a concern. The other trouble is the world government. The world government actually wants to obtain this country as well, but Xia Lin will not pay any tribute to those celestial dragons. He should consider himself lucky that he isn't outright robbing them. In fact, Xia Lin's enemies are powerful beyond imagination, but he is completely unafraid. As long as his strength improves, they will naturally be of little concern. Just like with Kaido, when Kaido is in this country, neither the world government nor the Navy would dare to act rashly. After 2 more days of travel, he and Yukiko finally arrived at the head mountain. Are all the thieves from Kairi living up there? Yukiko looked at the dense jungle of the deep mountains, suddenly feeling a bit scared. One thief almost cost her life back then. What if there are 100 or 1,000 people? Seeing her petite body slightly tremble, Xia Lin reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder. Don't be afraid. This time, I will take action myself. Upon hearing this, Yukiko's body suddenly calmed down, as if the millions in the mountains had turned into harmless rabbits. You wait for me at the foot of the mountain. No, I must follow you, my lord. How can I let my cowardice allow you to go alone? Yukiko shook her head quickly, firmly gripping her sword, as if she wanted to fight alongside Xia Lin. Hearing this, Xia Lin did not force her, only saying, then you don't need to take action, just watch. He didn't plan to let Yukiko engage in a fight with those thieves. Encountering 1 or 2 people on the road for her to practice would be enough. There's so many people here. The battlefield might become chaotic, and letting her take action could potentially cause trouble for himself. The two walked into the mountain, and soon they saw a wall made of logs at the mountain's peak, with the words Kairi hanging high on the door, resembling a mountain bandit's hideout. Who goes there? Xia Lin and Yukiko did not hide at all and walked straight toward the gate. The lookout inside the village saw them and shouted loudly. However, Xia Lin did not respond at all. He silently drew his knife and unleashed a powerful slash. The surging blade, energy, formed a strike that rushed toward the entrance of the mountain stronghold, and for a moment, it seemed as if a sharp cry like that of an eagle could be heard. But before the sound could carry far, it was immediately followed by a loud boom. In the next moment, the towering gate of the stronghold, at least 5 or 6 meters high, was blown to smithereens, with splintered trees shooting out like cannonballs, knocking down many people inside the stronghold. Such a huge commotion would be heard, even by a deaf person, and the bandits in the entire stronghold quickly gathered from different places, surrounding Xia Lin with unfriendly expressions. They did not rashly attack. After all, someone had charged in alone and even blown up the stronghold's gate, which was no small matter. As a result, this group of people had even begun to ignore the snow girl behind Xia Lin, with all their attention focused solely on him. Who are you? Xia Lin saw a man with pink curly hair standing behind the crowd, whose waist was probably taller than his height. He immediately recognized him as the leader of this stronghold, known as the most terrifying man in Julie, a Shura boy. However, Xia Lin still preferred to call him Jotian Wan. This was a new name he adopted later to evade the pursuit of Kuroten Orochi. At this moment, Jotian Wan was actually only in his teens, but he looked almost the same as he would 40 years later. This made Xia Lin feel it was a bit magical. Although this guy looked mature, he surprisingly had a youthful appearance. It's just a pity he was too ugly. Being frozen in time didn't help much. I came from Baiwu and intend to become the master of this Julie. If you all submit now, you won't have to get hurt, Xia Lin said. He meant this sincerely, as he would need their help to build Julie later. However, to Zhu Tianwan and the others, this sounded quite laughable. Isn't this amusing? A rich kid from Baiwu, indeed foolish to the core. How dare he say such things to us? Isn't he being a bit too naive? The sounds of mockery from the thieves kept coming, their chatter blending together, making it quite annoying to listen to. Xuezi was especially furious, wishing she could draw her knife and slash those who looked down on Xia Lin into pieces. However, Xia Lin had already told her not to act rashly, so she naturally prioritized Xia Lin's orders. Although she was seething with anger, she could only endure it. She could only stare at these people with eyes that seemed ready to devour them. This woman's gaze is indeed frightening. Haha, we won't be polite with the women and food delivered to us for free. Zhu Tianwan listened to his subordinates, talking incessantly, but his expression was not good. The aura that Xia Lin was exuding at this moment was formidable, and combined with the fact that he had just shattered the mountain gate with a single strike, it was clear that this was not an enemy that could be easily defeated. However, he wasn't afraid. He was essentially the strongest person in Jiuli. And how could this little guy, who was not even 2 meters tall, be stronger than him? With a face that looked like it relied on women for a living. There was no sense of threat at all. However, if possible, Zhu Tianwan still wants to avoid trouble. And having a person like this join the bandit group wouldn't be bad. I don't care who you are, you can enter this bandit group, but leaving is impossible. You think you can keep me here? Xia Lin sneered disdainfully, looking around at the nearly 100 people who had surrounded him. These people aren't too weak in terms of strength, but in Xia Lin's eyes, they're simply not worth considering. You scum. It is an honor for you that Lord Xia Lin has come to rule over you, and yet you dare to resist. Xuezi shouted angrily. Scum like you, who were born in a different village, how can you understand what it's like for those of us born in this hell? Zhu Tianwan gritted his teeth and said, born in this hellish Jiuli, if you don't plunder others, you'll be plundered by others. Thus, he could only pick up his knife and fight constantly until he became the leader of the mountain thieves. Killing and being killed. This is the fate of the people of Jiuli. Have you finished your idle talk? Xia Lin turned the blade, and a mirror-like surface of the blade reflected Zhu Tianwan his current mournful expression. In fact, since this person has already become the leader of the thieves, it is not impossible for him to lead these thieves to re-establish Jiuli or even become a daimyo himself. Even if this daimyo is not recognized by the Keigetsu, so what? It's still better than being a thief. Yet, he hasn't done so. Since that's the case, what right does he have to wallow in self-pity here? Xia Lin couldn't stand to even look at them anymore and planned to use force to subdue them directly. However, he still said, once I defeat you, you should acknowledge me as your lord. At that time, I will become the great name of this land, making Jiuli the richest village in this country. This statement did shake Zhu Tianwan a bit, but he was still unsure if it was just a grand boast. No matter what, if you want them to submit, you have to show your strength. You lot, come at me, and take down this ignorant fool. Bring the woman back. With a wave of his blade, the thieves under him immediately charged forward with frenzied shouts. These people were originally scraps from other towns, having long given up hope and planned to sink into this hell. If someone said they were human, even they would doubt it. At this moment, they had no interest in what Xia Lin said. It was just wishful thinking. This place had looked the same for hundreds of years, and no one had managed to change it. They might as well enjoy themselves while they were alive. Just like now, the woman behind that man was even more beautiful than a courtesan. If they could capture her and play with her for a few nights, they would gladly let themselves die. For a moment, more than half of this group of hungry ghosts charged straight at Yukiko, bypassing Xia Lin who stood in front. Seeing this, Yukiko took a half step back and drew her knife. Although Xia Lin told her not to act, he didn't tell her to sit and wait for death. With this group attacking, she could only take out her knife to protect herself. However, the number still made her feel a bit tense. With Xia Lin in front, her fear was somewhat alleviated. Fortunately, these people could never break through Xia Lin's defense. He swung his blade, and it seemed to whip up a strong wind, stirring up sand and stones on the desolate ground, forming a small vortex that sucked in those thieves trying to get past him, then sent them crashing to the ground. Your only enemy is me, he said, stepping forward. Damn it, kill him. Those who were knocked away were unharmed, but now they were even more enraged. Their eyes bloodshot as they raised their blades and shouted. So everyone rushed towards him. At this point, Xia Lin somewhat understood the feeling Uchiha Madara must have had during the Fourth Shinobi World War when facing a coalition army of tens of thousands. The feeling of easily crushing weaklings was so satisfying. He felt as if he were in a world of his own, without needing to activate his abilities. His current strength was not weak, almost equivalent to Luffy in his second gear during the Water 7 arc. Additionally, he had learned both armament haki and observation haki. As he charged into the crowd, he could clearly see the trajectories of the sword strikes. The shouts and movements of those people were all elongated in his perception. He appeared to casually step to the side, and the next moment, a knife came stabbing from behind where he had originally stood. Xia Lin turned around and swung his blade, striking the attacker's arm. Your movements are too slow. He didn't even use much force to avoid accidentally killing these laborers. Otherwise, the person who was just cut by him wouldn't say that their whole body was split in half. At least that hand would definitely no longer be on the arm. Soon, hundreds of people fell one after another. Jiutianwan looked at this scene with a grim expression. He did not expect that besides himself, there would actually be someone who could defeat hundreds of warriors all at once. However, this is not the end. He is still standing. Jiutianwan is enveloped in an aura of dominance, and his entire presence has significantly heightened. He is already tall, and now he makes Xia Lin feel as if he is a giant. Those who cannot wield an imposing aura cannot see it, but they can still feel the unusual pressure. Snow's imposing aura is barely at the entry level, yet she can clearly sense how strong the imposing aura of Sake Temeru is, strong enough to make her feel a bit breathless. From a distance, Sake Temeru's figure looks like a round, plump ball with a waist that might even be longer than his height. However, Xia Lin does not underestimate him. At 9 meters tall, Xia Lin only reaches the lower part of Sake Temeru's chest. Size is one aspect, but the key is that his imposing aura is much stronger than Xia Lin's. Seeing all his subordinates down, Sake Temeru grips his sword and charges at Xia Lin with a fierce expression. The warrior before him, holding a sword, clearly qualifies for a fight, and of course, he does not believe he will lose. While Xia Lin was battling his subordinates earlier, Sake Temeru was observing him. In his view, Xia Lin's flowing cherry technique is not mastered well, and his swordsmanship is not particularly brilliant. However, his inside ability is quite good. He is unaware that Xia Lin has only been training for less than a few months. Like a demon, Sake Temeru lunges at Xia Lin. His tall stature, combined with his current aura, exerts considerable pressure, at least enough to make Snow feel a bit breathless. The long sword slashes down. Sake Temeru thinks Xia Lin's swordsmanship is not exceptional, but in reality, it is his own swordsmanship, as well as the swordsmanship of this world, that should be deemed not exceptional. Ultimately, it comes down to the clash of imposing aura and power. Clang! The blades of the two swords collide, and Xia Lin immediately feels the immense force transmitted through the blade, a flowing breath continuously surging towards him. When his own imposing aura collides with it, it collapses like a dam being struck by a flood. Once the imposing aura falls behind, a notch is immediately carved into Xia Lin's blade by Sake Temeru's long sword. Sake Temeru's blade embeds deeply into Xia Lin's sword. If this stalemate continues, it might even break his blade. With just this little strength, you'd better stop boasting here. Sake Temeru sneers, stepping forward, and the power in his arms increases significantly, his taut muscles bulging as he swings his arms out forcefully. This surge of power instantly pushes Xia Lin backward, but Xia Lin's stance is very stable. Although he is pushed back, he remains unshaken, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, leaving two tracks on the surface like tire marks. After the two create some distance, both sides tacitly refrain from attacking immediately. Xia Lin looks down and sees that the notch on the blade in his hand is about 2 centimeters deep. In this country, there are many warriors who have reached the iron cutting realm, but clearly, there is a significant gap between iron and iron. The sword in Xia Lin's hand is barely considered a subpar famous sword. Its hardness cannot compare to the one in Sake Temeru's hand. But it is not so easily broken either. The key is that the opponent's imposing aura is stronger than his own, allowing him to achieve this. On the other side, Sake Temeru is also somewhat puzzled. After their exchange, he can clearly feel that Xia Lin's strength is inferior to his own. Although the other party possesses great strength and seemingly exaggerated physical qualities, the flowing cherry technique is quite weak. Yet, he cannot shake off the feeling that the other party is like a fierce beast. The sense of danger does not fade for a moment, which is why he does not recklessly continue to attack. However, his patience is limited. Fortunately, this stalemate does not last long. Soon Xia Lin raises his head to look at him. Actually, like Eagle Eye, I'm not the kind of person who would go all out to hunt a single rabbit. Xia Lin's words leave Sake Temeru confused, wondering what Eagle Eye means, as it sounds like a person's name, yet he has never heard of such a figure. However, he understood the meaning of Xia Lin's words. You guy, are you mocking me for not being worth your full effort? Jiu Tanwan immediately widened his eyes and roared, feeling underestimated by others. His temper exploded like a powder keg, and even the dominance on his body became stronger. However, in Xia Lin's view, there was no problem. No one would expend all their strength to crush an ant, let alone use a strategic-level weapon for that purpose. However, Xia Lin is currently unable to do anything. He has trained for a relatively short time, and his domineering aura is still too weak. Without it, it is difficult to deal with Jiu Tianwan, although ordinary animal souls are sufficient. Fighting that way would only complicate things. It might turn into a protracted battle. In that case, it would be better to resolve the fight quickly. Don't underestimate people. You bastard. Jiu Tianwan was furious and was about to charge at Xia Lin to tear him apart, but suddenly saw a strange aura emanating from Xia Lin. A peculiar purple halo even lit up beneath his feet. What is that? He looked at the changes happening to Xia Lin, confused, as the brightness of the halo under his feet kept increasing, soon enveloping Xia Lin entirely. It's coming, it's coming. Shuezi exclaimed excitedly, her eyes shining, almost like a child who had just seen a new toy. Half a year ago, she was terrified by Xia Lin's power, but after witnessing the wonders of this ability, she became both admiring and envious. The ability to transform into various creatures is like a spell from legends. Full reception of the eight-headed serpent soul. Amidst the radiance, Xia Lin's tone became indifferent, speaking as if he had ice cubes in his mouth, sending chills down people's spines. Dark purple mist swirled around him, and the cuffs and belt of his clothes had transformed into snake bodies, several venomous snakes hissing, their eyes glowing red. It's coming, that cold voice. Lord Xia Lin, quickly scold me in that disdainful tone. Shuezi looked as if she could ascend to the heavens on the spot, her whole body writhing like seaweed. What is this sorcery? Jiu Tianwan's pupils contracted, and he became alert. Xia Lin in front of him had not changed much in appearance. There was just an additional layer of purple shadow at the corners of his eyes, but his demeanor seemed to have transformed into that of another person. He suddenly felt as if he were being targeted by a venomous snake, every hair on his body standing on end. This strange guy, is this the source of the dangerous feeling? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jiu Tianwan's forehead, but it wouldn't be so easy to make him admit defeat. Boring sorcery. Watch me chop off all your snake heads and brew wine with them. He shouted and charged forward again. However, this time his action seemed very clear to Xia Lin. The sword of Tank Y. Xia Lin swung the blade, and the sword in his hand was instantly enveloped in a layer of strange energy, transforming its appearance completely. The blade turned entirely dark purple, and the immense energy overflowed like smoke, rising into the sky. The legendary Yamata, no Orochi, is said to conceal a sword within its tail, which is the Tank Y. However, the current Kusanagi sword is not a physical object, but an energy form. In mythology, the Kusanagi sword was originally a divine artifact obtained from the tail of the eight-headed serpent. However, in this pirate world, there is another fruit ability that can perform this move, which belongs to Kizu, one of the 3 admirals of the future navy. However, the 2 Tian Tsongyun swords are actually not the same thing at all. Huang Yuan's Tian Tsongyun sword is very likely just a simple lightsaber, merely given this name. On the other hand, the sword that Xia Lin possesses truly has this special ability. The legendary Tian Tsongyun is said to have power even greater than that of the 10-fist sword of the gods. Xia Lin can unleash a powerful sword aura just by swinging the blade, and he can control the power of this sword aura at will. When fully unleashed, it 1 TB weaker than Kaido's blast breath 40 years later. Once Xia Lin's Haki level increases in the future, its power is likely to improve further. Besides this sword aura, the sword also has the ability to manipulate clouds and mist, which can somewhat obstruct an enemy's observation haki, although it has little effect on those with strong observation haki. Xia Lin's Devil Fruit ability has reached an awakened level, but he hasn't gained the diverse natural attacks like Kaido. The power of the Tian Tsongyun sword is currently his strongest means of attack. In addition to this, he can also employ a combat style similar to Orochimaru's, along with a dark purple energy reminiscent of demonic aura and the ability to manipulate plagues. These are considered his offensive capabilities. Apart from these, he also has the Tian Tsong clouds that allow him to fly, the Orochimaru seal that can control people's hearts, and the ability to devour desires. This ability can be used in conjunction with the Orochimaru seal, making it easier to control those with stronger desires. Naturally, his recovery ability goes without saying. Now, as Xia Lin drew the Tian Tsongyun sword, A powerful force immediately created thick white mist that spread out, enveloping the entire head mountain. Those unaware might think he was standing high above in the sky, battling an enemy. Wan stood on the clouds, with the mist only reaching his lower body, making him feel as if he were stuck in a quagmire. Xia Lin did not use the thick clouds to obscure his vision. Since he wanted to showcase his strength, he naturally had to allow the opponent to see clearly. At this moment, Wan dared not move. It was as if he were prey being targeted by a beast, filled only with fear and hesitation. He stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat. Wan felt as if he had already been locked onto by his opponent. Every time he looked up, he felt an overwhelming darkness, and the not-so-tall figure of Xia Lin seemed to disappear, replaced by 8 enormous dragon heads. Those dragon heads were larger than mountains, with their yellow pupils resembling the bright moon in the sky, staring coldly into his heart's fear. No way. I can't stop it. A thought flashed through Wan's mind, making him want to dodge. However, whenever he thought of evading, visions of himself being struck down appeared before him. 8 dragon heads opened their massive jaws, tearing his body apart with sharp fangs. The blood gushing from his illusionary self resembled a fountain. The power of this move was immense. If it destroyed Head Mountain, it would be problematic, as he wanted to establish his palace here. Xia Lin said that in fact, he released the mist to envelop Head Mountain also to minimize damage. So, how about admitting defeat now? I can't guarantee that you will remain safe under this attack. Xia Lin's words fell into Wan's ears, instantly igniting his anger. Such words were simply too arrogant, as if he, Wan, were just some easily disposable fish. This made him completely forget his fear, replaced by rage. Initially, he was shaken, but now, Wan did not want to concede without dignity. Stop underestimating me, Wan shouted, and with this roar, his body seemed to regain movement from its previous stiffness. He then gripped his sword with both hands, pushing his haki to its utmost limit, and unexpectedly charged towards Xia Lin. Seeing this, Xia Lin stopped speaking, but his expression turned slightly cold. Of course, he wouldn't go all out, otherwise. Even if Head Mountain could barely withstand the mist protection, Wan would be doomed. This person still has some strength. He could potentially rival the king of ships in the future. In the sea, he would also be considered a capable fighter. Although Jack the Drought seems weak, being a prominent figure is enough to prove his strength. At least among the Navy, ordinary vice admirals would not be his match, unless it were Garp or an admiral candidate. With such a level of combat power, Xia Lin had every reason to recruit him. Besides him, there were also the future followers of Odin, the Cat and Dog, and He Song, all within Xia Lin's recruitment scope, especially Cat and Dog, as they represented not just themselves. In fact, they could almost be said to have brought the entire Mink tribe of Zou along with them. The Mink tribe living on Zou Island had a brotherly relationship with this nation, but due to Cat and Dog becoming Odin's retainers, the status of those Mink tribe members seemed to lower. They were almost becoming a subsidiary of the Kazuki family. To protect Arezzo, Zou Island nearly faced annihilation, showing that these Mink tribe members indeed valued loyalty and regarded the people of Wano as brothers. The Mink tribe is not numerous, but they are one of the world's minority races. However, most Mink tribe members are very kind and value loyalty. If such a force could be recruited, Xia Lin would be very willing. However, because the territory of the Fur tribe is located on the back of the giant elephant Zou, it is almost impossible for any overseas races other than the Fur tribe itself to find the location of Zou. Lord Shaylin. The exclamation from Yukiko brought Shaylin back to reality. In just a moment of thought, the Sake warrior Wan had already arrived in front of Shaylin, his blade almost striking him. Seeing this, Shaylin calmly swung the sword of Amatsuyumi in his hand. The powerful sword energy instantly stirred up the air, creating a windstorm, with white clouds swirling into a vortex, pulling the already close Wan away and wrapping him into the whirlpool. Immediately afterward, the sharp sword energy began to tear apart, forming what seemed like a black storm composed of endless snake fangs, with the phantom of a roaring serpent occupying the mountains. Infernal Dragon Break. Shaylin lightly uttered these 3 words. Infernal Dragon Break. This is a technique from the Inuyasha movie The Sword of World Domination, associated with the sword of Amatsuyumi. Shaylin was not actually using this technique. He was merely naming the slash released by the sword of Amatsuyumi. Once he obtains other fruits, such as the Thunder Fruit, he might even be able to perform similar techniques, including the Azure Dragon Break or even the unimaginable slash. After the strike, the sword of Amatsuyumi in Shaylin's hand dissipated, revealing a blade with a notch. At this moment, the clouds and mist above the mountain had also dissipated. Xia Lin restrained his strength and did not use his full power, but the stronghold had already been flattened by the previous strike. Wan lay on the ground, covered in wounds, as if he were dead. However, he still had a breath left and was currently lying on the ground, looking up at Xia Lin. I didn't expect you to have such terrifying power. Wan coughed up blood and said, I lost. What do you want? I'll follow your lead. His appearance of accepting his fate made Xia Lin take a second look. It seemed this person was not afraid of death. I want to put an end to this chaotic Li and make it a place where people can live in peace, Xia Lin said to him. What do you think? You thieves are all deserving of death. Why not take this opportunity to do something useful with your guilty bodies? Make this Li a place. Cough, where people can live peacefully. Wan's eyes widened, blood flowing into his eyes, dyeing his pupils red. This statement had a significant impact on him. Unlike those criminals who had fled to Li, Wan was born into this hell. Therefore, the world Xia Lin spoke of seemed to him like a dream from his childhood. Can such a thing be done? Why not? Xia Lin retorted. As long as the power is sufficient, there will naturally be a way to make others live according to his ideas. Kaido has managed to oppress Wano Country for so many years, so wanting to govern Li into a prosperous nation is certainly not a problem. Then, count me in. Wan nodded. Xia Lin did not expect him to agree so easily. He was not Kazuki Oden, with the name Kazuki. Whatever he did in this country seemed to be understood and supported by others, even if it was for evil purposes. At that moment, Wan, covered in wounds, planted his sword in the ground and used the hilt to support himself as he stood up. In the past, no one who had come to Li had ever had such thoughts. This hellish Li seemed to have been abandoned by this country. So, I'm willing to follow you and give it a try, Wan said. He looked somewhat comical, with a body like a ball and thick sausage-like lips. But now he appeared to have some backbone in Xia Lin's eyes. Then after your injuries heal, let's gather all the scattered thieves together, Xia Lin said. Those willing to submit will be recruited, and those who think this Li is their paradise for crime will be killed without mercy. Xia Lin was ruthless. Many of the thieves in Li were not worth mourning, including those under Wan. Xia Lin needed the strength of these warriors. So he kept them but did not grant them high authority. If they worked honestly, they could preserve their lives. If they thought they could act as they pleased, they were gravely mistaken. I understand. 3 days later, although Wan and the others were still wrapped in bandages, it no longer affected their movements. As the strongest force in Li, the head mountain thieves could be said to have been subdued, and Xia Lin had completed 60% of his goal. The next step was to either subdue or eliminate the other scattered thieves. This matter did not even require him to do it personally. These head mountain thieves had already become the blades in his hands. However, even though they had already submitted, Xia Lin thought for a moment and still marked them with the great serpent seal, including Wan. After all, these people were guilty, and Xia Lin had no reason to be polite to them. The actions of these thieves were quick, and before long, they had wiped out other bandit groups, bringing all those willing to submit before Xia Lin. At this time, Xia Lin was still on the head mountain, which had changed in appearance over the past few days. Some of the thieves from the head mountain had gone out, while others voluntarily stayed to help Xia Lin build the Lord's mansion. Lord Xia Lin, we have subdued all the slightly larger thieves. However, some have run into the southern forest and cannot be found. One person knelt on the ground and said. Upon hearing this, Xia Lin nodded. Those people won't cause any trouble. They probably won't survive in the mountains and forests, Wan said. The beasts in the pirate world are very fierce, especially in this new world, where powerful beasts are everywhere. Don't worry about those people, Xia Lin said. Wan, organize the extra thieves and form an army. From now on, maintaining order in Li will be your responsibility. However, I won't be providing you with salaries. You were once disruptors of order, and now taking on this job is a way to repay your sins from these years. Wan nodded without any objections. This was not only because he was under Xia Lin's great serpent seal and had to obey unconditionally. In fact, even without this mark, he wouldn't disagree. Since he had decided to follow Xia Lin and try to change Li, it was only right to do this. With that said, it doesn't quite fit to continue calling you thieves. From now on, let's call you the Heavenly Governance Enforcement, Xia Lin said. He originally planned to change the name of the country to Inazuma once he ruled over Wano Country. And now it was just right to establish the Heavenly Governance Enforcement as a military force. From now on, you are not allowed to rob anymore. Return all the women you have captured as well. Additionally, Make sure the establishment of the Lord's Mansion is known throughout every corner of Jiuli. After hearing this, Wan knelt on the ground and said, understood. Also, let the villagers know that the Lord's Mansion is under construction. If anyone is willing to help, they will receive food in return for their labor, Xia Lin ordered. Using labor in exchange for food was a good method. He didn't really expect those people to contribute much. In fact, they didn't have much strength. But the key was to prevent them from developing a mentality of getting something for nothing. He watched Wan, who was ready to set out, and planned to have these people help the villagers with land cultivation once the Lord's Mansion was completed. Food was always the most important thing. If even eating was a problem, then there was no talk of prosperity. In the climate conditions of Jiuli, developing agriculture was actually a unique opportunity. However, the sparse population meant that those living here didn't even have the ability to continue cultivating new land. For those villagers, getting the existing land planted well was already a challenging task. But with the help of Wan and the others, it would be completely different. The productivity gap between samurai and ordinary villagers was like several eras apart. If the original villagers represented the production level of smallholder agriculture, then these samurai were equivalent to large-scale machine production. With this labor force, a large amount of land could be opened up quickly. Coupled with the climate of Jiuli, as long as they got through the first 3 months, they would welcome a massive harvest. Furthermore, with a climate that allowed for repeated planting throughout the year, Jiuli would not experience a winter off-season. By next year, the financial situation in Jiuli might completely change, potentially becoming second only to Baiwu. This was not Xia Lin looking down on other regions. Places like Rabbit Donburi and Suzugo had climates that made development very difficult. Not to mention, in Xia Lin's past life, the vast eastern territories of Russia had no way to develop agriculture. Other natural resources might be abundant, but it was still too early for that country to exploit things like natural gas. Lord Xia Lin, let me massage your shoulders, Yuki said as she saw Xia Lin sitting aside and walked behind him to help massage his shoulders. Seeing her, Xia Lin suddenly thought of something. By the way, Yuki, once the Lord's Mansion is built, there will definitely be a lot of things to do. You can help me manage the finances for now. Manage the finances? Me? Yuki said in surprise. Xia Lin nodded. Once Wan brings back the villagers willing to help with the construction, we need to distribute food to them. You can decide how much each person should get. In your free time, you can also check how much food this mountain stronghold originally had. If it's not enough, let them go hunt in the mountains. Yuki nodded, feeling a bit timid. Can I really do this? I can only rely on you. I can't expect these thieves to understand these things, right? Xia Lin replied helplessly. Throughout the entire head mountain, no, throughout all of Jiuli, there were probably very few people who could recognize even 100 characters. Only Yuki had learned a little from the black charcoal serpent. Besides her, Xia Lin couldn't find anyone else capable. Once things stabilized, he could recruit some people from other regions. Upon hearing this, Yuki's expression became determined and solemn. Yuki will definitely complete Lord Xia Lin's task. On the other side, Wan, who was returning the women that had been captured, caused a stir as he approached the village. The villagers hurriedly ran out in fear and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Wan explained once. But even when they saw the young women he was returning, the villagers still looked at him with skepticism. Deep down, they didn't believe it at all and thought that these bandits were just looking for another way to amuse themselves. Who would have thought that the people of Jiuli, who had been oppressed for hundreds of years, would one day hear news that the bandits had been subdued? They didn't believe it in their hearts, but they didn't dare to voice it. It wasn't until the women Wan returned confirmed it that they believed half of it. As for Wan asking for some people to help build the Lord's Mansion, they didn't dare to refuse. No one thought these bandits would actually feed them. But if they refused, what if they angered these people and were killed on the spot? Thus, those villagers expressed their willingness to obey. Of course, Wan wouldn't take all of them away. Otherwise, no one would be left to do the farming, and the food in the stronghold wouldn't be enough to distribute. He randomly selected some men and middle-aged women, asking them to wait in the village for now. After he returned all the women from the other villages, he would bring these people back to the head mountain together. The people he selected were both men and women. In Wan's view, the usefulness of these women was even greater than that of the men. These villagers wouldn't be able to contribute much. They couldn't even lift the giant stones and beams needed to build the Lord's Mansion. Instead, these women could help cook, and their food consumption was smaller. Time passed slowly. Soon, Xia Lin's Lord's Mansion was completed. After the people who had come to help returned, they indeed relayed what they had seen during this time to the villagers. The thieves, once arrogant, now spoke humbly and obediently in front of Xia Lin, gradually coming to believe that there truly was someone who had subdued them. Especially in the villages that Xia Lin and Shuizi had visited, the villagers recalled what Xia Lin and Shuizi had said back then, lamenting their lack of insight, while also feeling a sense of pride. They felt honored that such a great person as Xia Lin had actually dined in their village. From now on, the people living in Jiuli no longer had to worry about being plundered by thieves. Just this alone brought them to tears. Although those despicable thieves were not executed, as long as these villagers could survive, who would think of risking their lives to take revenge on the thieves? Moreover, now that they were still alive, they had become enforcers of public order, working under the orders of the new lord to help develop Wasteland. This was already the best outcome. Jiuli had been impoverished and weak, even with the help of people like Ju Tian Wan to cultivate the land. The remaining grain was still insufficient to get through the initial months. Shuizi initially wanted to write to He Tanda Shi for assistance, but Xia Lin stopped her. He believed this was not a difficult task, as he had previously obtained the Orochi Fruit. Although he had not fully mastered it yet, he could use its abilities to some extent. He directly used the fruit to accelerate the growth of the first batch of crops, instantly resolving this tricky problem. However, this ability cannot be used too often, as it consumes the fertility of the land too much. Fortunately, after addressing the urgent situation, the remaining tasks became much simpler. With a vast area and a sparse population, Xia Lin planned to develop a mixed agriculture of alternating livestock and farming in Jiuli. The changes in Jiuli could not be hidden from other villages. In fact, Xia Lin never intended to keep it secret. He set up defenses at the border, and soon the flower capital noticed the changes in Jiuli. Unlike other villages in the Land of Harmony, there are deep and wide waters separating them, and the only way to cross the river is by boat or bridge. In previous years, several major bridges leading to Jiuli were only guarded on one side. However, Xia Lin has now sent people to guard the passage of the bridges specifically. Generally, those who come to Jiuli are only wanted criminals, and Xia Lin welcomed them all. After all, as long as they come over, they are under the arrangement of the Great Snake's mark, and they will work honestly here for reformation. What criminals? They are free labor. Xia Lin dispatched personnel to guard the main roads, not out of fear of people coming in, but to prevent scattered thieves hiding in the mountains from finding opportunities to leave Jiuli. After establishing the defense line, the guards on the other end of the bridge could naturally see each other. As a result, the changes in Jiuli gradually spread out. This was not a trivial matter, under the intentional promotion of Xia Lin and the Black Charcoal Great Snake. General Kei Getsu Yashikatsu in the flower capital soon learned of this. After all, they had never heard of Xia Lin before. A sudden appearance of someone who silently took over Jiuli and even named himself the Lord of Jiuli made it hard for them to ignore. If Xia Lin were replaced by Kei Getsu Den at this moment, it would certainly be a different scene. What do you all think? Yashikatsu actually did not have much talent. It would be better to consult other lords when facing such issues. The pacification of the Jiuli thieves is actually a good thing for us in the Land of Harmony, said Shimazuki Ushimaru, whose territory is behind Suzu and does not border Jiuli, hence he has no concerns. Shimazuki Ushimaru resembled Soro quite a bit, suggesting a possible familial connection. Jiuli is Fost. If it could truly develop, it would surely become prosperous in a few years, and the wealth of the country would increase. Keigetsu Yashikatsu nodded. This was also his thought. If Jiuli develops, the flower capital would receive a share of the tax revenue, which would be a good thing for him. The key issue remained Xia Lin. They knew nothing about him. I think it is not acceptable. Historically, the noble families have only been Tenjetsu, Shimatsuki, Kazumitsu, Amitsuki, and Kuroten. Now that the Kuroten clan has been removed, how can someone of unknown origin become a lord? The current lord of the TD clan objected. Regardless, from the intelligence we have received, that person has indeed pacified the thieves of Jiuli. Now, a large number of warriors are under his command. If we suddenly deny the legitimacy of his existence, it might escalate into war, which would be detrimental to the country. Someone said, this statement caused everyone to fall silent. The warriors of Jiuli are desperate fighters who have fought their way out. If a riot breaks out, even if it can be quelled, it would undoubtedly come at a great cost. Moreover, the critical question is who would be sent to pacify them. Several lords exchanged glances, but none were willing to take on the task. Who would want to undertake such a thankless job? If Keigetsu Yashikatsu promised to pacify Jiuli, then Jiuli would belong to whoever did it, and they could give a try. But that was unrealistic otherwise. Jiuli Wunti have been a lawless area for so many years. Kang family, why aren't you speaking? Yashikatsu looked at the Kang family curiously and asked. In his view, Shimazuki Kei was a relatively steady person, so he was quite concerned about the other party's opinion. General, Kei nodded. I was thinking that I seemed to have heard of this person somewhere. Oh. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned to him. Recently, I seem to hear some people talking on the streets of Baiwu about a man and a woman claiming they would pacify Xia Lin. Originally, those people took it as a joke, but unexpectedly, news of Xia Lin being pacified came so quickly. Shimazuki Kei picked up a newspaper, which clearly showed the figures of Xia Lin and Yukiko standing in front of the Lord's mansion. So, it really is these two people? Kei nodded. Before coming here, I specifically asked residents who had seen these two people with their own eyes, and it was indeed them, without a doubt. I also specially investigated their identities, and it seems there are no issues. So, it should not be a big problem. The Lord of Heim said. After thinking for a moment, she suggested, General, why not first acknowledge the other party as the Lord of Xia Lin, and then wait for Lord Wai Dan to arrive at Xia Lin, and see if this Lord of Xia Lin is qualified? It would also be a good opportunity to restore his relationship with Lord Wai Dan. That sounds good. Shimazuki Ushimara nodded. If there is anyone besides Wai Dan who can pacify Xia Lin, it would surely be him. If Wai Dan feels that the other party is not a qualified lord, it would also be a chance to eliminate him and have Wai Dan take over the position of Lord of Xia Lin. Upon hearing this, Keigetsu Yashikatsu nodded. Thinking about it, it would be best if the Lord of Xia Lin is not qualified, so that when restoring the father-son relationship between Wai Dan and himself, it would be more convincing. Although Keigetsu Yashikatsu had severed ties with Wai Dan in anger, everyone knew that their relationship would ultimately be restored. Keigetsu Yashikatsu had no other offspring. In their eyes, the Lord of the Land of Harmony could only be Keigetsu Wai Dan. Where's Wai Dan now? Keigetsu Yashikatsu asked. He has already gone south from Heim some time ago. He should be in TD now. Upon hearing this, Keigetsu Yashikatsu nodded, then paused and said, Then let us first grant that person named Xia Lin the title of Lord Xia Lin. To him, Xia Lin is not something he values much. After all, he sees this place as a piece of meat that he cannot eat. Now that there is a ruler, he can actually benefit a bit, so why not? As for Xia Lin's surname issue, considering the many warriors and military power in Xia Lin, he felt it was not very important. Don't be fooled by those warriors seeming weak in front of Xia Lin. In reality, Xia Lin's strength at this time is not inferior to that of Doflamingo. With such strength, he could completely violently rule a country in the New World. Soon, the acknowledgement of Xia Lin's legitimacy as the Lord of Xia Lin was published in the newspaper. The people living in Xia Lin suddenly felt as if they had switched to a different world from their previous lives. Previously, everyone lived in thatched houses and barely had clothes to cover themselves. Now there was enough food. Even the houses, with the help of those in charge, have been replaced with new ones for every household. In an instant, Xia Lin's reputation in Xia Lin has risen tremendously. As expected of Lord Xia Lin, he has quickly become the Lord of Xia Lin. The black charcoal great snake exclaimed upon seeing this news. I need to speed up my efforts as well. Now black charcoal Murin is also in the Land of Harmony. They're using their accumulated wealth to recruit some warriors and have also purchased a lot of weapons. Originally, resettling them was a problem, but now that Xia Lin has pacified Xia Lin, these people can actually be placed in Xia Lin, allowing them to contribute to Xia Lin as well. In fact, Heightened Dash doesn't really need any military force. He only wants to use the Kong family as a stepping stone to slowly get closer to Keigetsu SHK. Developing military strength is purely for future considerations. Soon, several months passed, and the year was coming to an end, with a new year about to arrive. Keigetsu Waita finally reached the borders of Tidon, intending to see the last rural area of Wano, Xia Lin. It was said that someone had recently pacified what was originally a chaotic land, Xia Lin. That person must be very strong to have pacified such a hell on earth, Tsurujija retorted. The others, including Aizu and Kiku, were still very young and had little understanding of these matters. Only Kanjiro's eyes showed a slight fluctuation, but no one noticed. A samurai who has pacified the bandits of Xia Lin? That's an achievement no one has accomplished for hundreds of years. I would really like to meet such a person, Waita said excitedly. In fact, Waita had intended to go to Xia Lin since he left the flower capital. At that time, he stayed with the Kong family for a few days and heard about the Azura boy, who was like a demon, and decided he wanted to meet this person. However, now his goal naturally became to defeat the Azura boy, Xia Lin. Upon hearing this, Sanjiro was unconvinced. Is it really that great? I believe there won't be a warrior more powerful than Lord Oda. Isn't that obvious? You, my friend, Kinemon said matter-of-factly. These two were absolute admirers of Oda. After all, they had witnessed Oda slay the mountain god with a single strike. So it was normal for them to worship each other. Oda and his group headed towards Kuri, and by the time they reached the great bridge leading to Kuri, several days had passed. The guards recognized that this person was the shogun's son, so naturally, no one dared to stop him. A few people on the bridge were stunned by the sight of Kuri. As far as the eye could see, there were vast fields, with golden rice ears hanging down in clusters, looking from afar like the legendary land of gold. Gulp. The often hungry Ikuzo and Kiku subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Their small figures looked amazed. Hey, is this really the infamous Kuri, a desolate wasteland where not a blade of grass grows? Kinnaman exclaimed in surprise. Even the flower capital doesn't have such extensive farmland, right? The houses over there, although few in number, look brand new and luxurious. Sanjiro also said, is this really not the flower capital? Did we go the wrong way? To think that Kuri has been managed so well is truly impressive. In the past, Reizu of the Odin clan had a bit of experience, but it was precisely because of this that he felt even more astonished. Kuri used to be a place filled with smoke and filth. One could say it was a land strewn with corpses. Yet unexpectedly, it has transformed into such a prosperous scene. Oda compared it with the various villages he had traveled through over the past 2 years. The coldness of Suzume and the desolation of Kimi, and he realized he had never seen such a sight before. It seems the Lord of Kuri is truly remarkable. The group was just about to step off the bridge when they were stopped by the guards. Since Kuri was established, it had also engaged in economic exchanges with other villages. Merchants from other villages were initially worried whether the people of Kuri would abide by the law, but seeing the potential profits, they decided to give it a try. Soon they discovered that the reborn Kuri not only had no so-called underworld factions trying to take a share of the pie, but even the mighty army of the Tenryubido had no illegal activities. Doing business here only required paying the necessary taxes, and the profits were far greater than in other villages, which made Kuri even more prosperous. Thus, the guards' duties became more important. Xia Lin Kudanti put the Great Serpent seal on every single person coming to do business, so to avoid trouble, they had to be on high alert. Several guards recognized Oda's identity. Although they did not stop him, they simultaneously reported the news up the line. Before long, Oda's every move was presented before Xia Lin. The troublesome guy is here. Xia Lin shook his head. He didn't like Kazuki Odin, but now he couldn't ignore him. What troubled him was that the other party seemed unaware of how much he was disliked. Kazuki Odin was already making his way toward the Lord's mansion. Yukiko said unhappily, because along the way, that guy and his companions were anything but honest. Wherever they went, chaos followed, especially since they had no money on them. As soon as Kazuki Odin got hungry, he would casually raid the fields and start a fire to cook. Others like Kinnaman and Sanjiro were constantly stealing. And even the Tenryubido's people had tried to capture them several times, but unfortunately, they were no match and ended up being beaten back. Let me go take him down, Sukatamaru said angrily. He had never been fond of those born into noble families, especially someone like Kazuki Odin, the shogun's son, who was completely oblivious to the suffering of the common people and acted recklessly. Kuri had finally turned into this state, and he wanted to come and ruin it. You shouldn't be his match, Xia Lin said. During this time, Sukatamaru had been Xia Lin's sparring partner. It had to be said that his strength was much greater than that of the Great Serpent, and both had made significant progress in this time. However, Sukatamaru was still a bit weaker than Odin. Don't bother with him. His destination should be something like this. He'll find his way here eventually. Xia Lin thought for a moment and said, if Korizumi the Serpent wants to deal with the Kazuki family, let him handle it slowly. I want to interfere. Additionally, if anyone suffers losses because of this guy, they will be compensated accordingly. Upon receiving the orders, Yukiko and Sukatamaru nodded. Xia Lin actually didn't want too much interaction with Kazuki Odin. After all, it still felt a bit unlucky. However, his strength wasn't enough yet, so he could only endure for a while. Although Xia Lin didn't like Kazuki Odin, he had to admit that the other party was indeed strong. At least, Sukatamaru wouldn't be his opponent, and if Xia Lin didn't use the full body transformation of the Zoan type, he wouldn't be a match for Kazuki Odin either. Therefore, in Xia Lin's view, opposing Kazuki Odin at this time was meaningless and also ungrateful. Since Korizumi, the serpent, wanted to deal with him, Xia Lin was willing to let him take his time. However, if this guy comes to provoke, that's another matter. Xia Lin sat at the table, while Shuizi continuously listed the crimes committed by the other party after entering Jiuli, one by one. In fact, these are mostly minor offenses. Just some things broken or some items stolen. Most of these petty thefts were committed by Jin Weimin and Chuan Silong. These two had been small-time hoodlums in the Flower City since the beginning, and their thievery and sneaky behavior could almost be considered instinctual. If it were Yudian, he would do it openly and brazenly. For example, when he was hungry, he would directly sit in the fields, start a fire, and cook, completely oblivious to the fact that the food he was eating was grown with others' hard work, and he didn't see his actions as theft. These were originally just minor issues. And so far, since they entered Jiuli, aside from the military of the Tianling officials sent to capture them, they hadn't harmed anyone. However, the laws Xia Lin established in Jiuli were rather strict, and what seemed like minor issues in other villages was enough to land him in jail here. If Yudian hadn't come to provoke, it would have been fine, but as long as he dared to come, Xia Lin would dare to make him do labor reform. He would also add a charge of assaulting a daimyo, making him work in the fields for 7 or 8 years. Of course, at this stage, Xia Lin didn't want to make his relationship with the Flower City too tense, as it might complicate things for the Great Snake. A few days later, the documents recording Yudian's crimes on Xia Lin's desk had piled up several layers high. At this point, this troublemaker finally arrived in front of the daimyo's residence. Xia Lin's daimyo residence was built on the original stronghold of Jiutianwan, and from a distance, it looked like a towering castle or stone tower, distinctly separate from the housing areas at the foot of the mountain. What a magnificent building! Yudian's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed. The daimyo residence of Jiuli, along with the town at the foot of the mountain, was very prosperous and was the most populated town in all of Jiuli. The houses in the town were all 2 or 3 stories high, with a constant flow of merchants coming and going. Just standing in the town, one could truly feel the prosperity, and looking up at the towering city tower to the north, it felt as if a giant was gazing down at the earth. Yudian felt that standing atop such a castle and looking into the distance would surely give one a broad perspective. For a moment, Yudian also felt a sense of admiration for the daimyo of Jiuli, whom he had never met. No matter what kind of person this is, or how powerful he is, at least he is qualified in his identity as the Lord of Kuji. Along the way, he hardly saw anyone in Kuji who couldn't find enough to eat or who was sleeping on the streets. Such a situation would be impossible even in the flower capital. The location of the Lord's mansion used to be called Tizan. Riai's explained that it seems the Lord of Kuji found that name too unpleasant, so it was changed to YK-zan. Even the town at the foot of the mountain became YK Town. Jigitsuyuda was not interested in names. Let's go see this legendary Lord of Kuji, he said, striding towards YK-zan with a bow-legged gait. The others hurried to catch up. As they passed through the towns along the way, they attracted quite a few curious glances. Yuda was already very eye-catching, and being the son of a general made him known to many people in Wano Country. The original residents of Kuji had naturally never seen this character. However, there were many merchants from the flower capital now doing business in Kuji. Those people were not unfamiliar with Yuda, who loved to cause trouble. After being expelled from the flower capital for nearly 2 years, it seemed this guy had not changed at all. Many had already heard about the trouble he caused after entering Kuji, and their impression of him was not very good. Kuji had truly become the favorite place for merchants from other regions of Wano Country. Doing business here earned them about 40 to 50 more gold and silver than in other regions. And they didn't have to worry about extortion from the underworld or officials. Even those who wanted to spend money for peace of mind were turned down. They were all amazed at how the Lord of Kuji managed to keep his people in such a tight grip. In short, Kuji had completely become a paradise, with people living and working happily and businesses thriving. As long as one was willing to work, they could have enough to eat. There was even some level of assistance for those who could not work. Of course, how one was considered unable to work and the extent of assistance were judged very strictly. Sharon had the confidence to implement such a social security system in Kuji. Even if the level of support was actually very small, it was something other towns would not dare to imagine. This was thanks to Kuji's climate and the originally low population density. After large-scale reclamation, Sharon obtained a lot of grain, some of which was distributed to the people of Kuji. However, most of the newly reclaimed fields belonged to him. The crops he hastened to ripen in the first season were mostly given to the people to improve their lives and fill their stomachs. The grains from subsequent harvests were completely stored in Kuji's granaries, becoming Sharon's property. He then used the abundant grain to begin trade with other towns, which brought in many talents, speeding up the development of Kuji. Now, even the servants at Sharon's mansion were bought from various towns. It seemed that there were no pleasure quarters in sight. There are no pleasure quarters? Kinneman looked around. He and Tanshir had stolen some money on the way, initially planning to go to a pleasure quarter to relieve some stress. However, they hadn't seen any sign of pleasure quarters along the way. Pleasure quarters, or Waikaku, and the so-called Waijo are the courtesans who sell their bodies. In Wano Country, regardless of the region, pleasure quarters are a very prosperous industry. But after entering Kuji, they hadn't seen any sign of them. Could it be that Kuji has no pleasure quarters? Tanshir speculated. How could that be possible? Kinemon quickly retorted. Waijo and Waikaku are intangible cultural heritages of Wano Country. How could such good things be eliminated? Kinemon was so angry that his yellow hair stood on end, shouting, if there are no pleasure quarters to bring joy, then no matter how beautiful Kuji is, it will always feel lacking in his eyes. As a distinctive industry, indeed very distinctive, Sharon certainly would not just eliminate the pleasure quarters. Not to mention, such industries are always the most profitable wherever and whenever. However, such industries must not run rampant. Otherwise, the harm they cause to society is quite significant. To avoid situations of coercing people into prostitution, every Waijo or courtesan must register their information accurately, and the content registered for courtesans and Waijo is completely different. Courtesans actually refer to geishas who sell their art, not their bodies. However, this so-called selling art without selling one's body is merely waiting for a price in other pleasure quarters, and these courtesans are not of such a noble status. If someone is willing to pay, especially someone they cannot offend, do they still have a choice? However, there is no need to worry about this in Xia Lin, as Xia Lin is already the highest-ranking person here. Who else could oppress these people? Every courtesan must register their information to avoid the tragedy of being forced into prostitution. Because of this, the number of brothels in Xia Lin is relatively small compared to other regions. But it's only small in comparison. In such a world, in order to survive or live better, many people are willing to sell their bodies. Compared to the hard labor required to earn food, isn't it easier to simply spread one's legs and have gold and silver roll in? It is important to note that in Xia Lin, no matter what kind of job one does, they only need to pay taxes and do not have to pay extra to the underworld. As a result, many women from other regions who cannot afford to eat are actually willing to come to Xia Lin to make a living. However, becoming a resident of Xia Lin is not easy now. Since that is the case, some choose to become courtesans in Xia Lin, hoping that after a few years, they can buy themselves out and truly become citizens of Xia Lin. Besides those who voluntarily become courtesans, some are sold into brothels due to debt. These individuals are not immediately recognized as courtesans. They must repay their debts, but how they repay depends on their willingness. If they are willing to work to pay off their debts, they will not be sent to the brothels. Many people have turned misfortune into opportunity and have instead gained the chance to work in the Lord's mansion. However, such people need to go through very strict screening. First, their appearance must pass the test, and then their family background must be clean. This aspect has always been controlled by Xuezi, whose goal is to establish a large harem for Xia Lin. Therefore, she specifically selects women of various identities, including but not limited to dancers, the families of criminals' sisters, and mothers and daughters. When Yuqian spoke to Jinmin and Chuanjiro about the brothel, he suddenly felt a bit excited. He started visiting the pleasure quarters at the age of 6 and established a harem with temples and women at the age of 15. However, ever since he was expelled from the Flower City, he obviously has not had the opportunity to interact with women. However, compared to such matters, Oda was more interested in Sakatemaru and Xia Lin, who had defeated Sakatemaru. He had heard that the battle that pacified Kiri was accomplished by the current Kiri daimyo all by himself. Moreover, it took him less than a day to sweep away the bandits on Kageyama, Tizan. Such a powerful figure made Oda feel very excited. He lived in the isolationist Wano Country. Since birth, he had fought with drunkards at the age of 8, tussled with the gangsters of the flower capital at 9, and at 15, he had snatched away the women of the residents of the flower capital. This was not just for the sake of the Minotaur, but also to have a fight with those women as husbands or family members. However, to this day, including the mountain god Shirabuda, who could have destroyed the flower capital 2 years ago, no one had been his opponent. If this Kiri daimyo was indeed as powerful as the legends claimed, perhaps he could stir up a bit of excitement in his currently dull life. Furthermore, Oda hoped to gain the support of a daimyo. While there were a few other daimyos from various regions who had good relations with him, such as the Q family, even they were unwilling to support the idea of founding a country in Wano. This country was too restrictive for Oda. Living in such a place felt like being a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to imagine how vast the world was. Living in such a corner of the world, ruling over a group of insignificant people while calling oneself a king. It was hard to fathom how grand and expansive the outside world was. Perhaps the so-called noble status of a general in Wano was worth nothing in the eyes of people overseas. how foolish these generals and residents of Wano were, who were so self-satisfied and immersed in their own world. Oda had wanted to leave this country since he was young, and up until now, he had secretly gone to sea 38 times, but unfortunately, each time ended in failure. This was also the reason why Koyuki Yoshiaki had severed his father-son relationship with him. He would discuss the matter of the Pleasure District later. First, he wanted to see this Kiri daimyo. Oda said, upon hearing this, Kinemon and the others naturally did not dare to object, but Kanjiro still worriedly said, will such a noble figure as the Kiri daimyo meet with us? What are you joking about? Lord Oda is the son of the general. Kinemon shouted, but he was interrupted by Oda before he could finish his sentence. Kinemon, I have severed my father-son relationship with the general. I'm no longer the general's son, nor am I part of the Koyuki clan. Oda waved his hand. As they walked to Kiri, aside from having met the Q family once, the other daimyos from different regions treated him as if he were invisible. However, Oda did not mind this at all. This identity was merely a constraint for him. Even so, Lord Oda, you are still the #1 warrior of Wano. Even if the Kiri daimyo boasts about being the #1 warrior of Wano, can you please not shout loudly in the street? Kinemon's words were once again interrupted. However, this time it was not Oda who interrupted him, but the cold voice of a woman. The group turned to look and saw a woman in a kimono accompanied by a troop of soldiers dressed in purple armor, wielding naginatas, approaching them. It was obvious that this group was the army of the daimyo, and their target was likely these few of them. Oda glanced over, and a beautiful woman in a white kimono adorned with light plum blossom patterns caught his eye. At first glance, he felt as if he was not seeing a woman but a piece of cold, icy snow. The weaker ones, like Kazu and Kiku no Jo, even almost thought they had momentarily returned to that cold Ringo. What an impressive woman, just like the legendary Snow Woman. The so-called Snow Woman is not only cold, but also powerful. She is a legendary monster capable of taking lives amidst wind and snow. In Oda's view, Yuki at this moment was just like a Snow Woman, not only stunningly beautiful and cold, but also immensely powerful, at least among the people currently following him. No one except for himself would be a match for Yuki. Despite Kinemon's appearance, he was still the future Kinemon. Although he had not yet received proper training, his physical strength was not something ordinary people could compare to. This was evident 2 years ago when the samurai who captured Shirabuta were no match for Kinemon combined. Not just Jinwaiman, but even a professional ninja like Riai's is probably not an easy opponent for Yukiko. During this period, although Yukiko has often been busy with official duties, she has not neglected her training. Compared to before, her strength has improved significantly. At this moment, Yukiko heard Odin's admiration but did not show any good expression. This so-called son of the general appeared great and carried a certain noble aura in the eyes of others. Even though he had severed ties with the general now, his status was not something ordinary people could compare to. However, in Yukiko's view, he was nothing more than a capable wandering ronin, arrogantly causing chaos with his martial prowess. Since entering Kuri, this group had sparked countless disturbances, and even the army sent to capture them had been driven back. As for his identity as the son of the general, it seemed even more worthless to her. The true rulers of this country should be Lord Xia Lin, not Kazuki Odin or the Kazuki clan. Once that Kaido guy's plan succeeds, living in humiliation would be a luxury. Thinking of this, Yukiko again complained about that Kaido guy. That ugly monster insisted on saying he hoped to take revenge on the Kazuki clan with his own hands, even seeking Lord Xia Lin's permission. As a result, the situation had become so troublesome. If Lord Xia Lin had done this himself, he probably would have long since brought Wano under control. However, that said, Kazuki Odin's strength is indeed a hindrance. Come with me, Lord Xia Lin wants to see you. Yukiko coldly tossed out this sentence, then turned around and walked away with small steps. She was wearing wooden sandals, and her tightly bound kimono made her steps even smaller. From behind, it looked as if the branches bent under the weight of the snow, gently trembling in the air. Reizu and Kinemon's eyes nearly bulged out, their heads stretching out like giraffes. Hey, you too. Odin shook his head, knowing that his subordinates were a bit wild and hard to tame. However, this woman in front of him indeed had an intriguing presence, her demeanor like a cluster of delicate plum blossoms, and her temperament like the cold and sharp white snow. Yukiko always had two faces, one in front of others and another in front of Xia Lin. Stop staring, hurry up and follow, Odin said, eager to meet the Lord of Kuri and the Ashura boy. The few of them followed Yukiko and the local government troops, becoming even more eye-catching along the way. Damn it, in the future, Lord Odin should also have such a grand appearance. Kinemon and Tsunetaro envied. A unified army with synchronized steps exuded an indescribable aura, as if it was an ever-converging river and a certain power twisted together, looking invincible. In their eyes, Kazuki Odin, who would eventually become the shogun of Wano Country, should also have an army like this to match his status. As the saying goes, a horse runs to the mountain. Although the mountain seemed close at hand, it still took them quite a while to reach its foothills. Here, the number of guards noticeably increased. Many of the accompanying people dispersed and returned to their original posts. On the winding mountain path, there stood a soldier in armor at regular intervals, and the road beneath their feet was paved with blue stones. Walking on this road, they were stared at with cold eyes by the soldiers on both sides. For some timid individuals, this was already an indescribable pressure. Kinnaman felt a sense of oppression while secretly thinking bad thoughts. It's just a mere lord's residence, yet it's built so grandly. One would think that this Lord of Kuri is the shogun of this country. Although they hadn't seen Sharon yet, Kinnaman and the others already had a negative impression of him. This was not solely due to the grandeur of the Lord's residence. The most important reason was their experiences along the way. In other regions, they had caused trouble too. However, only the Lord of Kuri would send soldiers to capture them for eating some crops or damaging property. Moreover, that woman just said something about the Lord wanting to see them. At first, they were bewildered by her demeanor and appearance, but now thinking about it, didn't that sound like a summons? Just a mere Lord of Kuri, and yet he should put on such airs? Did he really think that after severing ties with Lord Odin, he became just an ordinary citizen? It should be known that even the Shimatsuki clan, which had served as the Lord of Shirobaki, no longer dared to treat Odin with such an attitude. The lords of other regions would simply turn a blind eye and not regard Odin as a refugee. The group followed Yukiko up the mountain path until they reached the gates of the lord's residence, at which point the soldiers around them had completely dispersed. The guards at the gate saw Yukiko approaching and immediately took on serious expressions, opening the gate. Instantly, the group was stunned by the sight before them, like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Upon entering the gate, the first thing they saw was a courtyard. This courtyard was modeled after the gardens of Suzhou, redesigned by Sharon. Although his memory wasn't very clear, the scenery presented still shocked someone like Kinnaman. Despite being born in the flower capital, had little experience. "Oh, this garden is pretty nice," Odin exclaimed. "I've never seen such a beautiful garden before." In other words, even the shogun's residence is no better than this. However, this is also understandable, as he has put a lot of thought into the daimyo's residence in Kairi. Although he will definitely move to the City of Flowers in the end, according to the progress on Orochimaru's side, it will take at least another 10 years. This also means that he will have to live in this daimyo's residence for about 10 years, so it is natural to put in some effort. Yukiko led them through the winding corridors and the clear, flowing pond water, making the entire garden seem almost enchanting. However, although the scenery is beautiful, it is clearly somewhat unbearable for them in front of someone like Yuta and Kinnaman. Kinnaman frowned and whispered to Tsuranasuke, "Wouldn't it be faster to go straight? Why do we have to take such a long route?" It was evident that Yuta had the same thought. The garden looked beautiful at first glance. However, the winding corridors made what should have been a short journey feel long. Although the greenery and water scenery along the way were lovely, and the rockeries and carved railings were exquisite, they still felt uncomfortable. These long corridors intertwined like intestines, a winding maze, and with a light leap, one could easily jump over about a meter wide. Yet, they had to walk step by step, which made Yuta feel very uneasy, or rather, constrained. At this moment, he felt particularly confined, just like in Kuju and the flower capital. It was not just a road, but also the various rules in Kuju that made him want to break free. However, he overlooked that acting on impulse cannot be considered freedom. Some of these rules that made him feel constrained were necessary. Of course, at this moment, he was not aware of this, and later he would find it even harder to understand. Now, all he wanted was to quickly jump out of this framework and free himself from the shackles on him. "Hey, woman, tell me which room the daimyo of Kuju is in, and I'll find it myself," he shouted loudly at Yukiko. Upon hearing this, Yukiko, who was walking ahead, slowly stopped and turned to look at him. "Find it yourself? What do you mean? Do you think I will let you rude people wander around here?" Yukiko said coldly, her words very impolite. She did not like Kei Getsuyuta, and although Lord Natsuhayashi had requested to see him, he never said to treat him with courtesy. Moreover, there were many maids in the daimyo's residence, all of whom she had painstakingly gathered to establish a harem for Natsuhayashi. The inner court was a place where those marked with the great serpent's seal could not enter. Heaven knows what would happen if these people saw those beautiful maids. "You dare call us rude?" Kinnaman gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and looked very angry. Don't get it wrong, woman. The one standing in front of you is. Wait, Kinnaman, I'm no longer the son of the general, Yuta interrupted him, instantly leaving Kinnaman speechless. But Kinnaman and the others could not understand why their lord Yuta could still maintain a good temper at this moment. They did not realize that Natsu Hayashi, who was watching everything from the high pavilion, understood that it was because Yuta, with the Getsu bloodline, was truly capable of enduring. Seeing this, Natsu Hayashi casually stretched out his hand and summoned a maid. The maid named Keiko, who was on duty to serve Natsu Hayashi today, quickly ran over and respectfully said, Lord Natsu Hayashi, do you have any orders? Like Yukiko, Keiko had not been marked with a great serpent seal. In fact, most of the maids had not been marked with such a seal. Although they were all collected by Yukiko, there was no coercion in the process. Rather, this had allowed them to escape from suffering. Keiko was originally a resident of another town because she was beautiful but came from an ordinary background. She was later noticed by a local rich man. When a man's proposal was rejected, he angrily devised a plan that shattered her family, leaving her with huge debts that she could not repay, and she was eventually sold into a brothel to repay those debts. Later, hearing about Kuju, Keiko thought, since she was going to be sold into a brothel anyway, it would be better to go to Kuju, where it was said that the share for the courtesans was much higher. Moreover, the brothels in Kuju were reportedly very focused on hygiene, reducing the likelihood of disease. Keiko had seen some courtesans who had contracted diseases, and their miserable appearances terrified her. After much hardship, when she finally arrived in Kuju, she was noticed by Yukiko during registration. Yukiko helped her pay off her debts and brought her to the daimyo's residence. Escaping the tragic fate of being toyed with by many, Keiko, who now had no one to rely on, regarded this daimyo's residence as her home. Moreover, the daimyo was very handsome, making her feel as if her life had suddenly changed. Keiko, send someone down to tell Yukiko to bring those people to the first floor. And don't let there be any conflict, Natsu Hayashi said. Bring them to the high building? Keiko exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. Yes, go ahead. Understood. The high building, or rather the tower, was the most spacious structure in the daimyo's residence, resembling a giant tower with 9 floors. The bottom 2 floors were used for handling official business. The third floor was like a dining hall, generally used only for banquets. Each upper floor had a different purpose, but all were places that no one could enter except for the maids. Generally, meetings with outsiders were held only in the outer courts conference hall. Besides this towering building, there were other structures, such as houses for miscellaneous workers, kitchens, training halls, private academies, etc. In the garden, Yukiko was confronting Yuta with an unfriendly expression. Yuta was not bothered by being called rude to his face. After all, it was a fact, and he did not feel ashamed of it. Instead, he felt proud. Sometimes, he knowingly committed many wrongs just to experience the exhilarating feeling of breaking free from constraints. Natsu Hayashi did not dislike straightforward people. In fact, his opinion of Getsu Yuta had changed while watching the anime. Initially, he had no strong feelings about him, but as Yuta, a man, refused to take responsibility and later engaged in a series of infuriating actions. Along with the fact that everyone had to like him as much as they liked the red-haired Shanks. This made Natsu Hayashi feel disgusted with him. However, this aversion is much less compared to his son. Xia Lin sometimes maliciously contemplates whether it would be better to prevent that must-die guy from being born or to let him be born and then suffer torment until death. Getsu Odin, since you have already admitted that you are not the son of the shogun, then in Kuri, you must act according to Kuri's regulations. Yukiko was still speaking, but the expression on Getsu Odin's face had already twisted, looking like countless layers of flesh piled together. Yukiko was furious. If it weren't for a maid coming over to relay Xia Lin's words, she might have already drawn her sword to attack. After receiving Xia Lin's orders, no matter how angry she was, she would not defy them. She shot them a fierce glance filled with the desire to kill Odin and the others, then took a deep breath and said forcefully, "Follow me." Odin did not want to argue in such a situation. After all, he knew nothing about the new lord of Kuri, Xia Lin, and he hoped to gain some support from him regarding nation building or going to sea. Other lords, even the K family, would not stand on the same side as him on this matter. However, this new lord of Kuri had that possibility. The ability to pacify Kuri, a place that had been chaotic for hundreds of years, was enough to prove his ambition. Pacifying Kuri was not something that other regions or Hanamachi could not accomplish. It just required some cost. This led successive shoguns to subconsciously overlook Kuri. After all, what was wrong with maintaining the status quo? For them, as long as they maintained the status quo, they could continue their rule. A remote place like Kuri mattered little. Thus, Xia Lin, who was able to transform Kuri into its current prosperous state, might be someone who could adapt. So Odin restrained himself and the others, slowly following Yukiko to the main hall. Upon arrival, the guards had turned into women. These women wore light armor and held swords, and it was clear that their strength was not lacking. Yukiko had brought many women to serve Xia Lin, and after entering the Lord's residence, they were assigned different tasks by Xia Lin. Some learned to read and write, while others trained in martial arts or other skills, including dance, singing, and musical instruments. When these female guards saw Yukiko approaching, they first nodded to her, then turned their gazes to Odin and the others, specifically to the swords hanging at their waists. There were a total of 8 people accompanying Odin, including Odin himself, Kinnaman, Saranasuke, Kanjiro, and Rei-Eyes, all of whom were armed. Weapons were prohibited inside. 2 guards stated directly and reached out to take the sword from their waists. Kinnaman was about to get angry when he saw Odin already taking down his Enma and Aim no Habakiri and handing them over. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to remove their weapons as well. Rei-Eyes, having too many weapons, was taken to another place for a body search. Odin's height exceeded 3 meters, and the lengths of the 2 swords in his hands were over 1.5 meters, feeling extremely heavy. These 2 swords were large blades, one of which was crafted for him by the current shogun Kei Getsu Sukiyaki. To be honest, as long as these 2 swords were still on Odin's person, the so-called severing of ties was merely a joke. Is this enough? Odin's patience was nearly exhausted as he asked loudly. Before the 2 maidens could respond, a voice came from within the residence. "Let them in, Yukiko." "Yes." Yukiko replied forcefully, then led Odin and the others inside. After passing through the long corridors and several sliding doors, Odin and the others finally saw Xia Lin sitting at a desk, who had been waiting for a long time. This person, who had accomplished the feat of subjugating Kuri, was not tall and did not look fierce at all. On the contrary, he appeared very gentle, even looking like someone who was not very good at fighting. At this moment, he was sitting at the desk looking at a pile of documents, seemingly troubled. Odin sensed the other's aura and could confirm that the seemingly weak appearance was just a facade. He could feel that the other's strength was actually quite formidable. However, it remained unknown who was stronger between them. Xia Lin was not in a receiving state at the moment, but during this time his strength had increased significantly, and his mastery of domineering was strengthening every day. "Are you the Lord of Kuri?" Odin asked loudly. "Rude thing, you should call him Lord Daimyo." Yukiko scolded. However, Xia Lin waved his hand to indicate that she didn't need to pay attention to those things. So Shuizi took small steps to his side and then knelt down. Jin Wei-min and the others looked at the cold woman being so obedient next to Xia Lin, and their expressions were quite interesting. "Please take a seat, Mr. Yuqian." Xia Lin's demeanor made Yuqian and the others unable to discern his joy. However, Xia Lin had indeed prepared the seats in advance, which looked quite solemn. "Huizi, let the servants bring the dishes." "Yes." Huizi nodded and slowly stepped out. After a while, several maidservants entered, carrying dishes and sake, and set up the banquet on the table in front of Odin and the others. The exquisite dishes and fragrant aromas made Jin Wei-min and the others swallow repeatedly. Except for Raizang, none of them had ever eaten anything particularly delicious. The most sumptuous food Jin Wei-min and Tsunetaro had eaten while following Odin was Odin. "No need to be polite, please enjoy." "Indeed, thank you for the hospitality. I'm just hungry." Odin was also attracted by the food in front of him, which was clearly something he had never seen before. Or rather, it seemed like there was no such style of cuisine in the land of Wa. Xia Lin didn't like to eat flashy Japanese cuisine, so the dishes in the daimyo's residence were all Chinese food. The dishes he had never seen before, with their aroma, color, and taste, seemed like something only a celestial being could savor. Odin took a bite and almost wanted to pick up the small table and swallow all the dishes. Several subordinates were also devouring the food, making a mess. "Delicious. This is so delicious. Is this what a daimyo eats?" Even a daimyo probably hasn't eaten such delicious food, Odin thought. Not to mention a daimyo, even a shogun surely hasn't. Odin even speculated that the method of making this cuisine might very well come from overseas. Thinking of this, he felt that the daimyo of Kuri might be able to help him go to sea. So he felt like the cushion beneath him was crawling with ants, making him very uncomfortable, and he could no longer sit still. "Daimyo, my name is Xia Lin." Xia Lin interrupted him. "Mr. Odin, you and your friends have caused quite a bit of trouble since entering Kuri." Xia Lin put down the documents in his hand and said softly, "Destroying farmland, robbing, stealing, damaging agricultural tools, and even killing a farmer's cow, and while in the city. damaging the doors of several shops. Odin, you must be mistaken. I wouldn't do anything sneaky. Odin said. He was willing to admit to damaging farmland, but he would never engage in stealing. Although you didn't do it, your friends did. As soon as Xia Lin finished speaking, Jin Weimin and the others all showed shameful expressions. Seeing their expressions, Odin felt a bit embarrassed as well. You guys, how could you do such petty theft? He scolded. But what he had done wasn't much better. These are just minor issues. The laws of Kyrie are strict, but as long as you can compensate at market price, you can avoid prison. The crops you damaged, the water wheels, and other things are all currently covered by my money. Xia Lin's words suddenly made Odin and the others feel a sense of goodwill. However, the next sentence is different. Compared to these trivial economic losses, you people resisting the army of the heavenly domain and injuring many is the real serious issue. Xia Lin said solemnly, Yu Qian, you disregard the law, injure others, and resist the government army. These crimes are enough to sentence you to death. But it was your people who came to cause trouble first. Jin Weimin said anxiously. It was also your people who broke the law first. Otherwise, how would the heavenly domain's officials come to arrest you? Xia Lin said. Originally, Jiu Tian intended to lead an army to eliminate you as thieves, but I stopped him. After all, Yu Qian is also the son of a general. What Xia Lin wants is to rule the land of harmony, not to go to war with it. Hearing this, Jin Weimin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. But then they realized that the Lord of Jiu Li would never do such a thing. Lord of Jiu Li, can you help me cover the medical expenses for those injured? Yu Qian said. He remembered that the injuries of those repelled soldiers shouldn't be too serious. This is not a problem, but if you want me to cover it, how do you plan to repay me? Xia Lin retorted, as far as I know. You seem to have no source of income right now, right? You should know that the number of injured is not small, and with those losses, it would take at least 1,000 gold to settle it. The currency of the land of harmony is calculated in platinum, gold, and silver. Among them, platinum is rare, while ordinary people commonly use gold and silver. 1 silver is worth about 100 berries decades later, and gold is worth about 10,000 berries. Unlike the ever-devaluing belly, the economy of Wano is a closed loop, with almost no devaluation or appreciation occurring. You don't need to worry about this. My strength is considerable, and my abilities are strong. If I work, I can earn money quickly. That's good. Then please let Mr. Oda stay in Kuriyama to work until the debt is paid off. I will instruct my subordinates to arrange a job for you. Xia Lin planned to have Oda work. As this guy has plenty of strength, it wouldn't be right not to make good use of it. Moreover, during this period, I won't provide you with any assistance. You will have to solve your own accommodation and meals. Oda nodded. After 2 years, he had already grown accustomed to sleeping outdoors, so it wasn't a big deal. More than this, he wanted to know Xia Lin's thoughts on opening the country. This is actually a sensitive topic in Wano, but Oda has never been one to hold back. He straightforwardly asked, I wonder what the Lord of Kuriyama thinks about the idea of Wano closing its borders? I heard that you, Oda, have attempted to go to sea 38 times so far, but all have failed. How come you haven't given up yet? Xia Lin felt as if he was chatting, as if he were Oda's friend. This kind of pretense didn't bother him. Rather, he found it somewhat enjoyable. I won't give up. This country is too restrictive. There's a much broader world overseas. Anything novel could happen. Aren't you curious? Oda exclaimed excitedly. Actually, I share the same view. Stagnation will only lead to self-destruction. However, I'm just the Lord of Kuriyama and can't oppose this century-old ban. There is no need to hide this. On the contrary, Oda seemed very pleased to hear this. It was the first time in his life that he had heard someone willing to agree with his idea of opening the country. Thinking of this, he was full of surprise and took the opportunity to say, in that case, once I pay off my debt, could I ask you to help me go abroad? However, Xia Lin shook his head. Yu Qian, going out to sea is against the law. Do you want me, as the daimyo of Jiu Li, to lead the way in breaking the law? Xia Lin said this intentionally. In reality, taking advantage of his position as the daimyo of Jiu Li, Kurizumi Mushi had already made several trips overseas. Although going out to sea from Jiu Li is quite difficult, with Xia Lin's help using the Amanozako, there isn't much risk involved. Xia Lin wanted to refuse Yu Tian's request to go out to sea, primarily to make him work harder for him. Once Yu Tian went out to sea, he would surely fall into piracy. Normally, after joining Whitebeard's crew and plundering treasures, Yu Tian should receive his share, but it seems he spent it elsewhere, likely on feasting with others. If Xia Lin helped him go out to sea, then a portion of those treasures would have to be turned over to Xia Lin. At the same time, he could have Yu Tian help gather devil fruits. All of this would count as Xia Lin's reward for helping him take such risks. Due to their positions, Xia Lin and Yu Tian would undoubtedly become enemies. Since that's the case, why not use this enemy's hand to strengthen oneself? The devil fruits are Xia Lin's primary goal, and the number of devil fruits in Wano is still too small. Xia Lin's enemies are not just Yutian. Wano will inevitably be caught up in the world's colossal waves one day, and he must prepare for the threats that will come then. Yutian, I cannot help you break the law, Xia Lin said. If the shogun finds out I sent his son out to sea, he will surely blame me. Although I am indeed curious about the world overseas, it is impossible for me to take such risks. Despite saying this, Xia Lin wore a look of insufficient interest, enticing Yutian to keep persuading him. Xia Lin wasn't in a hurry to relent. After all, Yutian still had to stay in Julie for a few years, working hard. After finishing their meal, Xia Lin did not let Yutian stay overnight, but sent them away. He pulled out a map and casually marked a location where he intended to have Yutian temporarily reside. Of course, land and housing cost money, and even the wood in the forest requires payment. Yutian still had debts to pay, and his debts had only increased. First, they needed to buy wood to build a house. Sujiro calculated that they still needed money for food, but fortunately, that daimyo later lent them a bit. Without money in Julie, it truly was difficult to get by. Speaking of this, Sujiro looked at Yutian and shouted, "Let's work, Lord Yutian." Ha! Kagetsu Yashikatsu lay on the tatami, unable to contain his laughter upon hearing the servants talk about Yutian's recent situation. Really? That Yutian is actually working honestly in Julie? How unbelievable. It seems this daimyo of Julie truly has some skills. Kagetsu Yashikatsu didn't care at all about Yutian being forced to work in Julie. Rather, it was surprising that Yutian's character allowed him to settle down and work honestly. It seemed that his travels over the past 2 years had indeed helped him grow a bit. In fact, Yutian had been arrested before for causing trouble when he was only 10 years old. He was then sent to a quarry and ended up becoming the headstone mason. The Kagetsu clan could be considered traditional artisans. For Yashikatsu, if there was anything worth mentioning in his life, it would be his sword-making skills. The 2 large swords in Yutian's hands, including the Amano Habakiri, came from his craftsmanship, along with the Sandai Kitetsu. Perhaps he had other works, but being able to forge large swords was enough to prove he was an extraordinary craftsman. With this connection, Yashikatsu didn't mind Xia Lin making Yutian do hard labor. Rather, he was pleased to see Yutian settle down. It was only natural for a reckless rogue to earn money through work to make up for his past mistakes. However, due to Yutian's past and identity, he appeared quite precious in the eyes of others. If this were publicized, the people of the flower capital would surely think that Yutian had turned over a new leaf, and their evaluation of him would rise. This way, as long as a suitable opportunity arose, Yashikatsu could reasonably restore their relationship and then pass on Wano to him. Additionally, since the beginning of the year, the large amount of grain tax sent from Julie has made Yashikatsu develop considerable interest and goodwill towards Xia Lin, the yet-to-be-met daimyo of Julie. However, if he knew that Xia Lin planned to have Yutian go to sea and be his tool, he probably wouldn't have such thoughts anymore. Lord Xia Lin, this is the financial statement for this month. Shuezi presented the financial accounts. Compared to when she first started, Shuezi's workload has been significantly reduced. Xia Lin appointed her as the head of the accounting department, which is responsible for finances among the 3 departments and can be considered a key position. If someone else were in this position, they could easily use its advantages to acquire a large amount of wealth. Currently, the finances of Jiuli are quite good, thanks to sufficient sources of income. Many of the fields in Jiuli are newly reclaimed, and the crops grown in these farmlands are his property. In addition to this, Xia Lin's tax burden on agriculture is relatively light, while the commercial tax is quite heavy. However, due to the lack of many corrupt practices in Jiuli, merchants only needed to pay their fair share of taxes and did not have to spend extra money. As a result, the profits that merchants could earn in Jiuli were actually greater. This way, with increased benefits for the merchants, Xia Lin's wealth also grew, slowly forming a virtuous cycle. Has Bai Wu's debt been repaid? Xia Lin asked. When Jiuli was first established, there was indeed a difficult period. At that time, although he used his abilities to hasten the ripening of crops to solve the basic needs, building Jiuli required money everywhere. For instance, infrastructure, medical care, road construction, and so on all needed money to hire people to do the work. Otherwise, how many people can those thieves rely on? Some tasks cannot be accomplished just by having strength. At that time, Zhulajing simply couldn't come up with the money, and at the same time, it couldn't provide enough manpower, so it could only borrow people and money from other villages. However, apart from Bai Wu, most of the other villages did not help Xia Lin with his plans. The Kong family, seeing that Julie had finally settled down, generously contributed both money and effort, likely influenced by the advice of the Big Snake. However, One matter is one matter. Since the Kong family provided timely assistance, Xia Lin didn't mind showing goodwill. So later, when everything was back on track, Xia Lin repaid the borrowed money to the other party double. The manpower at that time was also converted into gold and silver for repayment. Besides Bai Wu, in fact, Ling Ho also provided some manpower. However, this was exchanged for grain by Xia Lin, so there was no need to worry about it. As for the other villages, it can't be said that they were indifferent. If one had to say so, they were also preoccupied with their own affairs. The debts had been cleared. Su Zi nodded. Since taking power during this period, Xue Zi's temperament had changed quite a bit. She was just a small maid beside Xia Lin at first. Now her status had become noble, and naturally, her demeanor was different, becoming much sharper. However, in front of Xia Lin, she still seemed like the same little maid as before. In the future, when trading with Bai Wu, it would be appropriate to offer some discounts. Master Xia Lin, what about Odin from Kiyotsuki? Xue Zi slowly leaned a bit closer, resting on Xia Lin, her curved brows furrowing. Leaving that guy in Julie, want to cause trouble? Xue Zi knew about Xia Lin's plans with the black charcoal big snake. Since that was the case, leaving the other party in Julie felt like a hidden danger. Don't worry, he's just a fool. Xia Lin shook his head. Kiyotsuki Odin. This person seems generous and unrestrained, but in reality, he doesn't have much courage. He's naive and stupid. He only thinks about going to sea and lacks the ability to shoulder the responsibilities of this country. Xia Lin reached out and pulled the leaning Xue Zi into his arms. Immediately, a faint fragrance surrounded Xia Lin. Xue Zi's face turned slightly red, and she became shy. Looking like a white plum blossom with a faint blush, her fair skin becoming rosy and cute. On the other side, Odin and his group, who had just finished a day's work, sat tiredly in a wooden cabin. Considering the need to stay in Julie for a long time, they didn't sleep outdoors but bought logs and built a house overnight. After working hard all day today, they were naturally exhausted. That damn Julie daimyo actually made us do manual labor. Jin Wei Min complained, having moved a pile of stones today, feeling more exhausted than a dog. But the pay is quite a lot. We earned 10 gold today. If it goes on like this, we can gather 1,000 gold in 100 days. Sujiro said excitedly. You idiot. Do you expect us to not eat or drink for 100 days? Earning 10 gold a day is not bad. If we don't eat or drink, we can earn 100 gold in 10 days, which is enough to buy a house in a good location in the flower capital. However, being able to earn so much money does not mean they can save that much. Although Yuqian and the others have enough strength, they also consume a lot of food. Even Izukazu and Kiku's heir only appear to be weak. The 10 gold flowers would spend at least 2 gold on meals. And on top of that, they have to pay taxes at the beginning of next month. The personal income tax in Julie is a progressive tax, which means the more they earn, the higher the tax rate they have to pay. Additionally, with other various details, it's actually quite good if they can save 3 gold a day. Right now, Jin Wyman and the others are still just small-time thugs, illiterate, and spend money extravagantly. And who knows when they might go out for some entertainment. However, saving 3 gold coins every day is something that ordinary families wouldn't even dare to imagine. For an average family, their total income for a month might not even reach 3 gold coins. Just think about it. If you only had to work for 30 days to buy a house in the capital outright, what kind of concept would that be? Most people spend their entire lives without being able to save enough for a down payment. 2 years ago, when he was still in the flower capital, he could only earn 60 silver coins a day. After arranging work for Yuqian, Xia Lin didn't pay much attention to them anymore. He just had some guards checking occasionally to avoid any trouble arising. Xia Lin wasn't afraid of Yuqian causing trouble. The more trouble he caused, the more debt he would accumulate. The more debt he had, the longer he would have to work to pay it off, which meant he would contribute even more to the infrastructure of Jiuli. As for him going to sea, there was no rush during this period. Even the future pirate king Roger wasn't considered to be well known yet. Even rocks hadn't collapsed, and the era of great pirates hadn't begun. Time was very abundant for Xia Lin. He didn't need to rush anything. Over the next nearly 40 years, he could accumulate power to deal with future upheavals. 40 years could change a lot of things. Thinking of this, Xia Lin couldn't help but look at the shy and downcast Yuki sitting in his lap. Considering the aging beauty of this world, Xia Lin couldn't help but shiver. What's wrong, Lord Xia Lin? Yuki asked in confusion. It's nothing, just thinking about some things. Xia Lin shook his head, contemplating how to maintain eternal youth. Time is a butcher's knife. This saying is particularly evident in this pirate world. Just think about Dayton, Big Mom, and even a mermaid grandmother that Luffy and the others met in Water 7. These were all top beauties in their youth, but they ended up looking like that in old age. since he planned to turn Wano Country into Inazuma as the future master of this country. Seeking eternity seems quite reasonable, right? I wonder if there's a connection between this world and the worlds of the movies and games. If there is a connection, then there would be many ways to maintain eternity, Xia Lin thought. Abilities like the pure gold, the rewind fruit, and the vampire fruit all have similar powers. However, these either come from special editions or from movies and games, and are not part of the main TV series. However, even without these, Xia Lin has the surgery fruit and the time fruit as options. The surgery fruit can achieve immortality, which has been confirmed in the original work, but it has significant limitations. First, the user of the fruit must reach the level of awakening, and this ability can only be used once. After that, the user will die. These conditions combined are very harsh, and there are very few people in the entire sea who can cultivate the fruit to the awakening level. How could such individuals willingly sacrifice their lives to help others achieve eternity? Moreover, once the other party's fruit ability awakens and reaches that level of power, the Orochimaru seal would also be difficult to use. In addition, there's the time fruit. The user of this fruit comes from 800 years ago, named Tianyue. Tianyue herself does not have the ability to achieve immortality. However, someone like her would definitely not have a deep understanding of the fruit's development. The time fruit is a very rare fruit related to time. Besides the rather useless time travel ability, there must be other abilities that have not been developed. Xia Lin remembers that in the game, the vampire fruit is located in a place called Sleepy Ancient Town, and he plans to look for an opportunity to check it out. Although the exact location is still unclear, knowing the name makes things much easier. He can definitely have Kuroten Mukin help him gather information when he goes out to sea. In fact, there may not even be a Sleepy Ancient Town in this world. And even if it exists, there may not be a vampire fruit there. However, apart from this fruit, there are currently no other viable options to pursue. Pure gold has long been devoured by the sea kings that can swallow islands, lost to the vast ocean with no way to be found. The owner of the backward fruit, Ein, has not yet been born at this time, and Tianyue, who possesses the time fruit, has not yet traveled here. In fact, Xia Lin does not place much importance on immortality. However, he does not wish to face aging. The vortex that will shake the world will not appear for another 40 years, and only then will the new era truly begin. It would be a sad thing indeed if he cannot witness the new era due to aging. Xia Lin has a sense of resistance to aging. Once a person begins to age, many things become beyond their control. In this world, the exchange of power means that those at the top are always replaced by new forces that come later. Furthermore, as the body continues to age, a person's spirit may also show signs of decay and fatigue, like a withered old tree that is firmly rooted yet unable to sprout new branches. However, that being said, Xia Lin did not put a lot of energy into this matter. He always understood that only power is fundamental. Without power, even if one gains eternal life, they will become a plaything of others. Xuezi, the next time we trade with Bai Wu, let our people find a Shi and tell him to have Muchan secretly gather information about Shuegu Town. But there's no need to put in too much effort. I understand, Lord Xia Lin. Xuezi's face was flushed, as Xia Lin's hand had already slipped into her collar. She lowered her head, her face slightly red. The stream flowed through the black forest. However, after hearing Xia Lin's command, she still bit her lip to suppress her desires and forced herself to appear serious. However, this appearance of patience looks even more appetizing. The trade between Julie and Baiwu is very prosperous, which has also brought considerable economic income to Baiwu. Moreover, with Xiang Lin repaying the loan twice and the current favorable policies, the Kong family has a very good impression of Xiang Lin. As a result, merchants coming from Julie, especially those from the Julie daimyo's office, want to even be scrutinized. Xiang Lin's willingness to befriend Baiwu is certainly not solely to repay the favor of Baiwu lending him money. This part of the favor has long been repaid in full. What Xiang Lin wants is the convenience that comes with Baiwu, as this makes it much easier for him to contact the Black Charcoal Great Snake or secretly mobilize personnel and supplies for the Great Snake. Just like the devil fruits that the Great Snake collected at that time, they had to be transported to Julie using such means. During this period, Xiang Lin has accumulated quite a few devil fruits, but these are all ordinary animal types. Instead of receiving these fruits, it would be better to directly find creatures to accept them. The same goes for ancient species. This world is not lacking in ancient islands. The fruits that are not needed will be kept by Xiang Lin and then returned to the Black Charcoal Great Snake. In the future, if he trades with Kaido, these will all be bargaining chips. Kaido wants to form a beast army, and any animal-type devil fruit is valuable in his eyes. Xia Lin does not care about Kaido's growing power because, in his plan, whether it is Wano or the forces under Kaido, they will ultimately be taken over by him. Once the Black Charcoal Great Snake becomes the acting general, if things develop as originally planned, Kaido and Oden will eventually fight. And this time Xia Lin will not let the Black Charcoal Mushi interfere. When those two are mutually destructive, he can then capture this country and the Beast Pirates all at once. By then, he might become one of the 4 emperors in this new world, and only then will he have truly established a foothold. However, this is not something to be anxious about. To become such a behemoth, it is not enough to just seem powerful. There will surely be constant friction and even wars between various forces in the future. Once Rocks falls, the entire world will descend into chaos. The remnants of Rocks will fight among themselves, occupying the new world and competing for wealth, territory, and power. The battles, large and small, will completely exceed the level of piracy and evolve into wars between nations. This is also why, after so many years, the strength of the New World Navy is so weak. It is too chaotic here, and the influx of new blood from the Pirates of Paradise adds to the confusion. Even the Navy finds it difficult to establish a foothold in the New World. In other words, even if they invest a tremendous cost in the New World, the returns are minimal. There is no doubt that the total strength of the Navy exceeds that of any single Yonko crew. However, this force is not fully united. Pirates fight for themselves, and the Navy has to manage the seas all over the world. Compared to the 4 seas, the area of the Grand Line is actually quite small. This route is merely a slightly wider waterway. Before Kaido becomes the acting general, Xia Lin also needs access to the hidden ports. Wano has many ports, such as Kuri, Ringo, and Shankyo, among others. However, these ports are all located in Wano's inland seas, and only the hidden port of White Dance can safely reach overseas. However, under the policy of isolation, Chien Port has been closed year-round. Heightened Mukin travels back and forth overseas and cannot rely on Xia Lin to help every time. Moreover, as overseas forces develop, exchanges will become closer and more frequent. If he does everything, he might as well do nothing and just stay guarding the transport. Therefore, obtaining the right to use Chien Port is very necessary. But persuading the Kong family to agree will take time. The policies of Wano Country have been deeply ingrained in them for hundreds of years, and everyone carries some fear towards the unknown overseas world. Fortunately, the Kong family actually has a good relationship with Yutian, and Yutian must have talked to him about going overseas or opening the country often. At least in this regard, persuading the Kong family is much easier than with others. Such matters can only take time. One cannot rush. When the person transporting goods arrived at Baiwu, they found an opportunity to deliver a message to heighten Orochi. These people have been marked with the Orochi seal, making confidentiality very important. Afterwards, heighten Orochi found an opportunity to write a letter to heighten Mukin. Unlike Sayamaru, who stayed at Baiwu to protect Orochi, Mukin was very busy. She had to run around and help Orochi navigate relationships. Xia Lin heard that Orochi had plans to lurk beside Shokiaki in the flower capital. Sleep Ancient Town? On the other hand, Mukin quietly burned the letter she received from Orochi to ashes. This was a place she had never heard of before, with countless islands in this world. This so-called Sleep Ancient Town sounded like a trivial little town on some island, making it as difficult to inquire about as finding a needle in the ocean. However, the cicada had no complaints. In her eyes, Xia Lin's orders were of the utmost importance. Even though Xia Lin said there was no need to rush, she couldn't think that way. To her, Xia Lin could have easily taken control of Wano Country, yet he allowed them to carry out a long revenge against the Getsu clan, which was already quite generous. How could they, the subordinates, not take the master's words seriously? As for why Xia Lin chose such a place and what he intended to do once he found it, she wouldn't question it. Even if Xia Lin specifically mobilized a large workforce to use this place for building a toilet, it was still the master's order. She only needed to obey. However, she could not handle this matter personally and could only instruct the servants she had recruited in recent years to take care of it. This was because the letter from the Black Charcoal Great Serpent mentioned another thing that required her to return to Wano immediately. That was that Kazuki Sukiyaki intended to meet with the daimyo of Kuri. Ever since Xia Lin took over Kuri, she had not formally visited Kazuki Sukiyaki. Recently, due to the matter of Oden, Sukiyaki remembered that he had never seen the daimyo of Kuri in person, so he wrote to summon him to the flower capital. Being received by the shogun is actually an honor for a daimyo. Originally, Oden went to the flower capital to meet Sukiyaki 3 years after becoming the daimyo of Kuri. as it took him more than 3 years to resolve Corey's finances. In contrast, Xia Lin only took a few months. This made Sukiyaki eager to witness this remarkable existence that was Xia Lin. However, Xia Lin didn't want to have any interaction with the other party. After all, the status of the daimyo was still a notch below that of a general, and he didn't want to bow and scrape in front of the people of the Kazuki family. So it was better to let Mu-chan come back and transform into his appearance to meet that incompetent general. No servant, Ice Fong. A cold force was unleashed from the mouth of the white wolf in the darkness, like a polar blizzard mixed with countless hard ice shards, akin to a snowstorm assaulting him. In a hurry, Xia Lin could only conjure up an ice wall in front of him to defend. However, the hardness of the ice varied. The ice wall he conjured was pierced through in an instant by the opponent, and the ice debris hit his face. The next moment, the fierce white wolf charged forward, attacking with its claws, ready to tear his body apart. Xia Lin withdrew from the consciousness space, his body already drenched in sweat. It was also Huizi's shift today. The woman was slowly wiping the sweat trickling down his forehead with a handkerchief. Lord Xia Lin, you are awake? Xia Lin reached out to grasp her wrist. Since entering the daimyo's residence, Huizi's once rough hands had become a bit more delicate, so there was no need for her to wipe him anymore. Have the servants prepare bath water. I want to bathe. Yes. Huizi slowly stood up and walked towards the room's exit. Watching her swaying figure like a willow branch, Xia Lin let out a slow breath. Another failure, indeed. Such matters couldn't be rushed, since obtaining those 2 mythical beast devil fruits and the superhuman fruit, battling these souls in the consciousness space had become his daily routine. Only by defeating the opponent in the consciousness space could he fully receive the powers. However, within the consciousness space, he couldn't use other fruit abilities or haki. He only had the same ability as the fruit itself, which was very weak. He could only continuously battle against the consciousness of the fruit, honing his abilities, and ultimately surpassing the fruit itself to truly complete the reception. This process was no simpler than awakening a fruit. Xia Lin had no idea how many years it took to fully receive the Yamata no Orochi Fruit. Although this process is long, it also benefits his understanding of the fruit's abilities. It's similar to another mythical beast fruit, the human fruit model, Buddha. It seems that this fruit did not develop any useful techniques in the hands of that fox in the original story. Aside from being a larger version of the commoner fruit, it doesn't seem to have any magical qualities. However, in reality, the adult fruit also possesses its unique powers. One of them is the ability to change the size of its body at will. If one desires, becoming taller than a mountain is not a difficult feat. Another ability is related to sound waves. But Xia Lin estimates that the vibrations and impact generated by these sound waves are not as strong as those of the tremor fruit. If this fruit were to be properly developed, it could definitely reach a very high level. Unfortunately, in the original work, it was eaten by a fox, and despite being a mythical zoan type, it has fewer variations than Chopper's human fruit. However, speaking of the development of animal-type devil fruits, Chopper is undoubtedly the strongest in the entire pirate world. Chopper's starting point can be considered very low. He himself is not a powerful animal at all. In the Grand Line, where rare beasts abound, he is just an ordinary reindeer, and his size is even smaller than a reindeer from Xia Lin's previous life. After finally eating a devil fruit, he ended up with the most ordinary human form. Yet he has managed to utilize the abilities of such a fruit to their fullest potential. Xia Lin sat still for a while, and at this moment, Huizi returned with a flushed face. Lord Xia Lin, the water is ready. Xia Lin stood up and went to the bathing area, and Huizi hurried to assist him, treating him as if he were a patient. There's actually a natural hot spring within the daimyo's residence, built deep inside, a place that ordinary people cannot access. However, the journey is a bit far, and every time Xia Lin finishes training, he feels quite fatigued, so he has no plans to go there. Instead, he has someone heat water for bathing in the high-rise building. The bathing area is just a few rooms over, and they arrived quickly. My lord, allow me to help you undress, Huizi said softly, her face red. However, her movements were not chaotic. On the contrary, they were orderly. She had lost count of how many times she had done this, and was already quite proficient at it. Yet, due to her nature, she still felt shy. Sometimes, when Xia Lin looked at Huizi, it was as if he saw the old Yukiko, but in reality, their personalities were somewhat different. Yukiko now, due to her high status, has developed an air of superiority that Huizi does not possess. Even in the past, Yukiko was much livelier than Huizi. In the daimyo's residence, Huizi does not practice martial arts. She studies knowledge and skills. Therefore, She lacks that sharpness that comes from being overbearing. Soon, she finished tidying up the clothes, and Xia Lin slowly walked into the warm water, then closed his eyes to rest. After a while, he felt something soft press against his back, and warm air rose from the water's surface, carrying a faint fragrance. "Sir, I'll help you." Huizi's voice was so soft that it made Xia Lin doubt whether he truly heard her speaking or if it was just an illusion. However, her delicate hands, with a hint of insignificant strength, began to rub. Huizi might have used all her strength, but the pressure felt to Xia Lin as if it were somewhat imperceptible, making him feel less like he was being scrubbed and more like he was being teased. As a result, Huizi suffered. A few hours later, Xia Lin carried Huizi, who was too sore and weak to stand, out. The maidservants outside, who had been blushing and listening for several hours to and ah, were also struggling to stand. However, they quickly came in to help wipe down the two of them. Huizi was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to bury herself, rather than being served by these maidservants. She suspected that the sound she had just made might have reached the other end of Kazakoni, where Suzu was. Of course, it wouldn't be that exaggerated, but Huizi had indeed lost herself at that moment. Not to mention that her voice might not have spread throughout the daimyo's mansion. At least the walls of the 7 floors of this 9-story tower couldn't contain her voice. Xia Lin also couldn't understand why Huizi, who usually spoke in a soft voice, had called out so loudly at that moment. Fortunately, there were no outsiders in the tower, although the bottom 3 floors sometimes received guests. Very few outsiders could actually enter the daimyo's mansion. Even servants like Sakatemu rarely came to the tower. Instead, they waited in the conference hall outside the mansion. Therefore, the guards in the tower were all members of the palace group established by Yukiko, and everyone had long since gotten used to Huizi's outbursts. While she herself was very concerned about it. Should the palanquin be made of redwood? How about 8 people carrying it? Yukiko said with a frown at the table. Even if that old guy Mukin goes in place of Lord Xia Lin. But what everyone sees is still Lord Xia Lin's face. We can't make it too small. They decided to let Sakatemu accompany them. After all, he was originally the leader of the bandits from Kuri, and now that he had surrendered, others would feel the Lord's majesty when they saw him. But he couldn't go alone. There were also gifts to carry. Hoitsi, who was sitting nearby looking at the music score, heard Yukiko's troubles and quietly asked, "Are you not going, Lady Yukiko?" She called Yukiko Lady not only because Yukiko held a high position as the leader of the Kani faction at that moment, but more importantly, to express her respect and gratitude for Yukiko saving her from her suffering back then. If it weren't for Yukiko, even if she hadn't become a courtesan in the pleasure quarters, she would have been in a very miserable situation. However, Yukiko actually prefers to be called sister by her. It's not a distinction based on age, but rather on status within the harem. Me? After hearing Keiko's question, Yukiko became even more troubled. I really don't want to waste time visiting an ailing old man in the flower capital. Yukiko sighed. However, no one else has the poise of Lady Yukiko. I've heard that people in the city call you the Frostflower Ice Snow Princess. Keiko chuckled softly, her eyes filled with a bit of admiration. The Yukiko who first followed Xia Lin is now extraordinary. There is no one in the mansion who can match her martial skills, and with such a reputation. She feels like a legendary figure. I've heard that this title has already spread to the flower capital. Already spread to the flower capital? Yes. I heard Lord Xia Lin mention it before, saying Yukiko's good name has already reached the flower capital. No, it should be said it's a glamorous name. The Frostflower Ice Snow Princess. As Keiko spoke, she began to mimic Xia Lin's expression and tone. Yukiko's beautiful face instantly fell, and she pouted, lying on the table like a dead fish. How annoying if I don't go to the flower capital. That old man Mitsuki Yashiaki might think Lord Xia Lin doesn't take this matter seriously. I have no choice but to go. Keiko laughed softly. Who would have thought that the icy Yukiko outside would show such a demeanor within the famous mansion? After all, Yukiko is just a teenager. If Lady Yukiko goes to the flower capital, perhaps all the men in the city will come see you. If those people dare to look at me with lewd eyes, I'll gouge out their eyeballs. Yukiko said angrily. However, she was just making jokes. It was impossible to actually do such a thing. If she really didn't want to go, it would be better to use work as an excuse. Huizi helped come up with ideas. Forget it. I'll go after all. There aren't many people to hold up the scene anyway. Yukiko shook her head. Julie wasn't without people, but too many of them hadn't been developed. Many came from other towns. However, these people could only barely be considered the middle tier, and they still fell short when it came to being a good representation. Huizi, by the time I leave Jiuli, I'll leave the affairs of the organization to you to take care of. Huh? Me? I can't do that, can I? Huizi suddenly panicked, feeling as if a young child in her family was suddenly facing all the pressures of life, becoming fearful and anxious, and unconsciously tightened her grip on the book in her hands. However, in reality, Huizi is several years older than Xuezi. Xuezi is only 17 this year, while Huizi is already 21. However, in terms of personality, Huizi is much softer and not as confident as Xuezi. She feels as if she was just yesterday a woman who couldn't even afford a meal at the rabbit restaurant. And, with a bit of luck, she could at least become a courtesan and avoid starvation. With less luck, she might end up as a beggar on the street. Why has she suddenly been tasked with managing the finances of the entire Julie? Huizi is actually quite intelligent. After arriving at the daimyo's residence, she began to learn to read and write, cherishing this opportunity so much that she still reads during her breaks. Sometimes when she serves Xia Lin, she also looks at some documents, and through exposure, she learns quickly and can even offer Xia Lin some suggestions. Don't worry, this won't be difficult for you, Xuezi said. The basic matters will be handled well by the subordinates. Unless there are unexpected situations, you just need to check whether the data they submit is correct. In fact, this job is somewhat like accounting. Xia Lin has indeed listed accounting as a necessary subject for the auditing officials in teaching arithmetic. For other large fund allocations, if you can't decide, you can consult Lord Xia Lin. While Xuezi spoke, she spread out the documents on the desk. Then she moved some space to one side of the table for Huizi to sit beside her. Just in time, I need to handle matters related to the flower capital. I'll teach you now. Okay. Huizi nodded vigorously as if she had made a determination. You see, here are the expenses for the gifts and ceremonial expenses submitted by the social officials, which are slightly more related to Lord Xia Lin. The social officials manage etiquette, customs, and culture among the three officials. Generally speaking, aside from some festivals, it's education funding. However, this time the preparations for the ceremony in the flower capital are also their responsibility. As Xuezi spoke, Huizi nodded. These matters were indeed not difficult. After all, in Julie, where there is almost no corruption, many bills are clearly laid out. After a while, Xuezi angrily cursed at a document. That bastard Sakato wants to increase military expenses again. Can't we just not increase the budget for the heavenly officials? Huizi asked in confusion. That's not it. The heavenly officials just need reasonable requests to be met. But what did this guy submit? Drinking expenses. I really want to open his head and see if it's all filled with alcohol. Xuezi was quite angry. Huizi giggled softly. After Xuezi calmed down, she picked up another document. Documents like this for construction can be left alone. Xuezi showed the document to her. Building a reservoir? Yes. It's very important to build water conservancy projects to prevent floods and droughts. If it's so important, why not approve it immediately? Huizi asked in confusion. Huizi, building a reservoir requires a huge amount of financial and material resources, and it takes a long time to determine whether a place is suitable for building a reservoir and how to build it appropriately through investigations. So it's fine for these documents to be temporarily set aside. Once the investigation results are submitted, the Lord will personally decide whether to proceed with the construction. I see. By the way, Huizi, who is on duty today? Xuezi suddenly asked. Today? It seems to be Yuhiko and her daughter Mari. Huizi thought for a moment and then shyly said, Yuhiko is really beautiful, and she carries a lot of weight. It's them. That girl Mari is too noisy. Xuezi shook her head and said, Lord Xia Lin spoils her too much. No, the people on duty these days are all pushed back. If I go to the flower capital, I don't know how many days it will take for me to return. Xuezi suddenly stood up, nearly flipping the desk over. These days, Lord Xia Lin is mine. After saying that, Xuezi rushed out of the room barefoot. But what about these documents? Huizi hurriedly asked. I'll leave it to you. Xuezi's voice came from afar. In just an instant, she had already run far away. Huizi could only sigh and slowly sit down at the desk to help process the documents. On the other side, Xia Lin was currently at the training ground. The daimyo's residence has a dojo specifically for martial arts training, which is also a place he often stays. Today, Yuhiko and Mari were on duty. Yuhiko is 32 this year and was originally a young lady from a family related to the Bell, but later she seemed to have gotten involved with some powerful figures. And like Huizi, her family was destroyed. Originally, both she and her daughter Mari were to be sold into a brothel, but were bought by Xuezi. Due to her original identity, Yuhiko now not only serves Xia Lin, but also teaches some tea ceremony and flower arrangement skills, serving as Huizi's teacher. Her daughter Mari, however, chose to learn martial arts. At this moment, Xia Lin was bare-chested, swinging dozens of tons of steel, sweat pouring down. His training method was learned from Soro and is the simplest form of weight training. Beside him, 16-year-old Mari was also constantly swinging her sword, sweat soaking her clothes. In the cool shade of the dojo, Yuhiko watched the two of them with a worried expression. She was worried about Xia Lin. She had long known about this man's strength, which could probably shake even mountains. However, her daughter Mari had been raised in luxury since childhood. Even after experiencing some hardships due to the changes, it was not as tough as it is now. However, this is also her own choice. The changes she experienced earlier made this not-so-young child understand that only strength is everything. Watching Xia Lin effortlessly swing dozens of tons of steel, Mo Li's eyes were filled with admiration and desire. If she had had such powerful strength like Lord Xia Lin back then all the tragedies would not have happened. Thinking of this, her movements in her hands quickened a bit more. But her frail body soon couldn't take it anymore. Montakli, you should go take a break for a while, Xia Lin said without looking sideways, but his observation ability allowed him to feel that Mo Li had reached her limit. Lord Xia Lin, I can still hold on. Mo Li's face was pale, her lips dry, and her throat felt like it had been sandpapered, full of a bloody taste. Her arms were already sore and weak, but she still wanted to lift them. Listen, Mo Li, sometimes being too eager is not a good thing. Xia Lin comforted her. He didn't dislike people like Mo Li who worked hard, but she had overdone it a bit. Yuriko, take Mo Li to rest. Yes, Yuriko, dressed in a plain kimono with her long black hair neatly tied up, looked very dignified. She wore white short socks and walked briskly with small, hurried steps to Mo Li's side, pulling her wrist. Mo Li still wanted to hold on a bit longer, but her sore arms had completely lost their strength. Listen, Montak Li-chan, Yuriko said softly, if you smell bad all over, Lord Xia Lin will dislike you. Upon hearing this, Mo Li straightened her body and suddenly felt disheartened. Xia Lin smiled without saying a word. Even a beautiful girl would smell sour after sweating a lot. Mo Li obediently let Yuriko take her to bathe. At this moment, Yukiko rushed in quickly, only to be pulled by Xia Lin to work out together. After finishing their workout, Xia Lin took Yukiko, Mo Li, and Yuriko to soak in the hot springs. Later, a servant came to report that Kurizumi Mitsuba sought an audience. So Yuriko and Mo Li stayed in the hot spring, while Xia Lin and Yukiko got dressed and headed towards the tall building. It felt strange to soak in hot springs in the hot climate of Kuji. On the way, Xia Lin said, actually, the climate in Kuji isn't very hot. Most of the time, the temperature is around 30 degrees. However, it's most comfortable to soak in hot springs during winter. Let's turn Suzuho into a hot spring town in the future, Yukiko suggested while holding Xia Lin's wrist. The two talked as they walked, and soon met the long-awaited Kurizumi Mitsuba. After receiving news from Xia Lin, Mitsuba returned to Wano Country immediately. This old witch had 2 candles tied to her head, making Xia Lin sometimes worry that her hair would get burned. Lord Xia Lin, the sleeping ancient town you wanted is now being searched. As soon as Mitsuba saw Xia Lin, she hurriedly mentioned this matter. But the location of sleeping ancient town might be a bit remote, and it was uncertain when news would arrive. Mitsuba, are you not putting your heart into serving Lord Xia Lin? Yukiko said coldly. Although Yukiko was bought by the Kurizumi family, her service target was Xia Lin, not Kurizumi Mitsuba, so she naturally didn't fear her. Moreover, due to the Kurizumi family's desire for revenge, Yukiko always felt that this matter had delayed Xia Lin's progress. Originally, Xia Lin should have already become a general by this time, rather than being just a mere daimyo in Kuji. Because of this, Yukiko had a bad attitude towards several people from the Kurizumi family. Don't be agitated, Yukiko. This matter isn't very urgent. Xia Lin held her back and said, let Kurizumi Oiro continue their plans. It benefits me as well. At least I don't need to intervene in the struggle with Keizuki Oden. Thank you, Lord, for being able to tolerate our Kurizumi family's willfulness. Kurizumi Mitsuba's tears streamed down her face. Let's deal with Keizuki first. I understand. Kurizumi Mitsuba nodded and then looked at Xia Lin, Lord Xia Lin, in order for the mimic fruit to take effect. I must first touch the face of the object I want to mimic. Xia Lin nodded. He certainly knew this. Although Mitsuba's appearance was a bit disappointing. For the plan's sake, it wasn't a big deal to let her touch him, although it could also be done by having her change into a beautiful form first. That would be too impolite. After Kurizumi Mitsuba roughly completed her transformation, at first glance, it looked like there were indeed 2 identical Xia Lins standing in front of Yukiko. That's about it, Xia Lin said, looking at this other version of himself with a smile, although there are still some slight differences in temperament. Even close acquaintances would find it hard to notice. Hearing this, Kurazumi Mitsuba chuckled a couple of times, and then quickly touched her own face with her left hand to restore her original appearance. Showing Xia Lin's face when it wasn't necessary, Mitsuba felt it was quite disrespectful. Lord Xia Lin, with this, we can deceive Zuki Sukiyaki. Mitsuba smiled. After all, Sukiyaki had never seen Xia Lin. As long as they looked alike, even if their temperaments were vastly different, they wouldn't be exposed. Xia Lin sat down and then asked, Mitsuba, after using the mimic fruit to transform, can you copy the abilities of the person you transformed into? Xia Lin had always been curious about this matter. This is not possible, Lord Xia Lin. Kurazumi Mitsuba shook her head. The mimic fruit can imitate others, but it cannot grant her the abilities of the mimicked object, at least not until she awakens. Perhaps with further development, she could do more things. But Mitsuba doesn't have that time left. Different users can completely give the same fruit two different powers. Just like the Tanuki Pat who follows the red count in the game, it is essentially a pin, but at the same time, it is also a mythical bee species, a user of the Inu no Mi in its Tanuki form. However, in terms of using the Tanuki ability, Pat is even inferior to the red count. After thinking of the red count, Xia Lin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Instead of aimlessly searching for the possibly non-existent Sleep Ancient Town, there's a quicker way to confirm whether the vampire fruit exists. That is to inquire about the Red Count himself. As someone from the same era as Roger and Whitebeard, the current Red Count has likely already gone to sea. If that is the case, there may already be bounties on him at sea. If this person truly exists, then it is highly likely that both the Sleep Ancient Town and the vampire fruit exist. With this thought, Xia Lin said, Mutsuin, let's put the search for Sleep Ancient Town on hold for now. Next time you go to sea, pay attention to whether there is a bounty for someone named Redfield. If there isn't, then there's no need to search for Sleep Ancient Town. If Redfield doesn't exist in this world, then the devil fruit that exists in the game is also very likely to be non-existent. Even if it exists, it may not be in Sleep Ancient Town, making it somewhat unnecessary to waste manpower searching for it, especially since we haven't developed yet. Doing this would be quite extravagant. Forget it, I'll just go myself. After thinking it over, Xia Lin decided to take this opportunity to go to see himself. After all, in the eyes of everyone, he has indeed left Julie. Since that's the case, it's better to make it real. My Lord Xia Lin, you want to go to sea? Mutsuin's expression changed slightly, and he quickly advised, the dangers overseas are much higher than those domestically. How can you recklessly take such risks? Don't worry, I know well about the factions in this world that are best not to provoke. The world government and the navy of the righteous forces, and, among the evil forces, the Rocks Pirates. As long as I avoid them, there shouldn't be too many problems. Xia Lin planned to take this opportunity to go to sea, and he also had his own goals. At this point in time, Enel was either not born yet, or even if he was born, he was just a baby, making the Rumble fruit a naturally unclaimed item. In fact, even Kaido had not acquired the Azure Dragon fruit at this time, but Xia Lin did not know where this fruit was. Besides the fruit, Xia Lin also planned to find some fresh blood for cultivation. In short, to prepare for the future, Xia Lin's Inazuma kindergarten already had plans for hosting. Just like the few little brats that Kaido would bring in the future, Xia Lin wouldn't let go of any chance to encounter them. Since you say so, my lord, I can't stop you. Mutsuin had no choice but to agree. At this moment, Xia Lin turned to Yukiko and asked, by the way, Yukiko, does Haruko know some ancient characters? It seems so. Yukiko nodded and said, Haruko used to have some ancient texts at home. Perfect, let us bring her and Mari along this time. Bring Haruko and Mari? Yukiko asked back why. Mari is fine, but Haruko's body may not be able to withstand the waves, right? I need someone who can understand ancient characters, Xia Lin explained. If I can confirm the existence of the Red Count on this trip, I'll try to find Sleep Ancient Town, and I need someone who can read ancient characters to find the location of the fruit. As for the waves, there is no need to worry, I'll fly. In addition to the fruit and children, Xia Lin also had another goal, wealth. When he goes to find the Rumble fruit at the Golden Country in the sky, he can also package it all to bring back. After discussing this matter, Xia Lin asked some other questions. This time, Mutsun also brought back some snail phones. The Wano Country has special telephone snails. The operating principles of these two creatures are the same, but they have different languages and cannot communicate across servers. Moreover, the signal radiation of Wano snails is not very far, so once Mutsun goes to sea, the two sides can only rely on human power to deliver messages. However, now that we have the phone bugs, it's much more convenient. The phone bugs brought by the black charcoal cicada are the most ordinary phone bugs, with not even image phone bugs available, let alone the rarer black and white phone bugs. The former is used for eavesdropping, while the latter is used to prevent eavesdropping. However, in Wano Country, there is no need to worry about this, since rice snails and snails cannot communicate, and there is no need for strict precautions. Nor can they be eavesdropped on using telephone bugs. In fact, local rice snails, like Xia Lin and others, have raised some. However, in this era, it seems that most people have not discovered the usefulness of these rice snails, and the number of wild telephone rice snails is also very scarce. There is a special place in the daimyo's residence where these rice snails are raised. Both telephone bugs and rice snails are creatures that exist in nature, and it is unknown whether raising them together will allow them to learn each other's language. Let's have Saya and Saori take care of raising the rice snails and telephone bugs. I remember they like small animals. Xia Lin thought for a moment and said, Mu-chan, list the points to pay attention to while feeding the telephone bugs, so they don't suffer from adapting to the environment. Yukiko and Mu-chan both nodded. In fact, Yukiko really wanted to say that although Saya and Saori like small animals, they prefer fluffy ones, not these slimy, creepy crawlies. The news that the daimyo of Jiuli was summoned by the general quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys. From the perspective of the general public, this is a glory for Jiuli, recognition from Wano Country for the daimyo of Jiuli. Originally, Jiuli was looked down upon, but now it has become so sought after that even ordinary people feel proud. As a result, the people of Jiuli feel a sense of pride in front of people from other regions. In fact, even if Xia Lin had not been summoned, this sentiment was slowly brewing. Jiuli, which is constantly developing and has affluent people, is known throughout Wano Country as a place without hunger. This is something that even the prosperous flower capital cannot achieve. Not only that, but the security in Jiuli is now famous throughout the country. Originally the most chaotic place, Jiuli has now become the most stable area. Saying that one can leave their doors unlocked at night would be an exaggeration. However, at least the local militia can restrain themselves from disturbing the people and oppressing them, while also fulfilling their duties. There is no underworld in this place. Although the underworld of Wano Country is not entirely composed of criminal forces, since it is still an underworld, it cannot belong to the righteous side. Many businesses are secretly run by them, and most of the women sold into brothels after losing their families are manipulated by them. Moreover, in other regions, the brothels are largely operated by them as well. If they set their sights on a certain girl from a family, they would scheme to swallow the family's wealth and force these unfortunate women to sell their bodies for profit. This is what is called the underworld. The underworld of Hanazono is the strongest in the country. Or rather, being able to make a name for themselves in the capital is enough to prove their strength. The current leader of the Hanazono underworld is Hanafuki Goru, a man with hair resembling blue flames, tattoos on his arms that look like waves, and a tall, imposing figure that resembles a Ming king. This person holds great prestige in Hanazono, and Xia Lin instructed Mu-chan to pay close attention to him. Goru is also known as Leopard Goru, and he is quite righteous. Since he became the leader of the Hanazono underworld, the gang has been significantly restrained, which has earned him the affection of many citizens. Most importantly, as the leader of the underworld, he can gather a large number of warriors who are willing to follow his orders. If a conflict arises, he would be quite a troublemaker. The people of Jiuli decorated their homes and celebrated this event. In fact, some were not happy because Xia Lin was summoned by Getsu, but rather because of Xia Lin himself. Without Xia Lin, Jiuli would still be a hell. Where would the current prosperity come from? The Getsu clan lives in Hanazono, high above as if living in the heavens, indifferent to the lives of those who dwell in the mud. The one who has always brought life to Jiuli has only ever been one person. It is said that many people plan to send off the adults on the day they head to Hanazono. Keiko leaned on Xia Lin's shoulder and said happily that Xia Lin is indeed loved by everyone. Those who originally lived in Jiuli, along with those who fled from other regions to settle here, have already seen hell, so even a little warmth is something they will hold on to tightly. Xia Lin explained. Keiko, I heard that during Yuki's time in Hanazono, she entrusted the affairs of the county to you. Is that right? Yes, but I don't know if I can do it well. Keiko's face didn't show much confidence. Although she had tried handling the affairs for a few days, it still felt different. Don't worry, Yuki went through the same process back then, and the finances were much more difficult than they are now. Xia Lin smiled. Soon, the day to head to Hanazono arrived. Dressed in a white hunting outfit printed with cherry blossoms, Xia Lin, transformed from Kuroten Yukin, sat in a bright red palanquin. The palanquin of Wano Country was not what Xia Lin had imagined. It resembled a shrine without walls. standing in the shadows. Xia Lin watched Kuroden Mukken's face sitting atop, his indifferent expression truly resembling that of a deity. Accompanying him was a contingent of soldiers from the Tenri Kanti. Apart from the bearers of the palanquin, there were also the tall Jitenru and the graceful and dignified Yuki walking ahead. Yuki's black hair was styled elegantly behind her, making her look very capable. She wore a white kimono over a bright red light armor and combat boots instead of traditional wooden sandals. She appeared stunning, yet exuded a chilling aura, towering above the crowd, with many people not daring to meet her gaze. Besides the two of them, there were several other retainers accompanying them, all specially selected samurai with impressive appearances, though their strength was not the focus. At first glance, they certainly gave off an extraordinary presence. Their attire was specially made, resembling the Raijin warriors of Inazuma, and combined with their tall stature, it felt quite fitting. A band playing gongs and drums led the way, and the grand procession began to move forward. The streets of Jiuli were filled with people, who followed closely behind, continuously shouting the name of the false Xia Lin on the palanquin. Meanwhile, the real Xia Lin, wearing a mask and accompanied by Yuriko and Jasmine, walked in the opposite direction. The sounds of celebration gradually faded away, leaving the trio of Xia Lin feeling somewhat lonely. However, Jasmine clearly did not share this feeling. The girl was dressed in a light purple outfit, but the skirt was very short, barely covering half of her thighs, with black leggings underneath. And the sleeves were also short. Her chest was notably prominent. This child had inherited her mother's advantages and could be said to be somewhat exceptionally gifted. Knowing that she would be going out to sea with Xia Lin this time, Jasmine's youthful face displayed excitement and anticipation. After all, Jasmine was just a little girl, and it was normal for her to feel excited about going on a trip, especially leaving the country of he. The vastness of the overseas world was something many people couldn't even imagine, but she would be able to see it with her own eyes. And the other maids in the daimyo's residence were very envious. Jasmine slowed down. Yuriko called out softly. Jasmine, who had already run quite far, then turned and ran back. Mother. Jasmine's eyes sparkled. You hurry up too. Mom didn't have the stamina like Jasmine. Yuriko shot her a resentful glance, her eyes filled with both affection and reproach, reminding Jasmine to be considerate of her mother. But I really want to go see the overseas world right away. That old witch, black charcoal mushy. So it would be so interesting. Jasmine said, clenching her fist. Jasmine, that's very rude. Yuriko immediately put on a stern expression. You can't speak ill of Lady Mushy behind her back, do you hear me? Ahem. Hearing her mother's reprimand, Jasmine secretly stuck out her tongue and retorted. Sister Yukiko often says Mushy is an old witch. Lady Yukiko can say it, but you can't. Yuriko glared at her, dissatisfied. Etiquette is one aspect. No parent likes to hear their child using foul language. Another aspect is the issue of status. Yukiko had been following Xia Lin for a long time and now held a high position, so she could say whatever she wanted about black charcoal mushy. But she was different from Jasmine. The two of them had only been bought by Yukiko to serve Lord Xia Lin, and they could not help Xia Lin as much as Yukiko and black charcoal mushy could. Even as a maid, she was quite special because she was the only one among the maids who had given birth. This meant she had once belonged to another man. How could someone like her, a withered flower, compare to others? This identity made Yuriko particularly sensitive, and having suffered some hardships before, she cherished the hard-won life she had now in the daimyo's residence, often placing her own status quite low. So in fact, she was especially happy to be able to help Xia Lin this time. When Xia Lin asked her if her body could handle the journey, she agreed without a second thought, without considering her physical condition at all. However, Yuriko didn't know that Xia Lin actually had quite a bit of the legacy of Wei Wu, not to mention that the rice bowls were so delicious. Lord Yukiko and Lord Musashige were both working for Lord Xia Lin, so even if you, Jasmine, admire Lord Yukiko, you can't speak ill of Lord Musashige behind her back. Jasmine felt that Yuriko seemed a bit angry, so she could only pout and agree. I know, Mother, please don't be angry. Yuriko, it's okay not to be too strict, Xia Lin said as he reached out and patted Jasmine's head. But that guy Yukiko actually taught people to curse. That's not good. It wasn't Sister Yukiko who taught me. I heard it and learned it myself. Jasmine hurriedly replied. You're quite loyal, Xia Lin chuckled. At the same time, he noticed that Yuriko's breathing had become rapid. He turned to look and saw beads of sweat forming on her forehead, with fine strands of hair sticking to it. Are you a bit tired, Yuriko? A little. But it's okay. I can hold on, Yuriko smiled and said. Her body was relatively weak, not because she was ill, But due to a lack of exercise over the years, compounded by frequent hunger after her family experienced a crisis, leaving her physically frail, it was inevitable that she would be a bit out of breath after walking such a long distance. Get on. Xia Lin's feet produced mist, which condensed into a soft ground that could be stepped on. Jasmine looked at the mist with sparkling eyes and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. It's soft, a bit like cotton, but more elastic. Lord Xia Lin, you're amazing. Jasmine showed an expression of admiration. Generally speaking, people from a land of harmony would regard the abilities of devil fruits as sorcery. However, so-called sorcery and celestial arts are merely a matter of thought. When those who are admired by the public display miraculous abilities, others just see them as divine. Yuriko didn't immediately sit on the mist, but looked at Xia Lin with a troubled expression, saying, Lord Xia Lin, is it a bit too much trouble for you? In fact, both Yuriko and Jasmine had a strong-willed side to their personalities. She felt she had already received so many favors. How could she trouble Lord Xia Lin with such a small matter? No problem, get on. If you get sick, that's the real trouble for me. I might need your strength this time, Xia Lin said. Upon hearing this, Yuriko slowly nodded and carefully stepped onto the mist. Because it was floating in the air, she didn't dare to stand up and instead sat sideways with her legs tucked. Lord Xia Lin, can I sit too? Jasmine asked excitedly. Flying while sitting on a cloud was a novel experience for her. Yes, we were originally going to use this method to go to sea, Xia Lin nodded. But before Jasmine jumped up, he added, but Jasmine, your training isn't finished yet, right? How about running from here to the seaside? Or are you planning to take a day off today? I forgot. I'll start right now. Jasmine exclaimed and began to sprint towards the coastline. The idea of taking a day off was completely out of consideration. Watching Jasmine's figure grow more distant, Xia Lin turned to Yuriko and said, your body is really too weak. I think I should find a time to get you an animal-type devil fruit to help you recover. But isn't the devil fruit an important strategic resource? Is it really okay to give it to me? Yuriko said, while unable to suppress a laugh. To say that a devil fruit could help her recover sounded ridiculous. Living in the Diamese mansion, Yuriko knew about these miraculous fruits, but she had heard that their value was extremely high, with one fruit being worth at least 10,000 gold. For people like the Yuta, it would take at least 10 years of hard work to earn enough for one fruit. To waste such a valuable item on someone like her seemed excessive. Yuriko thought to herself, after all, she was just a maid bought to serve Lord Xia Lin, and perhaps in another couple of years, she would grow old and lose her looks without any strength or strategy. If she were capable like Musashige, she wouldn't feel so undeserving. Or rather, wouldn't it be better to give the fruit to Jasmine? At least that child was learning martial arts and could be of help in the future. It's fine. We already have plenty of ordinary animal-type fruit stored, and if I give it to you, it doesn't need to be too powerful. After all, you're not a combatant. There should still be some stock at the Orochi side. I'll help you check it out later, Xia Lin said, his words leaving no room for refusal. However, after you eat the fruit, you'll need to train as well. Only then will the fruit's enhancement be more effective. Yuriko nodded, her gaze towards Xia Lin becoming more gentle. What Xia Lin said seemed simple, but the fruit was worth 10,000 gold. To spend it just to help her recover made Yuriko feel as if her heart was about to melt. No woman would dislike being treated this way, and at that moment, Yuriko wished she could completely merge into Xia Lin's body. Lord Xia Lin, do you want to try aerial combat? Yuriko's voice was barely audible. Her head lowered almost to the point of burying itself in her clothes. The shape of Jiuli was long and narrow, and traveling from the Diamese mansion in the shadow of the mountain to the southern coast would almost require crossing the entire Jiuli, which was quite a long journey. However, because of this, Xia Lin had enough time for an aerial battle. By the evening, Yuriko was lying on the mist, feeling softer than the clouds beneath her and unable to muster any strength. Jasmine had been waiting for them by the seaside for a long time. Although the distance was said to be far, with Jasmine's current strength, she could reach it quickly if she ran with all her might. So she was training alone in the water until she saw a white cloud floating in the colorful evening sky. That cloud slowly descended, confirming that Xia Lin and Yuriko were on it. Jasmine waved her hand excitedly. Lord Xia Lin, Mom, over here. Hearing Jasmine's call, Yuriko's face turned even redder. Ignoring her soft body, she lowered her head to tidy up her slightly messy attire and then sat up properly. When the two arrived in front of Jasmine aboard the cloud, this innocent girl truly didn't notice anything unusual. She jumped onto the cloud and leaned against Yuriko. Lord Xia Lin, Mom, you guys are so slow. I've been waiting for you for so long. What is that strange smell? Jasmine said as she seemed to catch a whiff of a peculiar scent and leaned towards Yuriko. Yuriko quickly reached out to push her away flustered. What are you doing? Are you a dog? You smell all sweaty. Don't stick to me. Oh, Mom, don't you smell sweaty too? Lord Xia Lin was right. Your constitution is too weak. Sitting on the cloud and still feeling tired, Jasmine distanced herself. Yuriko, let's go wash up at Ghost Island, Xia Lin said with a smile. Originally, going to Ghost Island was not part of their journey's plan. However, that guy Orochi stored a lot of supplies on Onigashima. At that time, he had people send back the excess devil fruits, but in the end, Orochi still transported them to Onigashima. After all, Orochi's side didn't have much space to store supplies. Some of the manpower they recruited stayed in Kuri to help, while others remained on Onigashima to guard these supplies. Summer came here to help Yuriko select a devil fruit. As for Mari, she didn't need one. Most of these fruits were ordinary Zoan types, meant to enhance the lower tier forces. If Mari and Yukiko planned to eat a devil fruit, they would need to find some powerful ones. Fruits like the Snow fruit, which is a Logia type, are considered the minimum standard. The real potential lies in the Paramecia fruits. Summer had a few backup options in mind, but finding the fruits wasn't easy. Blackbeard risked his entire life to stay on Whitebeard's ship just to get the darkness fruit, which shows how difficult it is to find a desired fruit in a vast sea. Fortunately, Summer accepted all fruits as long as it was a fruit. He would take it. Soon, the three of them rode on clouds to Onigashima. The number of samurai stationed on Onigashima was not large, as it is a solitary island in the inland sea of Wano Country. However, in the restricted waters of Wano, almost no one would go out to sea, let alone find the existence of Onigashima in the vast ocean. The samurai guarding Onigashima were also those who had been marked by Orochi. The surface of Onigashima was covered in charred rocks, and from a distance, it seemed to show no signs of development in order to avoid drawing attention. Those stationed on Onigashima built their base and stored supplies underground. Only a few people were guarding the surface. If they discovered any unusual situation, they would immediately contact Orochi and Summer using a snail. When Summer decided to head to Onigashima, he had already sent out a notification in advance. Therefore, when they arrived above Onigashima, someone was already there to greet them on the shore. Lord Summer, the samurai, had a large Orochi mark on the back of his neck and was currently bowing to Summer. Thank you for your hard work on Onigashima. Make sure Orochi sends you more supplies. This is what we should do. The samurai immediately replied, but he did not refuse Summer's suggestion. After all, who would turn down the chance to eat better? The three of them followed this samurai into the interior of Onigashima, and along the way, every samurai they encountered knelt down to greet Summer. Yuriko and Mari went to take a bath, while Summer headed to the warehouse. The warehouse on Onigashima stored devil fruits, military supplies, and some swords and weapons. However, truly precious items would not be kept here. If Orochi were to connect with Kaido in the future, Onigashima would temporarily be handed over to Kaido as a base, and at that time, these things would also need to be relocated. However, there is no need to hurry about this. By that time, Orochi will most likely have become the acting general, and there will be plenty of places to store these supplies. Are all the devil fruits here? Yes, they are all here. In front of Xia Lin are nearly 100 animal-type devil fruits, 5 of which are ancient types. Each fruit is labeled with its name. Xia Lin looks at them one by one. Some of the fruits he has never seen before. Generally speaking, if a fruit is identified as a common animal-type devil fruit, Orochi will skip the troublesome process of sending the fruit to Jiuli. Only unidentified fruits will be sent to Jiuli. Originally, Xia Lin would directly absorb unrecorded fruits, but later he found that he could use his reception ability to enter the consciousness of the fruit before receiving it, thus identifying the type of unknown fruit. After careful selection, Xia Lin finally hesitated between 2 fruits. One is the cat fruit, leopard form. It resembles the fruit of Rob Lucci from CP9, but the type of leopard is different. This fruit contains the soul of a black panther. The other is the dog fruit, Arctic fox form. He decided to choose the Arctic fox form. Compared to the black panther, the Arctic fox is weaker as an animal and also more aesthetically pleasing. Then I'll take this fruit. The guards of Onigashima naturally wouldn't mind. After taking the fruit, Xia Lin went to find Hibiscus to give her the fruit. Hibiscus and Jasmine were playing in the hot spring. There are also hot springs on Onigashima, and at this moment, both of them were wrapped in towels. Both are very gifted, but Jasmine is a bit younger, and her fruit is not as mature and plump as Hibiscus's. While soaking in the hot spring, Jasmine secretly glanced at Hibiscus, feeling troubled by the weight she was carrying. However, the burden on her mother is much heavier. Mom is really working hard. In fact, Jasmine feels both love and hate towards her burden. On one hand, it somewhat affects her training, causing her distress. On the other hand, It seems that Lord Xia Lin likes it a lot, which makes her feel a bit proud. While Jasmine was thinking about this, she saw Xia Lin walk in holding a fruit. She quickly swam to the edge of the hot spring, propping herself up and looking up. She had seen devil fruits before, but couldn't identify them. Lord Xia Lin, what kind of fruit is this? It's an animal-type Arctic fox fruit. Xia Lin placed the fruit aside. Since Hibiscus was still in the hot spring, eating the fruit would make her body become more limp and weak. The hot spring is not seawater, but it still contains hockey stone particles, which will have a certain degree of limiting effect on users. In this world, even water vapor contains hockey stone particles. However, how much impact it has on the user depends on the concentration of hockey stone particles. After a while, the two finally came out of the hot spring, dried themselves, changed clothes, and followed Xia Lin outside. The samurai of Onigashima had prepared dinner for them. Originally, they wanted Xia Lin to stay overnight, but Xia Lin decided it would be nice to leave under the cover of night. Let's eat dinner first, and then eat the devil fruit. Or, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it all after feeling sick. Xia Lin had never tasted the flavor of a devil fruit, but the description of it tasting like feces was already deeply rooted in people's minds. After dinner, Hibiscus finally bit into the devil fruit. You only need to take the first bite of the devil fruit to gain its completed ability. Eating the entire fruit is just asking for trouble. How does it taste? It's extremely disgusting. Hibiscus's face did not look good. She pressed her hand against her chest, suppressing the urge to vomit. You should be able to use the fruit's ability now, right? Yes, Lord Xia Lin, after eating the fruit, I just knew. It feels like a sudden instinct. After regaining her composure, Hibiscus said softly, glancing at Xia Lin. There was something alluring about her gaze, like a charming fox. It seems that even in human form, one is somewhat influenced by the fruit's ability. However, generally, an adult's appearance won't change much. Those in their growth phase who consume animal-type fruits often exhibit animal-related characteristics or changes in physique. Jasmine squatted beside them with her eyes shining, eager to see her mother perform. First, before Hibiscus could finish her sentence, her body began to change. A white tail emerged from behind her. Her voluptuous figure seemed to become even more enchanting. Her eyes narrowed, and sharp claws grew from her delicate hands. Wow, you grew a tail and ears. Your hair even turned white, Jasmine exclaimed. She really wanted to reach out and touch it, because it looked so fluffy and comfortable. However, thinking that the person in front of her was her mother made her hesitant to act casually. Not only that, at this moment Yuriko was also covered in fur, looking just like a fox-type fur tribe. However, her mouth and nose were not protruding. It wasn't the kind of transformation that only had ears and a tail, as one might imagine. Nevertheless, Yuriko's appearance at this time was not unattractive. Rather, one could say that being a furry was a kind of aesthetic in itself. Otherwise, why would so many people like Galit? These were the most intuitive changes. The rest were changes in temperament. Yuriko now looked more charming and alluring, capable of captivating someone's soul with just a blink. Mother has become even more beautiful. I really want to eat a devil fruit, Jasmine said enviously. Since that's the case, Jasmine knew she had to work hard. Yuriko reached out to pat her head. Mom, can I touch your tail? Jasmine asked eagerly. No, the tail is very sensitive. Yuriko raised her tail and said seriously. Then the ears are off limits too. Jasmine lost her desire for life. Yuriko, isn't there another transformation? MHM. Yuriko nodded, and then the amount of white fur on her body began to increase dramatically, quickly covering all her skin. Her facial features also started to change, with her mouth and nose becoming elongated and protruding, and her body shrinking slightly. Soon, the kimono Yuriko was wearing collapsed, and a white fox jumped out from it, snuggling adorably in Xia Lin's arms. She really turned into a fox, Jasmine exclaimed excitedly. Not caring that the fox in front of her was her mother transformed, she rushed over to pet it. So soft and fluffy, so cute. If Saori and Saya saw this, they would absolutely love it. The Yuriko, who had turned into an Arctic fox, rolled her eyes humanly and then swatted Jasmine away with her tail. What do you mean Saori and Saya would like it? I'm not really a fox. Saori and Saya were sisters bought by Yukiko, who loved fluffy animals very much, and were currently working at the Ming Mansion, taking care of the telephone bugs and snails under Xia Lin's arrangement. Master Xia Lin, after eating this devil fruit, I feel so much better. It feels like my whole body is filled with power. Yukiko, who had transformed into an Arctic fox, spoke up. How amazing. You can still talk after turning into a fox. Before Xia Lin could respond, Jasmine exclaimed. This kid probably needs a good spanking, Yuriko thought angrily. Jasmine, Mom is not really a fox. Yuriko was a bit upset that Jasmine treated her as a real fox. All right, since that's the case, we should set off now. Xia Lin said. In fact, he had enough time. The cicada would head to the flower capital, and might need to stay there for about a month. Even if Xia Lin didn't return in a month, the black charcoal cicada could continue to play the part of staying at the Deming mansion. To be honest, even without the disguise, who wouldn't know that the Deming of Julie had gone to sea? However, Xia Lin still wanted to act quickly. His action goals this time were simple. First, to collect intelligence about the Red Count to confirm his existence, and then to send someone to find the sleeping ancient town. He himself wouldn't waste time looking for a small town. Another goal was the Rumble Fruit and the gold of Sandora. Enel's hometown was on an empty island called Burka, which he later destroyed himself. The location of the Rumble Fruit was mostly on this Burka island. As for the locations of other fruits that appeared in the original work, Xia Lin wasn't very clear and could only take it step by step. The three of them flew through the clouds under the moonlight. Because the Amagumo was very soft and both Jasmine and Lilith had consumed a lot of energy during the day, the mother and daughter fell asleep in each other's embrace. Xia Lin looked down at the recording pointer on his wrist. To navigate in the new world, the original single eternal pointer could no longer accurately point to a specific direction. Compared to the first half of the paradise, the magnetic fields of the islands in the new world were much more chaotic. Therefore, even a navigation pointer had been upgraded. The version on Xia Lin's wrist had 3 recording pointers. Without this, even the best navigator would find it difficult to move forward in the new world. However, this is not absolute. If there are eternal pointers from certain islands, one can also find direction. Another way to find direction is to rely on the movement of life cards, but that is more about finding people. Xia Lin has the sea charts of the waters visited by Mukin during this time. The territorial division of the New World is not as fixed as it will be during the later period of the Four Emperors. Aside from the territory of the Rocks Pirates, other unclaimed lands are even more chaotic. Mukin clearly indicated the territorial range of the Navy and Rocks on the sea chart. The Navy's power can be ignored. At this point in time, and for the next few decades, the New World can be considered territory abandoned by the Navy. It's not that they don't want to intervene, but the cost of intervention is too high. Moreover, having those powerful pirates mutually restrain each other in the New World is also what the world government wants to see. To maintain their unreasonable rule, the world government needs the pirate force to oppose them, thereby making ordinary countries willingly pay their heavenly tribute. If there were no pirates and the whole world were peaceful, which country would be willing to pay heavenly tribute? Xia Lin is not a naive rookie who just passed through paradise. Those people had smooth sailing in the early stages and, after being called new stars or supernovas, mostly lost sight of themselves, arrogantly believing they could establish themselves among countless pirates in the New World. As a result, in order to gain fame, they would challenge already famous pirate forces. The outcome, of course, would be a beating and a shameful retreat. This kind of thing is quite common, like Crocodile, Moria, Ace, and Kid. These people once underestimated themselves and wanted to challenge the Four Emperors. Among them, Moria was somewhat better off. The person he lost to was Kaido, who at that time was far from his peak, perhaps only slightly stronger than Moria. Xia Lin would not seek trouble by provoking rocks, nor does he want to come into contact with the world government too early. The sea chart given by Mukin has helped him avoid this trouble. In addition to the sea chart, Mukin also made some other preparations, including several eternal pointers from different islands. As for the location of Sky Island Baika, Mukin had already investigated it clearly. Xia Lin had long planned to take the Thunder Fruit, but going to Sky Island was a bit troublesome, which is why Mukin had not acted until now. Now, Baika is Xia Lin's first stop. However, the journey to Baika is actually quite far. Although Baika is very close to the New World, it is still in the first half of the Grand Line. Just like the islands in the sea have little connection with each other, the communication between different Sky Islands is also difficult. After Enel consumed the Rumble Fruit, he destroyed his hometown Baika and then went to the land of the gods. Unsurprisingly, the location of the Rumble Fruit is in Baika. With such a long distance, relying solely on flying can be a bit troublesome. Xia Lin sighed. Although he can maintain the presence of the Amaterasu for a long time, he cannot continuously observe the situation in the sky. The weather in the Grand Line is unpredictable, and a storm could hit at any time. Moreover, many things would be very inconvenient, like eating and using the restroom. It seems that a ship is still necessary. Even if it's flying with a ship, having a place to land would be much better. Initially, he didn't plan to take a ship because he was concerned that Yuriko might get seasick. But now he no longer has that worry. He thought about looking for nearby pirates and simply stealing a ship from them. Xia Lin had his eyes on those inexperienced newcomers from the paradise. It would be a good opportunity to teach them a lesson about the dangers of the New World. However, Finding a group of pirates on the vast sea is not an easy task. We are not yet in the true age of big pirates. Although there are many pirates, they are still not as numerous as in the future. Especially in the years right after Roger was executed, many men, driven by a moment of impulse, thought of the fame and wealth he spoke of and set sail. By the next evening, he discovered a ship appearing on the distant coastline. By the time he hurried over, it was already getting dark. Most of those who turned to piracy had not received much education, and the names of pirate crews were often chosen quite casually. Names like the big MOM pirates and the beast pirates are already considered quite cultured. Generally, they would name the crew based on some characteristic of the captain. If the captain had red hair, it would be called the red hair pirates. If the captain had a white beard, it would be called the white beard pirates. As a result, pirate crews with similar names, like the Scarface pirates and the bear pirates, are actually quite common. However, at this moment, Xia Lin found the name of this pirate crew to be rather serious. To celebrate the treasure they had just plundered, the Nightfire pirates were holding a banquet, a bonfire party on the ship. The captain of the Nightfire pirates was a current supernova with a bounty of 70 million berry. Although it seemed like only 70 million, this was nearly 40 years ago, and at that time, the berry had not depreciated to the extent it would in the future. For example, Crocodile, who would enter the New World with a very strong posture over a decade later, had a bounty of only 80 million berry. In this era, having a bounty reach the tens of millions was already enough to make one a renowned pirate in paradise. Not to mention that the captain of the Nightfire pirates was also a very rare Logia-type devil fruit user. The Flame fruit sounds similar to the Burn fruit, but in reality, it is a lower-tier version of the Burn fruit. The relationship between the Flame fruit and the Burn fruit is akin to that between the Ice fruit and the Snow fruit. Both freezing and burning can be understood as states of change for things. However, the interactions and counterbalances between devil fruits in the pirate world cannot be matched with real-world physics or chemistry. After all, the creator of this world is just a cartoonist who knows nothing about pirates or physics and chemistry. At this moment, a bonfire party is being held on the pirate ship of Nightfire Island. Relying on their captain's ability, the flames do not harm the ship. Because of this, the crew often holds such bonfire parties, hence the name Nightfire Pirate Crew. Ha ha ha, little ones, get up and dance. The captain of a Nightfire pirate crew, Hollow Flay, is sitting high in the main seat with two cool and hot ladies beside him, holding up a bottle of rum that is very popular among pirates and laughing heartily. They have been in the New World for half a month now, having heard how dangerous it was before. However, after they adapted to the sudden changes in the weather, things got much better. As for those so-called great pirates, they seem rather insignificant to them. The reason for today's celebration is to commemorate their first battle since entering the New World, against a pirate crew that had entered the New World 6 months ago, but was still defeated by them. Hollow Flay seized their treasures and female crew members. As for the others, they were all sent to the sea by his flames. Today is truly enjoyable. Hollow downed the drink in his cup in one go, and the two ladies quickly swayed their hips to refill it for him. The captain looks so handsome today. He easily dealt with those fools. The subordinates dancing around the bonfire also laughed heartily. Among the looted treasures, there's a share for them too, and once the captain gets tired of the captured people, they can enjoy them as well. However, these are all secondary. After going out to sea for so long, they have experienced too much of this. What really excites them is the thrill of defeating those arrogant enemies. Those so-called predecessors of the New World, those under rocks, it's just laughable. They act so high and mighty, looking down on others, but in the end, aren't they just feeding the fish? Someone shouted loudly, and upon hearing this, everyone else burst into laughter. However, some people are feeling worried. That group seems to be from the legendary Rocks pirates. Is it okay to provoke them? What are we afraid of? I think that Rocks is just a name without substance. There are plenty of famous figures on this sea. Moreover, they were the ones who approached us first, trying to make the Nightfire pirates their dogs. What a dream. That's right, and besides, our captain is an invincible Logia user. There is no one in this world who can defeat our captain. Up in the clouds, Xia Lin heard these people's words through his observation hockey. They actually provoked the Rocks pirates, these frogs at the bottom of the well. Even I'm considering whether to take action against them, Xia Lin sighed. Rocks has been fighting for years, and the pirates under him are always expendable. To maintain his power, fresh pirate blood is necessary. He often recruits many famous new pirates from the paradise. For instance, the intern Kaido on Rock's ship was specifically recruited by him. Kaido was born in a kingdom called Woker and became the strongest soldier in the country at the age of 10. A few years ago, actually 7 years ago, The king of Woker sold Kaido to the Navy for the right to participate in the World Conference, but Kaido escaped shortly after. At that time, the bounty on Kaido's head was exactly the same as the current Hollow's 70 million berries. Later, after causing a ruckus on Pirate Island, Rock sent Whitebeard to invite him, and now Kaido has been interned on Rock's ship for 5 years. Hollow's bounty is substantial, and being a Logia user makes it understandable for Rocks to take an interest in him, but not everyone can attract a high-ranking officer of Whitebeard's caliber. The person who came to recruit the Nightfire Pirates this time is actually a half-newbie, having only arrived in the New World for 6 months and hasn't even learned hockey. As a result, not only did he fail to show Hollow the cruelty of the New World, but all of his people were sunk as well, having lost face. Rocks probably won't let this go easily. However, it's also possible that Rocks hasn't even paid attention to such small fry. At least it's unlikely he would make a big deal out of just the Nightfire Pirates. Logia-type abilities can be powerful in the first half of the story, but they aren't as strong in the New World. Under the influence of hockey, the ability to elementalize gradually becomes less useful. Among the 6 emperors who will dominate the world, only Blackbeard is a Logia user, and even that is not a typical Logia. So, while Logia has a high lower limit, developing it to a strong level depends on the individual. Generally, Xia Lin tends to prefer Paramecia or Zoan fruits when choosing abilities, but that doesn't mean he thinks Logia is weak. Fruits like the Goro Goro no Mi, the Noro Noro no Mi, the Mago Mago no Mi, and the Yami Yami no Mi are all very strong. Although the Nightfire Pirates have provoked Rocks, this doesn't have much to do with Xia Lin. He just wants to requisition their pirate ship, so what is his fault? Moreover, while Xia Lin doesn't want to provoke someone as crazy as Rocks, he isn't afraid of him either. He hasn't broken into Rock's lair, so what is there to fear? With this thought, he was getting closer and closer to the Nightfire Pirates. At this moment, Jasmine and Yuriko also spotted the ship. Is it a pirate ship? Jasmine leaned over the cloud, curiously looking at the glowing ship, which seemed to be on fire. Lord Xia Lin, are you going to take action against them? Yuriko asked. Hearing this, Xia Lin hadn't said anything yet, but Jasmine was already rolling up her sleeves, looking eager to try. However, Xia Lin still pressed her body back, which was about to rush out. Jasmine's strength was still not strong, and she had not mastered hockey. She had started her training too recently. The pirate crew in front of her had crossed the first half of the Grand Line to reach the New World, and they were not ordinary opponents. Wait here for a moment. It will be over soon. Xia Lin left the 2 of them in the sky and stepped on a cloud, flying towards the Nightfire Pirates. Since it was already late, the drunken crew members didn't even notice Xia Lin's approach. It wasn't until Xia Lin's figure stood boldly at the bow of the ship that they became aware, pushing away the women they were holding and surrounding Xia Lin with swords and guns. This guy wanted to get close. Hollow frowned, watching the man in front of him warily. He had been sitting high up, but he hadn't seen how the other party had appeared, as if he had already been standing in the crowd for a long time. Who are you? Hollow angrily threw his wine glass aside and stood up suddenly. He was very tall, about 3 meters. The 2 women next to him, wearing minimal clothing, wisely moved away. Did that guy Rock send you? Hollow shouted, but he quickly remembered that he had just defeated a group of Rock's followers during the day, so their speed shouldn't be this fast. Seeing Xia Lin's lack of response, Hollow's anger overpowered his confusion and a bit of fear. He realized he didn't need to be afraid at all, because he was an invincible Logia user. If you don't answer, then just die. He sneered, and the hair on his head suddenly turned into flickering flames. However, he didn't attack immediately. If everything had to be handled by the captain himself, then what was the point of having crew members? Boys, kill him. No, capture him. He's a hot commodity. If we sell him to the slave hunters, we can make a fortune. Hollow grinned wickedly. The others immediately became excited. Their Nightfire Pirates had been involved in the slave trade during the first half of the Grand Line, having defeated many pirate crews and captured numerous prisoners. Later, they sold them to the slave hunters at Sabati Archipelago, making quite a bit of money. Even those who were just damaged goods found buyers. And someone like Xia Lin would surely attract the interest of many nobles. You people really make me feel sick. Xia Lin lightly scanned the group, revealing a look of disgust on his face. These scum, killing them would be letting them off easy. If only Wano hadn't started building factories yet. Otherwise, Xia Lin would have sent them to Wano to mine. Setting up factories in Wano was inevitable. However, before that, Xia Lin needed to think about how to deal with pollution. It would be best to have a corresponding devil fruit that could purify pollutants. The group of pirates closed in, with those holding guns surrounding the outside while those wielding swords rushed in without much hesitation. Watching these approaching figures, Xia Lin didn't move at all, only slightly raised his eyes. Suddenly, an invisible aura was released from his body. In a daze, Xia Lin seemed to transform into some kind of terrifying monster, staring at the pitiful group with cold, vertical pupils. Their minds went blank, unable to think. Boom! Before the pirates could even get within a meter of Xia Lin, they all fell to the ground as if hit by some invisible attack. This was Conqueror's Haki. Xia Lin's Conqueror's Haki awakened after the establishment of the daimyo's mansion in Jiuli. At that time, he sat atop a tall building, overlooking Jiuli, and suddenly felt that the world was so small, leading to the awakening of his Conqueror's Haki. Hollow, who had never encountered Haki before, had no idea what was happening. He only saw his subordinates falling to the ground, one by one, without having done anything. In fact, if Xia Lin hadn't controlled the range of his Conqueror's Haki and hadn't targeted him, Hollow would probably have been among those fallen underlings. Damn it, is he a devil fruit user? Is it a mental attack? Hollow gritted his teeth and said, thinking that there were countless strange devil fruit abilities. In his view, any ability that was hard to understand must belong to the category of devil fruit abilities. However, the intimidation ability of Conqueror's Haki is indeed quite similar to mental attacks. So in that sense, he can be said to be half right. Hollow's expression was not good. If it were a mental attack, then even if he is a natural type, it seems he wouldn't be able to be immune. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming after me? As Hollow spoke, the flames on his body became even more intense. He was ready to attack at any moment. We shouldn't have any grudges, right? Or are you someone sent by rocks? How interesting, pirates can also talk about grudges. Those ordinary people who died at your hands had no grudges against you, right? Xia Lin sneered. Quite unfortunately, I was just planning to become a pirate hunter. Hearing this, Hollow realized that today could only be considered as bad luck. You want to take my head to exchange for money? In that case, you can go die first. 200 degrees, flame serpent. The dim yellow flames on Hollow burned fiercely, and in an instant, a giant flaming serpent was released from his hand, lunging towards Xia Lin with its gaping maw. 200 degrees. That's a temperature capable of melting rock. Although there are many people with flame powers in the New World, to the extent that there's a saying that even dogs want to eat the flame fruit, most people's flames are only at the temperature that ignites paper or wood, while the flames from the flame fruit are far beyond that. However, in Xia Lin's view, although the fire snake in front of him was fierce, it couldn't harm him in the slightest. Watching the approaching fire snake, he didn't even move his feet, just gently waved his arm. Instantly, a wave of cold air was released from his body, and the icy airflow froze the seawater around the pirate's ship in an instant. The heat of the seemingly ferocious fire snake was absorbed almost entirely, and when it reached Xia Lin, it had already turned into a mere facade of flames. These flames burned around him, but didn't even singe the corners of his clothes. It was as if Hollow had put a flame effect on Xia Lin after a flurry of activity. Such a weak flame. As Xia Lin stepped forward through the flames, this posture made Hollow feel true fear for the first time. He couldn't help but take a step back, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. An ice-type ability user? You're also a natural element? He originally thought the opponent was a mental ability user, but now it seemed that the opponent was likely an ice ability user. Probably a rare natural element like himself. Originally, flames should restrain ice, but in the recent clash, he found himself completely at a disadvantage. This filled Hollow with great fear. The person in front of him was not someone he could deal with, and, at the same time, he didn't want to die. After thinking for a moment, he still endured his fear and said, how about we call it quits here? Even if I'm not your opponent, you can't subdue me. I'm also a natural element user, so you can't harm me. You mentioned pirate hunters. What you want is probably money, right? Among those useless ones, there are a few with bounties. You can take them and exchange them for money. I don't mind giving you all the other treasures on the ship. Xia Lin didn't continue to waste words with him. The dark purple aura around his body condensed into snake shadows, hissing with bared fangs. Seeing that there was no way to resolve things amicably, Hollow could only fight to the death. At that moment, his expression turned frenzied, and flames ignited all over his body. It seemed he intended to burn the ship along with himself. Since you're also an ability user and don't plan to let me go, let us die together in the sea. 3,000 degrees Celsius. A massive fire burst forth, the scorching flames roaring like a small sun. The flowing flames surged outward, but there was no triumphant look on Hollow's face, because those icy snake shadows had firmly trapped him, lifting him towards the sky. The released flames surged indiscriminately in all directions, but couldn't reach the ship below. Xia Lin's cold aura extinguished his flames, and the entire ship was covered in white frost beneath the fire. Xia Lin couldn't absorb 2 demon souls at the same time, but even without fully absorbing, he could still unleash part of his abilities in a normal state. However, the abilities in this state were at an unawakened level. Even without awakening, there were differences in strength among ability users. The world was indeed very vast. This is a ship I have my eyes on. I can't let you destroy it. Xia Lin looked at him and said lightly, also, I won't drown, simply because I can freeze the surface of the sea. In fact, he wasn't afraid of the seawater at all. The effect of sea stone on him was nearly negligible. Hollow was still struggling, but Xia Lin directly planted the Great Snake seal on him. Although he had intended to use these pirates to earn some pocket money, they still had to do the work of sailing the ship themselves. I have to say that the Curse of the Great Serpent is indeed a very convenient skill, but unfortunately, it doesn't work at all against true strong individuals. In fact, even Jiu Tianwan at that time almost rendered this ability ineffective. If Jiu Tianwan hadn't originally intended to follow Xia Lin and offered almost no resistance, the effect of the Curse of the Great Serpent on him would have been minimal. After planting the Curse of the Great Serpent on Huoluo, the same fate awaited those weaklings he had taken down with his conqueror's haki. Now, those people have slowly woken up and are respectfully kneeling to one side, waiting for Xia Lin's orders. Sir, where shall we sail to? Xia Lin tossed the map to him. To the nearest Navy base, but wait a moment. By the way, you should have the latest bounty notices on your ship, right? Xia Lin asked while waiting for Mo Li and Bai He to come over. Yes. Luo nodded hurriedly, then turned and shouted to his subordinates to quickly bring the bounty notices to the Sir. Soon, a nimble fellow brought over a pile of bounty notices. Pirates like them often spend a little money at newsbirds to buy some information while sailing on the sea. Generally, the bounty notices are tucked inside newspapers. This is all the bounty notices. Look for one for a pirate named Redfield. Xia Lin nodded, sat in Luo's original seat, and let them busy themselves. Seeing this, Luo immediately called over a few women to serve Xia Lin. He was flattering Xia Lin not only because of the Curse of the Great Serpent, but also hoping that Xia Lin would be lenient and not hand him over to the Navy. Even though he was under the Curse of the Great Serpent, these people's willpower would not simply dissipate. Luo certainly didn't want to fall into the hands of the Navy. If Xia Lin had a task for him, he would naturally endure humiliation and press on without hesitation, but who would willingly suffer punishment for no reason? Hearing Luo's orders, the women on the ship were eager to rush over and lavish flattery on Xia Lin. Massaging shoulders and legs, serving tea and water were just small tasks, and there were not a few who wanted to serve him publicly. However, Xia Lin expressionlessly waved away those posing individuals. Xia Lin looked at the women dressed provocatively. Some of them were originally crew members of the Nightfire pirate crew, while others were captive from the pirate crew they had defeated during the day. However, whether it is the former or the latter, these women cannot be considered clean or good people. For these individuals, Xia Lin also arranged the Great Snake seal. There is no need to send them to the Navy. When the time comes, they can be taken back to Julie and sent directly to the pleasure quarters. On this ship, besides these two types of women, there is a third type who have been plundered from ordinary civilians by the Nightfire pirate group. These individuals are locked up inside the ship, humiliated and toyed with by them. Xia Lin's attitude towards these unfortunate women is much better. Not only does he not use the Great Snake seal to control them, but he also has the female pirates clean them up and release them. However, some of these people have already suffered too much, standing motionless like emotionless dolls. Fortunately, most of them have not become numb to that extent. The women, who have been cleaned up and dressed, are now looking at the surrounding pirates with panic-stricken expressions. Since being captured, they have endured the torment of these pirates like livestock. Now, it seems that something is different. Their fearful gazes eventually land on Xia Lin, who is sitting at the top. This is someone they have never seen before. If Xia Lin had appeared before, they would have recognized her. Don't be afraid. From now on, you won't be tormented by these pirates, Xia Lin said softly. I am a pirate hunter, and I will be taking these pirates to the naval base. You can disembark there, and the Navy should send you back to your hometown. Xia Lin's presence shines like a beam of light into their increasingly numb and humiliating lives. However, many are still distrustful of Xia Lin's words. What kind of pirates would treat a pirate hunter with such respect? Soon, Jasmine and Yuriko also arrived. So pitiful. These pirates are indeed bad guys. After boarding the ship, they learned about the situation on board. Jasmine was so angry that she drew her knife, wanting to dismember those pirates. However, although Xia Lin did not stop her, Jasmine, who had never killed before, found it hard to go through with it after injuring one of the pirates. The softer-hearted Yuriko felt very sorry for the women who had been taken. Therefore, on the way to the naval base, she often went to comfort them. Those women gradually realized that they might really be saved. The pirates, who had originally treated them like livestock, moved into a dirty and smelly prison cell. giving their original quarters to the women. The ship is heading towards the nearest naval base under the guidance of the navigator. However, to avoid being attacked by the Navy before reaching the base, Xia Lin specifically instructed them to take down the original pirate flag and replace it with a normal sail. Now, Xia Lin is counting the Nightfire pirates' treasures. To be honest, these guys are quite wealthy. After counting carefully, Xia Lin discovered that there were treasures worth over 100 million berries on the ship. In this era, the value of 100 million berries far exceeds that of the future, with purchasing power estimated to be several times greater than later on. Since money depreciates when left idle, Xia Lin plans to directly send these items to Kuroten Myukin's overseas base when they return, allowing her to exchange them for supplies. So much money. Jasmine's eyes sparkled as she imagined herself lying on a pile of money. I didn't expect you to be such a little money grubber, Xia Lin exclaimed in surprise. Hee. I want to become the leader of the surveying and mapping agency, like Sister Yukiko, in the future, Jasmine said proudly. However, thinking of her greedy appearance just now, Xia Lin was convinced that she could not be allowed to take on this job. It wasn't that he thought Mo Li would embezzle funds. The key concern was that he was afraid she would be stingy when it came to allocating funds. By the way, Mo Li used the phone bug to contact those people in the overseas base of Black Charcoal Mushi and tell them to continue paying attention to the news from Sleep Ancient Town. Xia Lin instructed. Last night, these pirates had found the bounty notice for the Red Count. But like Roger, he is now just an obscure little pirate. The ships are heading towards the naval base, while on the other side, Yukiko and the others have borrowed a route from Shimi to arrive at the flower capital. So this is the flower capital? It's my first time here. Jiutian Wan looked around, noting that the climate in the flower capital is very different from Jiuli. Here, it is always spring, not as hot as Jiuli. After entering the flower capital, they still had to travel a long distance to reach the actual capital. The capital is built on a highland in the center of the flower capital, where there is a gigantic cherry blossom tree that blooms eternally. But it is not visible from here. Outside the capital, the area is either suburban or wilderness, but even in the wilderness, there are people living. Not everyone is qualified to live in the center of the capital. For example, Jean Wayman's old flame, a woman named Ahe, runs a small tea house in the outskirts. Don't you think such a place is best ruled by Lord Xia Lin? Yukiko said. She had actually been to the flower capital before, when Julie was just built. She had come to the flower capital to recruit workers from all over the country. I remember there is a tea house up ahead where we can rest. Let's take a break there. Yukiko recalled a small tea house she had seen during her previous visits and planned to rest there. The tea house not only served tea, but also offered some snacks, like 3-color dumplings. This time, there were only about 30 people, including those accompanying her, and the band playing gongs and drums would certainly not come along the way. Soon, they passed through the forest and saw a small tea house. The tea house owner had heard the commotion and was already standing at the door looking out. It would be more accurate to call her a beautiful young girl rather than a tea house owner. It was hard to believe that someone her age would run a tea house in such a remote place. Ahe had initially stood outside to observe because she had heard the noise. She dared to do business in such a place, not only because she had some skills, but also because she was very vigilant. But soon she saw a magnificent procession. The splendid and elegant decorations astonished her and made her more cautious. It seemed that a significant figure was coming. Such people could sometimes be more frightening than ruffians. However, she soon relaxed because she spotted Yuki's figure in the crowd. Yuki had passed through the flower capital several times and often stopped here to rest. However, she did not have such a grand entourage back then. Although she traveled with a few people, they were not dressed like now and even wore light armor. Due to Yuki's demeanor and her generous actions each time she visited, Ahi had a deep impression of her. Normally, she would have rushed to greet her immediately, but this time she hesitated. She saw the man sitting in the crimson palanquin, his expression cold and eyes closed in feigned sleep. The charcoal cicada had done well in mimicking the fruits, at least in terms of demeanor. At that moment, the man's icy and aloof aura made Ahi hesitant to act, fearing that she might offend him and bring about her own demise. This is it. Let's take a break here. Yuki noticed Ahi standing nervously at the entrance and quietly spoke to the people behind her. This action puzzled Ahi. Clearly, that man should be the most distinguished among the group. However, seeing Yuki giving commands without consulting him or showing any concern for his feelings, it appeared as though she was the one with the highest status among them. In fact, that was indeed the case. Not to mention the charcoal cicada and Jitenmaru. Even those thieves who were originally under Jitenmaru now, as soldiers of the Tenryo, were more willing to heed Yuki's words. After all, this woman was a favored person of Lord Xia Lin, and her words sometimes directly represented Xia Lin's will, which naturally held significant weight in their hearts. "Miss Yuki, what is this?" Ahi saw Yuki instructing these people to stop, and then walking towards her, quickly asking respectfully. "Miss Ahi, my lord, the current daimyo of Kiri, and I are on our way to the flower capital to pay our respects to the general. We passed by here and thought to take a break," Yuki said softly. "Miss Ahi, please prepare some tea and food." "Daimyo?" Ahi gasped softly, realizing that Yuki's identity was certainly not simple. She had thought Yuki was just the daughter of a wealthy family, but it turned out she was a subordinate of the well-known daimyo of Kiri. Moreover, her status seemed to be quite high. After the soft exclamation, Ahi understood that her actions had been a bit slow and hurriedly said, "I'll go to greet the daimyo." Yuki nodded, although she felt it unnecessary to pay respects to that counterfeit charcoal cicada. She knew she could not show any signs of weakness while out. "Our daimyo of Kiri is actually very amiable. He need not worry." I nodded, but internally she remained extremely nervous. The highest-ranking person she had encountered was Lord K. Getsu Yutaka, who had rescued her from the belly of the mountain god 2 years ago. However, the other party was immediately severed from the father-son relationship by K. Getsu Yashikatsu. Although K. Getsu Odin can no longer consider himself the son of the shogun, the bloodline connection will not be severed. Moreover, Kinneyman has been following Odin, and with this relationship, Ahaku feels that she should be safe. Thinking of this, she becomes a little calmer. She slowly takes a few steps towards Sharon and then bows. This humble girl, Ahaku, has come to pay her respects to the esteemed lord. Taking this opportunity, Ahaku curiously observes the famous Lord of Kuri for a moment. Her first impression of him is that he is handsome, but the rest feels cold. In reality, Sharon is not that cold. However, Myoken holds the belief that the more one speaks and acts, the more mistakes one is likely to make. Therefore, he tries to avoid both words and actions as much as possible, which makes him appear even colder. However, seeing the other party deliberately bow and greet her, Muchan still lifted her eyes slightly and said softly, "No need for such formality." She then signaled her subordinates, the warriors, to rest in place. After Ahi greeted the daimyo, she returned to the tea house to start preparing tea and food. There were more than 30 people traveling together this time, which wasn't a large number. However, this tea house was run solely by her, so she would have to be busy for a while. If it were someone else from the countryside, they might have already grown impatient waiting. Jiu Tianwan sat still for a while and then felt a bit hungry, so he stepped into the house and called out loudly, "Hey, boss lady, do you have any alcohol? I don't like tea." Jiu Tianwan was practically addicted to alcohol, but ever since he became the leader of the Tenryo officials, his drinking was strictly limited. They, as thieves, were now maintaining the Order of Julie as a form of compensation for the past. They were provided with food and accommodation, but no salary. When Yukiko allocated funds, she wouldn't skimp on their food, but she definitely wouldn't prepare them any drinks. Although here in a tea house, she did have a bit of sake, and the samurai of this country did not shy away from it. Fortunately, the alcohol content was low, so a little sip wouldn't get anyone drunk. Just as he was about to bend down to look for the sake, she heard Yukiko's cold voice. "Jiu Tianwan, what are you doing?" Upon hearing that voice, even the tall Jiu Tianwan couldn't help but shiver and started to feel scared. In terms of martial power, 3 Yukikos tied together might not be a match for Jiu Tianwan. However, in terms of status, Jiu Tianwan dared not act recklessly. Hearing Yukiko's voice, Jiu Tianwan was drenched in cold sweat, constantly signaling to Ahi not to let slip what he had just said. Seeing his eyelids twitching, Ahi found it somewhat amusing. But regardless of whether she spoke or not, Jiu Tianwan had spoken so loudly that Yukiko had already heard him. "Go wait outside. Do you want to delay the Lord's official business by wanting to drink in this situation?" Yukiko shot him a glare and said, "Just 1 or 2 cups wouldn't get anyone drunk." Jiu Tianwan hurriedly defended himself. 1 or 2 cups of sake wouldn't even count as a mouthful. It wouldn't delay anything. But Yukiko didn't care about that and directly shooed him out. He laughed. Although these warriors looked very imposing, fully armed and quite intimidating, they were actually quite amusing and did not bully others with their power. This made Ahi feel even more convinced about the rumors she had heard about Julie in the past. She had heard early on about the security situation over in Julie, that doing business there involved no underworld and no worries about oppression from samurai. As long as taxes were paid, there were basically no additional expenses. Unlike the Flower City, where in addition to paying taxes, there are also gang forces demanding protection fees. The general's army would not pay attention to those gangs at all. If you don't pay, you'll be troubled. In fact, it has improved a lot in recent years. During Bing Wulong's rule over the Flower City gangs, he imposed some restrictions on those gangs. In the past, even if you paid honestly, someone would still come to cause trouble. Ah considered moving to Julie to do business half a year ago. However, she couldn't be sure about the truth of the rumors. And having operated here for a long time, she couldn't make up her mind. Later, after things stabilized in Julie, it became difficult to settle there. However, he didn't expect that the Yuki who passed by here several times more than half a year ago was actually someone from the Jiuli de Ming Fu. She had long heard of the reputation of the Ice and Snow Princess, Shuanghua, but she didn't know that Yuki was her. It was surprising to learn that Miss Yuki had such a noble identity. He complimented, saying that the beautiful name of the Ice and Snow Princess was indeed well known to her. Don't mention it, I don't know which bastard spread it. Yuki felt very tired. If it weren't for this sudden fame, she could have followed Xia Lin to the sea instead of going to the flower capital with the old hag Tan Mu-chan. He chuckled lightly and placed a plate of 3-colored dumplings and tea beside Yuki, saying, "It's a fitting title for Miss Yuki." Yuki had a good impression of Ahi. She actually knew that he was somewhat related to that yellow-haired little thug following Yution, but that wasn't much. She had already investigated the identities of several people around Yution. The 2 handsome young boys were picked up by Yution from Suzu, and the ninja with a face as big as Tan, she was once a ninja from the Omiya band. After being rejected multiple times in his advances, he ran to the mountains to live in seclusion and ended up robbing passing women. Han Jiulang was an undercover agent sent by Tan to Shi, and not many people knew this. Yuki was one of them. Jin Wei Min and Chuan Si Lang were small thugs from the flower capital, and both of them voluntarily followed Yution after the mountain god incident. Speaking of which, Yuki also knew that the mountain god who was cut in half by Yution back then did not die, and Xia Lin eventually learned about this too. However, he still did not bother to find a pig in the mountains to take over. "The taste is not bad," Yuki said after taking a bite of the 3-colored dumpling. He was a bit surprised. This was the first plate of dumplings she had made, and she thought Yuki had come in to take it to that daimyo. But she didn't expect Yuki to start eating it herself. However, she didn't think much of it and simply said, "The ones at the back aren't ready yet. You have to wait a while. The red bean soup is also being simmered." Yukiko nodded. In fact, Ahi's cooking skills were just average, not the kind that would make the dishes shine after they were finished. However, sometimes it was precisely because of the ordinary that it had more flavor. I said, "Miss Ahi, why don't you go to Jili to do business?" Yukiko said while eating. In fact, she had a bit of sweet tooth. Having been so poor before that she could have sold herself, she naturally hadn't tasted many good things. Now, she found it hard to refuse some sweet and rich foods. So this time, Yukiko planned to take Ahi to Jili with her. Yukiko intended to bring Ahi along so that she could also enjoy delicious 3-colored dumplings and red bean soup when they were in Jili. Actually, tea houses like this, and even some izakayas would sell these foods, and there were many such shops in Jili. However, Yukiko surprisingly liked the not-so-unique sweets made by Ahi, so she straightforwardly asked Ahi if she wanted to go to Jili to do business. However, Ahi felt a bit troubled. Originally, she had considered whether to go to Jili to do business, and at that time, she was quite distressed. On one hand, she wasn't sure if Jili was really as good as others said, and on the other hand, after Jin Wei Min followed Yution, there had been no word from him. Ahi was afraid that if she moved to Jili, Jin Wei Min might return and not be able to find her. After some hesitation, she heard that it was already very difficult to settle in Jili, which relieved her worries. Now that Shuizi brought up the matter again, it made her a bit tempted. The prosperity of Jili was no longer in doubt. Ahi heard that this year, one of Joli's villages had contributed offerings to the flower capital that exceeded the total of Ling, Ho, Shimei, and 2 zones, 3 villages combined. However, Ahi was still worried about Jin Wei Min. She had a long-standing friendship with him. Although he was a complete scoundrel, not only did he not work, but he also often came to steal money from her. He was strong and healthy, but lazy. Yet they had grown up together, and Ahi was quite tolerant of him. If she just left like this, they might never meet again in the future. After all, they had been friends for many years, and it was hard for Ahi to make a decision. But if she gave up this opportunity, she felt a bit unwilling. Nowadays, it wasn't impossible for general merchants to do business in Jili. However, buying property in Jili would require a huge price. If Ahi had been able to decisively sell her tea house half a year ago, she could have bought a property twice the size in a more remote location in Jili. But now, she couldn't even afford a toilet. And now, the opportunity to do business in Jili was right in front of her. Who would have thought that this somewhat cold-looking, beautiful woman was actually the leader of the Kinding execution, responsible for finances in Jili? Most of the land in Julie belonged to the daimyo's property, and now the leader of the Kanding execution wanted her to open a tea house. Even if it had to be in the most prosperous area, it was just a matter of saying it. He felt like she had thought about it for a long time, but in fact, it was only a short while. She nodded in agreement. Upon careful thought, even if she went to Julie, it didn't mean she would lose contact with her friend Jin Wei-min forever. After all, he was following the son of the shogun, and he would definitely become a shogun in the future. The current shogun didn't have any other children. With this, as the first samurai to follow him, Jin Wei-min would surely become a famous noble in the flower capital in the future. When that time came, it would be easy to meet again. However, once a person achieves success, their old friends may not necessarily still be considered friends. After all, it's been 2 years without any correspondence. He didn't think too much about this. She didn't have any feelings for Jin Wei-min yet, who would have a good impression of a rogue. Since that's the case, you should prepare first. When we return, you can go to Julie with us, or I can write a document for you to take directly to Damingfu. There will be someone to take care of you then, Yukiko said. Then I'll wait here for Miss Yukiko, he said softly while serving the red bean soup. After all, she was a woman, and going alone to an unfamiliar place made her a bit anxious. Having someone she knew, like Yukiko, around would alleviate some of her fears. Yukiko nodded and didn't say anything more. The two of them fell silent. After all, their relationship wasn't very close. He then carried out the prepared food, tea, red bean soup, and 3 color dumplings, just some snacks. She didn't understand why Yukiko was so fond of these things, especially the 3 color dumplings and red bean soup, which were almost too sweet. However, the tea can help relieve the greasiness, and, of course, he wouldn't refuse the sake and rice balls. After resting for half a day, Yukiko and the others left. Ahi, holding the 10 gold pieces she had just received, went back to her room and found a box to put the money in. In reality, that little bit of food and tea wasn't worth so much. Although there were 30 people, it was merely a few colored rice balls and a pot of red bean soup. She sighed, closed the box, and put it back in its place, then turned around to start tidying up the room. I wonder if that guy Jin Wei-min can really keep following Lord Mitian. He thought. Her biggest fear was that Jin Wei-min would give up halfway and end up running back without achieving anything. It wasn't impossible. She had helped Jin Wei-min find proper work before, but he always returned after failing to make it work. If he were to give up again this time, it would probably mean he truly had no support left. With this in mind, he decided not to sell the tea house, as a way to leave a backup option for Jin Wei-min. She planned to take only some clothes and valuables, which would be enough. After all, with Yukiko's help, he didn't have to worry about starting a business in Julie. However, she couldn't rely on others' kindness forever. At the very least, the cost for the shop that Miss Yukiko helped me prepare would have to be paid back with future earnings, he thought. The real estate in Julie is expensive, and more importantly, having money doesn't guarantee that you can buy it. Just getting the qualification to purchase is already a favor, and as for the property, it certainly can't be taken for free. After leaving Ahi's tea house, they were already quite close to the capital of the Flower City. By dusk, Yukiko and the others saw the red torii gate on the outskirts of the capital. The terrain of the Flower City capital is slightly higher than that of the suburbs, resembling a raised platform. The entrance has smooth steps, and after stepping up and passing through the torii gate, they entered the true capital of the Flower City. Within the capital, the houses were well organized, and even the common people living here wouldn't be too destitute. After all, it was the capital. Even a dilapidated house holds some value. Those who couldn't afford even a meal would have long since sold their possessions to live elsewhere. In other words, the prosperity of the Flower City doesn't mean everyone is thriving. Rather, those who cannot survive here are forced to leave. With such a large country as Wano Country, the administrators differ from region to region, and naturally, the cost of living varies as well. What a huge cherry blossom tree! Sake Temaru looked up at the center of the city and was immediately captivated by the cherry blossom tree that resembled a pink crescent moon. Not seen for just 3 days, the world was filled with cherry blossoms. The climate of the Flower City is very mild, and when the cool breeze blows through, it carries with it petals that fall like a rain of flowers. These scattered blossoms, pale white like snow, have a touch of gradient pink. When the light colors gather, it seems to create a scene of pink sunset clouds. Falling petals are everywhere. The so-called cherry blossom snow must refer to this sight, right? The air carried a faint fragrance. In fact, the scent of cherry blossoms is quite subtle, but with so many flowers gathered here, the delicate fragrance also condensed. Truly beautiful cherry blossoms, Sake Temaru sighed. His cultural level wasn't high. Rather, he had very little education at all, and even learning to read was something he had only begun to do in the past 6 months. Unlike Yukiko, I can say a little about haiku. People of Wano do not dislike cherry blossoms. Their blooming and casual withering, though it signifies death, is still beautiful. When cherry blossoms fall, they are pure and decisive. In their imagination, life should be like this. Life is short, and one should live as brilliantly as cherry blossoms. Even in death, one should leave decisively. Live a vibrant life, and even in death, it should be the same. However, although they revere this spirit, few can truly embrace death like the cherry blossoms. In fact, the people of this country have endured the oppression of the black charcoal great snake in Kaido for nearly 20 to 30 years without daring to resist. Ultimately, there are more who are afraid of death and cling to life. I've heard that this cherry blossom tree has been blooming for many years. Is that true? Sakazuki asked Yukiko. Yukiko shook her head and reached out to take a small petal carried by the breeze. The pink petal looked like the hoof print of some animal. The people of Wano call the armed color of haki flowing cherry. This power that can flow within the body is like the cherry blossoms falling in the wind. I don't know, but the last few times I came, the cherry blossoms were just as abundant. In the New World, people often lack a strong concept of the 4 seasons. Those living on Winter Island may believe that the scenery of ice and snow exists everywhere in the world if they have never been out to sea. They do not know the spring flowers and autumn moons, nor the tranquil cicadas of summer. Let's hurry, Yukiko said softly, her voice having grown a bit gentler. The samurai clad in their imposing armor walked the streets of the Flower City, marching in unison, looking like dignified generals, exuding a fierce and chilling aura. Yet, the drifting cherry blossom petals fell on their shoulder guards and amidst their stern figures, adding a hint of tenderness to their might. What is this? The citizens of the Flower City naturally retreated upon seeing such an imposing procession. Those mighty and tall samurai even made them afraid to meet their gaze. This aura was unlike any they had seen from the soldiers before. For a moment, in addition to fear, there were also some admiring and respectful glances. Many of the young delinquents looked on with bright eyes, wishing they could be one of them, proudly accepting the awe-filled gazes of the crowd. Where did these warriors come from? They are truly impressive. Look, that noble person sitting in the palanquin. Doesn't he look handsome? Indeed. One can tell at a glance that he is of high status, just like a young nobleman. The women of the flower capital were completely captivated by the black charcoal cicada on the bright red palanquin. This old guy knows how to put on airs. At this moment, draped in a traditional coat, he lazily leaned against the edge of the palanquin, enjoying the attention of countless people without a hint of nervousness. On the contrary, she appeared completely at ease, as if this was merely a minor spectacle. A calm smile graced her face, one hand propping up her cheek, her gaze looking down arrogantly at the pedestrians by the roadside, high and mighty like a deity, while the other hand held a bowl of clear sake. She did not drink. She simply allowed the scattered flower petals to float into the liquid, creating tiny ripples. At that moment, the scene seemed to freeze, the noble, elegant, and handsome figure etched deeply into the hearts of everyone in the flower capital. Yukiko noticed the hint of spring in the eyes of those women and couldn't help but smile. Finally, this black charcoal cicada had done something that brought her comfort, allowing Lord Xia Lin's figure to be perfectly displayed before these people. However, Yukiko still felt that if Lord Sharon were here, he would definitely do better. Sharon did not know what was happening here. Otherwise, he would surely express that he was not as good at pretending as the blackened cicadas. These people, could they possibly be the samurai from Jiuli? Indeed, there were rumors that the general summoned the daimyo from Jiuli. That being said, that person must be the daimyo of Jiuli, and he was truly handsome. The feeling of being so high above made it hard to imagine that people like them could actually see such a noble person in person. The residents of the flower capital had seen other daimyos from different regions before, but those people were not on the same level as Sharon. Although there was a sense of distance when looking from afar, it was completely different from the feeling now. To be ruled by such a daimyo. The people of Jiuli must be very happy. The people of Jiuli, living in affluence, were indeed very happy. Although the sky was gradually getting darker, the flower capital still had a night market. The streets were decorated with lights at night, which was quite a nice sight. Of course, they didn't have time to enjoy it today. Soon, they would enter the general's residence, and after a welcome banquet, they would attend the dinner hosted by the general. Yukiko actually found the banquet quite uninteresting. It was just a bunch of completely unfamiliar people gathering to eat. Then they would listen to the singing and dancing of the courtesans from the entertainment district or the ones raised by the sukiyaki. However, Jitemaru was looking forward to it. As a retainer of the daimyo of Jiuli, he was considered someone of status, and he would have a place at tonight's banquet. Being able to drink openly was very satisfying for him. Moreover, there would be beautiful companions prepared for him with sukiyaki. He certainly did not have such treatment in Jiuli, as he had no salary and no money to relax in the entertainment district. Now, as the ranks of the heavenly domain's officials grew, many newly joined samurai were originally clean and upright, and these people had salaries. However, Jitemaru, who originally came from a thief background, had no salary as a form of penance. As a result, although he was the leader of the heavenly domain's officials, he lived a much more miserable life than his subordinates. The Sky Island is an island made up of cloud islands, which look like the solidified clouds from Doraemon that can be walked on. It is a sky kingdom above the clouds. This dreamlike quality made the Sky Island seem a bit romantic in Sharon's eyes. The people living on the Sky Island generally wear white decorations resembling angel wings. The tools they use are special clouds and shells. These shells come from the White Sea. The White Sea is located at an altitude of over 10,000 meters and is an ocean in the sky. Although the density of the Sea of Clouds is very low, there are still organisms living within it. The organisms on the Sky Island are naturally different in body structure compared to those in the Green Sea. To pass through the Red Earth continent, Sharon directly flew the ship into the sky using the Amaterasu clouds. Kaido could lift Onigashima with flame clouds, so lifting a mere ship was no problem for Sharon. A few days ago, he exchanged the pirates for a bounty at the naval base in the New World. With the bounty plus the wealth originally on the ship, there was a total of 230 million berries on board. So much money made Molly feel very happy. Although she didn't really understand the exchange rate between berries and the currency of Wano, since it was over 200 million, such a large number must be a considerable fortune. Right? Zimbabwean dollar. Ah, yes. Now, besides Sharon, there was no other man on the ship. Originally, it was planned to let those women who were captured disembark at the naval base, but most of them chose not to leave. Women like them, who were captured, had their villages wiped out by pirates, and their families had already died at the hands of pirates. Even if they left, they had nowhere to go. Some were captured from merchant ships or other vessels, and their families might still be alive. However, they had no face to return to their hometowns now. Even if they went back, they would probably have to endure countless rumors. Everyone would look at them with either pity or disdain, and these words and gazes would constantly remind them of the hell they once lived in. Yuriko felt very sorry for them, so she begged Sharon to take them away as well. After all, the Daimyo's mansion was so large that many tasks needed servants to handle, including hygiene and garden maintenance. Bringing these women back to give them a place to live in peace, a completely unfamiliar place, would help them forget their tragic past. Just this would be enough for them to be grateful. As for those who were originally part of the Night Fire Pirates or those captured female pirates, Sharon had marked them with the Great Serpent Seal. They would be sent to the entertainment district later or serve as courtesans. The ship sailed through the clouds. Generally speaking, the density of the White Sea was not enough to support ships from the Green Sea, but Sharon's Amaterasu clouds had no such issues. At this moment, the Sky Island they arrived at was not Baika, but rather a sky island that did not appear in the original work. There are actually many such sky islands. The distribution of cloud islands is very scattered, and many sky islands are very small, and they can even be blown away by the wind, drifting like ships. Although Baika appears in the first half, it is positioned more toward the south. Even though they had a rough map, finding Baika was not easy. After all, Baika was not very famous. If it weren't for a guy named Enel coming out later, probably not many people would know about it. It took them a considerable amount of time, and they finally arrived at Baika after a few days. Baika is not a very large sky island, but it is not small either. When the residents of Baika saw strange ships approaching on the clouds, they became alert, and many adult men gathered on the shore. In this era, sky islands were not free from pirates. In fact, many pirates originated from sky islands. Although Sharon and his group did not fly the pirate flag, they were still met with suspicion. Many pirates, to avoid being attacked before reaching the shore, would also prepare ordinary sails and then suddenly launch an attack. Pirates are essentially cruel and despicable. This is not a noble profession. However, Xia Lin is not a pirate. All he wants is the thunder fruit that may exist on Baika Island, and there is no need to conflict with these Sky Islanders. He plans to disguise himself as a merchant to trade with these delivery people, thus getting the opportunity to stay in Baika for a long time. However, although the trade is just an excuse, some specialties from the Sky Islands, like the summer forest, are indeed needed. The currency inflation in the Sky Islands is even more severe than that of the Qinghai currency, the belly. On the previous island, Summer Forest exchanged several tens of millions of belly for some Sky Island currency, the Aixtol, also known as Ik. 40 years later, the depreciated value of the belly far exceeds that of the Sky Island Ik, not to mention the current belly. As the ship approached, the Sky Islanders became nervous. However, they soon realized that the only people moving on the approaching ship were women. No men. The captain of the Baika guard team wondered. Or were the men all hiding below deck? Although individual combat power can sometimes far surpass that of an army in this world, such strong individuals are not common. Seeing a group of women moving on the deck somewhat lowered their vigilance. Soon the ship docked. Summer Forest was the first to disembark. Upon seeing Summer Forest, the guard captain immediately displayed a serious expression. In the Sky Islands, the observation hockey is referred to as the heart net. However, this ability is not something every warrior can possess. Even an average warrior like this guard captain has a relatively keen awareness because of it. He keenly sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the man standing in front of him. This was not the presence of an ordinary person, making him almost unable to move, with even his hands holding the spear trembling uncontrollably. However, thinking of his responsibility as a guardian, he still mustered the courage to ask, "Who are you?" "No need to be nervous. We are a merchant convoy from Qinghai," Summer Forest explained. However, this answer did not completely put the other party at ease. Fortunately, Xia Lin's demeanor of following the rules made him breathe a sigh of relief. In reality, the captain of the guard did not truly believe Xia Lin's words. However, he had no choice. An aerial island like Baika did not have particularly strong defense capabilities, and in a real confrontation with pirates, there would be no chance of winning. No matter what Xia Lin's true identity is, as long as he does not intend to plunder this island, that is enough. Every day, Xia Lin takes Jasmine and Liliko out to stroll around the city of Baika, looking at the local specialties of the Sky Island, and buys everything that interests them. Jasmine, curious about the decorations of the Sky Island people, also bought a pair of wings to wear on her back. As for the search for the devil fruit, Xia Lin left that to the female pirates, who have some strength and experience, making them suitable for the task. The thunder fruit was only found by Enel after many years, so it must not be easy to discover. Xia Lin even expanded the search area to the nearby Bai Sea. It is foreseeable that the time spent searching for the fruit on this island may even exceed the time they spent traveling here. However, staying on the floating island is not a boring thing. The unique customs and culture here greatly interest Jasmine. Yuriko needs to be more reserved, but it is also evident that she is actually quite intrigued by these novel foods. However, she might consider herself to be in a more adult role, so generally, she wouldn't be as lively, happy, and carefree as Jasmine. Xia Lin found her interesting in her curious, yet restrained demeanor. On the other hand, the captain of Baika's guards had actually dispatched some people to keep an eye on Xia Lin and the others every day. He thought he was being very discreet, but in reality, even Jasmine could notice their actions. If it were Yukiko here, she might have already killed those who were watching with a knife. However, Jasmine didn't have that kind of resolve, and although she was initially very angry, she only thought about teaching them a lesson. However, he was stopped by Xia Lin. Is it really a fault for a person to want to protect the people on his island? As long as these people don't interfere with them. Xia Lin doesn't mind being followed by a few individuals when he goes out. Moreover, he isn't doing anything shameful. Even if he wants to take the devil fruit, it indirectly resolves the outcome of Baika's destruction. The people of Baika should be grateful to him. Speaking of which, before finding the thunder fruit, Xia Lin actually made another gain. He found Enel himself. However, this year, Enel has just been born and is still a little baby. Cultivating new forces is one of the things Xia Lin aims to do on this trip. Enel actually has a lot of potential. The reason he lost to Luffy back then was entirely because his fruit was countered and he didn't know how to use hockey yet. At least in the Blue Sea, he has a strength of about 500 million berries. If he learns hockey, he might really have a chance to compete with the admirals. Although the Rumble fruit has already been reserved by Xia Lin, it would be similar to give him another fruit later on. When he was young, Enel's earlobes were also quite long, which already indicated what he would look like in the future. His mother is very weak and probably won't live much longer. After learning that Xia Lin and the others were willing to take Enel away, this mother, although very worried, agreed. No matter where Xia Lin and her group came from, or what kind of people they are, at least after they took Enelu away, Enelu had hope for survival. Otherwise, if she were to pass away in a year or two, it would be uncertain whether Enelu could survive on the Sky Island. Of course, if Xia Lin wanted to take Enelu away, she would also leave with her. After all, this little baby hasn't been weaned yet. Once they arrive in Wano Country, Xia Lin can find a doctor to help treat her. For a baby like Inalu, as long as she is educated well, there is no need to control her with the great serpent seal. Captain, those people seem to be looking for something strange. The person responsible for monitoring Xia Lin observed for several days and reached this conclusion. This made those watching them very worried, fearing that Xia Lin and her group had some hidden schemes. After all, on the surface, Xia Lin, Mo Li, and Bai He were pretending to be on a big shopping spree in the city, which they indeed were. Given the current value of berries, 30 million berries is undoubtedly a huge fortune. During this time, Xia Lin has almost squandered all of this wealth. A large amount of ikra has fallen into the hands of those Baika merchants, greatly enriching their lives. Can we determine what they are looking for? The captain of the guard asked. Another person shook his head. The captain pondered for a moment. In fact, he didn't care much about what Xia Lin was looking for. This Baika didn't hold any ancient treasures, and even if it did, it had nothing to do with them. What about other strange actions? Well, it seems that a few days ago, they intended to take away a widow of Disakana and her child. Is that it? Yes. And it seems that the woman was willing to follow them. The scout who reported this nodded and then cautiously asked, Captain, should we take advantage of their unpreparedness? No need, let them go. The captain of the guard said. It was just a woman and a child, and it was voluntary, so he had no way to interfere. A few days later, a female pirate finally found 2 devil fruits in the Sea of Clouds. One of them had a blue exterior with lightning patterns, which was undoubtedly the thunder fruit. The other, after Xia Lin entered the fruit's consciousness, could basically be confirmed to be a zoan-type fruit of a bird species, though it was not a mythical zoan. Whether it was an ancient zoan was another question, as Xia Lin did not recognize that many creatures. A zoan-type devil fruit that could fly was much more useful than one from a typical land creature. In this world where the ocean is the stage, having aerial superiority would be very advantageous. However, if it were given to Jasmine or Enel, this fruit would be somewhat unqualified. So, Xia Lin still planned to keep this fruit and take it back. Then he focused all his attention on the thunder fruit in his hand. Purple runes appeared both beneath his feet and in his hands. This was a magic circle for receiving magic, and the magical text on the circle was incomprehensible to anyone. Soon after, the thunder fruit in Xia Lin's hand was enveloped by purple magic and then transformed into nothingness. In fact, Xia Lin had already absorbed this fruit into his body. However, it cannot be considered a complete success in reception yet. Rather, the progress is only at 1%. Fully receiving the power of the fruit is a long process. Even if Xia Lin plans to postpone the progress of the Great Mouth True God fruit and focus on fully receiving the thunder fruit, it will still take at least over a year to achieve complete reception. This is still at a speed increased by his enhanced strength. In the beginning, he knew nothing, and it took him many years to receive the Yamata, no Orochi Fruit. The thunder fruit is currently the first natural type fruit that Xia Lin is receiving. In the consciousness space of the fruit, the manifested enemy is an elemental monster. In the absence of the ability to use haki and other reception capabilities, such an enemy can be considered unsolvable. However, it was the same in reverse. Xia Lin had also gained the same power as his opponent. But when a stronger lightning met a weaker one, the opponent instantly absorbed his electricity. He quickly left the consciousness space. His head and body still felt a sharp pain. He opened his hand, and blue arcs of electricity flickered in his palm. Even though he couldn't fully harness the power, he could still use a portion of the fruit's abilities, but right now, his electricity was no stronger than that of a fur tribe member, merely a weak static charge. After finding the thunder fruit, Xia Lin immediately left Baika. He had purchased quite a few special equipment like the empty shell and Weiba. After the ship left Baika, it descended from the sky and returned to the blue sea. He didn't plan to go to Angel Island or the golden country of Apaya for the time being. The gold would still be there and wouldn't run away. Besides, even if he went, it wouldn't be easy to carry such a large amount of gold with this ship. It's worth noting that after Enel forged a pure gold flying ship, Noah, from that gold, there was still a lot of gold left in the golden country. Even though Xia Lin's Amitsukami could bear it, it would still be inconvenient to carry. Moreover, during this period, although the Golden Lion hadn't left rocks to go solo yet, the basic form of the Flying Sky Pirate crew already existed. Even his crew members had mostly gathered, although the probability of encountering the Golden Lion in the endless sky was almost zero. Sometimes coincidences can be incredibly hard to believe. If they did encounter him, Xia Lin, along with Jasmine, Lilies, and such a group of women, would probably struggle to protect so much gold from the Golden Lion's attacks. Xia Lin's current strength still had some gap compared to these legendary figures. This was a difference in the mastery of hockey. Even if Xia Lin's fruit ability had reached the awakened level, it was still hard to match them. Figures like the Golden Lion, Roger, and Whitebeard had their combat power very close to their peak. Roger, for instance, was 38 this year, and all his bodily functions were at their peak. By next year, he would defeat the Rocks Pirates in God Valley alongside the Navy. If he later obtained a space-type Devil Fruit ability, it would be much more convenient. This year, Roger had just reached the nominal endpoint of the Grand Line, Water 7 Island. Following the original timeline, 9 years later, after Odin got on Roger's ship, they would still head to Sky Island, and at least by that time, the Golden Country on Sky Island would still be intact. After returning to the Blue Sea, Enel's mother's condition worsened. Although the oxygen was richer in the Blue Sea, the atmospheric pressure was relatively stronger, which put a lot of burden on her. Coupled with her already poor health, even as a baby, Enel could adapt to such an environment, while she, as an adult, felt a heaviness in her chest, as if something was pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. However, the increase in oxygen levels in the air is actually beneficial for her condition. As long as she slowly adapts to the air pressure in Qinghai, her situation may gradually improve. With the acquisition of the Thunder Fruit, this voyage can be considered a success. Not to mention, they also obtained 200 million berries and some special shell from the Sky Islands. Some of these shells can be considered strategic level items. For example, the Slash Shell and Impact Shell can absorb slashes and impacts respectively, and then release them back. They can not only defend against enemy attacks to a certain extent, but also counterattack, effectively serving as a weapon with infinite firepower. Of course, shells of the same type also come in different levels, such as Wind Shell, which includes Double Wind Shell, Giant Shell, and Spray Wind Shell. The effects of shells vary with their quality. Besides combat use shells, there are also flash shells and taste shells that can be used as flashbangs, tear gas, or even poison gas shells. These shells can even be used as strategic level weapons, at least much stronger than the weapons currently circulating in the sea. The only drawback is that the attacks absorbed by the Slash Shell and Impact Shell have a limit, and they cannot add hockey when released. This means that these shells are not very useful against true powerhouses. At this time, Rox and his crew in the New World have also received news that the Nightfire Pirates have been captured and imprisoned. Originally, after the Nightfire Pirates killed the people they sent out, those people's life card had already burned out, and they knew about this matter at that time. The person responsible for this incident is a pirate unknown to Xia Lin. After all, not everyone requires Rox to send out high-ranking officers like Whitebeard for recruitment. The captain of the Nightfire Pirates is a Logia user and one of the most prominent figures among the new stars who arrived at the Sabeti archipelago this year. However, even so, it is impossible to receive the same treatment as Kaido. However, even so, the person responsible for recruiting the Nightfire Pirates is a great pirate. An era is vast. Besides those pirates who can become famous in history, there are many strong individuals who have not had the chance to be submerged in obscurity. Characters like Rox and Whitebeard are merely at the pinnacle of their era, but that does not mean there are no other worthy strong individuals in this world. Captain, I initially thought it was the Nightfire Pirates who dealt with Daikas and his crew, but now it seems that might not be the case. On a pirate ship, several pirates are holding newspapers. The highly anticipated Supernova Nightfire Pirates were captured and imprisoned shortly after entering the New World. As this year's Supernova, Hollow has actually been under the watchful eyes of various forces since entering the New World. Although these newcomers are still quite weak over the years, those supernovas who have managed to establish a foothold in the New World possess extraordinary strength. This is also why Rox sent people to recruit these supernovas. It seems very likely that Daikas and his crew may have also been dealt with by that pirate hunter, someone said. They immediately set out after the life cards of Daikas and his crew disappeared. Unexpectedly, halfway through their journey, they received the news of the Nightfire Pirates being captured and imprisoned. Captain Jekka, what should we do now? A crew member asked. Should we go after that pirate hunter? Is that even question? Of course we should. The tall figure at the bow crumpled the newspaper in his hand. Jekka is no newcomer to the New World. He joined the Rocks Pirates several years ago. However, the Rocks Pirates are more like a pirate alliance, with many of its cadres having their own small groups. This is a very normal phenomenon. The reason the Rocks Pirates can maintain their unity is not due to pure friendship, but rather strength. Therefore, everyone in this pirate crew essentially worships power. Those without power, or those with insufficient power, naturally want to rely on stronger individuals. Most of the cadres who are as strong as monsters have their own forces. Rox himself is completely indifferent to this. What's wrong with pirates worshipping power? Those without power are nothing in this sea. Moreover, He himself possesses absolute power. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't be able to summon those monsters. Jekka follows Charlotte Linlin. Due to her experiences in childhood, Charlotte Linlin wants to create a nation that accommodates various races, which is why she has a fondness for special races. However, although Jekka is a half-fishman, he hasn't become a core member of this future Yonko crew. Compared to Whitebeard's behavior of recognizing sons everywhere, Big Mom trusts the bonds of blood much more. Although she is still a member of the Rocks Pirates, she has already given birth to several children. Even the very popular Katakuri, who will rise to fame later, is almost 10 years old now. Although he is not yet 10, Katakuri has already gained a significant reputation within the Rocks Pirates. He has inherited some of Charlotte Linlin's talents, being as strong as a monster. This power seems quite immature in the eyes of true big shots. However, for many ordinary pirates, it's already something they can never hope to achieve in their lifetime. Katakuri's immense power has made him quite headstrong. However, this has also caused harm to his sister. Katakuri's personality has become much quieter now. The Nightfire Pirate's small issues don't require much attention from these cadres. To be honest, while most of the supernovas have the potential to become great pirates, the premise is that they must first survive. A supernova taken down by a pirate hunter isn't worth considering at all. In fact, even if it reaches their ears, it would only make them laugh. Pirate hunters. Such a profession is simply not respectable. Most of those who capture pirates for justice become Navy members, while those who do it for money are easily blinded by greed. When they discover that robbing ordinary people can yield money with less risk, who would be willing to risk their lives to fight pirates? As a result, the Navy's bounty notices can't even be considered as being prepared for those bounty hunters. Instead, it is the pirates seeking fame who want to achieve higher bounties, challenging those big pirates, leading to ongoing internal strife. The downfall of the Nightfire Pirates hasn't attracted the attention of those above. However, for Jekka, this matter is quite important. After all, a Logia-type Devil Fruit user could potentially become a force on his side, which would be beneficial for his development. Jekka clearly understands that although he has allied himself with a great pirate like Charlotte Linlin, his own position is very awkward. Therefore, he actually needs to form alliances and accumulate his own strength. As a Logia user, Hollow is undoubtedly a good choice. After all, being a Logia user, the lower limit won't be too low. Once he learns hockey, he can become a decent helper. However, this calculation was broken by Xia Lin, and he also lost a potentially promising pirate crew that he had recruited not long ago, which made him feel very angry. However, from another perspective, if he could recruit the bounty hunter who defeated the Nightfire Pirates, it might completely make up for this loss. Indeed, compared to killing Xia Lin, Jekka was more interested in bringing Xia Lin into his pirate crew. He didn't see this as an impossible task. After all, most bounty hunters were notorious figures. Those driven by money would generally cherish their lives. After all, no matter how much money one has, it is only useful if one is alive. Jekka didn't think that a bounty hunter's strength was superior to that of a pirate like him. Even an ordinary vice admiral from the Navy headquarters would not be his match. However, how could he find that bounty hunter? There was no description of the bounty hunter's appearance in the newspapers, someone asked. This person was also a newcomer who had just come from paradise. Newbies are indeed newbies. They still don't know about the life cards? A pirate sneered, noting that many life cards had not yet disappeared. The crew of Daikas, who were eliminated by the Nightfire Pirates, were also newcomers who had not been in the New World for long. They didn't possess hockey, and their life cards were only recently made. They hadn't even received them before setting sail this time. Therefore, the female pirates captured by Xia Lin had no idea about the life cards. Otherwise, they wouldn't choose to hide it while under Xia Lin's control. Now, Jekka ordered his subordinates to retrieve those life cards. The life card that originally belonged to Captain Daikas had been completely burned to ashes. But there was still one life card that was still pulsating and appeared to be healthy. Is it just the owl left? A pirate leaned over to take a look and recognized the owner of this intact life card, a woman known as Owl, whose real name was Ziado. She was the only capable combatant on Daikas' ship, and she was an animal-type devil fruit user, possessing the ability of the bird fruit in the form of a head eagle. After defeating Daikas, the Nightfire Pirates captured several female pirates, but only she qualified to have a life card made. Moreover, this female pirate was the one who had previously helped Xia Lin find the thunder fruit. Jekka watched as this piece of paper in his hand fluttered against the wind towards one direction, having found the direction of Xia Lin and the others. That woman Owl. I remember she has a bounty too, 30 million berries. How come they didn't hand her over to the Navy? That bounty hunter really is a lecher. Someone laughed, noting that the life card was clearly moving away from the Navy base. Hey, That guy doesn't really have any looks, does he? Someone retorted. This was the truth. Xiaoto was not particularly good-looking, quite ordinary, and had eyebrows thicker than those of Shinshan. That bounty hunter seems to be heading towards paradise. The first half of the Grand Line, although it is a terrifying sea area that has buried countless rookie pirates, is referred to as paradise by the people of the New World. Compared to the climate of the New World, the harsh climate of paradise seems minor. In addition, there's also a gap in the strength of enemies. The New World is like the ultimate arena for pirates, where only true strongmen can stand. Of course, if a person's luck is good enough, they can also thrive in the New World. Take Buggy, one of the future 4 emperors, for example. With the luck of possessing Conqueror as Haki, he managed to become one of the 4 emperors by leveraging the Cross Guild created by Crocodile, which is simply absurd. However, generally speaking, only the losers of the New World would scurry to paradise with their tails between their legs, while the losers of paradise would return to the seas in shame. Therefore, when Jekka discovered that the direction Xia Lin was heading was towards paradise, he couldn't help but shake his head, and the pirates under him burst into mockery. Bounty hunters are just bounty hunters. They really don't hold any standing. Actually, the person saying this isn't necessarily very strong. They themselves cannot cope with the environment of the New World. Even now, under the command of Rocks, death could come at any moment. Facing the Navy, pirates, or even allies within the Rocks pirates could lead to their bodies being separated from their souls. The Rocks pirates are not a solid group. It is normal for cadres to have conflicts with one another. However, they still managed to restrain themselves. Their underlings were different. Conflicts among them were common. It was very possible that one moment they were enjoying hot pot and singing, and the next moment one would pull out a knife to attack the other. But no matter what, at least they had managed to survive in this new world. Just for that, it was enough to make them feel complacent and arrogant. You guys, let us head toward paradise. While sailing on the sea, sometimes time feels stretched, but at other times it feels fleeting. Most days at sea are dull and boring. However, taking this opportunity, Xia Lin would sometimes train Jasmine and Yuriko. Of course, if others were willing to join in, Xia Lin wouldn't mind. The ship of the Nightfire Pirates wasn't very large, actually just slightly bigger than Luffy's Thousand Sunny, and it was not made of the rare Atom Tree. Atom Tree materials are extremely scarce worldwide, and in many cases, money alone cannot acquire them. Pirates sailing through the New World all hope that their ships can be tougher than steel. Therefore, any rumors of Atom Tree materials appearing in the black market can attract many people to buy, making it a treasure that is valuable yet hard to find. However, besides Atom, there are actually many strong and peculiar plants in this world. For example, the plant known as Eve or the Sun Tree has very magical effects. It can absorb and transmit sunlight like a night pearl. Moreover, Eve's trunk is over 10,000 meters high, rooting itself at the bottom of the ocean 10,000 meters deep. Its enormous vines condense the soil into islands, and the sunlight in the blue sky is transmitted through its branches to the tranquil deep sea, allowing for a distinction between day and night even at the bottom of the ocean. Xia Lin feels that the mermaids do not grow as randomly as those deep-sea fish, which can be attributed to the light transmitted by Eve that allows them to distinguish each other's appearance. The materials of the Nightfire Pirate Group's ships are not Atom from the Treasure Tree, but they are also a special plant from the Grand Line, with a hardness that exceeds that of steel. Therefore, typical training will not damage the ship's body. In addition, during some training, Xia Lin will freeze the surface of the sea behind the ship, then have Jasmine and the others run long distances on the ice. Yuriko is not learning martial arts, but after consuming an animal-type devil fruit, her physical condition surpasses that of Jasmine today, although she lacks any combat skills. The most notable aspect of animal-type devil fruits is their enhancement of a person's physical abilities. Jasmine hasn't trained for long, so it is quite normal for her to be outperformed. However, this ignited her competitive spirit. Both mother and daughter are actually very competitive, or rather, very strong-willed, to the extent that they have even started to engage in internal competition now. However, Yuriko really needs to mature a bit. After motivating Mari to a certain extent, she appropriately stopped. Although she feels that both mother and daughter should repay Xia Lin with everything for saving them from the brink of hell, she is also very pained by Mari's reckless efforts. In reality, Xia Lin would not let them go to the battlefield. Yuriko believes that mastering skills and diligently serving Xia Lin, or sharing some of the political responsibilities like Yukiko, is what can truly help Xia Lin for people like them. However, it seems that only someone like Lord Shaolin could empower women to such an extent. Generally speaking, it is a luxury for women in this country to even receive an education. Even among the daughters of wealthy families, very few have the opportunity to study like her. Yet Xia Lin encourages those women to pursue education. Even those who want to learn martial arts must at least be literate. Lord Xia Lin, are you planning to return to Wano Country now? Yuriko had just washed away her fatigue in the bath, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, carrying a faint fragrance. Well, after we procure some supplies from a nearby island, we will return. Does Yuriko already want to go back? Xia Lin plans to buy some things that are not available in Wano Country before returning. After all, Wano has been closed off for hundreds of years, and many things have fallen behind times, especially common household items. There is a significant gap compared to the outside world. Besides these, Xia Lin also wants to procure some plant seeds. The crops in Wano are still too monotonous. Many unique fruits and vegetables from the outside world do not exist in Wano. There are also some plants that can be grown in places like Winter Island or desolate areas like Sherman, which will be useful in the future. It has actually been almost 2 months since they left Wano, and most of that time has been spent on sailing, but they have still made considerable gains during this time. In addition to the thunder fruit and a bird fruit they previously obtained, they also acquired 2 paramecia-type devil fruits, the slippery fruit and the exploding fruit, as well as a short sword named Snowwalk. That's right. Xia Lin's journey this time went directly through Reverse Mountain and back to the EC. Unfortunately, he did not find Ace's Mera Mera no Mi. Now, they have once again crossed Reverse Mountain and returned to the Grand Line. He does not plan to take the slippery fruit and the exploding fruit. In fact, one could say that these 2 fruits do have potential, but Xia Lin is haunted by the image of a certain individual using boogers as an attack with the exploding fruit. It just feels too disgusting. As for the slippery fruit, it can be considered a beauty tool. In the future, the plump Ariel will rely on this fruit to transform into a beauty. However, the beauty effect of this fruit only makes the skin smooth after consumption. With some development, it can help remove excess fat from the body. Overall, it is for beautification and liposuction, but it cannot achieve the effects of cosmetic surgery. This shows that Ariel's facial features should be decent. If she could muster the willpower to lose weight, she might really become a beauty of the EC. However, this has nothing to do with Xia Lin. Without the slippery fruit, it seems that the fat woman won't be losing weight either. Let's take it back and see if Shuzi wants it. With this in mind, Xia Lin looked at a naval ship approaching in the distance. Lord Xia Lin, Yuriko also saw it. Don't be nervous. We are not enemies of the Navy. By the way, let Xia hide in the cabin for a while. She is the only one among them who has a bounty. Xia Lin said calmly. This calmness came from his power, not from trust in the Navy. Soon, the 2 ships would meet on the sea. If the other party behaves themselves, that would be fine. If they plan to attack, Xia Lin would not hesitate to sink them. He didn't care at all about whether he had a bounty or not. After all, he would be staying in Wano Country for a long time, and these people issuing bounties would just be wasting paper. Within Wano Country, the Navy would not be able to set foot at all during this period. Even the world government has no better way to deal with Wano Country. The barriers of Wano Country are not so solid, but centuries of silence have left many outsiders with little impression of Wano Country. There are countless huge islands in the New World. Who would care about such a small Wano Country? Even if he is wanted, as long as he returns to Wano Country, no one in the vast sea would be able to find him, due to the air currents above Wano Country. Even newsbirds find it difficult to approach, completely isolated from the world. Soon, the 2 ships drew closer. The lookout on the warship had long spotted the approaching vessel and entered a state of alert. Encountering another ship in the vast sea, even if the other side does not fly the Jolly Roger, it does not mean it is not a pirate ship. Not every pirate would openly reveal their identity. There are plenty of despicable characters. However, although they entered a state of alert, they were not overly worried. The reason is that the vice admiral stationed on this ship is the recently renowned black-armed Zephyr, a pillar of the Navy. Zephyr is only 35 years old this year and is still on the rise in the Navy. He is a rising star whose reputation is not inferior to that of Carp and Sengoku. There are rumors that he is likely to be promoted to admiral in the coming years. In terms of strength, Zephyr already possesses abilities very close to that of an admiral. With such a strong leader, the Navy on this warship felt very secure. Especially in the first half of this Grand Line, any pirates who come knocking would be courting death. Saying courting death isn't entirely accurate, as Zephyr basically does not kill any pirates he captures, earning him the title of the admiral who does not kill. However, those pirates who were spared by him would not be grateful. For pirates, living is just a continuation of their hatred, and the suffering they endure after being captured will always be etched in their minds. If Xia Lin were in the Navy, he would not spare any of the capture pirates. To him, A deep-sea prison is completely unnecessary. Only dead enemies are good enemies. The world government is worried that the abilities of those great pirates will return to the sea with their deaths. But to Xia Lin, this is not something worth worrying about. Just like the Nika fruit, only 2 people have reached the awakened level in 800 years. Even powerful fruits, in the hands of weak people, are just pearls covered in dust. Conversely, true strong individuals will remain strong even without fruits. Moreover, even if those great pirates are locked away, their lives will eventually come to an end decades later. Vice Admiral Zifa, there is a ship without markings ahead. Should we check it out? The Navy quickly reported upon observing Xia Lin. Zifa stood at the bow of the ship. His observation haki had already sensed Xia Lin's aura. It was a very dangerous feeling, a fluctuation of aura coming from that ship. Rather than a fierce beast, it felt more like a poisonous snake. At first glance, it seemed to lack the oppressive force, yet it still sent shivers down his spine. A dangerous guy, Zifa said solemnly. He was a tall and strong man, with a very upright posture, and his short purple hair made him look quite spirited. Let's go take a look, but be careful, Zifa said. On the sea, he could ignore ordinary ships, but with such an aura present, it was his duty as a Navy officer to conduct a routine inspection. Just because a ship doesn't fly the pirate flag doesn't mean the other party isn't a pirate. Moreover, not all the Navy's enemies are pirates. There are slave-catching teams, organ trafficking organizations, and arms smuggling groups. These are theoretically enemies of the Navy, but often these dark forces collude with the world government, making it difficult for them to take action. Zifa, who has wanted to be a hero since childhood, would certainly not let these people go when he encounters them. Xia Lin watched as the warship slightly altered its course and headed straight towards them, but he didn't pay it much mind. Zifa could sense his aura, and of course, he was also aware of Zifa's presence. However, it was only when the distance between both sides was close enough that Xia Lin recognized the person standing at the bow of the ship. He never expected it to be him. Xia Lin whispered a remark, and at that moment, the Navy's ship had already signaled. Xia Lin did not make any aggressive moves. No aggressive action. Isn't that a sign of a bad person? Zephyr's aide muttered to himself. Don't let your guard down. Zephyr shook his head and said. As they got closer, he could feel Xia Lin's strength, which was not just superficial. Beneath the surface, there seemed to be even greater power. The ship ahead. We are the Navy, and we're going to inspect your vessel now. The 2 ships were only 10 meters apart. We are the Navy. We're going to inspect you now. Zephyr's aide shouted towards Xia Lin while standing beside him. He even planned to jump over directly, but under Xia Lin's gaze. He didn't dare to act. He looked into Xia Lin's faintly purple eyes, feeling as if he was staring into an endless abyss. Deeply entrapped and seemingly swallowed by a black mire. When he regained his senses, he realized that sweat had already soaked his temples. Do not come closer, Navy, Xia Lin said softly across the sea. Although his voice was not loud, for some reason, it clearly reached Zephyr's ears across the water. This is a routine inspection. Don't worry, as long as you prove that you have no issues, we won't make things difficult for you. Zephyr took a step forward, standing tightly at the edge of the warship's railing. To be honest, he really didn't have much malice. Zephyr was quite steadfast on justice, and he did not give Xia Lin a bad impression. Allowing him to conduct an inspection was not a big deal, but the issue was that there were quite a few pirates on this ship. Aside from Shiradu, although the other female pirates were not selected, they could still be recorded, and if recognized, it would be troublesome. Although Xia Lin planned to send these people to the courtesans of Wano Country, he did not completely disregard them. These individuals could also be a significant force if used properly, for instance, in gathering intelligence. Intelligence is an incredibly important resource in any world. One of the future emperors, Charlotte Linlin, has a very vast intelligence network. And then there's Stussy, the queen of the Pleasure District, who relies on the business within the Pleasure District to gather intelligence. These people would become a web for Xia Lin to obtain information in the future. Xia Lin completely viewed them as tools to be used. After all, these individuals were not exactly good people. They had also participated in the burning, killing, and looting alongside the pirate crew in the past. Moreover, women who went out to sea as pirates were not the type to cherish their bodies. Or rather, they may have valued themselves at one point, but over time, both their bodies and minds inevitably became assimilated with the thinking of pirates. The boredom of sailing on the sea, not knowing when life would come to an end, made instant gratification the only thing they should pursue. Now, having been marked with the Great Serpent Seal by Xia Lin, they already had thoughts of dedicating everything to him. Furthermore, even if they were to engage in such activities, it would not be much different from before, and the danger would be greatly reduced. I don't like being inspected, Xia Lin coldly looked at him. He had no intention of provoking the Navy, but he also did not want to be stepped on by them. Moreover, Shirdu was still in the cabin. How could he allow them to conduct an inspection? However, if he annoys the other party here, it wouldn't be a good thing for Xia Lin. Zifa was able to be promoted to admiral a few years later, and his current strength is not much weaker than that of Carp and Sengoku. He is a formidable enemy. In this vast sea, strength is what truly matters. If it were another unknown navy, they would probably have already been sunk to the bottom of the sea by Xia Lin to feed the fish. After all, no one in the vast ocean would know it was him. So he slightly softened his expression and said, "You are Vice Admiral Zifa of the Navy headquarters. The Black Arm, right? I can't be considered your enemy. Just 2 months ago, I sent a pirate rookie to the Navy base in the New World. 2 months ago? You're the one who captured the Nightfire pirates?" Zifa exclaimed in surprise. However, his expression did not relax its vigilance because of this. Strictly speaking, pirate hunters cannot be said to be on the same side as the Navy. Zephyr actually does not like these pirate hunters. Many pirate hunters themselves are also villains, and the bad deeds they commit in places where no one is watching are likely no less than those of pirates. However, in any case, pirate hunters are indeed a force against pirates. Moreover, the other party is not a bounty target. This has changed Zephyr's attitude. At least, he is now considering the pros and cons. For him, forcibly inspecting Xia Lin's ship is not a problem. The problem lies in whether his actions will completely push this pirate hunter, who might still be in a state of chaotic neutrality, toward the side of pirates. If the other party harbors a grudge against the Navy because of today's incident and falls into piracy, that is something Zephyr does not want to see. The two sides confronted each other at the bow of their ships, both exuding strong momentum, but Zephyr, after all, is from the Navy and has many concerns, so he is already at a slight disadvantage. Jasmine stood beside Xia Lin, holding a knife, looking just like the old Yukiko. Fortunately, this stalemate did not last long. It was not that one side actively showed weakness, but rather a third force broke the deadlock. In the distance, a pirate ship that Xia Lin had never seen before was actually sailing toward both of them. Zephyr and Xia Lin turned their gaze toward the distance at the same time, tacitly putting aside the earlier unpleasantness. The pirate ship heading straight for the warship had now fallen into their sight. "Vice Admiral Zephyr, it seems that your Navy does not have much authority among pirates," Xia Lin remarked, unaware that the ship was actually heading toward him. However, it was clear that these pirates seemed to look down on the Navy of Paradise. "Do you want me to help?" Zephyr's face looked somewhat unsightly. "You need not worry about that. I will personally capture them." Zephyr turned and took a step forward, simultaneously commanding the helmsman to turn around. The massive Navy warship slowly turned ahead toward the approaching pirate ship. Xia Lin remained unmoved, appearing to be watching a show. In fact, he did not need to take action. If pirates came knocking on the door and Zephyr still needed a pirate hunter to deal with them, then he might as well not be an admiral in a few years and just go home to farm. The pirates had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. They were the group led by Jekka, who had chased all the way from the New World. A few minutes earlier, a crew member exclaimed in panic, "Captain, there's a warship." The pirates saw the Navy and reacted like mice seeing a cat, but Jekka showed no signs of fear. "It's just the Navy of Paradise. What's there to be afraid of?" He scoffed, exposing his sharp teeth like saw blades. "We've defeated countless such guys before. Haven't we? Don't forget who we are. Steer the ship closer. Fire." Upon seeing that the other side had actively turned around, Jekka felt provoked and immediately revealed his sharp teeth, commanding the gunners to fire at Zephyr's warship. A barrage of black cannonballs rained down on Zephyr's ship. The weapons in this world are not considered advanced. Both the Navy and the pirate ships have very primitive artillery. The power of these cannons is actually quite difficult to harm true strong individuals. And this is precisely the case. The real target of the cannonballs is actually the ships. In naval combat, ships are the primary carriers, especially in a world where there are users of devil fruit abilities. Once a ship is attacked, the combat effectiveness of enemies falling into the water will be greatly reduced. Zephyr had the same idea and took the initiative to attack the other ship with cannon fire before it got close. At the same time, the Navy soldiers on the warship also began to take action, using sword energy to shoot down the incoming cannonballs. Zephyr did not take action himself. He is not a Navy instructor at the moment, but when encountering pirates, he certainly would not personally eliminate all the pirates alone. If that were the case, his Navy would not only lose the opportunity for training, but also the possibility of promotions. Navy soldiers also need battles to improve themselves. Otherwise, when he and his men grow old, there will be no one capable enough to take over the responsibilities. Lord Xia Lin, are we just going to watch? Jasmine stretched her head to look, as the battle in the distance was extremely fierce, with the cannons on both ships continuously emitting thunderous roars. The cannonballs falling from the sky were like meteorites. However, upon closer inspection, it can be observed that the damage on the Navy's side is much less. With Zephyr in command, it's impossible for those third-rate pirates to destroy a warship. Do you want to help? Those Navy officers look quite arrogant. Jasmine is clearly unhappy about their intention to forcibly inspect her ship, and it seems she wants to join forces with the pirates to sink Zephyr. Jasmine, some things can't be judged just by appearances. Although that Navy officer plans to inspect our ship, he doesn't actually harbor much malice towards us. On the contrary, the pirates have been hostile towards us from the very beginning. Xia Lin's observation haki has improved a lot now. On one hand, it's due to his training during this time, and on the other hand, it's enhanced by the fruit's abilities. The power of Yamata, no Orochi Fruit, has made him somewhat sensitive to good and evil, although he hasn't fully mastered the Thunder Fruit yet. Even weak electrical currents provide some enhancement to his observation haki. Therefore, Xia Lin can clearly sense that the initial malice from the pirates on this ship is directed at him. As for the confrontation with the Navy, that's merely incidental. He doesn't know where their malice originates from. Perhaps it is related to the Nightfire pirates he defeated before. After all, apart from that incident, he hasn't done anything else noteworthy during the past 2 months of sailing. It's uncertain what grievances these people have with the Nightfire pirates. Xia Lin hasn't fully acquired the power of the Thunder Fruit yet, so his observation haki hasn't reached the level where he can read his enemy's thoughts. There is a significant difference between receiving a devil fruit and consuming one. If it were about consuming a devil fruit, it wouldn't be impossible for Xia Lin to directly elevate his powers to the level of Enel with his current strength. However, if it's about receiving it, he must pull against the fruit's consciousness in the realm of awareness, which is a very lengthy process. Fortunately, Xia Lin didn't mind such trivial matters. It didn't matter whether the other party had come because of the Nightfire pirates or simply had malice against him as a bounty hunter. Anyway, they would soon be sent to prison by Zephyr. Xia Lin saw a tall man on the pirate ship making a grim face. It seemed that he was beginning to realize how troublesome this Navy, which he had looked down upon, could be. This was still under the condition that Zephyr had not yet made a move. The Navy under Zephyr was not composed of newcomers. These were elites who had followed him from the bottom up. Their strength was not something ordinary cannon fodder Navy could compare to. Some had even given up promotion opportunities just to follow Zephyr. For instance, Zephyr's deputy, who in terms of strength could actually match a rear admiral. Captain Jekka, our firepower can't break through their defenses, a pirate shouted as he dodged the falling iron cannonballs. Compared to the mixed quality of the Navy personnel on their ship, some could only cower under the attacks. The deck of their ship had already been pockmarked with several holes from cannonballs, and even the mast had suffered severe damage. Crack! Jekka jumped up in anger and bit down on a cannonball that was about to land on the ship, crushing it with his teeth. The steel fragments crumbled beneath his teeth as easily as chewing candy. He then spat the gunpowder-laden iron scraps into the sea, like spitting out phlegm. Stop engaging them in a cannon fight. Bring the ship closer. Let me tear them apart with my own hands. Jekka roared. As a half-fishman, especially one from the great white shark lineage, Jekka had always been confident in his strength, except for the monsters in the New World. He didn't think he would encounter powerful enemies on a Navy ship. Pirates like him, who had already established themselves in the New World, should have been able to slaughter like monsters in a game that had advanced to the late stages. Instead, they were at a disadvantage in the cannon battle. These guys are really useless. Jekka's cold gaze swept over his subordinates. In his view, the situation was entirely due to his subordinates being too weak. Most of the Navy personnel could intercept the cannonballs fired from their side, while more than half of his crew could only dodge the cannon fire, revealing the gap in their abilities. As for top combat power, Jekka did not believe he would lose to the Navy. After all, before entering the New World, he had enjoyed a period of being called a monster. However, even among monsters, he couldn't compare to those in the New World. When I return to the New World, I will definitely get rid of these useless people. Damn it, if that Nightfire pirates would submit, our combat power would increase significantly right now. Jekka thought. As for now, you little ones, charge up and show the Navy our might. This was Xia Lin's first real experience of ship battle. After withstanding the first round of cannon fire, it was time for close-quarters combat. The two ships were so close, they seemed about to collide. The pirates and Navy on both sides of the deck had already drawn their swords, waiting for this moment. From the previous cannon fire, the Navy had roughly understood the enemy's strength. These were not ordinary pirates. Otherwise, they would have been sunk in the earlier bombardment. especially the captain of this pirate crew, who had intercepted numerous cannonballs earlier, was very strong. The White Shark pirates? Zephyr's vice admiral recognized Jekka, which made Jekka, standing at the bow, become arrogant. Ha ha ha, Navy! Have you heard my great name? He stood with one foot on the bow, baring his sharp teeth and laughing loudly. In his view, he could also be considered a prominent figure. His bounty had already exceeded 100 million, making him a true great pirate. Such a bounty, if it were placed 30 years later, would likely multiply several times, reaching around 3 to 500 million. You've already joined the Rocks Pirates in the New World, right? Why are you appearing in this first half of the Grand Line? Zephyr shouted with a stern face. Meanwhile, Xia Lin, who was far away, frowned. By consciously controlling the minute-electric currents in the air, he could hear many things, and the conversation of Zephyr and the others came to him like a radio transmission. Rock subordinates? Why are they targeting me? Could it be because of those pirates? Jasmine asked. After controlling those female pirates, they learned their original purpose and identities. Knowing they were from the Rocks Pirates, would Rocks actually send people for such trash? Xia Lin wondered, surprised. In fact, he was completely mistaken, even among Rock subordinates. Not everyone's actions were directly commanded by Rocks. It was a large fleet, and it was very likely that Rocks hadn't even heard of Jekka's name. Lord Xia Lin, is that Rocks really that strong? Jasmine asked. Since setting sail, she had noticed that Xia Lin was very concerned about this name. Moreover, while acting on various islands, she found that this name was practically thunderous in this world. Regarding Jasmine's question, Xia Lin didn't know how to answer. To be honest, he didn't have much understanding of Rocks. This person had a very small role in the original story. Until the day Xia Lin arrived in this world, there had been no direct description of his strength. It cannot be ruled out that Rocks and Future Buggy are merely lucky users of the Conqueror's Haki. But the likelihood is very low. People like Big Mom and Gold Lion are also part of the Rocks Pirates, and they are not as easy to deal with as Mihawk and Crocodile. If Rocks truly lacked power, he would have been killed by them long ago. Therefore, Xia Lin speculates that Rocks himself is also very powerful. However, this is just speculation. He is not clear about the specifics and sees no need to clarify. According to the history of this world, next year, this world-shaking figure will be wiped out along with God Island, and this battle involves the Navy pirates and the world government, even the high and mighty celestial dragons. Regardless of Rock's true nature, at least the Rocks Pirates are currently a formidable force that is hard to shake. However, the lifespan of such a giant is about to come to an end. After next year, there will be no Rocks in this world. Roger has already returned from the nominal endpoint of the Grand Line, Water 7, and soon the era belonging to Rocks will end, giving way to the era of those legendary pirates of the future. Perhaps, but it doesn't matter. Once even the strongest are abandoned by the times, they can no longer be considered enemies, Xia Lin said, shaking his head. However, the impending downfall of Rocks further strengthens his resolve to lay low and develop in the early stages. The world government and the Navy are the strongest forces in this world. He is not their match yet, as he has no intention of disrupting the balance of the world. Rocks is essentially a criminal, which is why he's being hunted down by both pirates and the Navy. Molly nodded as she listened to Xia Lin, looking at the distant battlefield. In fact, her vision could not see what was happening. She only saw flashes of fire erupting from the pirate's ship, with many pirates falling into the sea from the deck. Xia Lin had a clearer view. Zifa, standing at the bow of the ship, did not move, and when faced with the provocative Jekka charging at him, it was his lieutenant who first drew his sword and charged forward. Their battle gave Xia Lin a new understanding of the Navy's combat capabilities. Zifa's lieutenant should possess the strength of a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters, and in battle, he not only held his ground, but also suppressed the immensely powerful Jekka. When Xia Lin watched One Piece before, he always felt that the combat power of Navy vice admirals was rather embarrassing, compared to the overwhelming combat power of admirals. Vice admirals seemed to be constantly at a disadvantage, merely serving as stepping stones for the stronger ones. After the buster call on Eni's lobby, the 5 vice admirals also failed to capture the Straw Hat crew, and later, when summoned by the Empress of the 7 Warlords, the infamous Vice Admiral Squirrel was defeated by her abilities upon their first encounter, to the extent that he had to resort to self-harm to remain conscious. However, in reality, the combat power of Vice Admirals in the Navy headquarters is not weak. In terms of combat power, they should be slightly below that of the 7 Warlords. If forced to compare, their combat power is likely at the level of the Flying 6 of the Beast Pirates. Of course, some Vice Admirals' combat power cannot be measured by these standards. This is the case for the majority of Vice Admirals in the headquarters. But there are some Vice Admirals in the Navy whose combat power is extraordinary. just like Zifa now, though he still holds the rank of vice admiral. His strength is already very close to that of an admiral. While the two were observing the battle, Yuriko slowly walked over. Lord Xia Lin, should we take this opportunity to leave? Yuriko asked. She felt that both the Navy and the pirates were troublesome for them, so it was better not to engage. Perhaps after the Navy dealt with this, they might come back. Let's go directly to Sky Island, Xia Lin nodded. If Zifa becomes relentless, it would indeed be troublesome. It would be better to make a quick exit now. Zifa is unlikely to put a bounty on Xia Lin just because of this. Let's go, we'll fly. The pirate ship was enveloped in clouds and mist. Vice Admiral Zifa, those people have escaped, a Navy officer reported as soon as Xia Lin left. Zifa turned back to look and thought for a moment before deciding not to pursue. On one hand, that ship had risen into the clouds. Even if their warships had high performance, they could not catch up. Even though he could use moonwalk, that technique is not suitable for long-distance travel. And the higher he goes, the thinner the air becomes, making it increasingly difficult to use. This technique relies on the reaction force generated by stepping on the air to achieve flight. If the air density is insufficient, it is naturally hard to fly. And even if he caught up, forget it. I'll first capture these pirates in front of me, Zifa said, but that ability to lift ships with clouds is a troublesome power that needs to be watched closely. The pirate hunter was obviously a user of some ability, but Zifa was unsure of what kind. Could be a Logia user? Zifa speculated, but now it's useless to doubt, as Xia Lin's ship has long sailed away on the clouds. Shortly after Xia Lin left, Jekka was captured by Zephyr's aid. This guy, like the future ship king, is a brute. Even the most reckless pirate should know to flee when they see Zephyr standing at the bow of the ship. It's important to note that Zephyr has been in the limelight lately, considered a star within the Navy, and it's rare for New World pirates not to recognize him. However, none of this has anything to do with Xia Lin. Now he's heading to the Golden Country on Sky Island to transport the gold back to Wano Country. This was originally one of the purposes of his trip. The Golden Country has a vast amount of gold, and if he could bring back such a castle, it would be enough to make Wano Country's treasury very abundant for decades. Money is also one of the most important powers in this world. If he could master money, Xia Lin could even manipulate those parasites among the celestial dragons. Of course, this premise is based on him having enough strength. If he lacked strength, he would only attract the covetous attention of wolves and tigers. At that time, he would probably be torn apart to the point of not leaving a bone behind. As of now, his personal strength is already sufficient to stand firm in the New World, but his subordinates are still somewhat weak. Most of the people under Xia Lin do not have particularly commendable strength. Currently, only Jiotian one has somewhat stronger abilities, while the strongest among the rest is actually Kaido's son, who has impressed Xia Lin a bit. However, Kaido's son does not have strong talent and will not reach the level of the three disasters in the future. A person without talent can become stronger through hard work, but it is difficult to stand at the top. It's like Aizu and Kikunajo, who were picked up by Odin. These two children were just ordinary homeless kids, but later became the samurai known as the Red Scabbards. However, this is probably the limit. Even among the Red Scabbard 9, there is a significant difference in strength between each individual. The strongest is naturally Kazuki Odin, followed by the various members of the crew, while the rankings of Kinemon and Kiku fall much further back. This is also why Xia Lin wanted to bring Enel back. Children are the fresh blood, and unless Xia Lin possesses power that surpasses the entire world, he cannot fight alone. After all, he is not a lone ranger like Mihawk or Redcount. Moreover, even Mihawk, in the gradually changing sea and era, chose the path of alliance. Xia Lin has no need to fight alone, no matter how powerful one person's strength is. As long as it does not exceed the limits of this world, there will still be times when they feel powerless. Although a group of weaklings remains weak, a group of strong individuals can form an even greater power. Not everyone is qualified to join Jili Kindergarten. From the very beginning, Xia Lin aimed at those future strong ones. The spaceship sails through the clouds. Xia Lin's current destination is Sky Island, also known as Appiato. 400 years ago, Appiato, located in the Qinghai region, was originally part of the island of Jaya, but was carried to the White Sea by a massive upward ocean current. The people of Sky Island have rarely seen land, and when they discovered Appiato, they immediately regarded this land as a sacred place, driving out the Sandia people who originally lived there and treating Appiato as a divine island. For 400 years, the remnants of the Sandia have been continuously fighting against the people of Sky Island to reclaim their homeland. Their lives are very difficult, but that has nothing to do with Xia Lin. This world has always been one of the survival of the fittest. What those without power possess can easily slip away like grains of sand from their fingertips. However, Xia Lin does not dislike the Sandia people. At least, they're a nation that has always fought and resisted, inheriting the will and promise passed down from their ancestors, shedding blood to reclaim their homeland. It is hard for him to feel disgusted by such people. It is just a pity that they do not have enough strength. After being carried to Sky Island by the massive upward ocean current, their manpower was already quite insufficient, and the soldiers of Sky Island are strong, ruled by God. This time, Xia Lin's goal is the gold of the Golden Land. With this purpose in mind, a conflict with the people of Sky Island is certain to occur, and whether they can seize the opportunity will depend on these people themselves. The ship sails through the clouds towards the seabed of the White Sea, while Jasmine, Yuriko, and others have already hidden inside the cabin. There are also some peculiar marine creatures in the White Sea. If the ship sails in the White Sea or the White Sea, the danger posed by these creatures can even surpass that of some powerful enemies. Once they drag the ship into the depths of the sea, a ship without flying capability will immediately fall below 10,000 meters. The outcome then can only be shipwreck and loss of life. Not everyone has a terrifying body like Kaido's, able to jump down from the Sky Island without a scratch. Most people would likely leave no trace after crashing into the sea. Xia Lin returned to the cabin, where his conqueror's haki and the electric energy he emitted kept the sea creatures at bay. "We're heading to the Sky Island again," Jasmine said happily, pulling out some wing decorations she had bought earlier. She had bought quite a few of these, some of which were meant as gifts for others back at the daimyo's residence. Jasmine was nostalgic about the sights and food she had experienced on the last trip to the Sky Island. Having stayed in Wano Country for so long, she could hardly imagine that islands existed in the sky. On the way to the Sky Island, Yuriko felt a bit nervous. She had originally been brought out by Xia Lin to search for the vampire fruit, which might require someone knowledgeable in ancient scripts. The historical documents originated from Wano Country, but over the course of hundreds of years, even this closed-off land underwent some evolution in its writing. After all, these were ancient scripts. If they were modern characters, Xia Lin would be able to recognize them. However, ancient scripts are not only more complicated in appearance, but may also have different grammar. Although the existence of the Red Count has been confirmed, the location of Sleepy Ancient Town remains undiscovered, leaving Yuriko without a useful role. Now she's heard that there is a historical document on the Sky Island that she can check out. In fact, Xia Lin wasn't particularly interested in historical documents. Generally, such documents don't contain much useful information, most just record history. Only 4 red historical documents indicate the true location of the final island. However, Xia Lin himself had no interest in this so-called final island, let alone those historical documents. Even if there are rumors that these documents contain information about ancient weapons, it would be more efficient to obtain the blueprints directly from Water City than to search for those broken stones or to dive directly into the waters of Wano Country. Although Xia Lin didn't take this matter seriously, Baihizi felt differently. This was one of the rare occasions where she could help Xia Lin, so she was very concerned. She even began to feel a bit anxious before seeing the historical text. What if she couldn't recognize those characters? Baihizi thought anxiously. "Don't worry. The content recorded in those texts isn't important to me," Xia Lin reassured her. "The history that the world government desperately wants to hide is just a story to me." Baihizi replied quietly, looking down. However, she felt a bit disappointed. If Xia Lin didn't care about those characters, then she wouldn't really be able to help him. Xia Lin noticed her thoughts and reached out to pat her head, saying, "Don't mind it. Turn into a little fox and let me hold you for a while." I understand," Baihizi nodded, and gradually soft white fur began to grow on her body, and she shrank in size. Soon, a fluffy white fox appeared in front of Xia Lin. Baihizi noticed that ever since she ate the Arctic fox fruit, Xia Lin had often asked her to transform into her fox form to be held in his arms. Although she enjoyed being cuddled and petted, she felt a sense of loss, as if her human form had fallen out of favor. Xia Lin liked holding Baihizi in her fox form mainly because it felt very soft. Most animal lovers enjoy that fluffy feeling, and only a few prefer reptiles like snakes. Baihizi's fluffy body, tail, and soft belly felt very comfortable to touch, cuddled in Xia Lin's arms. Her size was several times larger than a typical Arctic fox, but this didn't bother Xia Lin. His hand ran along her back fur, or gently brushed her chin and ears, making Baihizi feel very comfortable. In addition to these, there were her paw pads shaped like flowers and her fluffy tail. Especially the tail, Baihizi was very sensitive to it. If it were Jasmine, she would never allow such liberties. But now it was Xia Lin who was touching her, so Baihizi could only endure silently. "Lord Xia Lin, Is there really a lot of gold on the Sky Island? Jasmine asked excitedly, looking like a money lover. She had just finished exercising and was covered in sweat, making Baihizi feel a bit uncomfortable due to her heightened sense of smell. Jasmine, you should go take a shower first, Baihizi said, opening her kiss-shaped mouth and speaking in a gentle yet stern voice. Jasmine was startled, as she hadn't seen Baihizi at first. I'll go now, Jasmine said. This child is always so clumsy, Baihizi said, poking her head out from Xia Lin's embrace. Feeling helpless. What's wrong with that? She's just a child, Xia Lin shook his head. She's not a child anymore. I was about to give birth at her age. Baihizi retorted. Lord Xia Lin, let Jasmine have a child for you, Baihizi suggested. In Baihizi's view, 16 was no longer considered a child. However, at that age in Xia Lin's past life, they had just finished compulsory education. It was still too early to have children. It's not that Jasmine's body isn't mature enough. In fact, given her current physique, there's really no need to worry. 100 Earthlings combined might not compare to her. However, Jasmine's personality is still that of a child, making it hard to imagine her becoming a mother. Moreover, isn't Yuriko not going to have children with me? Xia Lin teased her intentionally. Yuriko immediately became flustered and acted a bit strange. She looked at Xia Lin, then lowered her head, and ended up stammering without being able to say anything. Me? Someone like me? Yuriko's face showed a look of disappointment. Although it couldn't be seen due to her form, Xia Lin's observation skills sensed her emotions. So he patted Yuriko's head and comforted her, saying, Don't think too much, Yuriko. Don't be bound by the past. People should look forward. Besides, I'm not ready for children yet. On Sky Island, the current god is Gonfur. He is a very good ruler, at least for the original inhabitants of Sky Island. He loves his people and dislikes war. During his tenure, the struggles between the Sky Islanders and the remnants of Zandora have significantly decreased. However, they haven't completely disappeared. In fact, as long as the Sandians haven't reclaimed their homeland, this conflict will not cease. But for the Sky Islanders, the event of Appiato being washed up on a Sky Island happened 400 years ago. Over 400 years, they have regarded this island as their sacred land, a place of the divine. To this day, Appiato has long become a part of their homeland, at least in their generation. And even the previous and the one before that, they have grown up admiring this sacred place since childhood. Currently, Gonfur is living a happy life on Sky Island. The ship suddenly broke through the clouds. Jasmine excitedly stood on the deck, looking at the white sea. No matter how many times she has seen it, the white sea still appears to her like a dreamlike place. Though it is all clouds, some clouds are so thin, while others can bear the weight of a person like solid ground. However, the clouds on the Sky Island feel a bit soft underfoot, which makes her feel a bit uncomfortable. This time we might have to fight. Jasmine, you need to be prepared, said Xia Lin. The combat power of the Sky Islanders cannot be considered very strong. After all, they're just people from the first half of the Grand Line who have not yet mastered hockey. Even Gonfur's strength is not particularly impressive. Facing such enemies, Xia Lin naturally does not need to take action herself. If these Sky Islanders come to stop them, she will let Jasmine and those female pirates take action. Among those female pirates, Xiato is quite capable. In terms of strength after transformation, her power is probably similar to Yukiko's. This level of combat power means that only a few supernovas in this area of paradise could be stronger than her. Her bounty is a full 30 million. And even decades later, this bounty would still classify her as a big pirate in paradise. Although the other female pirates are not as strong, they have also gone through many battles to stand out. Once on a pirate ship, there is no saying of protecting ladies. Most pirates only care about their own lives. Soon, the ship found Appiato during its voyage. Xia Lin used the power of the Thunder Fruit to emit electromagnetic wave signals in the air, achieving a radar-like effect, and easily located Appiato. However, although Appiato is currently in the hands of Sky Island people, in reality, very few of them actually reside there. The terrifying biological strength of the creatures living on Appiato is beyond what they can resist. The powerful Sky Lord, a massive blue serpent named Laura, poses a significant threat. This giant snake is a descendant of the snake god Kasi from 400 years ago, and its enormous size even surpasses that of many sea kings, along with possessing extremely potent venom. With such a guardian present, it is very difficult for the Sky Island people to survive there, even though Laura is active very rarely. Even a single destructive event every few years can be a considerable headache. Now, even the gods of the Sky Island do not reside on Appiato. However, Appiato still has some troops guarding it, and these people are specifically there to prevent the Sandian people they drove away from launching a counterattack. 400 years ago, after the Sandians were expelled from Appiato, they did not perish. Instead, they settled in a hidden place and established Yunin village. Over these 400 years, they have occasionally rested and recuperated and at times launched attacks, but none have been effective. Look, there really are islands in the clouds, Jasmine exclaimed, leaning over the ship's railing in excitement. Although she had seen cloud islands before, she didn't expect to see real islands made of soil in the sky. In this world without soil, it's no wonder this island has been contested by the Sandians and the Sky Islanders for centuries. This is part of Gaia Island, which was thrust into the sky by the massive upward ocean current 400 years ago. It's like the eye of a skull, Xia Lin explained. On the nautical chart, it should be the right eye in the upper part, but from the perspective of the island itself, it's the left side. How amazing! Is there really such a miraculous ocean current in this world? Jasmine marveled. One that can shatter islands and even lift part of it to an altitude of 10,000 meters? Just how terrifying is the power of such a current? In the face of such forces in nature, humanity indeed feels incredibly small. Initially, Xia Lin couldn't understand how someone like the Golden Lion could be defeated by a storm. However, after truly arriving in this world, he realized just how terrifying the power of nature really is. Ultimately, human strength is still very insignificant in the face of nature. Prepare for battle, Xia Lin said. The soldiers guarding Appiato had already spotted Xia Lin's ship. They were dressed like medieval knights, heavy silver armor clanking on their bodies, looking quite formidable. However, in terms of combat power, it is quite average. You must know that even Gon 4 himself couldn't defeat those priests under Enel in the future, let alone these small fries. Who are you? Stop immediately. After spotting Xia Lin's ship, those people rushed to the shore and shouted, "This is the sacred ground of the Sky Island. Turn back immediately, or we will kill you without mercy." The sacred ground of the Sky Island? Xia Lin murmured. This so-called sacred ground was actually just something they had seized. Of course, he didn't have the right to criticize the people of the Sky Island. What he was about to do was no different from what the ancestors of the Sky Island people had done. But that's how the world is. The strong possess everything, while those without power can only speak of so-called righteousness. If such a thing truly existed, the current ownership of Apaya would not belong to the Sky Islanders, but rather to the Shandians. At the very least, it would be a shared sacred ground after both sides merged and became indistinguishable from each other. But the reality is not like that. Xia Lin ignored their warnings and brought the ship to shore. During the docking process, these guardians had already launched their attacks. The traditional weapons of the Sky Island are various types of shells, but that doesn't mean they don't have firearms. Shells infused with sword energy were used for long-range attacks. Additionally, there were shells that could shoot flames, which were also one of the offensive methods. Xia Duo is a Zoan-type bird fruit user, capable of transforming into a giant eagle. She rushed out before the ship docked and transformed in midair, charging towards the enemies. Although the eagle sometimes looks a bit cute, it is a true predator. Its sharp claws are harder than steel. The heavy armor worn by those knights seemed non-existent under her feet. Xia Duo's mastery of haki is still rudimentary. She relies more on her inherent strength. Even so, she is a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. This bounty could multiply several times in a few decades, and her strength is significantly greater than Bellamy's. I'm going to. Jasmine drew her sword, cheering herself on. The sword in her hand is a fast blade, and after 9 Mile Rich's awakening, her arm strength has improved quite a bit. Treasures like great swords are naturally hard to come by, but fast blades are plentiful in Wano. Xia Duo flapped her wings, and in the dense jungle, her movements were incredibly elusive. Her clever flying technique made her figure appear and disappear among the thick branches and leaves. Many tried to look up to catch her silhouette, but their vision was obscured by the tree shade. While flying, Xia Duo's soft feathers produced very low-frequency sound waves, making her hard to detect, turning her into a deadly demon bird. Every time she swooped down from the knight's blind spots, her sharp claws could pierce through their armor and penetrate their bodies. The power of such claw strikes even surpassed those old-fashioned firearms from the Qinghai. Be careful of the attacks from above. Some of these people screamed in agony, while others shouted warnings. Not every Sky Islander has the ability of a heart network. Otherwise, Xiaodo would have nowhere to hide. Quick, contact the Divine Palace. The captain of the guard shouted. The Sky Islanders also have a means of remote communication similar to the telephone bug. One of the knights took a whistle from his breastplate and blew it hard, the sharp whistle echoing through the jungles of Appiato. It seemed they sent out a distress signal. Is that okay? On the ship, Yuriko anxiously tugged at Xia Lin's sleeve. Although she had eaten a fruit and trained for a while, Yuriko did not like fighting. Don't worry, even though a signal was sent out, it will still take some time for help to arrive. Moreover, even if help comes, it's nothing to worry about. Xia Lin's words reassured her. Yuriko thought for a moment. With Xia Lin around, there shouldn't be any problems. After all, this adult was able to subdue the legendary Azura boy, who was like a demon in the tales of Julie. Yuriko really couldn't imagine anyone stronger than him. With that in mind, she felt a bit more at ease. But she still nervously watched Jasmine, who was constantly jumping in the battlefield, fearing that the blades would accidentally injure her. However, in reality, Jasmine is not so fragile. Although she started her training a bit later than Yukiko, she works much harder. Moreover, she doesn't have to juggle as many other things as Yukiko does. Therefore, her progress is rapid. As long as the training is reasonable in this world, a few months is enough for someone to go from knowing nothing to becoming a capable fighter. Just like the future Kobe, who learned several techniques of the six styles just a few months after separating from Luffy and the others. Regarding the techniques of the six styles, such as the moonwalk and shave, Xia Lin already understands the principles behind them, so replicating these techniques is not difficult. In fact, the six styles themselves aren't particularly technical. The key is whether one's physical condition meets the requirements to use them. Those with sufficient physical ability, like Luffy, can learn techniques like shave just by watching. Jasmine has already made significant physical progress and is no longer something an ordinary opponent can contend with. Her slender wrist grips a sharp blade, and her pure white kimono is adorned with large clusters of violet flowers, the color of which gradually transitions, resembling a rich purple that seems to flow down to the hem of her skirt. Jasmine's arms, though slender, are strong, and although she is yet to master haki, her body is already very resilient. While she may not be able to execute flying slashes yet, she has already reached the level of cutting through iron. Amidst the crowd of combatants, a white silhouette flashes. The girl in the white and purple attire immerses herself in her inner self, her movements graceful. The knight's armor is rendered useless before her swordsmanship, which has already reached the level of cutting iron. Any enemy within 2 meters of her quickly falls to the ground under the assault of her blade. Blood flows from the gaps left in their armor. However, upon closer inspection, none of the people defeated by Mo Li are dead. Her blade skillfully avoided their fatal weak points during the attack. Her personality is quite different from Xuezi's. If Xuezi were here today, these enemies would have already sealed their fate as they shouted at Xia Lin. In truth, Xia Lin doesn't particularly enjoy killing, especially not senseless slaughter against such weak opponents. These people were merely fulfilling their duty to guard Appiato. So it can't be said to be a matter of respect or disrespect. With Mo Li and Xia Duo, they were already able to defeat these guards. Not to mention there were other pirates as well. Hence, until the battle here ended, reinforcements from Angel Island had not arrived. Mo Li let out a breath, sheathed her sword at her waist, and jogged back to Xia Lin and Bai Hezi, looking eager for praise. How was it? Am I awesome? Defeating these people isn't something to be proud of. Mo Li, Xia Lin, shook his head. Although he is relatively lenient towards Xuezi and Mo Li, he wouldn't go so far as to encourage her for such a minor achievement. If he had been the one to fight, these people wouldn't even qualify to make him lift a finger. A single glance would be enough to make them all faint. All right, Mo Li stuck out her small tongue. Feeling quite relaxed herself, the exercise felt like just a bit of jogging. Lord Xia Lin, what should we do with these people now? Mo Li said shyly, lowering her head. Although many of them did not die under her restraint, if they continued to lie here bleeding, they would still be in danger of losing their lives. Can't bear to? Xia Lin glanced at her and asked softly. But Mo Li, don't forget, once we clashed with them, both sides became enemies. It's best not to leave yourself any hidden dangers by being too soft-hearted, Xia Lin said. While these nameless individuals don't require much concern, if faced with some despicable or treacherous enemies, then Mo Li's kindness at this moment would be her weakness. I know this, Lord Xia Lin. Sister Xuezi often teaches us, Mo Li nodded. As long as you know, it's all based on Xuezi's experiences. She has traveled all over the country and seen all kinds of people. Sometimes, kindness does not yield good returns, Xia Lin nodded. When Xuezi was recruiting manpower in various places, she encountered many situations. If she hadn't already had the strength to protect herself, she would have fallen into traps several times. Sometimes, seemingly harmless children can have incredibly dark and cunning hearts. Nowadays, Xuezi hardly shows mercy anymore. You don't have to worry about these people. Their reinforcements have arrived. Xia Lin's gaze turned to the higher sky, a small black that appeared under the blue sky. Though it was just one, Who is that? Emoli followed Xia Lin's gaze into the sky and saw a black duck growing larger. It was the god of the sky island, Fu Air. Xia Lin could clearly see the man in silver armor riding a strangely colored Pegasus approaching. Behind him, a blue cape flapped in the wind, looking very handsome. Should be the ruler of this sky island, Xia Lin explained. The opponent was alone, but moved quickly. Soon the outline of his figure appeared before everyone. A horse with wings? Mo Li's eyes widened in surprise. But as the horse approached and its appearance became clear, her initially shocked expression quickly turned to disdain. How ugly! She had never seen such an ugly horse. Fu Air, Pierre. The scene fell into a brief silence due to Mo Li's disdainful words. However, she was speaking the truth at this age. Fu Air's appearance wasn't exactly handsome, but at least it was passable, and his attire made him look like a true sky knight. But the Pegasus beneath him made him look like a comical actor from a circus, with its pink fur and dense spots, along with its ridiculous head and expression. It was so ugly that Mo Li almost began to doubt the existence of such legendary creatures as Pegasuses. Clearly, the Pegasus in fairy tales is so beautiful. However, the creature before them was actually an ugly Pegasus resembling a spotted bird, and Xia Lin suddenly had a lot of ideas. He could easily create some peculiar illusionary creatures to serve as mounts, such as a giant serpent with wings, dinosaurs, or griffins. Although they would only be superficial, at least they would look quite imposing. Ahem, may I ask who you are? Fuer lightly coughed twice, breaking the awkward situation, and then inquired why they had intruded upon the sacred ground of their sky island and injured the guardians. Fuer did not like unnecessary conflict, but more importantly, he was somewhat wary of Xia Lin and his companion's strength. Looking around, all the figures lying on the ground were the knights of the sky island's guard. In contrast, not a single injured person could be found among Xia Lin's group. In this situation, it would clearly be unwise to recklessly engage in a fight with Xia Lin and the others. He was not confident he could defeat them, and even if reinforcements from Angel Island arrived, it would only escalate the casualties. If they were just ordinary enemies, Fuer would have definitely acted to subdue them at the first opportunity, regardless of his dislike for fighting. Our only goal is the gold within your sky sacred ground. You are the leader of this sky island, right? As long as you are willing to hand over the gold, there is no need for us to continue fighting, Xia Lin said. Although he knew this was impossible. Gold is inherently valuable currency, even in the sky island. A massive golden city still holds immense worth. However, because this golden city is located at the center of the sacred ground and is revered as a place where the gods reside, they had not dared to touch a single piece of it. But now, an outsider boldly declared he wanted to take all the gold from a sacred ground, which Fuer could not tolerate. You must be pirates from the Blue Sea, right? Although I don't know how you got this information. The sacred ground is not something you can lay your hands on. Fuer tightened his grip on the knight's lance, preparing for battle. The location of the sacred ground was more important to them than their own lives, and they could not allow these unknown intruders to destroy it. Fuer's gaze beneath his armor became sharp as he wondered how news of the Golden City in the Sky Island had leaked to the outside world. Previously, although there had been people from the Blue Sea visiting, this secret had not been known by others. Could it be those people? He began to suspect the Sandia people, but quickly dismissed the idea. Although they had always had friction with his side, their feelings toward the sacred ground should be the same, and they wouldn't do something like this. For that gold, you wish to oppose us? Xia Lin asked. If that's the case, Jasmine, you go ahead, everyone else fall back. Yes. Jasmine nodded vigorously, just about to step forward, but quickly pulled back. But Lord Xia Lin, he can fly in the sky. Jasmine whispered. Her moon step training was not very proficient yet, and she couldn't hold it for long. The man across from her was sitting on a Pegasus, occupying the aerial territory, which was very disadvantageous for her. Xiado, in the jungle of Apaya, a night owl larger than a human soared toward the clouds and then dove back down, its wings stirring the airflow. Do you want to fly, Miss Jasmine? Xiado's figure hovered beside Jasmine, opening its sharp beak and asking with a hint of pride. Although she was somewhat plain as a human, she looked much more majestic after transforming into an eagle. The feathers on her forehead resembled horns, adding to her aura, unlike ordinary eagles that appeared somewhat dull. Moreover, her back was wide enough to accommodate a person. Thank you. Jasmine quickly removed her shoes and gently leaped onto Xiado's back. Her back was very broad, and after bearing Jasmine's weight, it showed no signs of burden. Xiado's gaze lingered for a second on the shoes Jasmine had taken off, and her fondness for Jasmine increased significantly. Jasmine's shoes were not hard wooden clogs, so it wouldn't have mattered if she hadn't taken them off. She didn't even mind if the other person wore shoes and stepped on her. However, Jasmine's actions still made her feel that she was not being treated merely as a means of transportation. Hold on tight, Miss Jasmine. Her head turned 180, and she directly twisted around, using her round eyes to remind Jasmine, if you can't stand, just hold on to my feathers. You actually let a little girl deal with me? Ganfuer's expression was somewhat complicated, and deep within his gaze, there was even a hint of envy at Jasmine being able to ride such a magnificent eagle. Yay! As if sensing his thoughts, the Pegasus beneath him, Pierre, flicked its hooves in displeasure. Sorry, Pierre, you are my partner. He reached out and patted his old companion, then chuckled. At the same time, he prepared for battle. Although the enemy was just a little girl, for him, protecting the sacred ground was a serious matter. So impressive, flying so fast. Jasmine pressed her hand against her short hair, her body slightly crouched as the wind rushed toward her, and the scenery ahead kept narrowing down, making it feel like she was entering a time tunnel. Xiaodo smiled proudly. In fact, the flying speed of eagles was not ranked among the fastest birds. And the key characteristic of this creature was its silent flight. The reason Xiaodo could fly so fast was due to her own strength. Of course, if Xiaodo were eating falcon fruit instead of eagle fruit, her speed would be several times faster. However, Ganfuer's mount, Pierre, has a very fast flying speed. The Sky Islanders would specifically tame some birds as mounts, and vultures are a good choice. Although the spotted bird is not very impressive in appearance, its flying ability is not weak. After eating the main fruit, its stamina has also been enhanced to a certain extent. This gives Ganfuer, who is already skilled in aerial combat, an advantage over Jasmine. At the beginning, Jasmine even struggled to maintain her balance. The wind became fiercer with high-speed movement, causing her slender body to sway unsteadily. However, she quickly adapted, lowering her center of gravity and charging towards Ganfuer. Lightning Spear. Ganfuer, utilizing Pierre's speed, charged directly at Jasmine and Xiaodo, tightening the knight's spear in his hand as he advanced. Pierre's Pegasus form gives Ganfuer a significant advantage, as a horse's body structure makes it easier to ride and stabilize. Ganfuer entrusted all actions to Pierre, only needing to focus on wielding the spear to attack. In contrast, Jasmine found herself in a much tougher situation. There were not many support points on Xiaodo's back, making it easy for her to be knocked off. Faced with Ganfuer's fierce attack, she was unsure of her next move. Hold on tight, Xiaodo sharply reminded her, vigorously flapping her wings. The broad wings creating gusts of wind that rippled across the white sea below. Using this wind, Xiaodo's body ascended a level, soaring over Ganfuer's head. Her combat experience far exceeded Jasmine's. Having reached the new world, she had already undergone numerous battles. Although she had not yet mastered hockey, her strength was not lacking. Jasmine was thrown off balance by the sudden ascent, her body swaying precariously, almost causing her to fall. Fortunately, at the critical moment, she managed to crouch down and wrapped her arms around Xiaodo's neck. Jasmine, Yuriko shouted in concern, her heart tightening when she saw Jasmine nearly fall. Don't worry, even if Jasmine falls, I'll catch her. Don't forget, I can ride the clouds, Xia Lin reassured her. At this moment, Ganfuer, propelled by the wind generated by Xiaodo, tilted his head back, retracting the spear he had thrust forward and then swiftly thrusting it upward. This time, his target was the talking eagle. Clang! The spear tip shot out sparks, and Ganfuer felt as if his thrust had struck an indestructible square rock in the land of gold. The recoil from the spear left his palm numb. What? Beneath the silver armor were shocked eyes. It was not Jasmine's blade that intercepted his attack, but Xiaodo's formidable claws. Don't underestimate me. Xiaodo kicked Ganfuer's spear aside with one foot, while her other claw lunged towards him. Compared to Pierre in his Pegasus form, Xiaodo might not have the best stability, but her strength was greater. In fact, she was even stronger than Jasmine, who was supposed to be fighting while riding on her back. However, Ganfuer is not an ordinary opponent. The long spear that was deflected quickly swung back, and his body tilted to one side to avoid Xiaodo's claw strike. Pierre quickly understood his intention and coordinated with Ganfuer's movement to dodge the attack. At this moment, Ganfuer's long spear had regained its momentum, and he took the opportunity to aim for Xiaodo's eyes during her attack. The knight's spear, shaped like a cone, was released and aimed upward. Don't get your way. Jasmine wrapped one hand around Xiaodo's neck and used the other to wield her knife in retaliation, nearly knocking Ganfuer's spear away. Fortunately, he managed to extend his body and grab the end of the spear. This time, neither side gained an advantage, but the situation was more favorable for Jasmine. She had begun to adapt to fighting on the bird's back. Although Gonfur was strong, he could only be used as a combat force, unlike Jasmine and Shiado, who were effectively two individuals. Gonfur realized this as well, and thus his attacks became increasingly fierce. He no longer dared to underestimate these two opponents before him. With his hands constantly swinging, the spear tip attacked Jasmine like a silver rainstorm. This time, Shiado did not help Jasmine to block the opponent's attacks. After all, this was still Jasmine's battle. If Jasmine hadn't been unable to fly, Shiado wouldn't have let her assist. Clang! Clang! Source flow shower of flowers. Jasmine's sword also swung quickly. Her swordsmanship was learned from Yukiko, but Yukiko's swordsmanship was taught by Shireen. Ultimately, this swordsmanship style was synthesized by Shireen from various sword styles of the Land of Harmony. Later, he named it Source Flow. The surname Source is quite significant in the culture of Shireen's previous life in that island nation. Even the skills of the Raiden Shogun in Inazuma are called Source Flow. Shireen was too lazy to name it differently, so he simply called it Source Flow as well. The so-called shower can also be referred to as rain shower, sometimes slow, sometimes fast, sometimes advancing, sometimes pausing. Like chaotic flowers yet orderly, swift yet with gaps, making it somewhat difficult to grasp at times. Gonfur gripped the long spear tightly. His armor was finally not just for show. Many attacks that landed on him could be defended against by the armor's protective power. Although Jasmine had reached the realm of cutting iron, iron is different from iron. With such heavy armor, Gonfur could engage in close combat with more confidence. He grabbed the spear's tip and charged toward Jasmine, his left arm crossing in front of him as a second line of defense. Underneath him, Pierre seemed to be treading on air, flapping his wings and rushing toward Jasmine. We're going to, Shiado! The giant bird swooped down, and the woman in the white and purple kimono stood in the wind, gripping the knife hilt with a stern gaze. Suddenly, her body lightly leaped away from Shiado's back, gracefully descending toward Gonfur. Source flow white haze false. White haze false. The white and purple figure fell like petals of wisteria in the air, flying down toward the Silver Knight. Clang! At the moment the blade clashed with the spear, white haze flashed. The next moment, the two figures intertwined in the air, while Gonfur, riding Pierre, continued to soar upward. In contrast, Jasmine's body, having leaped down, fell like a flower battered and scattered after a heavy rain. Her left arm had been grazed by Gonfur's spear, and the sleeve of her kimono was torn, blood spilling from her arm. The splatter blood bloomed like plum blossoms above the white sea of clouds. Jasmine, Yuriko, rushed forward. If it weren't for the ship's railing blocking her, she would have likely fallen into the white sea first. Seeing Jasmine injured, Yuriko turned pale and lost all color, trembling in panic. Not to mention that Jasmine was on the verge of falling into the sea of clouds. Fortunately, Shiado reacted quickly, her wings contracting, her body diving downward like an arrow, the white sea of clouds parting to the sides due to the airflow from her dive. When Shiado got close to the sea surface, feeling a slight weakness in her body, she suddenly spread her wings wide, executed a rapid turn, and arced upward, catching Jasmine, who was about to fall into the white sea. Thank you, Shiado. Jasmine gasped, not having the time to care about the pain in her left arm. Quick, ascend. Hold on tight. Shiado didn't say much. To her, Jasmine's injury was not significant. In the vast sea, this level was merely a minor wound. Pierre, let's go. Gonfur grabbed the advancing Pierre, turning it around while jumping up to make space for Pierre's transformation. Pierre instantly reverted from its Pegasus form back to its original spotted bird appearance, indicating their intention to dive down with full effort. The two sides charged at each other once again. Yuriko watched as the distance between the two closed rapidly, her heart rising to her throat, her pale fingers gripping Shireen's sleeve tightly. You've already lost. Gonfur shouted loudly, occupying the high ground, his momentum even more imposing than before. In his view, the outcome of the battle was already decided. This little girl was injured and could not possibly be his opponent in this situation. However, word did not seem to make Jasmine consider retreating. She had always been very stubborn. Seeing this, Gonfur had no choice but to raise his spear, this time aiming for Jasmine's right shoulder. If she couldn't grip her weapon, then the battle should come to an end, right? With a sudden strike, the sound of metal shattering choked in his throat as he raised his spear high. At some point, the steel gun in his hand had actually shattered. Was it that just now the astonished gaze of Gonfur flashed back to the scene from moments ago? It turned out that the spear in his hand had been broken at that instant, yet he was completely unaware. However, it was too late to stop his diving body now. Gonfur could only watch helplessly as Jasmine's blade magnified in his vision. In an instant, Jasmine soared with the wind, her expression resolute, the sword in her hand thrust forward, the white blade reflecting the dazzling sunlight, leaving a bright trail in the air. This brilliance passed through Ganfuer's body and vanished in an instant, like lightning and beams of light that dissipated in a fleeting moment. Dreamlike and ethereal, like dew or electricity. The armor on Ganfuer's body was cleaved apart by this strike, and Jasmine's sword energy left a gaping wound on his right side. The pain caused Ganfuer to fall from Pierre's back, his heavy body plummeting down. I actually lost a little girl. Ganfuer, enduring the pain, lifted his gaze upwards, passing over Pierre, who was desperately trying to reach him, and landing on the woman rising against the sun. She wasn't very tall. Her figure seemed somewhat delicate, yet she possessed such immense strength. The originally elegant attire was now partially torn at the sleeves due to her earlier attack. The bright red blood soaking the white and purple satin. Beautiful yet powerful. Ganfuer could only admit defeat with a sense of respect. Jasmine's final strike could have aimed for his heart, but out of compassion, she only targeted his abdomen. He no longer had any weapons in hand, and moreover, the giant bird beneath the opponent was also incredibly strong. My training is still insufficient. After Pierre caught Ganfuer's body, he lost all fighting spirit. Holding his wound, he fell onto the land of Appiato, watching them. Jasmine was also brought back on a Xia Lin's ship by Xiaodo. As soon as she landed, Yuriko rushed over, anxiously grabbing her arm with teary eyes, asking if she was hurt. Does it hurt, Jasmine? How did you get so injured? Yuriko was very concerned about Jasmine. The two of them had relied on each other through many difficult times. It's not that painful, Mom. Jasmine originally wanted to take credit in front of Xia Lin, but now she had to deal with Yuriko first. Of course, being injured was painful, but Jasmine didn't want to worry Yuriko or Xia Lin. However, she quickly cried out with tears in her eyes, Mom, don't touch my wound with your hands. Yuriko looked at her with tearful eyes and a face full of grievance, which made Moriyu's heart soften. In fact, Yuriko was also overly worried and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. She wanted to cover Moriyu's wound with her hand, as if that would lessen the pain. Moriyu's tone softened. It's nothing, Mom. Lord Natsuhaya has had it much worse when he fights that fat guy, Sake Temaru. This was true. Although Sake Temaru had also been marked by the Great Serpent, each person's character was different, and their loyalty to Natsuhaya was expressed in different ways. Sake Temaru was a person who valued brute strength, and if Natsuhaya were to spar with him, he would definitely not hold back. Stop standing there foolishly. Hurry and treat the wound. Natsuhaya interrupted them. Some female pirates had already surrounded them with a medical kit. They were quite adept at handling wounds that weren't too severe. First, they disinfected with alcohol, then applied ointment, and finally wrapped it with a bandage, which was sufficient for treatment. Given Moriyu's current physical condition, it was actually hard to leave scars unless the wounds were quite serious. Ganfuer took advantage of the moment while Natsuhaya was treating Moriyu's wound to grab some weeds, crush them, and apply them to the wound. He had come in such a hurry that he hadn't brought any ointment, so he could only stop the bleeding this way for now. Then, he bent down to pick up the weapons left behind by the fallen guards. Watching Natsuhaya and the others warily, one woman among them had already defeated him, and the man standing at the bow of the ship was clearly stronger, which made him feel somewhat powerless. Yet even so, he could not give up the fight. The existence of the Holy Land was extremely important to him. Do you still have the will to fight? Natsuhaya couldn't help but ask as he picked up his weapon again. This is our Holy Land, and I won't let you act recklessly, even if it costs me my life. Ganfuer said seriously. It seemed he truly had the resolve to fight to the death. I admit your strength is formidable, but soon the full force of the guard will arrive. By then, even you won't be able to survive, Ganfuer said. Rather than losing your life for some riches here, it's better to just leave. What do you think? Ganfuer believed that although Natsuhaya and the others wanted gold, they were not fundamentally bad people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive in that girl's hands. In fact, while he was stopping his bleeding, he had already noticed that most of the guards here were not in immediate danger to their lives. If you came to Sky Island with friendly intentions, we Sky Island people would welcome you warmly. Losing your life for some riches? Natsuhaya shook his head, feeling somewhat amused. Shouldn't that be what you were saying? Guarding these external possessions and blocking us is your indifference to life. Natsuhaya didn't take the guards Ganfuer mentioned seriously at all. He would praise anyone who could withstand his conqueror's haki just to stand in front of him. As for being an obstacle to him, that was simply a pipe dream. As far as I know, this so-called Holy Land was originally swept here from the blue sea by the sky currents. You Sky Island people are guarding something that doesn't belong to you. If you lose your life for it, that would be foolish. In fact, Appiato had little use for the Sky Island people. They didn't originally live there, nor would they take gold from the Golden Country. It was merely because they longed for the land that they regarded it as a holy land. This pilgrim-like spirit, while touching, was not something Natsuhaya valued as a practical person. Gonfuer wanted to say something else when he suddenly heard a voice from afar. He hurriedly looked into the distance and saw a large group of knights riding giant birds flying toward them. It seemed the guard's army had arrived. Seeing this number, don't you want to retreat? The Sky Island guard numbered in the thousands, and from a distance, it looked like a dark mass rushing toward them. Lord God! Even before they arrived, those people were shouting loudly in the air to their god. Natsuhaya simply watched those people approach expressionlessly, then slowly walked toward the shore. Under Gonfuer's watchful gaze, Natsuhaya was slightly taller than Gonfuer, which was not considered tall in this pirate world. Yet for some reason, Gonfuer felt an inexplicable sense of pressure at that moment. It was as if a fierce beast was approaching, making even the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Stop, outsiders! You are not allowed to approach the god and the Holy Land. The knights still in the air saw Natsuhaya getting closer and hurriedly shouted anxiously, forcefully throwing their long spears at him. What unreasonable people! When Moriyu saw this scene, her eyes immediately widened. The bandage in her hand hadn't been wrapped properly, and she almost pulled the other female pirate who was helping her with the bandaging into the fray. However, Xia Duo's speed was considerably faster than hers, darting away like a black shadow and kicking the long spear aside with a claw. If Summer Lin were injured by these insignificant fish, it would be the negligence of these people. Although such an attack could hardly harm Summer Lin. Are you all right, Lord Shin? The guards, seeing that the attack had no effect, did not pay attention to it, but instead descended one after another, protecting Gonfuer behind them. I'm fine. Gonfuer sighed in relief. With his subordinates arriving, he also felt much more relaxed and gained a bit of confidence. The temper of these guardians was even more severe, or rather irritable, and after confirming that Gonfuer was not seriously harmed, they immediately pointed their spears at Summer Lin, surrounding him with thousands of people. Outsider, leave the Holy Land immediately. Summer Lin ignored the tips of the spears, but stopped with great interest. His observation, Haki, sensed that a massive life form was awakening. Boom! A huge sound came from deep within the Appiato duo jungle, resembling an earthquake or the sound of rolling stones. This made Gonfuer and the guards tense up. Could it be that guy has awakened? Fear appeared on everyone's faces. Within this holy land slept a monster they regarded as the serpent god. The true master of Appiato duo, the Lord of the Sky. Could it be that the Lord of the Sky has awakened? Soon, the enormous sound was approaching. A roaring giant serpent crushing all the trees in its path with its massive body. It had been asleep for a long time, and now the first thing it did upon waking was to feed. Clearly, the heat emitted by so many people had attracted its attention. This was a hunt. The giant serpent's body crushed through, scattering the crowd of guards in disarray. They were numerous, but there was no way to contend with the monster. For a moment, they could only jump onto the backs of birds, launching ranged attacks with aerial shells. However, whether it was slashing shells, impact shells, or heat shells, none of them were very effective. The scales of the Lord of the Sky were too tough. Damn, even the slashing shells are ineffective? Slashing shells were a type of shell that was not found in the Sky Islands of the Angel Island area, and the number of slashing shells among the guard team was limited, all transported from other Sky Islands. However, there was still no way to break through the defenses of a monster like the Sky Lord. The Sky Lord twisted its body and launched an attack on those people. Its very existence was a disaster. Just its movement could flatten a large area. At this moment, it continued to thrash its body to attack those flying at low altitudes, also spraying its venom from its mouth. The Sky Lord wreaked havoc indiscriminately, relying on its massive body and sturdy scales. As long as it pressed down on something, anything would be crushed in an instant, and its scales could withstand the attacks of the guard troops. Coupled with the venom that shot out like a fountain, those flying in the air were not safe either. Almost in an instant, the Sky Lord used its absolute power and presence to scatter an army of thousands, leaving countless people injured and lying on the ground, their ribs or arms possibly broken, and some had their armor corroded by the venom, which mixed with their wounds and quickly took their lives. The Sky Island Guard was now left with only a few hundred still struggling. They flew to higher altitudes, creating enough distance to ensure the Sky Lord's venom wouldn't fall on them. The injured Gonfuel was among them, forcibly pulled up by the captain of the guard. Lord God, I think we should retreat first. The Sky Lord is angry now, and with our strength, we can't calm its fury. His thoughts were simple. The enraged Sky Lord was virtually unbeatable. At that time, although the injured soldiers couldn't escape, the lives of the invaders like Xia Lin would surely end as well. This battle had resulted in heavy losses, but currently, this was not the entirety of the Sky Island's military strength. As long as the divine and the sacred land could be preserved, that would be enough. However, Gon Fuel thought differently compared to the sacred land. He cared more about the wounded warriors. If they had already sacrificed themselves, that would be one thing, but now many were still alive, moaning in pain from their wounds. As the god of this Sky Island, how could he abandon his people like this? He had to save them first. Gon Fuel said, but he couldn't possibly save so many people alone. I will lure the Sky Lord away. Then you can take the opportunity to rescue them. Gon Fuel said, this was the best plan he could come up with at the moment. This won't do. How can we let you do something so dangerous? The captain of the guard immediately retorted, insisting that it was absolutely unacceptable to use the god as bait. No need to say more. Gon Fuel was very determined. Watching the already injured warriors continuously die from the Sky Lord's destruction, he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately ordered Pierre to take him to charge at the Sky Lord. He threw the long spear he picked up with all his strength, trying to attract its attention. The spear indeed pierced one of the Sky Lord's scales in an instant. However, to the Sky Lord, it was merely a slight annoyance like a mosquito bite. The Sky Lord didn't even turn its gaze towards him, which made Gon Fuel feel somewhat powerless. Normally, he might not be so passive, but just now, he had been injured in battle and couldn't exert much strength now. Moreover, the weapon in his hand was not suitable enough. Fortunately, although the Sky Lord didn't focus its attention on him, it was attracted by someone else. It set its sights on Xia Lin. The massive body moved closer, its cold eyes with vertical pupils fixed on Xia Lin, its head, larger than a rock, raised high, indicating its intention to attack. It seemed its beastly instincts sensed Xia Lin's power. However, its confidence in its own strength made it choose to fight rather than submit. Xia Lin had originally been watching the battle of the Sky Island people, but unexpectedly, this creature had sought its own death by targeting him. He had been contemplating whether to take it in. However, he decided not to absorb it now. He already had the stronger Yamata no Orochi as a snake-type soul. There was no need to absorb such a massive creature that was useless in all aspects besides its size. Since this so-called Sky Lord had set its sights on him, let its life come to an end. Xia Lin placed his hand on the weapon at his waist. The sword he carried was Yukai's, which he had bought at a high price from a weapon shop in Roga Town, intending to bring it back as a gift for Yukino in Wano Country. So he had it on him for the time being. Although Yukai's was merely a good quality sword and seemed somewhat low grade, the number of great swords in the world was simply too few. Even he didn't have a great sword on him. Among the famous samurai of Wano Country, there were rarely any who could wield a great sword throughout history. Good quality swords and fast swords, to be precise, are of the same level. However, good quality swords refer to the better batch among fast swords. Speaking of which, Yukai's is classified as a good quality sword, while the third-generation Kitetsu is merely a fast sword. However, due to the third-generation Kitetsu being a cursed sword, it seems to be more powerful. The Sky Lord had assumed an attacking posture, yet Xia Lin remained motionless, leisurely drawing the blade, making it seem like he had more than enough time. That guy, is he seeking death? The captain of the guard frowned. He didn't care about Xia Lin's life or death. Rather, it would be better if an outsider who intruded into their sacred land died. His serious expression was simply because he was contemplating what to do now. Compared to him believing that Xia Lin was doomed, Jasmine and the others had little worry. In their eyes, the name Xia Lin was synonymous with invincible. Although this giant snake looked terrifying, to withstand even one strike from Xia Lin would be considered astonishing vitality. It was said that the Koyuki Odin had sliced a mountain god in half with one blow in the flower capital a few years ago. Lord Xia Lin could definitely do the same. Jasmine stared intently at Xia Lin, eager to witness his next performance. At this moment, the Sky Lord moved. It opened its massive mouth and then charged its entire body toward Xia Lin. Xia Lin's vision suddenly darkened as the enormous body cast a shadow that blocked the light. That mouth could easily swallow him whole. In the eyes of the Sky Lord, Xia Lin was even smaller than a mouse. The foul wind rushing towards him made Xia Lin frown. He slowly waved the blade, and the tip of Yukai's seemed to condense with a hint of frost. His movements appeared slow, but in reality, they were not. The Sky Lord couldn't react in time and saw this seemingly casual slash coming. In the next moment, its vision began to spin as the cold sword energy severed the upper half of its snake head, the crimson ice blooming like a lotus. Thud! The severed snake body twisted continuously, while the Sky Lord's head still opened and closed aimlessly. At this moment, it suddenly felt a cold, stabbing pain coming from its neck. How is this possible? The members of the Sky Island Guard, along with Gon Fuel, were stunned into silence by this scene. Killing the Sky Lord was something they dared not even think of. Moreover, it was done so easily, with just a casual strike to slay it. Anyone with discerning eyes could see Xia Lin's ease and contentment. Not even a speck of dust clung to him, and not a drop of the Sky Lord's blood touched him. Gonfor narrowed his pupils as he looked at the person standing beside the Sky Lord's corpse. His expression was normal, even slightly troubled, as if he was dissatisfied with his own sword strike. How could someone with such power still feel unsatisfied? It's astonishing that such people exist in this world. Lord Xia Lin is indeed impressive. I can tell that even Yuqian cannot match Lord Xia Lin in swordsmanship. Jasmine exclaimed excitedly. However, Xia Lin shook his head. Just based on swordsmanship, he was not his opponent. Xia Lin would not be ashamed to admit his shortcomings. And in reality, it was indeed the case. Getsu Odin was able to slice the mountain god in half without harming its life, allowing it to be sewn back together and still survive. Such swordsmanship was quite impressive. As for defeating the Sky Lord in an instant, that was nothing more than a trivial matter. There were plenty of people on the sea who possessed the power to instantly defeat sea kings. His training was still insufficient. Xia Lin did not feel discouraged because, after all, he had only started practicing hockey and swordsmanship for just 2 years. To be precise, it was only a little over a year, and reaching his current level was already quite incredible. Moreover, now that Getsu Odin was in Jiuli, he could go find him and hone his sword skills. Silently, he sheathed his sword, Snow Walk, as releasing sword energy made even wiping the blade unnecessary. Although Snow Walk was sturdy and sharp, it was also very light, making it a sword well suited for women. With such characteristics, it was likely that the material of Snow Walk was quite special. Let's go to Gold Country. Oh, and leave a few people behind. There should be quite a few treasures in this snake's belly, Xia Lin said. Jasmine quickly instructed those helping with the wounds to hurry, then took Hibiscus along. Jasmine directly carried Hibiscus in her arms, the heavy fruits on her chest swaying. Jasmine, we need to catch up with Lord Xia Lin, Mom, Jasmine quickly said. The group of pirates did not follow. The main purpose this time was for Hibiscus to check the historical texts, and it was better for the others to stay behind to watch the ship, especially with those women on board who had little strength. You there, stop. Seeing Xia Lin heading into the forest, the captain of the guards immediately became agitated, suppressing the shock he felt earlier when he saw Xia Lin instantly defeat the giant snake. At this moment, he rushed towards Xia Lin with the remaining crowd, wanting to block him. Although Xia Lin had defeated the Sky Lord, which they felt powerless against, people were visual creatures, and facing Xia Lin, who did not seem so fierce, their fear had dissipated significantly. Seeing this, Xiaodo and Jasmine both planned to take action. These people were unaware of their impending doom, and Xiaodo's killing intent had long been hard to contain. She was certainly not a good person. In her previous pirate crew, she had never been merciful. However, before the two of them could take any action, the colors of the entire world suddenly seemed to become strange, with a dark purple aura filling the air, making it thick and sticky. However, this color is invisible to their eyes. For the two individuals who were not targets of Xia Lin's attack, they only felt a strange sense of unease. But for Gon Full and others, those charging warriors seemed to have suffered a powerful blow, causing their consciousness to vanish in an instant, like mosquitoes sprayed with insecticide, all falling to the ground with their eyes rolled back. Gon Full held on for a few seconds, but before he could even finish his words, he fainted. This is the power of Conqueror's Haki, truly worthy of Lord Xia Lin. Xia's eyes sparkled, and all that remained to her gaze towards Xia Lin's figure was respect and admiration. She already knew about Haki, but unfortunately, even after being in the New World for over half a year, she still had not mastered Haki. However, she was aware of the rarity of Conqueror's Haki. Even within the Rock's pirate crew, it was a power possessed only by the high-ranking officers. Not quite, it's not entirely like that. Besides those officials, there is also a strange intern who is said to possess similar abilities. However, that guy seems to be more than just an intern. In short, this is the qualification of a king, which is rare among millions. Only those with this qualification have the chance to stand at the top of the world. Xia Lin led Mo Li and Bai Hezi deeper into the forest. Bai Hezi had already wriggled out of Mo Li's arms and was following Xia Lin closely, while also glaring at Mo Li with her eyes. She was blaming Mo Li for making such vigorous movements despite her injury. If it involved her wound, it would break her heart again. The three of them walked deep into the jungle and soon discovered the historical ruins of Shandora, with golden buildings covered in moss, exuding a strong sense of antiquity. The ancient texts and decorations on the buildings, the wide square, and the ancient structures resembling Mayan pyramids were breathtaking. Upon entering Shandora, even the floor tiles beneath their feet were golden, and there were enormous buildings made of gold all around. So much gold, Mo Li's eyes were almost dazzled. Even Bai Zi was momentarily stunned, covering her small cherry-like mouth and exclaiming, "It's simply like a kingdom of gold. This is originally a land of gold," Xia Lin said, his gaze first drawn to a massive vine among the ruins. The vine was several meters thick, stretching upward into the clouds, even at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Xia Lin knew that the lights of Shandora, the Golden Bell, were brought to greater heights by this vine. Although there was gold everywhere, the concentration of gold varied, and it was evident that the gold used as flooring had a very low concentration. "Let us go up and take a look first, then we can come back to find the historical text later." Xia Lin stepped onto the cloud that rose beneath his feet, enveloping the three of them as they flew towards the top of the vine. Mo Li reached out to touch the distant clouds, but grasped nothing. After passing through the cloud layer, she saw the enormous golden pendulum at the end of the vine. Just looking at its purity, the gold columns on both sides of the pendulum probably had a value of over 1,000 platinum. "What a luxurious golden clock," Mo Li exclaimed. "Even the generals of the land of Harmony Wu Ti spend such a huge price to create a giant clock. An item like this, even its historical value, is not inferior to the value of the gold itself. This is the light of Shandora," Xia Lin said. Even he felt romantic when talking about this story. The people of Shandia have not forgotten their promise with their friends for 400 years, fighting continuously to reclaim their homeland and to light the promised fire. How can this not be considered a man's romance? However, the friendship between the Shandians and Norlandu is sincere, but human hearts are greedy. If it weren't for the raging sea currents that swept the Shandians to the Sky Island, this race would have long perished under the hands of the 2,000 soldiers of the Lubnalu Kingdom. Xia Lin slowly told Mo Li and Bai Zi this story, and Mo Li was moved to tears, because they had flown directly from afar to the Sky Island. Mo Li had never stopped at the nearby Gaia Island, and didn't he know about these past events? Hearing that Norlandu was executed as a traitor in the end, and that his descendants are still searching for the Eye of the Skull at sea, she felt very uncomfortable. Norlandu didn't lie at all. If it weren't for the raging sea currents, he wouldn't have died unjustly. However, after returning to his homeland, Norlandu told his king about this matter. If it weren't for the raging sea currents, a massacre would have awaited the Shandians. This cannot be considered a true friendship, right? Bai Zi said. Having experienced the coldness of the world after her family fell from grace, she was not that naive. "Mom, you're such a killjoy," Mo Li pouted. "You should be more aware." Bai Zi doubted whether she had protected her too well in the past. However, Nolan may not have intentionally attracted enemies. Perhaps it was just because he was too naive, and there are many naive people in this world. "Lord Xia Lin, should we light up the lamp of Mandora?" Jasmine's eyes sparkled, and she showed an expression of anticipation. It takes a lot of effort to transmit a voice to Qinghai. Xia Lin said that at least the entire Golden Bell would have to be shattered to possibly transmit this sound to Qinghai. The value of pure gold and that of an intact Golden Bell cannot be compared. Upon hearing this, Jasmine suddenly felt disheartened. The value of pure gold is at least halved, although it is somewhat difficult to choose. It is impossible for someone as greedy as her to give up thousands of platinum. However, Xia Lin changed his words and said, "But if we use the power of the adults to amplify the sound waves, we should be able to convey the message without destroying the Golden Bell. Can this really be done? Probably, but let's go down first. I don't want to solve the problem with the Sky Island people only to provoke the Shandians again." After thinking for a moment, Xia Lin decided to take the entire Appiato with him. In fact, Appiato was of no use to him. This island was just a small part of Gaia, and he didn't lack land at all. The reason for deciding to take it was simply to put an end to the conflict between the Shandians and the Sky Island people. This was Xia Lin's repayment after taking away the Golden Country. Although these two races might not be particularly grateful, they had fought for this Jerusalem for too long. The grown Shandians didn't care, but the newborn children shouldn't have to bear the burden of this mission and grow up in hardship. If it weren't for this enmity, the Shandians and the Sky Island people might have already slowly merged together. Now the leader of the Sky Island people is gone for, and with him around, both sides should be able to coexist peacefully. However, with Xia Lin's current strength, Moving the entire island to the new world is not an easy task and requires some preparation. First, he needs to create enough Amatsukami clouds to lift the island. This is not very difficult, as Xia Lin's fruit has already awakened. As long as the clouds continue to spread, he will soon be able to envelop Appiato. The real challenge lies in his stamina. To lift the island, he needs to maintain a high density of Amatsukami clouds for a long time, not to mention having to return to Wano in the new world. Maintaining the clouds requires physical strength. If the distance is not too far or the object being lifted is not very heavy, it doesn't have a significant impact. However, moving an island is something that even among the enormous giant race is considered legendary. It is said that 500 years ago, a giant known as the Demon Man, Oz, could carry away islands he liked, thus earning the title of Oz of the Moving Kingdom. Oz's body size far exceeded that of an ordinary giant. He stood at 67 meters tall, several times the height of an average giant. However, this size is not the largest among the giants. For example, his descendant, Little Oz, reaches a height of 80 meters. The seventh captain of Blackbeard, Saint One Wolf, has an astonishing height of 180 meters, taller than 3 Ultraman Tigas stacked together. Xia Lin returned to the ruins of Skypiea with Jasmine and Yuriko, where they found the original historical text. As soon as Yuriko saw the text, she frowned and reached out her slender fingers to trace the grooves on the blue square stone. What troubled her was that these characters were completely unfamiliar to her. These characters seem a bit different from the ones I've learned before. Only a few symbols were similar to those of Wano. Yuriko showed a look of regret and apology, as she had initially thought she could help Xia Lin a little. In the end, she found herself unable to do anything. It seems the writing of the Giant Kingdom is still different from that of Wano, and now only the Kazuki clan should still possess the ability to interpret the historical texts. I'm sorry, Lord Xia Lin. I'm too useless. She lowered her head, feeling sad. It was rare for Lord Xia Lin to give her a devil fruit and take her to sea, allowing her to witness so many amazing sights, but in the end, she felt she was of no use, which left her feeling very disappointed. However, Xia Lin didn't think much of it. He was not very interested in this historical text. And if he remembered correctly, the historical text about the Sky Island seemed to be related to the Sea King. And the current generation of Sea Kings has not yet been born. Don't blame yourself, Yuriko. As I said, I'm not interested in the history of the past, weapons, or Raftel. In this world, only surviving until the end counts as victory. The method of interpreting historical texts is only mastered by the Kazuki clan. It is not something any literate person from Wano can understand, even if contact with the outside world is severed. The self-evolution of the written language over hundreds of years has made the writing in Wano quite different from ancient times. Moreover, perhaps Wano never used these ancient characters as an official language from the very beginning. This was the language used by the Great Kingdom 800 years ago, perhaps more akin to a form of official language, while Wano has its own dialect. Therefore, it is understandable that Yuriko does not recognize the characters on this stone. Fortunately, Xia Lin already had a general understanding of the content written on this historical text, which is about the location of the ancient weapon Sea King. And Xia Lin knows much more clearly than this stone. The location of the Sea King is in Fishman Island, 10,000 meters deep in the sea below the Sabaody archipelago. The Sea King is not a weapon, but an unborn mermaid, Princess Shirahoshi. Speaking of which, Fishman Island is quite important. If possible, Xia Lin would be very willing to transform a certain island in Wano into Sea God's Island, making it a residence for fishmen. Symbolizing the endless power of the sea, individual Sea Kings may not seem like much. However, when countless Sea Kings gather together, it indeed becomes an unimaginable force. The reason why the naval ships seldom tread in the calm belt before adding the sea stone components to their hulls is precisely because there are a large number of Sea Kings in the calm belt. However, that's a topic for another time. Even someone as strong as Whitebeard would find it nearly impossible to take Mermaid Island, as the size of that island is not at all comparable to Appiato, which Xia Lin is currently planning to move. It seems that in the future, I will still need to find a scholar from O'Hara, Xia Lin thought to himself softly. Although the Kazuki clan can interpret the poneglyphs, they are limited to just that. The archaeologists from O'Hara, on the other hand, are different. They have delved into many ancient scripts. In fact, it is precisely because they have conducted in-depth research on most ancient scripts from the past 800 years that they have begun to study the blank 100 years. Of course, the vast knowledge of these scholars is not merely the accumulation of a single generation. It is the result of countless people leaving behind the ancient texts and research materials they collected in the Tree of Knowledge, passing down wisdom through generations, which allows them to focus on this goal. Xia Lin also doesn't remember what script the clues about the vampire fruit left in Sleepy Ancient Town were recorded in. Looking back, the decision to bring along Kariko was purely based on a sense of just in case. However, it's actually nice to take her out for a breath of fresh air. The thick fog has spread to every corner of the forest, and half of the bodies of Xia Lin and the others are standing in the mist, as if they are in a dreamlike fairyland. The fog in the jungle is even denser. The clouds above the sky stretch to the edge of the island, then cascade down like a waterfall, wrapping around the bottom of the island. Should we ring the golden bell now? Jasmine asked excitedly. Let us light up the lantern of Mandora, Xia Lin said with a smile, although doing so has no practical significance for him, and even feels a bit childish. However, since he has come to this world, which is inherently dreamlike, sometimes there is no need to be too constrained. If you want to do it, just do it. This is a promise he has upheld for 400 years. If he were to draw a conclusion, it would also be a romantic thing for him. The three of them returned to the top of the vines once again. Xia Lin clenched his fist, and the flowing aura instantly covered his arm. However, in reality, he has not yet mastered the internal destruction of the aura. Even if he did master it, it would be impossible to simply destroy the golden bell like that. At the same time, the space around his arm seemed to twist, and the air rippled like waves. This is a manifestation of him using the power of adulthood, with sound or wave power wrapping around his hand, allowing Xia Lin to transmit sound further. Cover your ears, Xia Lin said. And he didn't make Jasmine and Yuriko move away, because he didn't intend to make the sound louder. Just purely enhance the stability of the waves and transmit the sound further. Ding! The resonant sound spread out instantly, and the ripples of twisted air on Xia Lin's arm continued to amplify, transmitting this sound to a distant place. Ding! The continually echoing bell seemed to come from the distant horizon, yet it also felt as if it were ringing nearby. Countless people from the floating islands curiously raised their heads, searching for the source of the sound. Ding! Gunfur slowly awakened, shaking his weary mind as he looked towards the jungle. The bell ringing from all directions made his head spin. However, the scenery before him caught his attention even more. Is it foggy? The flowing mist enveloped his body. No, this kind of cloud felt like island clouds. Gonfur's eyes widened. Island clouds are substantial mists that, once they gather enough mass, won't drift away anymore. Now, for some inexplicable reason, so many island clouds had appeared in the Holy Land. Could it be that person intended to transport Appiato away? That guy clearly said he only wanted gold. Gonfur was so furious that he wanted to rush over and confront Xia Lin about this matter right away. However, the body of the recently deceased Sky Lord had not yet stiffened. Moreover, there were still many unconscious guards who needed medical attention. Gonfur could only sigh helplessly, waking some people and leading the others away. Perhaps for them, the people of the floating islands, despite viewing this land as holy, they had never truly possessed it for even a moment. Ding! The sound reached even farther, sending ripples across the surface of the White Sea. The Shandians hidden in cloud-hidden village also heard this sound. There was no mistake about it. This bell was the melody of Sandora. The lights of Sandora had been lit. These raggedly dressed people were moved to tears, as if they had seen their faith manifest before their eyes. Many elderly warriors, who had fought all their lives, even trembled and knelt on the ground, bowing in worship towards the distant Appiato. The blood of the great warriors burned within them. They did not say a word, silently equipping their weapons, and the other warriors did the same. It had been 400 years, and this was the first time the golden bell had rung. To them, it felt like destiny was calling them back to their homeland. Daddy! The young child looked up at his tall father. At that moment, the man crouched down, placing his hand on his small child, who was as tiny as a little bean. Weber, Dad is going to reclaim our homeland. Return to our homeland. This was their dream for 400 years. Now, they did not know who had lit the lights of Sandora, but it was an encouragement for them. Their hearts reached a peak with the ringing of the bell. Blood boiled within them. At the same time, this was also their opportunity. The people of the floating islands seemed completely unaware of the golden bell, which had not been rung for so long. This suddenly appearing bell might signify some upheaval on the floating island side, providing them with a chance to take action. The warriors immediately sprang into action. However, before they could leave cloud-hidden village too far, they saw a larger green island soaring through the clouds towards the distance. The great warriors were dumbfounded. Their originally excited hearts felt like flames extinguished, each staring blankly at the large island sailing away in the sky like a ship, as if what they saw was an illusion. It flew away. It must be that the people of the floating islands did something. One warrior exclaimed angrily. However, The great warrior did not believe that the gods of the floating islands had such power now. However, no matter what, the people of the Sky Island must be aware of Appiato's departure. After all, that land was originally under their jurisdiction, and he must find out the truth. Those Sky Islanders who lost their Appiato must pay the price. Jasmine wondered whether the people on Gaia Island could hear this voice. Xia Lin was currently carrying such a heavy island, and there was no way to take her to see the expressions of the people on Gaia Island after hearing this voice, which made Jasmine feel a bit regretful. However, she really hopes that Nolan can clear his name for being called a big liar. After all, the land of gold does exist. She has seen it with her own eyes. Nolan did not lie, and he should not be ridiculed for so many years after he is dead. Xia Lin smiled. Perhaps when Luffy sets sail, when they arrive at Gaia Island, those frogs at the bottom of the well who did not believe in the existence of Sky Island would have become loyal believers in the reality of Sky Island, especially those who heard the sound of the Golden Bell today. Moreover, once Appiato has disappeared, the position of the record pointer may not shift. The prosperous Magoo Valley town, due to the existence of pirates, may also fall into decline. Xia Lin does not care about these changes in history. Since he appeared in this world, history has already moved in another direction. Perhaps that boy with the straw hat will eventually become the Pirate King. But the future world pattern will inevitably change. Xia Lin wants the power to confront the world when he wants to. Although he has never thought of overthrowing the world, having such power makes it difficult to stay unscathed in the whirlpool of world changes. For now, it's fine. He and Wano Country will surely become the focus of the world. For this, he must develop his strength before the whirlpool of world upheaval arrives. It's not just him who needs to get stronger, but also his subordinates. Xia Lin flew in the sky with Appiato. He was lucky. He did not encounter any enemies on the return trip. Wano Country was now just ahead, but another dilemma troubled him. That is how to place Appiato. Asking him to keep the island suspended in the air with the Ama no Murakumo was obviously unrealistic. However, there was no way to place it in the inland sea of Wano Country. The inland sea of Wano Country is very deep. If Appiato were to be placed there, it would probably sink straight to the seabed. Forget it. Let us just patch it onto a coastline of Jiuli. Xia Lin thought for a moment and said, the seabed near the coast is not that deep, and it can accommodate a small island. Once Appiato fits with the seabed of the nearshore, the area of Jiuli would expand. After considering all this, Xia Lin manipulated the island towards the western coast. The western coast is sheltered by mountains and is not easily discovered. In fact, the southern coast is also quite good. But pirates occasionally rush up from the waterfall over there. Pirates who can rush up the waterfall of Wano Country are not ordinary people. Whitebeard's strength goes without saying. And the other two are Ace and Luffy. After slowly placing the island down, Xia Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He had consumed a lot of physical strength, and as soon as he landed, he immediately released the reception of the Yamata no Orochi's spirit. In fact, maintaining the Ama no Murakumo itself does not consume so much physical strength. However, Appiato is really too heavy, which causes a huge drain on the Ama no Murakumo itself, requiring him to continuously produce new clouds to replenish it. During this time, he had hardly rested. After all, the Ama no Murakumo, created by the Yamata no Orochi, might be less effective than the flame clouds created by the Qinglong. Moreover, Xia Lin's hockey training is not as good as Kaido's, so it is very laborious. Yuri hurried over to support him. I'm not weak to that extent, Xia Lin smiled, then led them out of the forest. Yuki and Kuroten Mushi had been waiting by the coast for a long time. She and Kuroten Mushi had returned to Jiuli for a while, and not long ago received Xia Lin's contact via the phone snail. So they came here early to wait. In fact, Xia Lin only asked Kuroten Mushi to bring some manpower over. This gold still needs to circulate through her hands in the dark world. However, Yuki couldn't contain her eagerness to see Xia Lin and handed the work over to Keiko. Following Kuroten Mushi over, seeing Xia Lin, who looked somewhat tired and was holding his forehead as he walked out of the forest, Yuki immediately showed a heartbroken expression and rushed forward. She really wanted to question Yuri and Mari about why they let Master Xia Lin worry so much. But upon seeing such an island fall from the sky, she already understood what had happened. Master Xia Lin is indeed Master Xia Lin. Moving an island like this is something only a god could possibly achieve. Master Xia Lin, Yuki, you also came. Seeing Yuki again after more than 2 months, Xia Lin felt good and casually pulled out the sword at his waist. Yuki, this is a good saber I found in the East Sea called Yuki, which matches your name, so I bought it. Yuki blushed as she took the Yuki. A good saber is considered quite precious in Wano Country, at least not something common. However, What Yuki cared about more was the sentiment contained within it. "Thank you, Master Xia Lin," she whispered shyly, looking like the scenery of early spring after ice and snow had melted. Mari was envious and really wanted that Yuki for herself. The blade of Yuki is a black lacquered tachi, and the smith paid great attention to it. At first glance, it may not seem luxurious, but upon closer inspection, it feels very delicate. The tsuba is golden and cross-shaped. Once the blade is drawn, you can see the mirror-like blade with wavy patterns. The blade pattern of Yuki is a small T-shaped pattern. The fluctuation of the blade's pattern is relatively small, and the tip looks like the flower of a lilac. Because it is a small T-shape, the area of the white blade appears smaller, while the flame-like patterns cover a larger area. Yuki is a very good sword, but unfortunately, it did not have much of a standout performance in the original story before it exited the stage. After all, its only feature aside from its appearance is that it is very light, unlike the demon blade Kishit. Yuki loves the Yuki that Xia Lin gave her very much and immediately wore it at her waist. She was wearing a white kimono printed with blooming cherry blossoms. And with the black Yuki, it looked harmonious. On the contrary, the black and golden patterns of Yuki gave her a somewhat mysterious feeling. "Master Xia Lin, this time we returned from the flower capital. We also received a sword from Kazuki Sukiyaki." Yuki said. They naturally would not go to the flower capital to meet the shogun empty-handed, and it was a demon's sword. In fact, this is somewhat like a tribute. They needed to bring a lot of valuables to present to the shogun of Wano, and in return, they would receive rewards from shogun. However, compared to the generous demeanor of Xia Lin's past life country, the shogun of Wano was much more stingy. The relatively valuable item he sent this time was only a saber. In fact, a saber cannot be said to be unprecious, as a rank just below the great saber. Sabers and good sabers are actually quite similar. It's just that good sabers rank higher among sabers. Moreover, it is still a demon sword. The only problem is that the value of a demon sword is severely disproportionate to the gifts sent out from this side of Jiuli. However, Xia Lin was still very interested. Since it was a demon sword and of the fast sword grade, it should be the third generation of Onitachi, without any surprises. The third generation of Onitachi was originally forged by Getsu Sukiyaki, imitating the second generation of Onitachi, and it had not yet spread overseas. Xia Lin didn't expect that he couldn't find any trace of this sword while in the East China Sea, but he obtained it upon returning to Wano Country. A legendary demon sword? Has it been brought here now? Although it was a fast sword because it was a demon sword, it was significantly stronger. In the original story, after Zoro obtained Onitachi, he never replaced it until the end of the Wano arc. "It's here," Yukiko quickly nodded, turned around, and took a box from one of her companions, then pulled out a completely red sword. The curse of the third generation Onitachi was something she didn't need to worry about at all. If it were the second generation of Onitachi, she would find it very difficult to handle. Blood red like blood. Jasmine swallowed, watching Xia Lin take the sword. She could feel the resentment and murderous intent emanating from it. The legendary Onitachi possessed the power to rival the righteous sword, Amano Murakumo, and was a demon sword accompanied by blood-red lightning. Onitachi was the embodiment of an evil god, capable of eroding the mind of its wielder and consuming them, leading to untimely death. Only strength greater than the resentment contained in the sword could suppress it. The evil aura of the third-generation Onitachi wasn't particularly terrifying. Not to mention Xia Lin, even Jasmine could barely manage it. However, the power within the blade truly existed, which intrigued Xia Lin. If combined with haki, the power of the demon sword could truly be unleashed. Upon picking it up, Xia Lin felt the sword's restlessness, as if it were eager to move. However, after sensing Xia Lin's strength, it became obedient. Rather, the demon sword seemed to hope that its wielder was strong. The patterns on the third-generation Onitachi resembled flames, with a flame-like design on the blade, and the blade itself was relatively narrow. It was a nice sword. Due to being a demon sword, it compensated for some of its original shortcomings. Xia Lin remarked that, in fact, the third-generation Onitachi was even better than the good fast sword he was currently using. The sharpness might not compare, and the third-generation Onitachi had some flaws. However, the evil aura contained in the sword made it even more precious. It would be even better if he could obtain the second-generation Onitachi. However, Xia Lin was just thinking about it. The second-generation Onitachi was one of the 21 great fast swords and was worth a fortune. Throughout history, any craftsman capable of forging a great fast sword would be hailed as a legendary craftsman. Such treasures naturally couldn't be given away easily. Not to mention that the forger of the second-generation Onitachi, Getsu Kch, was an ancestor of Getsu, Sugiyaki. And the second generation Onitachi could be considered a family heirloom of the Kei Getsu clan. The best swordsmiths in Wano Country have always been from the Kei Getsu and Shimatsuki clans. The Kei Getsu clan forged the second generation Onitachi and the Amano Murakumo, among other great fast swords. It is even possible that the lost first generation Onitachi was also forged by the Kei Getsu clan. The Shimatsuki clan, on the other hand, forged Inma and Wad Ikamanji. Even the Black Blade, a kushui wielded by the swordsman Ryuma, is closely related to the Shimatsuki clan. Ryuma's full name was Shimatsuki Ryuma, and the great fast sword he held was likely also crafted by the Shimatsuki clan itself. After setting the third generation Onitachi aside, Xia Lin began to instruct Korizumi Mutsu on some matters. The main focus was still on dealing with the gold issue. It would be best to let the gold from Gold Country be circulated as cultural relics, which would not only increase its value several times over, but might also help find scholars who study history and ancient texts. These scholars would be useful when searching for the vampire fruit. Korizumi Mutsu quickly nodded. These past 2 months had been relatively easy for her, and now that Xia Lin had returned to Wano Country, she no longer needed to continue her act, and it was time to resume the plan for Korizumi Orochi. Xia Lin directly left Appiato to Korizumi Mutsu and her team to take over. There might still be some rare animals and plants on the island that could be cultivated appropriately. Korizumi Mutsu hurriedly led her subordinates into the forest. Jasmine took out the wings she had bought earlier, wanted to put them on Yukiko, but Yukiko felt it was a bit inappropriate. Although she didn't show any signs of disgust, she still didn't put them on. By the way, there are also some captives. Yukiko, I'll leave them for you to handle. Xia Lin instructed the people who had originally been on the pirate ship to come down. Those were all pirates, and you can deal with them however you like. The other batch are just ordinary people, so you can filter them out and have them do some chores in the daimyo's mansion or do something else outside. Xia Lin said, I understand. Yukiko nodded, responding to Xia Lin while glancing at the ship. However, in the next second, she was frozen in place, as if turned to stone. This is a baby? Yukiko's eyes widened, and she couldn't speak coherently. What came into view was a woman with very long ears, holding a tiny baby in her arms, whose earlobes were also very long. Could it be Lord Xia Lin's child? Yukiko said in a daze, feeling a great shock to her heart. Just over 2 months had passed, and how could her Lord Xia Lin have a child? Moreover, the child's mother was neither Yuriko nor Jasmine, but someone she completely didn't recognize. What nonsense are you talking about? Xia Lin couldn't help but knock her on the head. Where did you get a child in just 2 months? Miss Yukiko, this is not Lord Xia Lin's child, Yuriko said with a smile. This child's name is Enalu, and Lord Xia Lin found him on Skypiea. He thinks he has great potential, so he plans to bring him back to cultivate him. Yuriko skipped over the child's mother, as bringing the woman back was just incidental. Yukiko then breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Suddenly bringing back a child was too shocking. However, looking at the woman holding the baby somewhat awkwardly, Yukiko couldn't help but think about what it would be like if she had a child with Xia Lin in the future. Would it be a boy or a girl? If it were a boy, what would be a good name? Xia Lin, stop daydreaming. Xia Lin interrupted her soliloquy. It seemed that this habit of Yukiko's still surfaced when she was in front of him. However, Xia Lin had no plans for children at the moment. Yukiko, I'm going to rest for a bit. Has there been any issues during this time? Xia Lin rubbed his temples. He was indeed still a bit tired. He summoned a Mano Murakumo, bringing everyone present into the sky. Compared to the island, this number of people was almost negligible in terms of consumption for him. Yes, I've already had people prepare meals and hot water, or would you like to go to the hot springs, Lord Xia Lin? Yukiko quickly asked. Let's go to the hot springs. Xia Lin thought for a moment and decided to soak in the hot springs to relieve his physical fatigue. I'll have the servants bring the prepared food to the hot springs right away. Yukiko quickly took out a shell to contact the daimyo's mansion and instructed everything. Soon after, Xia Lin sat on a cloud and closed his eyes to take a nap. Although her eyes were closed, Yuriko could still determine the right direction. Seeing that Xia Lin planned to rest, she took the initiative to kneel beside him, gently lifting his head a little and placing it on her lap. Yukiko took this opportunity to sit next to her little fan, Mari, and began to inquire about what had happened during their time outside. Mari, quickly tell me what you saw this time. Lord Xia Lin must have done many amazing things, right? Yukiko whispered, her eyes sparkling, even pulling out paper and pen to record everything Mari said. She had regretted not being able to accompany Xia Lin to the sea for a long time and was very eager to know about Mari's experiences abroad. Just now, she heard Yuriko mention Sky Island. Could it be that islands in the sky really exist? If they do, how do these islands float in the air? Surely not every island has someone lifting it up underneath, right? Not everyone can do such great things like Lord Xia Lin. Mari was also very enthusiastic and quickly began to recount her story with great emotion. However, she wasn't a very good storyteller, starting almost from the beginning. She included how she first ran to the shore, waiting for a long time for Xia Lin and her mother, Yuriko, to arrive. Moreover, her mother smelled strange and was sweating a lot. Honestly, my mother is too weak. She even sweats while flying in the sky, Mari said. Yukiko, blushing, turned to look at Yuriko sitting on the cloud, and she clearly saw Yuriko's body tremble slightly upon hearing Mari's words. Silly Mari, Yukiko couldn't help but shake her head. This child really was clueless in this regard. It was not her first time, yet she couldn't even notice when her mother was having an affair. Skipping over this topic, Yukiko encouraged Mari to continue, jotting down the exciting parts. This included how she used Conqueror's Haki to instantly knock out all the pirates, the magical sites on Sky Island, and the 400-year agreement between the Shandians and Norland, as well as their 400-year struggle with the people of Sky Island. These were all very romantic tales. Moreover, Yukiko vividly described Xia Lin's personal performance, such as effortlessly killing a giant snake god monster, causing thousands of troops to instantly collapse with a glance, lighting up the flames of Shandora, and his mythical island-moving abilities. Wow, so they're island clouds too. Isn't that just like Lord Xia Lin's Amatsu no Kimo? Yukiko exclaimed, amazed by the vastness of the world beyond the sea. Exactly. Mari quickly nodded and said expectantly, Lord Xia Lin said this is just a tiny part of the countless sights in the world. There are still many landscapes and strange people we haven't seen yet. I really want to go see them. Yukiko sighed. Mari reached out to hug her, smiling, next time come with us. Yukiko nodded, then pushed her away and started to refine what Mari had said, writing it vividly, as if she had seen it in person. Mari curiously looked over and, upon seeing the content, suddenly felt a bit unhappy. Why is it only about Lord Xia Lin defeating the giant snake and the people of Sky Island? What about me? The beautiful and powerful warrior Mari battling the gods of Sky Island? Mari exclaimed with wide eyes. She couldn't believe she had told Yukiko so much and even exhausted herself speaking. Yet this woman had deleted all her contributions. This is the biography I'm writing for Lord Xia Lin. Of course, your part will be brief, Yukiko coughed lightly, trying to cover her embarrassment. That is hardly a brief mention. You didn't even bring me up. Mari pouted, feeling that her once-beloved Yukiko had changed. Yukiko, you're being too much. How could you do this? Mari loudly questioned, upset that her impressive performance in the battle with Gonfol was completely ignored by Yukiko. Lower your voice. Don't disturb Lord Xia Lin's rest. Yukiko quickly jumped up to cover her mouth. Although Mari was momentarily subdued by Yukiko, she still stubbornly glared at her. All right, I'll add you in, Yukiko conceded. The hot spring was actually located within the daimyo's estate, just in a more secluded area. Due to the higher temperature in Jiuli, the hot spring here wouldn't have as much steam as the one at Suarens. In fact, the water temperature of Jiuli's hot spring was much lower. Xia Lin and Yuriko were both sitting in the hot spring, while Mari couldn't stay in the water for long due to an arm injury and had to wash up and go rest. Yukiko, wrapped in a towel, sat next to Xia Lin and helped him with a massage. Yuriko also had a girl attending to her, who had accompanied her when she went out with Xia Lin. Although she hadn't done any heavy labor, she was still a bit worn out and took this opportunity to relax her body after being trained by Xia Lin on the way. As Yukiko massaged Xia Lin, the warm water made her face turn rosy. The maids kept bringing over-prepared food, and some sake was placed at the edge of the hot spring, easily within reach. Lord Xia Lin have a 3-colored dumpling. Yuriko bent down to reach for the food nearby, picked up a dumpling, took a bite, and then leaned in with her pink lips holding the dumpling towards him. Yuriko's size was F, and even wrapped in a towel, she made quite an impression. When she leaned in, the soft 3-colored dumpling was squeezed out to the sides due to the pressure. Yukiko's face was filled with surprise. She never knew Yuriko was so skilled. Yuriko noticed her expression, but, with the dumpling in her mouth, could only mumble and wink at her, then pointed at the sake nearby. Yukiko was stunned for a second, then blushed and took a sip of the sake. However, she didn't swallow it. She kept it in her mouth and imitated Yuriko by leaning against Xia Lin. The maids who were massaging them had long since gotten used to this. Sometimes they would even join in. After eating the dumpling and drinking the sake, Xia Lin asked Yukiko some questions. Yuriko half-squatted in the spring. Splash. Water splashed. By the way, when the time comes, you can settle Enel and his mother in Shadow Town, Xia Lin said, reaching out to Yuriko, who was bowing her head. Her long hair submerged in the water, spreading out like a peacock's tail. Her long hair swayed with her body's movements, the ends of her black hair just reaching her waist. I understand. Yukiko wiped the sake from the corner of her mouth, nodded quickly, and continued. As for those former pirates, I'll let some of them go to other towns' brothels. That guy named Shiado is pretty capable. He might come in handy. As for the other ordinary women, I'll see what they want and then make the arrangements. Xia Lin nodded, saying, you can decide this for yourself. Don't worry too much about their opinions. As long as they can survive, that's enough. Oh, almost forgot. There's one more thing. This time I found 3 devil fruits. I can't use them, 2 of which are paramecia type. Xia Lin recalled this matter. What kind of devil fruits? Yukiko asked curiously. One is the slippery fruit, and the other is the boom fruit. Xia Lin briefly mentioned the characteristics of 2 fruits to Shuezi. As for the other animal type fruit, Xia Lin chose to skip over it. That thing can be sent directly to Onigashima. After hearing Xia Lin's introduction, Shuezi was quite interested in the effects of the slippery fruit. This fruit is extremely tempting for women. However, Shuezi thought about how to develop it if she actually ate it. The slippery fruit doesn't seem that powerful. As for the exploding fruit, Shuezi didn't consider it all. That thing is more suitable for Yotengmaru. Since that's the case, let's just put it away for now, Xia Lin said, noting that the exploding fruit isn't suitable for a swordsman like Yotengmaru, as sword energy can't be turned into a bomb. Shuezi nodded in agreement, and then remembered something, quickly saying, by the way, Lord Xia Lin, I brought that ahi from the flower capital to Kuri. She has opened a tea house in Ningxiang town now. Xia Lin was aware of ahi's existence, and also knew about her relationship with Kinemon. Although Shuezi knew Xia Lin wouldn't blame her for this, it was better to mention it. Xia Lin nodded, considering it a minor issue. Does Kinemon know she came here? No. He doesn't know that Kazuki Odin and Kinemon are currently working in Kuri to pay off debts. Shuezi shook her head, saying she just wanted to eat the desserts made by Ahi and didn't want to deepen Ahi's connection with Odin and the others. Has Kazuki Odin caused any trouble? No, they're all quite well behaved now, but sometimes they go to the pleasure district, Shuezi said. Xia Lin was quite surprised. He didn't expect the guy would actually stop causing trouble. Going to the pleasure district is quite common in Wano. Even those with a bit of wealth would occasionally go for a visit. If it's just for listening to music, it's actually quite cheap. But if they plan to spend a night with a girl, the cost can be quite high. Of course, Kazuki Odin and the others aren't going to the pleasure district just to listen to music. They don't understand those refined things at all. Odin can understand it, but his personality can't stand listening to it. After talking for a while, they sat quietly for a bit, and then Yuriko slowly stood up. Miss Shuezi, have you been waiting long? She said, licking her lips. Shuezi shot her a glare and pushed her away, then sat back down in her original spot. The fox should hurry back to rest after taking a bath. Hiss, Yuriko chuckled, but she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she sat nearby, occasionally bringing food to Xia Lin's mouth and sometimes helping him massage. She also teased Shuezi from time to time. Shuezi's face heated up as she glared at her. The water splashed violently and then calmed down, turning the once calm surface into a turbulent sea. Soon, Shuezi, exhausted, leaned forward weakly. Fortunately, Xia Lin caught her in time and lifted her up, changing her position. Shuezi pressed her hands on the edge of the hot spring, her back facing Xia Lin. By the way, Lord Xia Lin, the survey at the Guardian Forest has been completed, and there's a suitable location to build a reservoir. Shuezi didn't forget about business even at this moment. Aren't you the leader of the surveying and planning faction? You're the housekeeper of Kuri, after all. You don't need to specifically tell me how to spend the money, Xia Lin said, noting that Shuezi was doing well in this regard. Yes, actually, I wanted to ask if we should send Kazuki Odin and the others to build a reservoir over there. Xia Lin placed the 2 fruits at the top of the tower. Speaking of which, he had forgotten about the idea of using ordinary animal fruits to create some peculiar creatures after the last time he thought of it. The bird fruit in his possession had already been sent to Onigashima, so that matter could only be postponed. After playing the hot spring with Yuriko and Shuezi yesterday, today Shuezi returned to her post, while Keiko, who had been working for a long time, finally got a bit of rest. Now, Keiko was quietly reading beside Xia Lin. After more than 2 months, Keiko had become quite adept at handling the affairs of the surveying and planning faction. She even did better than Shuezi in this regard. Keiko was very smart and often found a balance point. She never lacked for necessary expenditures, while unnecessary expenses could often be saved. This job wasn't too difficult for her, but it did reduce her reading time. Xia Lin thought that Keiko might be more suitable for studying ancient knowledge than Yuriko. Both of them weren't learning martial arts, but each had their strengths in cultural arts. Yuriko understood customs, etiquette, tea arts, and performing arts better. Xia Lin felt that if he sent Keiko to O'Hara to study, she might really become a scholar in no time. However, sending her there would be too inconvenient. Keiko didn't have much self-defense capability, and he wouldn't feel at ease sending her out. Keiko said, feeling a bit tired, and gently stretched, then covered her mouth to yawn. Lord Xia Lin, can I take a nap? She slowly walked to Xia Lin's side and leaned over. Go ahead and sleep. Xia Lin nodded, allowing her head to rest on his lap. However, after lying down, Huizi found herself unable to sleep. She sniffed the scent coming from Xia Lin and nudged her face closer to him. This quiet feeling was something Huizi really liked, as if all her worries had suddenly disappeared. In reality, she didn't have many worries at all. Huizi was very content. Her current life was already much better than her past life in the rabbit diner. If she had any wish to fulfill, it would be to take revenge on the wealthy family from the rabbit diner that had caused her family to fall apart. However, she couldn't accomplish this on her own and could only wait for the plan of the black charcoal serpent to gradually unfold. I'm so tired. Jean Weimin wiped the sweat off his brow and sat down on a large rock to rest. That lord from Curie keeps assigning us such hard work. It's really infuriating. But the pay for this job is quite high, Kenshiro said. The work they were doing now was the construction of a reservoir. While Yukiko was in the flower capital, the surveyors had been looking for a suitable location and ultimately decided to build it in the southern mountains. By utilizing the terrain of the mountains, they could save a considerable amount of manpower and resources in constructing the reservoir. Moreover, the terrain of Curie is high in the north and low in the central part, and the southern mountains happen to be upstream of the river. But this is so exhausting, and we left the Shadow Town, traveling such a long distance to that place called the Guardian Forest. Jean Weimin complained. The Guardian Forest is the name given later by Xia Lin to the southern mountains and forest. To build this reservoir, these people had to trek a long way, crossing the distance from north to south to reach the Guardian Forest, which was already very arduous. More importantly, most of Curie's population is concentrated in the north, while the central area consists of scattered villages and large tracts of farmland, and only the south has the most natural forests. This means that there are very few entertainment facilities in the south. Now that they are here working, there is no fun to be had at all, and the living conditions are quite poor. Even if they earn a lot of money, it doesn't make them happy. Hey, Jean Weimin, don't forget that we still have to pay back our debts, Sejiro said unhappily. Jean Weimin is the one among them who spends the most money. Every time they go to the pleasure district, he spends a lot, seriously delaying their debt repayment progress. In my opinion, what happens if we don't pay back? We've traveled through so many villages, and only Curie has so much trouble. I think we should just leave without a word. Who can stop us? Jean Weimin snorted. I don't believe that this lord from Curie can go to other villages to catch us. However, the environment of the Curie Pleasure District is much better than that of other villages, Raizu said shyly. He has a naturally large face, which is not very appealing to women. Although there are also very few courtesans in the Curie Pleasure District willing to entertain him, if he is willing to spend money. There are always one or two who will. I say, can you guys not always think about these things? Odin sighed. Although he also visits the Pleasure District, not very often, and doesn't he have such thoughts all day long? Compared to that, he cares more about going to sea, but he can only approach Xia Lin for that. He originally planned to wait for Xia Lin to return from the flower capital and then look for an opportunity to test the waters at the Lord's residence. But before he could take action, he was dispatched to the border by Yukiko. Now he can only honestly work, finish the project quickly, and return. Such a huge project requires more manpower than just them. Many ordinary people from Curie are also willing to come and work. Everyone knows that the Lord of Curie pays above market rates for labor, so even though the work is hard, the schedule is very reasonable. As long as they rest well, they won't leave any lasting illnesses, and the pay is considerable. Besides men, there are also some women who come to do odd jobs, and some men even bring their wives along. It is said that there are some scattered thieves in the Guardian Forest. If they could catch one, it would be worth several days' wages for all of them combined. When they initially captured thieves, some ran into the southern forest to hide, and those people were offered a bounty by Xia Lin. If they caught one, they could earn a good sum. For Odin and the others, it's just a few days' wages combined. But for ordinary people, the amount of work they do in a day is far less than what Odin and the others can accomplish. It would take them several months to earn what Odin and the others make in a day. Those people, who knows if they're still alive? Jean Weimin said helplessly. Those thieves probably have strength even less than that of wild beasts. All alone, they might have already perished in the wilderness. Sigh, we still have to keep working. After resting for a while, Jin Weimin also knew he had to get up and continue moving the boulders. For every boulder moved, someone would record it. The more they moved, the more they earned. In September, it was already autumn, but Kiri still looked like summer. Fortunately, Kiri's summer isn't very hot. At this time, it is the harvest season for rice, and a large number of officials from the Heavenly Command had to go and harvest the rice. All of this rice comes from government fields and belongs to the Lord's treasury after harvesting. Kiri had only stabilized for about a year, but they had already accumulated a lot of grain. After this rice harvest, these lands would either enter a rest period temporarily, allowing cattle and sheep to be transferred over as grazing grounds or to plant other crops. This time, Xia Lin brought a lot of external seeds, many of which are very suitable for planting in an environment like Kiri, as well as crops that can grow in the environment of Winter Island and those that can grow on wasteland. These seeds would surely interest the Lord of Swear and Hashimi. However, these seeds cannot be sent out yet, as it would not benefit the plans of Black Charcoal Snake. Xia Lin does not intend to use force to dominate this country. Once the people of this country realize that life under the rule of the Jiuli people is prosperous and peaceful, they will long for Jiuli. After Xia Lin becomes the master of this country, everyone will support him. In fact, he can indeed help the people of this country live better lives. He has only been at sea for a little over 2 months, but has brought back many foreign seeds and items that can improve the lives of the Jiuli people to some extent. In contrast, Kazuki Odin returned empty-handed after enduring numerous adventures at sea. He reached Laugh Tale, saw the prophecies left behind for 800 years, and knew that the world would face tremendous changes. Everything was great and lofty. Yet he turned a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Advanced productivity from overseas, excellent crop seeds, and medical knowledge could develop the economy of Wano and save many from hunger and disease, but he brought nothing back. From the beginning, Kazuki Odin was not a qualified ruler. After he built Jiuli, the financial situation of Jiuli remained empty, and he had no idea how to fill that gap. If it weren't for the Shimatsuki family, the Jiuli he established would have long since perished. The later Jiuli relied on the Red Scabbards for maintenance. While learning a lot from the Shimatsuki family, the Red Scabbards had already become quite capable, able to handle various matters, so much so that after he left this country, Jiuli did not change much. If it weren't for Kaido, Jiuli could have continued to thrive. However, after Kaido came to this country, the situation in Jiuli worsened. Yet after Odin returned, he did nothing to change the status quo. There was no difference in the country with or without him. In Xia Lin's view, Kazuki Odin is indeed a joke. He cannot bear the expectations that this country has of him. The Kazuki clan is no different from the celestial dragons in this country, although it is not portrayed much in the anime. Their detached status can be seen from Odin's past deeds. For this clan, forcibly taking women is nothing. It has even become a legendary heroic tale. This is something Xia Lin cannot comprehend. If he were in power, actions like those of Kazuki Odin in the past would be enough for the person to be executed several times. Xia Lin stretched lazily and picked up a newspaper from the desk. There are also newspapers within Wano, and many news from other regions spread through newspapers. The prosperity of Jiuli is also conveyed through these newspapers, and the residents of other regions are very envious of the affluent life in Jiuli. However, moving to Jiuli has become extremely difficult. At this moment, Xia Lin was looking at a newspaper not from within Wano, but from overseas. The news birds cannot fly into the skies of Wano. In the past, Xia Lin could only wait for Black Charcoal Musin to relay news from overseas. However, there are too many events happening outside, and Black Charcoal Musin can only report some of what she considers major events through the phone bug. Now, with the help of Xaidu, it has become much more convenient. He only needs to have someone wait offshore outside of Wano periodically. Then he can have Xaidu go and retrieve the items. Not only newspapers, but when resources are scarce, they can also temporarily serve as a means of transportation. Has Rox had another conflict with the Navy? Xia Lin looked at the newspaper. It seemed that the contradictions between Rox and the Navy, as well as the world government, have become increasingly intense recently. However, the Battle of God Valley, which involved multiple forces historically, will take place next year, so it is quite normal to have such levels of friction. Xia Lin is unaware that he has actually added a lot of fuel to the fire for both sides. The likes of Jack, who were captured by Zephyr, are vassals of Big Mom, and the capture of her subordinate pirates by the Navy is a shameful matter for her. Starting from small pirate group, the Nightfire Pirates, the conflicts have been escalating continuously to the point where the faint sin of war is already emerging. However, this incident can only be considered a trigger, It is Rock's ambition to overturn the world that represents the irreconcilable conflict between him and the world government. Now, everyone on the sea can feel a tense atmosphere, to the point that Kaido is even considering whether to temporarily return to avoid the storm. In such times, developing forces outside is somewhat conspicuous. On the other hand, it is also a good opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. However, in this environment, apart from Wano, there's a group of people who seem completely unaffected by the current atmosphere on the sea. This group is led by Roger, the Roger Pirates. A few months ago, Roger and his crew arrived at the Water 7-Star Island, which is generally considered the end of the Grand Line. However, Roger does not think so. After arriving at Water 7-Star Island, the chaotic compass led him to believe there is another unknown island, and it is the existence of this island that has caused the magnetic field to become chaotic. However, he currently has no clue on how to find this island. It's as if an ordinary compass loses its effectiveness and starts spinning wildly after entering the Grand Line. Now, the log pose in his hand has also turned into this situation. It seems that relying on this log pose can no longer support us in moving forward. Roger chuckled. He has been wandering near Water 7-Star Island for some time, trying to find the correct direction, but has had no results. However, he did not leave empty-handed. At least he gained a clue. Compared to the outside world, life in Wano Country remained unchanged as always. Outside of Kuri, time seemed to have stopped in other villages of Wano with no development whatsoever. The longer Kazuki Odin stayed in Kuri, the more he could feel the vibrant changes happening there. Even in remote places like the Guardian Forest, many changes were occurring. It was a village that was continuously developing. The ongoing construction projects and innovative tools were bringing significant changes to what was originally a lawless land. He increasingly believed that Shirin must have some connection with the outside world of Wano. Although these advancements in technology did not seem very complex, they could not have emerged in large quantities in a short time. This reinforced his conviction that his original idea of setting sail was correct. A country could not become strong if it remained stagnant. Initially, he did not think too much about it. He just wanted to escape from this cage-like world. But now, he saw the possibilities in all of this. However, in Xia Lin's view, the development of Julie is still quite slow. Up to now, it has not entered an industrial civilization. In agriculture, the presence of a single labor force like the samurai can replace dozens or even hundreds of people, coupled with the formidable labor provided by tame beasts in the jungle. Therefore, the productivity in farming is already sufficient. However, in other handicrafts, Julie's development is not more advanced than other villages. For example, in the textile industry, those samurai are not skilled in this area. The most advanced place for textiles in the Land of Harmony is the flower capital, not because there is an abundance of cotton or many silk farmers, but because the wealthy people in the flower capital are the most numerous. The clothing of those nobles is naturally very exquisite. Even ordinary everyday clothes must be made of fine silk and satin. Similarly, in other industries, as long as they cater to the preferences of the wealthy, one can often find the best craftsmen and artisans in the flower capital. Over time, the flower capital has become increasingly extravagant. In theory, the prosperity of Julie could be completely replicated. There is no technological gap between other villages and Julie. However, in reality, other villages cannot imitate Julie's practices. The daimyos wish to do so, but they simply cannot. Although there are many samurai, there are also a noble class in the Land of Harmony. These individuals have their own unique arrogance. They would rather receive some money from wealthy families and serve them like dogs than work in the fields like farmers. Not to mention using their lifelong skills in swordsmanship to carve small trinkets. This would be an insult to them, a disgrace to the name of the samurai. As a result, Julie is now seen as a prosperous paradise in the eyes of the common people. However, in the eyes of the samurai from other villages, it is a place they are unwilling to step into. They believe that the samurai of Julie are soft and unworthy of the title. The martial arts and strength that true samurai painstakingly develop are not meant for farming. Swords exist for killing. They can kill, they can protect others, and they can handle dirty work for their masters like machines, but they cannot be mixed with the commoners. The samurai of Julie are seen as a disgrace in their eyes, and many have even declared that if they encounter a samurai from Julie, they would kill them personally to prevent them from tarnishing the name of the samurai. The resentment of these individuals deepens with the constant probing from their own daimyos. This phenomenon is particularly severe in Swearin. The daimyos of Swearin, named Shimazuki Ashimaru, resemble Soro. Shimazuki Ashimaru has only recently become a daimyo and is only in his teens. Thus, his thinking is not as rigid as that of some old men who are completely unaware of the need for adaptability. In fact, he is also a samurai and initially could not understand why the samurai of Julie would willingly degenerate like this. However, when he discovered that Julie's ability to cultivate vast areas of land into arable fields was precisely due to these samurais' willingness to work, he became very intrigued. The food problem in Swearin has plagued countless generations of daimyos without a good solution. In this place where winter is perpetual, countless people go hungry every day, turning into stiff corpses from starvation and cold. Now, Shimazuki Ushimaru's thoughts have shifted from wondering why the samurai are willing to degenerate to how the daimyos of Julie manage to have those samurai work diligently in production. The samurai of Swearin remain unmoved by his occasional hints and somewhat non-coercive commands. If he were to adopt a firmer stance, both the external samurai and his own samurai would become very angry, and even his advisors would be shocked by his ideas. How could a dignified samurai engage in such lowly work? Shimazuki Ushimaru quickly realized that approaching the samurai was not feasible. So, he turned his attention to taming beasts. If he could tame some large animals, it could also facilitate farming. However, he soon found that this was also impossible. Those beasts were not performers from circus. So how could they plow fields? Sigh, how on earth did the daimyos of Julie manage this? Shimazuki Ushimaru could not understand. Whether it is people or beasts, both are completely untamable. Even if he could force the samurai to work in the fields with brute force, they would not exert themselves and would instead harbor resentment. Shimazuki Ushimaru could not suppress the power of the entire Swearin samurai. If these samurai were to revolt, it would be difficult for him to quell it. What a truly remarkable person. I cannot help but want to see him in person. Shimazuki Ushimaru leaned back in his seat and sighed. He draped a warm hifu over himself, holding a warm sake in his hands. In fact, he had been very curious about Xia Lin since he heard that he defeated the strongest Ashura boy in Julie. Later, when Yashiki summoned them, he even spoke a few words of mild praise for Xia Lin. However, after the meeting ended, he immediately returned to Suzuheim, and he was not present when Shoyuki met Xia Lin later. So far, apart from Shoyuki himself, no daimyo has seen Xia Lin in person. Should he pay a visit? Shimatsuki Ushimaru thought that it wouldn't be too abrupt for him to visit Xia Lin. Now, Korea has become a major food import partner for Suzuheim, and there is significant trade between the two sides. Since they are partners, it is reasonable to pay a visit. It seems that guy Yuta is still working in Kuri. The Kuri daimyo is really bold. Shimatsuki Ushimaru chuckled, with a teasing tone in his words. He intended to visit Kuri, but this matter needed time to prepare. Formal visits between daimyo also have many etiquettes. Since he was going over, he couldn't go empty-handed, and it would be best to inform the other party in advance with a letter. If it were a casual visit between familiar daimyo, it wouldn't be so troublesome. If he were to visit the Shimatsuki family, he might suddenly remember one day, pack up, and set off. Preparing a gift for the Kuri daimyo was quite a troubling matter for him, as Kuri's economy has surged and surpassed that of Suzuheim and places like Kimi. It is difficult to prepare a gift that the other party would appreciate. The key issue is that there seems to be nothing particularly commendable in Suzuheim. If he had to mention something, it would be weapons. Suzuheim has a very special place, which is the Northern Cemetery. The Northern Cemetery is where countless samurai are buried after death. After these samurai die, their bodies rest in the frozen earth, and the swords they wore throughout their lives are left here, the blades seeming to become their tombstones. Over time, the Northern Cemetery has become a true mountain of swords. The quality of these swords varies, but the best one is the black sword Akushui, known as the national treasure of the Land of Harmony. Akushui is currently enshrined in the Sword God Temple in the Northern Cemetery. The samurai Shimatsuki Ryoma, who left behind the legend of slaying a dragon, is revered as the sword god of this country. Naturally, Shimatsuki Ushimaru could not give away such a treasure. In fact, the swords in the Northern Cemetery should absolutely not be disturbed, as they carry the honor and disgrace of their deceased masters. And the spirits of the departed should not be easily disturbed. Fortunately, this is not an issue. Forging swords is quite a common matter for him. However, there are too many skilled craftsmen in Wano Country. Although among the living today, only Kei Matsu Yashiaki has successfully forged a great sword. There are still a couple of others nationwide who have the skill to forge good swords. Even if there aren't, it's not difficult to purchase the good swords that have been passed down from the past. It is said that not long ago, when the Lord of Kuri visited the Shogun gifted him a demon sword. Ordinary swords probably wouldn't catch the eye of the Lord of Kuri. Shimatsuki Gy Maru sighed. A good sword is worth several hundred pieces of platinum, which is a considerable sum for an ordinary samurai. However, for the currently wealthy Lord of Kuri, it is merely pocket change. Perhaps the Lord of Kuri has quite a few good swords in his collection now. It is said that when the Lord of Kuri visited the shogun, he brought gifts worth a total of 10,000 gold. In comparison, the value of the demon sword given by the shogun was even less than 1/10 of those gifts. In fact, it can't entirely be blamed on Yoshiaki being stingy. It's just that the generosity from Sharon's side was so extravagant that Yoshiaki didn't have enough time to prepare an appropriate gift. The value of the second-generation Onit is indeed considerable, but after all, it is an heirloom. For Yoshiaki, the significance of the sword itself outweighs its true value. After some thought, Shimatsuki Joimaru still wanted to try and see if he could rely on himself and Suzuna's strength to forge a truly great sword. Historically, those who could forge great swords were worthy of being recorded in history. Shimatsuki Joimaru had previously forged several good swords, so he was considered a decent craftsman. However, his level was still quite far from being able to forge a great sword. Moreover, forging a good sword is not something that can be completed in a short time. And with the trial and error in the early stages, Shimatsuki Joimaru felt that if he could succeed within 10 years, it would already be quite good. The greater possibility is that he might not be able to forge a great sword until the end of his life. If forging a great sword were so easy, there wouldn't be such a scarcity of them in the world. Shimatsuki Joimaru immediately instructed his subordinates to prepare the materials for sword forging. Unlike the island country where Sharon lived a good life in his past life, the mineral resources in Wano Country are not scarce. On the contrary, this country is rich in mineral resources. Not only does this country have rich deposits of sea tower stone minerals, but some rare metals are also widely distributed here. The strong forging skills, combined with high-quality raw materials, are why the weapons forged in Wano Country can become the best in the pirate world. Xuan Yuanyo has begun to attempt forging a large knife, but Xia Lin's demand for a knife is not very urgent. For him, any kind of knife, even just a wooden stick, can become indestructible as long as its strength is sufficient. This is also why many pirates in the New World do not carry famous swords. However, they will not break during clashes with famous swords. Moreover, with the energy attachment of the sword of Amaterasu, knives and swords are not very necessary for him. However, a good knife can indeed enhance a swordsman's strength. Additionally, the feel of a good knife in hand is completely different. At night, the wind and snow swept through again, and several samurai wrapped in thick clothing tucked their heads into their garments, exhaling white breath as they huddled together and squeezed into a room. Swoosh, after reaching out to close the sliding door, the noisy wind outside seemed to be isolated. One person took off his conical hat and raincoat, shook off the snow from his body, then bent down to light the fire. The room suddenly brightened, and the flames drove away the cold from the outside. Several people placed their knives at their feet and then sat down. The host of the house poured some hot tea. What is our daimyo thinking? He actually wants us to go work in the fields. After warming their stiff bodies with tea and the fire, one person said unhappily, "The group sitting here is actually the leader of the famous underworld force in Swearin. They are part of the underworld, but at the same time, they are samurai, and their relationship with the daimyo is very close." Has he lost his mind? One person sneered, "The daimyo is high above, and we samurai probably aren't valued at all." You can't say that. Lord Nyo, one is quite good. He used to keep his distance from us, and we also respect his strength. I think the problem lies with the people from Jiuli. The samurai, they're simply a disgrace and have set a bad example. Jiuli? What samurai are there in Jiuli? They're just the servants of the daimyo of Jiuli, one person mocked. In fact, this statement cannot be entirely wrong. Those people have, in a sense, become Xia Lin's servants, surrendering both physically and mentally. We need to let our daimyo see the consequences of this. The sinister expressions of these people flickered in the dancing flames. These individuals were plotting an assassination. But the target was not Xuanyu and Yowan, but the daimyo of Jiuli, Xia Lin. The tarnishing of the samurai's name began with the daimyo of Jiuli, which inevitably became a thorn in the eyes of these people. The current thoughts of Xuanyu and Yowan are entirely due to Jiuli. Since that is the case, let us use the blood of the daimyo of Jiuli to serve as a warning. After all, the life or death of the daimyo of Jiuli will have no impact on them. If something happens to Xuanyu and Yowan, then their underworld in Swearin will find it very difficult to establish themselves. How about we take action at the end of this year and the beginning of next year? Someone suggested. They need some time to prepare, but there is still more than 3 months until the end of the year. In fact, it doesn't require such a long preparation. But these samurai from Wano always want a sense of ceremony. Therefore, time becomes very important. It's like some people always think about going to sleep at a certain hour, or they must wait until the start of the next week or month to take action on something. However, those who hold such thoughts often find it difficult to persist when faced with challenges. In fact, if you truly want to accomplish something, it's best to take action immediately and start as soon as you're prepared. However, the day of the old and new exchange in just 1 year is of great significance to them. In fact, there's another festival that is more suitable for such an assassination, which is the Night of Fire Sacrifice. The Night of Fire Sacrifice is held to honor the deceased, a festival that allows the dead to rest and the living to find solace, making it more appropriate to send the renowned Xia Lin on his way. Unfortunately, the Fire Festival night has already passed this year. Xia Lin went out to sea in May, and by the time she returned, it was almost August, while the Fire Festival night is in late August. This year's Fire Festival night is the first for Xia Lin, and to organize this festival, Yukiko and Keiko have been busy. Even Yuriko was called in to help. Yuriko, with her expertise, was tasked with handling many ceremonial and skill-related matters. The entire Fire Festival night will be held for a whole month, during which the curfew for the people of Xia Lin has been postponed to 11 p.m. Before that, the bustling night market will be filled with noise and excitement. The entire population of Xia Lin is celebrating this festival, and some people from other towns who are working temporarily in Xia Lin have also joined in the festivities. The joy of the night is exchanged for the sacrifice of daytime hours. During this period of the Fire Festival night, the people of Xia Lin have a holiday. Of course, the holiday is not long, only a few days. Otherwise, a prolonged cessation of work would cause problems in various industries throughout the town. Although the official holiday lasts only a few days, in the days that follow, the daily working hours will also be correspondingly reduced. Those who originally worked at 7 a.m. have had their start time pushed back several hours. Naturally, this reduction in working hours only applies to those who are employed. Business owners and farmers do not have such rigid requirements. In other words, the Fire Festival night itself is a huge business opportunity that no merchant would want to miss. Vendors are essential to liven up the ceremonies. If they also took a break, how could a festival be held? Strictly speaking, the Fire Festival night has not completely ended. It is now nearing its conclusion in Xia Lin. However, it will take another 2 or 3 days for this grand event to truly come to an end. From this perspective, the Fire Festival night in Xia Lin could be even more grand than the New Year. After all, celebrating the New Year in Xia Lin, which only has summer, doesn't quite feel the same. With only a few days left for the ceremonies, there is no time to plan anything elaborate. So, it's decided that people from other towns will join us, although their situation isn't as severe as ours. It seems that the daimyos from there are also starting to consider similar things. Not all daimyos in the land of harmony are scoundrels. Many can still see the greater good and the needs of the people. However, in the past, such thoughts were unthinkable for them. Now that Xia Lin has taken the lead, they are naturally willing to give it a try. The most important thing is that if they succeed, it will strengthen their town as power and allow them to be less dependent on others in many aspects. Take Kimi, for example. Although Kimi has a lot of wasteland, as long as there are people to cultivate it, even if the soil fertility is a bit poor, it can still significantly increase grain production. This aligns with the interests of the Kimi daimyo, but it doesn't align with the interests of the samurai. If they are willing to farm, what would happen to their status as samurai? Therefore, aside from the flower capital and the black market of Shirobumi, the other 3 towns' underworld forces have some ideas about getting involved. With so many forces involved, it is no longer just a matter of the samurai's status. It even concerns the survival of these underworld organizations. Now everyone knows 2 things. First, Xia Lin has no underworld. However, the public order in Xia Lin is currently the best in the entire land of harmony. Second, Xia Lin's business tax revenue is actually the highest in the entire land of harmony. At first, merchants were very dissatisfied with Xia Lin's high taxes. But gradually they realized that without the presence of the underworld, the highest tax Xia Lin actually allowed them to earn higher profits. Compared to the protection fees they paid every month, the extra taxes from Xia Lin hardly mattered. Those daimyos are not fools. On the contrary, they have keenly discovered the benefits of this arrangement. It can be said that they returned the portion of profits that originally belonged to the underworld to the merchants while taking a share for themselves. As a result, the financial income of the daimyo's mansion increased, the merchants' income increased, and only the underworld suffered. Now, due to the unclear entanglement between the underworld and the daimyos, With friction and cooperation between the two sides and many familial ties among their members, these daimyos have not immediately taken action against the underworld. However, if this continues, even if the underworld is not eradicated, its power will slowly diminish. This is what the leaders of the underworld do not want to see. To salvage the situation, the underworlds of Kimi, Tudon, and Suzuho plan to contribute to this assassination operation. They are, after all, part of the underworld, and killing is their legitimate work. No one thinks this is wrong. Although everything the Xia Lin daimyo has done hasn't directly touched their interests, the impact is indeed very far-reaching. Since both sides have already become enemies, they have decided to be ruthless. Wouldn't that leave a handle? Don't worry, if a daimyos from another town were assassinated. It would definitely be a serious matter, but the daimyo of Xia Lin, one of them chuckled, has two shallow connections. In this world, what matters is power and background. In the past, the Xia Lin daimyo, lacking foundation, would not have anyone to support him even if he were assassinated. Once the Xia Lin daimyo dies, the people beneath him are hardly a concern. The flower capital would only symbolically look for the murderer, but it would not invest much effort. Even if they found out who did it, it would be difficult to truly deal with them. At most, they would find some scapegoats to confess, and then it would end there. Moreover, in the search for the murderer, those individuals might even need the assistance of the underworld, turning it into a case of the thief calling out to catch the thief. The Xia Lin daimyo's fortune is still too thin. The current Xia Lin has hardly any connections with other towns. Even if there are some trade exchanges, others would not go out of their way to assist him. Some daimyos might even hope for Xia Lin to collapse so they can share the spoils. If another daimyos were assassinated, that would be a different story. A typical example is the Shimazuki family and the Shimazuki Juaimaru. These two daimyos are branches of the Shimazuki family, although they are separated by distance. The blood ties between them are not severed. Moreover, many of the moon daimyos in the Land of Harmony have intricate relationships. If someone among them were assassinated, the other daimyos or even the shogun would not stand by idly. Moreover, even if a daimyos were assassinated, it would be difficult to destabilize the town they manage. In such large families, the capable ones are not limited to just the one serving as the daimyos. A successor would quickly emerge to stabilize the situation. However, it seems that the Xia Lin daimyo currently has no heirs. In the last few days of the Fire Festival night, the enthusiasm of the people who have been celebrating for a long time has also diminished significantly. Such festivals are always the most vibrant in the first few days. After a few days, many adults return to work, and they seldom go out at night. Although the start of work during the day has been delayed, they prefer to rest at home. Xia Lin may be wealthy, but survival still requires labor. The lower-class people continue to work hard. Although it is tough, they are quite satisfied, recalling the past. The hellish Xia Lin is still vivid in their memories. Nowadays, just having a job ensures that we can eat well and stay warm, and even have some leisure time. This is a life that once seemed like a paradise we could only dream of. It's important to remember that in other places, the most marginalized people are living lives of begging. The days we have now are already beyond what we once dared to imagine. What else could we possibly be dissatisfied with? Adults have to work hard for their families, but the children in Xia Lin don't have to think about so much. These children once survived in hardship, but now they can play without worries. The children born after Xia Lin was established are only a few months old at most. Where should we go to play today? I don't know. We've been playing fishing and ninja games for several days now. A few kids walk down the street, holding candy apples or grilled squid. The happiness of children is always very simple. Even the most ordinary fishing game can bring joy to a group of kids for an entire month. But adults are different. Once a person grows up, happiness becomes a luxury. Sometimes, however, I feel a bit tired and want to play something different. Kintaro has also gone home. The number of people has decreased significantly. One of them said, the declining number of participants is the reason why they have been lacking motivation recently. It can't be helped. That guy has to work during the day, and the planting season is approaching. Farming has always been a very important activity in Xia Lin, and those engaged in agriculture are not looked down upon. Moreover, due to the large amount of food being exported to Shimei, the relationship between Rabbit Donburi and Suzu is such that farmers actually earn quite well. However, hasn't Kintaro's family's fields entered the fallow period recently? Although they're just kids, they have come from a hellish era and are well aware of farming matters. To ensure the fertility of the land, Xia Lin specifically set a fallow period during which no grains can be planted. However, to ensure farmers' livelihoods, there are many subsidies during this time. The fallow period is a good time for grazing, but generally, ordinary farmers do not have many fields, and having 1 or 2 sheep is already quite good. Generally speaking, when entering the fallow period, farmers will leave the village to look for short-term work. He initially wanted to lift the fishing ban so that these people could catch fish in the inland sea during the fallow period. However, the fishing ban is a policy issued by the shogunate, and it cannot be lifted on a large scale. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. It seems like you want to work at the official fields with his father, another child said. The number and size of official fields are large, allowing for crop rotation, and they always require labor. You can't have the people from Tianling functioning farming all year round. The best approach is to hire ordinary farmers for short-term work. Izumi and Kiku no Sho have also left, a boy said with a flushed face, expressing regret. Izumi and Kiku no Sho are children they had never seen before. However, during this year's Fire Festival night, they met this pair of sisters. The Fire Festival night is a very grand holiday, and even those who went to guard the forest for large-scale construction took several days off. Mi Tian and others returned to celebrate the festival here for several days, almost spending all the money they earned back in the market. Izumi and Kiku no Sho also came to Yingxiang town to participate in the Fire Festival night. They were originally from Suzu. However, in the past, they could only watch others enjoy themselves during the Fire Festival night. This was their first real participation in the Fire Festival night, and they met several children from Jiuli. Ajing, you don't like them, do you? Is it Izumi or Kiku no Sho? Another child immediately winked. However, in their aesthetic view, Izumi and Kiku no Sho are indeed two very charming beauties. Izumi's face and expression are a bit heroic, while Kiku no Sho looks gentle. These two tall women are still in the bodies of normal children. Stop saying nonsense. The boy called Ajing immediately flushed and retorted loudly. That's good. Ajing better not have strange fantasies. I just heard some big news. One person said mysteriously, lowering their voice, and then they huddled together as if plotting something. What is it? I heard that Izumi and Kiku no Sho seem to be the daughters of the legendary Getsumi Tian, this child said. Is that true? Someone exclaimed. They hadn't heard that Lord Getsumi Tian had children. Well, it might not be children, but I did hear someone saw them walking with Lord Getsumi Tian. Maybe they're child brides or something. The children from Jiuli spread unfounded rumors and laughed. Only the boy named Ajing looked a bit gloomy. By the way, I heard that on the last night of the Fire Festival, there will be a grand fireworks show. Fireworks? What is that? One child asked. He was a native of Jiuli and had never heard of such a thing before. The other children turned to look at the one who had just spoken. This child was the son of a merchant from the flower capital, and he was the one who said he'd seen Mi Tian with Izumi and Kiku no Sho. Fireworks are, well, flames very beautiful. What? I don't understand at all, Ajing said, still annoyed by the earlier conversation. Anyway, they look very nice. They go boom and then explode in the sky like glowing flowers. This child couldn't explain what fireworks were, so he exaggeratedly gestured with his hands. However, even so, it was enough to make these children from Kuriai, who had never seen the world, feel very excited. It felt like something really impressive. Indeed, our daimyo is as great as Dad said. I feel our daimyo is even greater than Lord Kazuki Oden, the other children echoed. But the child from the flower capital did not think so. Having come from a flower capital, he felt a stronger sense of identification with Kazuki Oden. So he quickly denied it loudly, as if that would overshadow the other children. I don't think so. Lord Kazuki Oden is the son of the shogun. Isn't he greater? That's not true. My dad said that our daimyo is greater. The other children quickly rebutted. That's right. The shogun's child isn't great at all, another child said. Only our daimyo can make Kuriai this good. No matter how many arguments there are, in the end, it was Summer Forest that changed Kuriai. Whether it's the shogun or the shogun's son, when the people of Kuriai were suffering, they were busy enjoying themselves. So they began to list Summer Forest's deeds one by one. Our daimyo defeated the bandits, something that no one else in the entire Wano Country could do. He also ensured that every one of us could have enough to eat. Tell me, what has the shogun's son done? These words left the child from the flower capital speechless. He truly couldn't find anything commendable about Kazuki Oden. It seemed that when he lived in the flower capital, all he had heard from adults were negative news about Kazuki Oden, causing disturbances, forcibly taking women, using bones of the dead for Oden. Are these things that can be spoken of and then admired? However, he suddenly recalled something incredible. Lord Oden had once defeated a mountain god, a wild boar even larger than a mountain, which was cut in half with a single strike. He quickly said, "Is that true?" Even Ajing was taken aback. If that is the case, then that general's son is indeed impressive. Seeing the shocked expressions of his friends, the child became proud and began to embellish the story he had heard. How about that? Lord Oden is indeed greater, right? Just as he was feeling smug, a slightly smaller-looking child suddenly interjected, "It's not that impressive, right? Lord Xia Lin has also killed a snake god larger than a mountain." Then he quietly took out a comic book. "What is this?" It was a comic released by the store some time ago, depicting some of Lord Xia Lin's feats. The child unfolded the comic, which illustrated Xia Lin fighting against 100 warriors and the story of him slaying a giant snake god with a single blow. Yukiko had somehow published Xia Lin's achievements using both text and illustrations, while omitting certain confidential information. Whether it was the battle against the warriors or the instant kill of the giant snake, it all seemed to take place within the borders of Wano. In Wano, going out to sea without permission is against the law. Therefore, a lot of content cannot be published at the moment. However, even just this was enough to leave people in shock. "Wow, that's amazing. Is it real? Or just a comic?" Ajing asked with wide eyes. "Of course it's real. Don't you know? The corpse of that giant snake was transported outside the town. But now, there should only be skeletons left," the child replied. "So impressive." Ajing's eyes sparkled, eager to rush over there to take a look immediately. But it was already very late, so even if he wanted to go, he could only wait until tomorrow. In the Diamese residence, Jasmine sat to the side with an unhappy expression, looking at the comic. Although Yukiko had already explained to her why she couldn't illustrate her battle with the Sky Knights, she still felt very upset. After looking at the depiction of Xia Lin in the comic several times, Jasmine finally put it down. Then she looked at Xia Lin. "Lord Xia Lin, can we go watch the fireworks together tomorrow night?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Not just her, but because the night of the fire festival is about to end. Everyone gathered together today. During the previous period, Yukiko, Keiko, and Yuriko were all busy and had no time at all, but now they have all freed up their schedules. "Want to watch the fireworks?" "Sure, but actually, the best place to watch the fireworks is still at the mansion," Xia Lin said to her. The Daimyo Mansion is the highest and most open building in the 9 miles, making it the best place to enjoy the fireworks. However, it was clear that Jasmine didn't like this high and mighty environment. Watching the fireworks wasn't just about seeing them. She also wanted to take this opportunity to stroll around the town of Shadow. "Since that's the case, let's go for a walk together. What do you all think?" Xia Lin looked at the other women. Saori and the Saya sisters, who had only appeared in conversations before, clearly showed great interest just like Jasmine. Yukiko, Keiko, and Yuriko weren't really keen on going to crowded places, but the fireworks on the Night of Fire Festival only happen once a year. If they couldn't watch them with Xia Lin, they felt like they would miss out on something. So they nodded in agreement. "By the way, Saori, how's the phone bug and the snail feeding going?" Xia Lin suddenly remembered this and asked. "No problem, it's not a problem," Saori replied awkwardly, "but Lord Xia Lin, could you please not make me do this kind of work in the future? I like small animals, but I don't like slimy mollusks." Saori looked at Xia Lin with a troubled expression. She and Saya were identical twin sisters, and since they arrived at the daimyo's residence, they had been learning dance and musical instruments, lacking much combat ability. However, Saori accidentally ate the devil fruit of the Paramecia type, the dango fruit, which was discovered by the Tenryubito's people guarding the forest. The dango fruit can create multiple dango from itself, and these dangos have effects similar to the Onigiri from the Doraemon series, making animals obedient. It can even have effects on Zoan-type users to a certain extent. Originally, this fruit was supposed to be eaten by Koyuki many years later, but it has now become Saori's ability. This is also why Xia Lin unhesitatingly entrusted her with the telephone bugs and the escargot to raise, as telephone bugs are also a type of creature and can be influenced by the dango fruit. The beasts tamed by Kiri were also made to obey using the power of the dango fruit, helping farmers plow the fields. One could say that Saori has made a tremendous contribution to Kiri's agricultural development. However, Saori doesn't have much fondness for telephone bugs. She and her sister prefer fluffy creatures. Thinking of this, her sparkling eyes couldn't help but glance over at Yuriko. Yuriko, who can transform into a white fox, perfectly fits her aesthetic. A fluffy Arctic fox is incredibly cute. If they could raise such small animals, that would be what they want. Yuriko sensed her gaze and shifted uncomfortably. She felt quite troubled by these two sisters. Saori was relatively well-behaved, but her sister Saya was a complete troublemaker, very bold. And just a few days ago, she even encouraged Saori to secretly mix dango into Yuriko's food. As a result, an unsuspecting Yuriko fell for it. Those two mischievous girls had played with her for quite a while. Looking back now, it still gives her a grinding teeth feeling. After a few months, those telephone bugs should be mostly tamed. Xia Lin thought for a moment. It had been several months since he entrusted the telephone bugs to the sisters. Creatures like telephone bugs are inherently easy to tame. In fact, just feeding them dango once can make them obedient. He might as well hand those telephone bugs over to someone else. Xia Lin nodded. Currently, There are nearly 100 maids in the daimyo's residence, but only a few of them have caught Yukiko's eye and can become Xia Lin's harem. While the appearances of the other maids are also nice, they're still a bit inferior to these few. Moreover, some of them do not have a clean background. Some are descendants of criminals. When Kiri was first established, not everyone who came here was so law-abiding. Some gangsters thought there was profit to be made and brought their wives and daughters to venture here. Some merchants were even lawbreakers, cheating and scheming, trying to exploit the common people in Kiri just like they did in other towns. After these people were subdued, they were sent to do hard labor, while the families with acceptable appearances were brought back by Yukiko. Their status in the residence was relatively lower. They mainly handle household chores or serve as dancers and female guards. Besides these people, there were also those women brought back last time, just in time to take on the chores. Soon, the last night of the fire festival arrived. The news that the daimyo would leave the residence to watch the fireworks was consciously spread by Yukiko, causing the people of Kiri to shift their expectations from the fireworks themselves to the daimyo. It is not easy to see the daimyo. This lord usually stays hidden, and even those living at the foot of the Shadow Mountain have rarely seen Xia Lin's visage. It was only during the last time, when Kurizumi Murasame disguised himself, that these people got a good look, and the citizens following them to the flower capital chased all the way to the checkpoint before stopping. Those who had seen the daimyo said he looked as beautiful as a god descending to earth, and many who had never seen him believed it wholeheartedly and began to look forward to it. For the people of Kiri, Xia Lin is a legendary existence. No matter how he is praised, it is not an exaggeration. In the original work, the contrast in the people's attitude towards Kazuki Oden, from initial resentment to later almost mindless worship, stems from the mountain god incident and his pacification of Kiri. The first event made him a legend, and later, after he pacified Kiri, it inevitably led people to think that this man was indeed powerful. Although he was a jerk in the past, at least he has turned over a new leaf now. Whether it's the gigantic monsters or the chaos of Kiri over the past century. As long as he is there, everything can be settled. In a long period of peace in Wano Country, he alone can create such a huge commotion, reminiscent of the legendary Dragon Slayer warrior, leaving a deep impression. Because of this, Kazuki Oden later became a pillar in people's hearts, believed to be capable of driving away both Kurizumi, Orochi, and Kaido as long as he returned. Unfortunately, this guy has let down the expectations of the entire country, irresponsibly betting the lives of countless people on the so-called prophecy. Even if this prophecy truly comes to fruition in the end, what can repay the lives of those who suffered and died over the past 20 years? In Xia Lin's view, Kazuki Oden is just a fool with power. No, he isn't even that powerful. Lacking ability and being naive is just foolishness. All right, my lord. Two maids tidied up Xia Lin's clothes and then quietly stepped back with their heads lowered. Today he wore a light purple outfit, simple in design, but not plain. The dark purple made him appear more mysterious and noble. From a distance, it would give people an impression of being unapproachable. However, the maids who often served Xia Lin knew that his personality was actually quite easygoing. Well, once it gets dark, the fireworks festival is about to start. If you want to watch, you can go and see, Xia Lin said. He was not the kind of person who was very strict. Even the servants had considerable freedom. These maids had holidays every month, and except for a few, the others could also receive their monthly pay. If someone grew tired of life in the daimyo's residence or saved enough money, they could choose to resign and settle down in Jiuli by purchasing property. After getting ready, Xia Lin took Shuizi and the others out of the daimyo's residence. Jutian, one had long been waiting at the entrance with a group of guards. Lord Xia Lin, the palanquin is ready. Jiotian, one hurried over as soon as he saw Xia Lin come out. It was just to see some fireworks. This time, the show of force was not as grand as the last visit to the flower capital. Even the number of guards was much less. In fact, there was no need for any guards at all. Xia Lin himself was the strongest presence in Jiuli and even in the land of Wa. It would be strange if anyone could harm him. The so-called guards were just there to serve as a facade or to maintain order. However, this time the size and number of the sedan chairs prepared have increased significantly. After all, there are many more people to be carried this time. Last time, Yukiko could only accompany as a retainer, but this time she is considered a family member. However, it wouldn't do for several people to squeeze into the same sedan chair. If surrounded by so many beauties, it would look like a lecherous ghost. Sitting in the same sedan chair with Xia Lin are Shuizi and Huizi. Shuizi is now famous nationwide. The title of Ice Snow Princess has made her the most renowned person in Jiuli, aside from Xia Lin. Moreover, she has appeared in public quite often, and everyone living in Yingxiang Town knows her. Women either envy her beauty and status or admire her nobility and elegance, while men yearn for and admire her, especially today. In the past, people saw the cold, aloof, ice-snow woman who showed no warmth to anyone, high above and untouchable, much like a white snow lotus growing on a sheer cliff. But today, they witnessed a different side of Shuizi. She wore her usual white kimono adorned with cherry blossom patterns. These patterns were vivid, but compared to her currently blushing face, they seemed to lose their color. Now they realized that their once unreachable frost princess could also display such an enchanting demeanor. If in the past Shuizi was like a red plum blooming in the cold winter, beautiful yet proudly independent, a distant and cold beauty like rime, now she resembled the warm spring quietly arriving amidst the cool remnants of melting snow. Not only is it beautiful, but it also makes people feel as if they are being bathed in warm sunlight. The former is solid and sharp, while the latter is gentle and soft. However, this gentleness is not displayed towards them, which inevitably makes countless men feel jealous. Yet, when their gaze shifts to the man sitting beside Yukiko, who is being attended to by her, that jealousy quietly disappears. The man sitting in the middle of the palanquin lowers his eyes and looks down at the onlookers gathered by the roadside, reminiscent of the majestic statues of deities in temples, which also cast down such gazes upon the masses. Perhaps this man before them is already regarded as a god in the hearts of the people of Jiuli. After the corpse of the Sky Lord, killed on the Sky Island, was brought to the Land of Harmony along with Apaya, Yukiko carried the Sky Lord's corpse to the outskirts of Shadow Town, where many people witnessed the giant serpent that seemed capable of swallowing mountains. They were also awed by the power possessed by Xia Lin. If that enormous serpent is the legendary demon or evil god, then Xia Lin, who slayed it, is undoubtedly a true deity. It seems that only such a deity would be worthy of eliciting such an expression from the legendary Ice Snow Princess, right? Not just Yukiko, but the woman sitting beside the daimyo, serving him wine, was also stunningly beautiful. In the palanquin behind them sat the dignified Yuriko and the lively Mari, while further back were the identical sisters Saori and Saya. Under the gaze of these people, their behavior unconsciously became more solemn. They dared not move a muscle in the palanquin, feeling the pressure from the admiring, respectful, and even adoring looks surrounding them. It was still early before the fireworks festival began, but Jitemaru had already secured a good spot for them to watch. So there was no worry about not getting a place. There was still time, so they could take Yukiko and the others for a leisurely stroll around the city. In fact, they had gone out a while ago, but at that time they had not made a big deal about it. Instead, they wore masks from the memorial ceremony to hide their faces. People often find it easier to let down their true masks once they put on another. It was during that time that they had the most fun, unlike now, where countless people were stopping to watch them. As they moved forward, people instinctively stepped aside on either side of the road, afraid to block the path and dampen the daimyo's spirits. Luckily, the soldiers of the Tenryu administration were only maintaining order and not arrogantly driving the crowds away, so those who stepped aside felt no fear. They eagerly craned their necks to get a better look at the majestic daimyo and the beautiful women beside him. No wonder these women were favored by the daimyo. They were incomparable to the courtesans in the pleasure quarters. Isn't that obvious? However, only a man like the daimyo deserves such women. People like us wouldn't even dare to dream. For them, even imagining a presence like Yukiko felt sinful. But if they could marry one of the ordinary maids from the daimyo's estate, it would already be a glory and a blessing. Some of the maids in the estate were sent back after they got older, while others chose to leave after earning some money. Most of these women came from other regions, hoping to settle in Kuri. Once they had money, they could buy property in Kuri and become true residents. After leaving the daimyo's estate, these women often became sought-after commodities. Many wealthy men took pride in marrying them, even if they might have served the likes of Sharon with their bodies while working in the daimyo's estate. I wouldn't dare to think of such things. I only hope my daughter can enter the daimyo's estate as a maid, and that would be like flying up to the treetops and becoming a phoenix. Someone chuckled. So boring, Mari said, shifting her body before quickly sitting up straight again. She felt like she was going to become stiff sitting like this. She wished they had just watched the fireworks at the daimyo's estate instead, as this was too constraining. Calm down. How many times has your mother told you not to be so impatient? Yuriko sighed as she looked at her fidgety daughter, unable to resist giving her hand a gentle pat. Yuriko herself felt a bit stiff. Otherwise, in another setting, she would have just patted Mari on the head. My legs are going numb from kneeling. Just hold on a bit longer. Once we get to the fireworks viewing spot, it'll be fine. Lord Jitemaru has already cleared the area, Yuriko reassured her. The night slowly spread from the western sky, and soon only a faint yellow glow remained on the distant eastern horizon. The town of Shad was not swallowed by darkness. The prosperous streets were adorned with colorful lanterns, shining brightly on this last night of the fire festival, as if they were burning away all the light and heat. The atmosphere today was much more enthusiastic than in the previous days, perhaps because it was the final day, and even the adults, who had their enthusiasm worn down by the long festival, seemed to cherish this night as they returned with the children. Additionally, there was the anticipation of the fireworks festival. The people of Kuri had never seen fireworks before, so they were naturally filled with excitement for this mysterious spectacle. Moreover, those who had come to settle from outside Kuri already knew of the beauty of fireworks. Fireworks were not something that could be set off at will in this land of harmony. They were only permitted during the most significant festivals. Thus, even those from other regions could only see fireworks once or twice a year. The rarer something is, the more precious it feels. Fireworks are like snow. Even if one has seen it many times before, the first snowfall of the year still brings that feeling of heart fluttering as if seeing it for the first time. The soldiers of the Tenryu administration brought the palanquin to the viewing spot prepared by Jitenru. The view here was quite open, and the terrain was relatively high. Looking back, one could see the brilliantly lit town of Shad, and looking out, one could see the dark expanse of wilderness. In the wilderness flowed a very wide river, and the place where the fireworks would be launched was on the opposite bank. Once the fireworks burst into bloom, the wide river surface would reflect the dazzling light, turning the shimmering lake's surface into a beautiful sight. "Is the Long Nagahara family's fireworks ready?" Sharon asked, as this was Kiri's first time hosting the Fire Festival night. Moreover, it was one of the two most important events of the festival. Any mistakes would be unfortunate. The Fire Festival night had two very important activities, one of which was releasing sky lanterns, which were essentially Kongming lanterns. This part generally began on the first night of the Fire Festival. At that time, people would light the lanterns they had prepared in advance and let them fly into the night sky, burning out as they rose, expressing their memories of the deceased. The other was the concluding fireworks festival. The emotions birthed alongside the explosive sounds of the fireworks were joyful and uplifting, perhaps indicating that the living should continue to move forward. Of course, this was merely Sharon's personal opinion. No matter what, the quality of the fireworks directly affects whether the Fire Festival night can end successfully. Currently, the Nagano family, who specializes in making fireworks in Kuri, originally comes from the flower capital. Yukiko had invited them from the flower capital. In Wano Country, there are not many people who know how to make fireworks, as this craft is not very accessible. Of course, the surname Nagano was bestowed by Sharon. Besides the annual fireworks festival, it is actually quite difficult for these craftsmen to earn money on regular days. Generally, these craftsmen are naturally paid by the shogunate, but there are simply too many fireworks craftsmen from the flower capital. Young people like Nagano J. Suk have not been recognized by the shogunate for their skills. In fact, Nagano J. Suk's skills are quite good, but he often thinks about developing some novel fireworks. Therefore, he always ends up causing explosions, leading people to think he is completely incompetent. As a result, he lost his job. Later, when Yukiko recruited craftsmen from various industries in the flower capital, he simply followed her to Kuri. Looking back now, he still feels that the choice he made at that time was incredibly wise. At that time, both the land and housing prices in Kuri were very low, and after arriving in Kuri, he purchased property in a slightly remote area. Due to its distance from the city center, even his assets could afford housing. The remote location was not a problem. In fact, it was perfect for him. Developing new types of fireworks is not a simple task at night. Even ignoring its dangers, it creates a lot of noise, so a slightly remote location is just right. Moreover, the daimyo of Kuri is very different from the shogun of the flower capital. He is very supportive of J. Suk's development of new fireworks and even provides some subsidies for fireworks research every month. This helps him fill the gaps in his life. In fact, Nagano cannot be considered poor. Just from this fireworks festival, he earned money that would take many people several years to accumulate. However, developing fireworks is a significant expense. There won't be any problems. A random batch has already been checked, Yukiko said. She glanced into the distance, and the soldiers from the Heavenly Command who had been sent over had already withdrawn. J. Tenmaru was guarding the perimeter with these people to prevent anyone from intruding and disturbing Sharon. He himself had little interest in the Fire Festival night or fireworks, but seeing the people of Kuri, who once lived in hell, now enjoying such joyful days, he felt very comforted. The more important thing is that once the fireworks festival is over, he can go back and have a drink. This was specially permitted by Sharon since it is a festival. After all, this should be allowed to relax a bit. Jade Timiru was already thinking about whether he should buy a barrel of sake and soak himself in it to drink. Phew, finally quieted down. Jasmine sighed and stretched her body. She had been sitting in the palanquin the whole way, not daring to move, and was already exhausted. Jasmine, do you want some apple candy? Saori walked over with a bright red apple candy and asked her. A lot of food had already been prepared here, whether it was apple candy, grilled squid, or sake, all of which Jade Timiru had prepared in advance. However, ready-to-eat foods like grilled squid don't taste good when they're cold. So Yukiko specifically invited Ahi to come here to make desserts. Ahi made quite a bit of money on Fire Festival night, and after arriving at Xia Lin, the number of customers she saw in a day was almost the total of what she used to see in the past. Therefore, she was very grateful to Yukiko. However, something happened a few days ago that made her a bit distracted. Lord Xia Lin, Lord Yukiko, please enjoy. Ahi brought over the freshly made food and sake. After Yukiko took it, she noticed that Ahi seemed to have something on her mind. What's wrong, He? I'm fine. Maybe I've just been a bit tired with the business being so good lately. Ahi quickly shook her head and handed over a bowl of red bean soup. Although she was troubled by something, there was no need to share it with Yukiko. Yukiko didn't ask further and just suggested that she take a break as well. The fireworks festival is about to start. You should stop and watch too. What troubled Ahi was the sight of Jin Wei-min and his group she saw a few days ago on Fire Festival night. Initially, she felt a bit happy upon seeing Jin Wei-min and was about to greet him, but then she saw his lifeless expression as he staggered into the brothel. Holding on to two courtesans, Ahi was furious at that moment, but after thinking it over, she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she waited at the entrance of the brothel. But she ended up waiting the whole night, and the next morning when Jin Wei-min came out with 2 dark circles under his eyes, Ahi was still there. However, by this time, there was no longer any expression on her face. Later, Jin Wei-min and Leizong reluctantly left in the embrace of a group of heavily made-up courtesans. The two even brushed past each other, but Jin Wei-min, being drunk, didn't see her at all. Ahi didn't speak either and silently returned to her tea house. That day, the popular tea house closed for a day, but resumed normal operations the next day. Ahi acted as if nothing had happened. Ahi exhaled, trying to calm her emotions. She didn't even know what was causing her anxiety, which wasn't very strong. Lady Yuriko, Lady Mari, please enjoy. After serving food to Yuriko and Mari, she brought a portion to Saori and Saya. Miss Ahi, you should take a break too. Yuriko urged her to sit with them. The lively Mari and Saya were running around, waiting for the fireworks festival to start. Let's have another drink, Lord Xia Lin. Yuriko poured a small bowl of sake for Xia Lin and then sat down next to her. It should be about time. Keiko looked up at the distance. The wilderness was still pitch black. However, in the next moment, a blue light suddenly rose, blooming into the night. Bang! The spreading sparks were like brilliant fluorescence, fleeting like glowing cherry blossoms in full bloom. The dark river's surface lit up, and the constantly rippling waves made the already flickering light of the fireworks appear illusory. Saori, Saya, and Mari, the fireworks festival has begun. Yuriko called out to the 3 children. Mari and the others heard the voice and had already stopped their play to watch. The dazzling fireworks illuminated their slightly childish cheeks in an instant. It's starting, let's go watch, Mari said anxiously, quickly running to sit beside Yuriko. She had quieted down quite a bit now, nibbling on a caramel apple while looking at the night sky with sparkling eyes. The earlier fireworks seemed like just a signal to start, reminding them countless shining shooting stars swayed with glowing tails flying towards the sky, blooming in Mari's pupils. So beautiful. Not just Mari. Even Yukiko and Yuriko were momentarily captivated as the fireworks blossomed across the entire sky. Although fleeting, the fireworks continuously ascended from the ground. The purple fireworks are so beautiful. The sound of the fireworks bursting echoed in the wilderness, and soon a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the fireworks, Xia Lin suddenly felt a hand reaching towards him. He turned around and found that Saya had quietly sat behind him, sneakily reaching out a hand. When Xia Lin turned to look at her, she playfully stuck out her tongue and winked at him. However, there's so many people here now, and with Ahi, an outsider, present, even Sai doesn't dare to make too much noise. She slowly grabs Xia Lin's arm and pulls him towards herself, leaning her upper body towards him while her gaze is fixed on the shimmering surface of the lake. The summer lake breeze is so refreshing. Lord Xia Lin, would you like to go to the river to catch some fish? However, Her malicious intentions were completely ineffective in front of Xia Lin. Xia Lin knew that Xia had come prepared. It is indeed a habit for people from Wano to wear kimonos with open gaps, but if they are going out, Xia Lin would have them dress properly underneath as well. However, today's Xia was quite traditional. Summer is indeed a good time for river delicacies due to the frequent rains. The fish and shrimp are quite plump now. Saori loves eating river clams the most, and I'll have her help you with that when we get back. Xia Lin intentionally said, Xia, but that is too long, isn't it? Xia blinked one eye, looking more like a fox than Yuriko, who had eaten the Arctic fox fruit. At the same time, she directly dove into Xia Lin's embrace, nearly pushing Yuriko, who was sitting to Xia Lin's right. Out of the way. The other ladies only looked at her curiously, but didn't notice anything unusual. Only Yuriko realized something was off. However, instead of exposing Xia, she changed her sitting position to help block part of the view from others. Ah, Xia, you're so sly, sitting in Lord Xiaolin's lap. Jasmine exclaimed. I want to sit too. Yuriko sighed, feeling helpless about her somewhat dim-witted daughter. If Jasmine had the same cunning as Xia, she might have even become a grandmother by now. I want to let you have it. You were with Lord Xia Lin on the sea last time. Xia's voice trembled. During the following time, Xia learned what it meant to bring trouble upon herself. Yuriko could help cover her view a bit, but she couldn't help cover her mouth. Xia tried her best not to make any sound. However, as time went on, it became increasingly difficult to endure. Although she kept her mouth shut, her little nose still made a snorting sound when she exhaled, but fortunately, this faint noise was drowned out by the continuous explosions of fireworks. The distant fireworks illuminated the lake's surface, creating a phosphorescent glow, and a gentle breeze, combined with the sound of fireworks, made ripples constantly spread across the lake, lightly lapping against the riverbank. It soaked the white short socks at the ankles of the citizens of Julie standing by the river, watching the fireworks. The deafening sounds of fireworks and the dazzling displays overshadowed everything, yet somehow made it feel like a peaceful night. Even with Yuriko providing cover, both Keiko and Yukiko, who were sitting very close to Xia Lin, noticed Xaya's little movements. Keiko felt very impressed by Xaya's ability to endure. If it were her, perhaps even the continuous explosions of fireworks would be drowned out by her voice. Yukiko also reached out her mischievous hand towards Xia. You little glutton, stealing treats will be punished. Yukiko whispered in Xaya's ear, giving her a bad premonition. In the end, Xia paid the price for her sneaking. By the time the fireworks festival ended, she didn't even know when it had finished. Feeling as if her whole body was crawling with ants from being bullied by Yukiko and Xia Lin together. Moreover, that feeling of being neither here nor there made her both happy and painful, like wanting to go to the bathroom, but having to hold it in. As a result, when they were returning, Xia was completely slumped in the palanquin like she had no bones, not moving at all. If it weren't for the presence of the outsider. Yukiko might have gone even further, letting her lie down to serve as a platter for placing food. The fireworks continued for an hour, and even long after it ended, the people of Julie lingered by the river, unwilling to leave. For some, this was a sight they had never seen in their lives. A dreamlike beauty that was beyond imagination. Thus, Julie's first fire festival night finally came to a successful end. Finally over. After sending Xia Lin and the others back to the Lord's residence, Zhu Tianwan let out a sigh of relief. It felt like something had been tickling his chest and mouth for a long time, and a long-dormant drinking bug was itching to come out. Brothers, let's go drink. We're going to drink to our heart's content today, Zhu Tianwan shouted, holding the wine order Xia Lin had given him. Without this order, even if someone offered him wine, he wouldn't be able to touch a drop. The fire festival night is indeed a good day. He laughed heartily, rushing into the town with a group of samurai who had drunk for a long time to buy wine. These people were worse off than Zhu Tianwan. At least he had drunk quite a bit at the general's banquet during his last trip to the flower capital. For the others, the last time they drank was back when they were in the old stronghold. Lord Zhu Tianwan is truly a wine lover. Someone laughed. Well, I've always been a wine lover. Zhu Tianwan didn't deny it. He was indeed a heavy drinker. However, now that he was following Xia Lin, he had suppressed his desire to drink. Life without wine is not worth living, but just hold on for another 2 years. Lord Xia Lin has promised us that after 3 years, we'll be able to receive some salary. Zhu Tianwan smiled. Is that true? Then I must go explore the pleasure quarters. I've heard that our Julie's pleasure quarters have the best service and cleanliness in the country. A samurai exclaimed excitedly. What is so good about pleasure quarters? Once you enter such a place, even the weakest wine is sold at a high price. Didn't Lord Xia Lin bring back some courtesans from overseas recently? Those women are just as sinful as the ones we used to know. No need to feel sorry for them. Another person shook his head. Although this opinion was widely agreed upon, the number of female pirates Lord Xia Lin had brought back last time was not many. Female pirates were already a minority at sea, and those who were beautiful were even rarer. Not every female pirate is like Hancock, Nami, or Robin. More are like the robust and unattractive women in the Blackbeard crew. Like Katarina, even women who are not originally unattractive can look quite aged after enduring the hardships of the sea. It's common for them to bear scars from battles. How can such rugged women compare to the delicate courtesans in the pleasure quarters? Just the effort to please others is on an entirely different level. The next evening, Xia Lin heard that Zhu Tianwan, along with a group of reformed thieves, had been exiled by Yukiko to guard the Shushui Reservoir in the Forest of Defense. It was quite amusing to Xia Lin that the leader of a dignified territory was sent to such a remote location by Yukiko, the leader of the surveying faction. He wondered how Zhu Tianwan had offended Yukiko this time. What's going on? Xia Lin asked. My lord, I'm not questioning your decision, but we really can't let that bastard Zhu Tianwan continue to drink. Yukiko, nestled in Xia Lin's arms, gritted her teeth and said, that drunkard got completely wasted last night and didn't even finish today as safety patrol with his group. When we found him, he was soaking in a wine barrel. It's rare to let him relax once, and he dares to neglect his duties. If this continues, it could lead to trouble. He really has no self-control. Xia Lin shook his head and decided not to inquire further about Zhu Tianwan. It might be good for them to reflect at the reservoir. Although he agreed to let Zhu Tianwan drink once, it was unacceptable to let work be delayed because of alcohol. By the way, Keizuki Odin is also in the Forest of Defense. If he finds out Zhu Tianwan is there, he will likely visit. So Zhu Tianwan must not expose himself. Yes, I've already reminded him, Yukiko replied, now handling things quite smoothly. While not perfect, she could still consider these small matters. Xia Lin nodded, but seemed to suddenly remember something and said, great, let us have Keiko come over now. Do you want us to be together today? Yukiko asked, blushing. Though I find it a bit hard to handle alone, we don't need to specifically look for Keiko. The maid outside will do. Xia Lin. No, I meant for her to write a letter to Daimyo Shiro. It's time to discuss the hidden port with him. Xia Lin explained that as their power continued to grow, it had become increasingly troublesome for Korizumi Mutsu to set sail or return. The Golden Country had been brought back for several months now, but it still hadn't been fully transported out. The efficiency was too low. I understand. Yukiko nodded and went to the door to instruct a maid to find Keiko. She returned and worriedly said, but can the Shimatsuki family really agree to lend us the hidden port? The people of Wano are very rigid and traditional. They have become accustomed to isolation and have a kind of fear regarding the outside world. They are afraid that outside forces might come to Wano and lack confidence in resisting invaders. Let us give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can use Keizuki Odin to persuade him. Yukiko said, in my opinion, we might as well control him directly. It would be best if all those daimyos and that foolish general became your servants. That would be too boring. Xia Lin shook his head. It's like playing a game in invincibility mode. It might feel great at first, but after a while, it becomes very uninteresting. There is no sense of achievement. With a sizzling sound, the hot blade released a large amount of white steam after being immersed in water. Shimatsuki Gy Maru stood in front of the furnace, shirtless and sweating, holding the newly forged blade with tongs, examining it closely. The patterns on the blade looked like flowing fine sand, even in gentle, rippling like water waves. Is the blade pattern a sand flow? This is a good sword, the old blacksmith beside him exclaimed. In his youth, this elder had also forged blades of quick sword quality, but now that he was old, he found it increasingly difficult to keep up. However, even so, he still had a keen eye. This blade blank only needed to be hammered a bit more to reach the level of a fine sword. This was already an impressive piece. Even the best blacksmiths couldn't guarantee that the swords they forged would definitely be fine swords. Just like him, he had only forged one fine sword himself, and that was enough to be considered one of the top blacksmiths in the country. It seemed that yet another famous sword was about to be added to the world. That said, it was still not enough. Shuangyue Nyowan sighed. What he wanted to forge was a great fine sword, but a fine sword was still too far off. However, he didn't stop his work because, after all, fine swords could still be worth hundreds of gold pieces. A single sword could exchange for several properties in the flower capital. So how could he give up? After being busy for a long time, a fine sword was finally forged. This was the first fine sword that Shuangyue Nyowan had forged during this period. Although the previous swords he forged were sharp, they were not qualified to be rated as fine swords. Phew, it was indeed not an easy task. This was also because the Lord had not personally forged swords for a long time, so his skills had naturally become a bit rusty. The old man comforted him, admitting that Xuanyuan Yuan's sword forging skills were much better than his own. Moreover, because he was a lord, he used very high-quality forging materials. It might not be easy to forge a great fine sword, but for a fine sword, as long as one calmed down and didn't rush, it could still be successful. Let us try again. By the way, have someone find some sake iron ore. Are you going to use sake iron ore? The old man asked in surprise. Sake iron ore is a very special type of ore from the land of harmony, and the iron refined from this ore is very tough, making it a good material for forging weapons. Of course, sake iron ore is also very precious. Xuanyuan Yuan wanted to try forging a great fine sword, but there would likely be countless failures along the way. Not every unsuccessful attempt could be downgraded to a fine sword or a good fine sword. More often than not, the entire blade blank could be completely wasted. Therefore, using sake iron ore to forge swords without sufficient confidence is a very extravagant and wasteful thing to do. There must be some sacrifices, Xuanyuan Yuan said. Outside the sword forging furnace, it was still snowing heavily. On days like this, it was hard to say how many people would die from freezing or starvation. He wiped his forehead with a towel that had long been soaked with sweat and then sat down to take a big sip of water. While Xuanyuan Yuan was still busy forging swords for the visit to Xia Lin had already sent out the letter of visit to Bai Wu. At the same time, preparations were underway to get a meeting gift for the Xuanyuan family. Although it was called a meeting gift, part of it was actually meant to pay for the rental fee of the secret harbor. Whether this time they would successfully negotiate was still unknown. However, if they planned to get something for nothing, others would absolutely not agree. Xia Lin planned to borrow the secret harbor, which could also avoid the Xuanyuan family regretting their decision to intervene while using harbor, trading a port that had been useless for hundreds of years, which could almost be said to be ornamental for some income. Xia Lin did not believe that the Xuanyuan family would be completely indifferent. Although Bai Wu's finances were still manageable, they were not particularly wealthy. The more money there was, the more could be accomplished. However, having feelings is one thing. But whether the Xuanyuan family has the courage to break the century-old ban of Wano Country for this money is another matter. After calculating the time, the Xuanyuan family received a letter of visit sent by Xia Lin. Why did the daimyo of Jiuli come to visit me? Is it because he was once a member of the Bai Wu people? The Xuanyuan family could only think of this one reason. Among so many daimyos in Wano Country, Xia Lin did not visit the neighboring Shimei and Tujin, but chose to visit him first, which made him feel strange. He only thought that Xia Lin intended to return to his original hometown for a visit. Xia Lin's identity was manipulated by Kuroten Orosu at that time. But now Kuroten Orosu had taken the opportunity of Kuroten Myukin's trip to Hanazono to leave Bai Wu. Originally, he was supposed to stay in Bai Wu for a long time. But during those few months that Kuroten Myukin stayed in Hanazono, it was not all about pleasure. She had long taken that opportunity to arrange a position for Kuroten Orosu with her abilities. The Xuanyuan family side. In fact, he believed that Xia Lin was very capable, having single-handedly pacified Jiuli, which was enough to prove his strength. However, he still did not quite understand the ways of the world. After all, Shimei and Tujin were also neighboring him, and he should have visited them first. There are frictions among the daimyos, but over the years, they have generally been at peace, with friendships between the clans deeper than grievances. However, the daimyo of Jiuli is different. He does not have a good relationship with other daimyos. And doing this now might cause some dissatisfaction among the daimyos of the other two villages. The Xuanyuan family felt that he should have a good talk with him about these social customs. However, his servant felt that the K family of SH Getsu should not be worrying about the interpersonal relationships of the daimyo of Kiri right now. Master K, you should think about what kind of return gifts to prepare, the servant worriedly said. Last time I heard that the daimyo of Kiri brought over 10,000 ryo worth of gifts to the flower capital, and as a result, the general was unable to produce gifts of equivalent value, which made the situation somewhat awkward. SH Getsu K, 10,000 ryo? Is the treasury of Kiri so abundant? A meeting gift worth 10,000 ryo is like having a neighbor come over and casually handing you 100 million yuan to spend as you please. With Bai Wu's finances, 10,000 ryo is indeed possible, but the funds are circulating throughout the entire region, and it is not a simple matter for him to come up with that much money in a short time. It would be unacceptable to simply return the gifts given by the other party on the spot. That would be a slap in the face for them. It's simply beyond description in terms of wealth, the servant said. That daimyo of Kiri is truly very capable. Kiri is now the richest place in the country. Lord Odin, I heard that the Azura boy, Jutemaru, has also come here to build a reservoir. Raizu, a ninja, was quite well informed about gathering news. In fact, he had just overheard some of the warriors from the Tenryu faction chatting about this matter while they were taking a break. Jutemaru? Is that really his original name? Oden Matsu asked in surprise. He had only heard of a thief called the Azura boy who was very powerful in Kyuri. As for the name Jutemaru, he had not heard of it before. No, it seems that he changed his name after losing to the daimyo of Kyuri, Tanjiro explained. This is the information I've gathered. Lord Oden, should we find a time to pay them a visit? Although they are working, they do have their rest time in the evening. They're just working to pay off debts, not prisoners locked up in a jail, and they have time to rest every day. This suggestion made Oden Matsu a bit tempted. Strong individuals always long for the powerful, but among the people he had met so far, only a few had strength that he could acknowledge. Among those few, even fewer could be considered comparable to him. Or rather, almost none. He had been very interested in the strength of Xia Lin and Jutemaru for a long time. However, they had only met once, and there had been no opportunity for him to compete with them during their last encounter. Now that he knew Jutemaru had come to guard the forest, Oden Matsu felt a bit excited. He had known to stir up trouble at the casino since he was 8 years old and was very enthusiastic about fighting. Let's find a time to take a look, he said. But that Azura boy, isn't he the leader of the Tenryu faction? How could someone like him come to this place to build a reservoir? Kinnaman asked in confusion. If he were in a high position, Kinnaman would rather indulge in pleasure every day. How could he come to a place like this? Were the courtesans of the pleasure district no longer beautiful? Or could they no longer sway their waists? I don't know, but the warriors of Kyuri are indeed different from those of other regions, Kanjiro said. That's true. It's my first time seeing a warrior willing to farm and raise cattle. Oden laughed heartily. In fact, he did not think there was anything special about it, nor did he consider warriors to be particularly noble. This was also why he was willing to work to pay off debts. Let's visit them at this time. Oden thought for a moment and said, this time wasn't very long. He was the kind of person who wanted to act immediately upon thinking of something. To put nicely, he was very impulsive and had a lot of initiative. In the evening, when he finished work, he took a jug of sake and found his way to Jutemaru's residence. Lord Jutemaru, Matsu Oden has come to visit. Jutemaru, who had been laboriously moving bricks all day, was now lying down to rest. Matsu, what does that guy want with me? He rolled his eyes. Jutemaru didn't have much goodwill towards the K-clan. The K-clan could have pacified Kyuri, but they had done nothing for so many years. As rulers, they were enjoying a life of luxury in the flower capital, completely indifferent to how the people of Kyuri were surviving. He had personally witnessed the prosperity of the flower capital during his last visit. Let him go back. I'm not in the mood to see him. Jutemaru's mood was not good. Although drinking had delayed his work, it was his own problem. However, being punished by Yukiko and sent to a place like this was quite embarrassing for him. But he has sake. One of his subordinates hesitated and said quietly, What? Sake. Jutemaru suddenly straightened up, his eyes wide open, nearly drooling at the thought. In that case, he hesitated in his speech, but in the end, he swallowed back the words, let him in. Forget it. Not seeing him is not seeing him. That woman Yukiko may be very nosy, but what she said was right. I can't let drinking interfere with Lord Xia Lin's affairs. From now on, I won't drink anymore. The man, whose body resembled a barrel, lay back down again. However, Matsu Oden was not the kind of person who would just leave after being turned away. So he simply pushed aside the warriors blocking his way and strode in. Hey, are you the Azure boy? He had no awareness of having intruded and instead put down the jug of sake with a grin, speaking to Jutemaru as if he were an old friend who had not seen him for many years. We'll let you in. Jutemaru jumped up, his round eyes wide open as he unsheathed the sword hanging by his side, shouting angrily. Don't be so angry. My name is Oden, and I'm here to be friends with you. Matsu Oden raised the sake jug in a gesture. He had long heard that the Azura boy had a penchant for alcohol, so bringing sake should be to his liking. However, he did not expect that Jutemaru would have a headache at the sight of sake. Without saying a word, he swung his sword and smashed the sake jug in Oden's hand into 2 pieces, with shards and sake splattering everywhere. Being treated like this made Oden very angry, as he was not someone to be trifled with. He pulled out his Tenkai Yuzan and Inma from his waist, his gaze sharpened. It seems today, we can't avoid a fight. Matsu Oden laughed, showing that he was not only unrepentant about causing trouble, but also becoming excited. He originally wanted to have a fight with Jutemaru, and in his eyes, the reason was not that important. If Tanjiro were here, he might not let him act recklessly. After all, this action would definitely make their already heavy debts even more burdensome. You really have guts, Jitemaru said angrily. All right, then let me see what abilities you, the son of a general, really have. Jitemaru was quite confident. He often practiced with Xia Lin, and his own strength had improved significantly as well. Before the two formally clashed, their auras were already clashing against each other. Of course, this was not a clash of conquerors hockey. Jitemaru did not possess such qualifications. It was merely a contest of momentum. However, Odin became very invigorated because of this. Jitemaru, you are indeed a very strong opponent. Stop talking nonsense. Jiu Tianwan's eyes narrowed, and he jumped up, swinging the knife in his hand down fiercely. A powerful aura instantly flowed into the entire blade, making the knife in his hand nearly indestructible. Clang! Swish! A sword aura spiraled up into the sky, piercing through the ceiling of the house. In the next moment, the not-so-sturdy building collapsed with a loud crash. What happened? The guards shouted, gripping their naginatas as they rushed over. They didn't know, but it seemed that Lord Jiu Tianwan had started fighting with Kazuki Odin. That damn Kazuki Odin was causing trouble again. Someone cursed, and they didn't have much fondness for Kazuki Odin. Previously, he had earned a bit of goodwill by working honestly, but now he was stirring up trouble again. Charge in and help Lord Jiu Tianwan capture the troublemaker Kazuki Odin, one of the guards shouted. But before they could step inside, Jiu Tianwan stopped them. Stop! This guy is not someone you can handle. Jiu Tianwan's figure emerged from the dust after the building collapsed. At this moment, there was a small wound on his forehead, no longer than a pinky finger, and the injury was quite shallow. Such a wound, which could almost be considered scrape, had no impact on him at all. However, the fact that he bled from just one encounter was enough to prove Kazuki Odin's extraordinary strength. Although they were in an adversarial position, Jiu Tianwan still admired Kazuki Odin's power. However, there's still a bit of a gap between me and Lord Xia Lin. He smiled with his sausage-like lips. As someone who had fought against Xia Lin, Jiu Tianwan was very clear about Xia Lin's strength. A year ago, when Xia Lin went all out, his power was already very strong. Although Getsu Odin is also very powerful, he is still not as strong as Lord Xia Lin. Not to mention that godlike form. Even just comparing the flow of cherry blossoms and swordsmanship, the current summer forest is already stronger than Getsu Odin. Your strength is quite impressive. I'm going to get serious now, Getsu Odin said with a smile. The twin swords in his hands were both very precious large swords. Among them, the purple sword is Emma. This sword absorbs the person's haki. If the wielder does not have enough strength to subdue it, they will be drained of their life force. It is almost a sword that is more demonic than a cursed sword. One wonders what Odin was thinking to want to leave this sword to his daughter, who is as weak as a chick. Odin's two-sword style, bamboo wheel. Getsu Odin's haki enveloped his entire body as he shot forward. His twin swords and body spinning rapidly like a meat grinder, the haki on the blades striking towards Sakatamaru like the wind blades of a weasel. Don't look down on me, Sakatamaru shouted, believing that Odin's little trick was nothing but a sign of contempt. He quickly swung his sword, the bright white blade instantly shattering the incoming flying slash, then thrusting towards Getsu Odin. Odin's two-sword style, Kombu. Odin's two-sword style, Yamata Tenka. The light of the swords and the aura of the swords burst forth, the sword energy released by the two almost forming a small storm. Getsu Odin's swordsmanship was indeed stronger than Sakatamaru's. Although Sakatamaru would not admit it verbally, he was actually at a disadvantage. His body bore many wounds of various sizes. The power he had fought hard to obtain was being suppressed by someone like Getsu Odin, which made Sakatamaru feel very unwilling. However, sometimes one must admit that talent is very important in many aspects. Ha 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 ha, you're really something. It's rare to find someone who can fight me like this, Getsu Odin said happily. In fact, this country is not completely devoid of powerful warriors. Great names like Shimatsuki Ushimaru, Kazuno Yuki, Amatsuka Tempura, and Shimatsuki Keika are all very strong warriors. In the flower capital, there are also underworld leaders like Hanabu Goru, who are very powerful and not inferior to Sakatamaru. However, these people certainly couldn't fully commit to battling Kazuki Odin, because they all cared too much about that Kazuki. It can be said that while Wano Country doesn't have exceptionally powerful top-tier combatants, there are quite a few middle-tier warriors. If Kazuki Odin could harness this power well, combined with his own strength gained from training after going to sea, he might very well become one of the 4 emperors in a few decades. Unfortunately, this guy played his strong cards poorly. The returning Kazuki Odin clearly possessed strength not inferior to Kaido's. He could have turned the tide, but ultimately, he squandered that opportunity. Damn it, Sakazuki Maru gritted his teeth, his fingers turning white from gripping the hilt of his sword too tightly. He didn't want to lose to Kazuki Odin. with a heart free of distractions. When Kazuki Odin saw Sakazuki Maru charging at him despite his injuries, he was taken aback. However, he wasn't afraid. He was impressed by Sakazuki Maru's determination to exchange injuries. "You're really something," Kazuki Odin exclaimed, immediately preparing to counter. Odin's two-sword style, samurai spirit great soul. The flowing haki shot out like lightning in all directions, and the collision of their auras produced a tremendous energy akin to thunder. Boom! Sakazuki Maru rolled his eyes as his heavy body fell to the ground. In the end, he was defeated by Kazuki Odin, but Odin didn't have it easy either. Thud! A pool of blood splattered on the ground as Kazuki Odin emerged from the dust, his shoulder nearly pierced through. "You really are impressive. This is the first time I've received such a serious injury," Kazuki Odin said, looking down at the wound, which was almost 15 centimeters wide. If it had been a little deeper, it might have struck his heart. However, he wasn't angry. He was just thinking that when he went back later, he would probably be nagged by Jin Wei Min and the others again. "Hey, you should still be conscious, right? Cough if you have any gas. Let out quickly." The fallen Jiao Tianwan coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was still conscious, but his body was completely immobile. In this situation, he was practically at the mercy of others, but he didn't show any signs of giving in. This actually made Yu Tian admire him even more. "Don't be so cold. We've fought and gotten to know each other, so why not sit down and have a drink?" As he spoke, he really sat down next to Jiao Tianwan, but his expression was one of regret. "I almost forgot that you smashed the wine. What a waste. This was good wine bought during the fire festival night." "Shut up," Jiao Tianwan reprimanded, getting angry at the mention of wine and the fire festival night. "You really are something." Yu Tian shook his head, "but your swordsmanship is impressive. I can see the shadows of many styles in it. It's simply the 8,000 styles." The 8,000 styles refer to the mastery of integrating 8,000 different swordsmanship styles, considered a pinnacle of martial arts. However, the people of this country do have a tendency to boast a bit. The idea of 8 million gods and 8,000 schools is, in reality, non-existent. When Xia Lin created the source flow, he did reference quite a few schools, but the total number is less than 100. The entire country of Wa might not even have 1,000 schools. "Shut up," Jiao Tianwan scolded. The praise from Kujetsu Odin was a bit grating to him, especially after he had already lost to him. Jiao Tianwan felt that losing to him using the swordsmanship created by Xia Lin was really embarrassing for Xia Lin. If Yukiko found out about this, she would definitely have something to say. No, even if Yukiko doesn't say anything, he himself finds it hard to ignore this matter. If it's Lord Xia Lin, he would definitely not lose to you, Sakatemaru said forcefully. "So, are you saying that Xia Lin's strength is even greater than yours?" Keigetsu Odin laughed. "Do I need to say that?" Sakatemaru rolled his eyes. Xia Lin was able to easily defeat him a year ago, and back then, Xia Lin's swordsmanship wasn't perfected yet, relying on the power of the Yamata, no Orochi's soul he received. Now, he could defeat Sakatemaru even with just sword skills. If that's the case, I really want to have a match with him. You should think about how to face your debts next. Sakatemaru sneered. If you weren't the son of a general, Lord Xia Lin would have sent you to prison long ago. Keigetsu Odin. At the time, he didn't think too much when he acted. But now that he thinks about it, it indeed is a hassle. They already had a lot of debt, although they earned a lot each day. Their expenses were also significant, especially with Kinemon and his group. They couldn't control their lower halves and often went to the brothels to satisfy their physiological needs. The brothels in Kairi were a bit more expensive due to hygiene issues, service attitude, and the fact that the industry was monopolized by the daimyo. This is troublesome. Odin sighed. He wasn't the type to deny debts, but he still wanted to ask Xia Lin for something, so he couldn't just walk away. In fact, Xia Lin wasn't afraid of him leaving. After all, when the time came, he could just send the bill to the flower capital, and there would be plenty of people willing to clean up after him. "Hey, you can still talk, so you should be fine, right?" Odin thought for a moment and decided to salvage something, like trying to erase the medical expenses he had to pay after injuring Sakatemaru. "Stop talking nonsense. I can't even move a finger now. You at least give me 500 gold. Sakatemaru shouted. Hey, no matter how you say it, I was injured too, right?" Odin shouted, pointing vigorously at the wound on his shoulder. "Who cares about you? You barged into my house uninvited. You brought this upon yourself." Sakatemaru sneered. "If you can't pay, then better roll back to the flower capital and ask your general father to help you out." Upon hearing this, Keigetsu Odin immediately exploded, baring his sharp teeth and shouting, "Who says I can't pay, you bastard? Just wait." After saying that, Keigetsu Odin stomped out like a boiling kettle, fuming. No one dared to stop him. Only after he left did others come over to help Sakatemeru up. I'm fine. Sakatemeru pushed them away and sat up from the ground. He looked seriously injured, but in reality, it wasn't that bad. The inability to move before was more due to physical exhaustion. After lying on the ground for a while, he could barely manage some normal movements. Just by flapping his lips, he tricked Getsu Odin out of 500 gold. Although Sakatemeru was in pain all over, he couldn't help but laugh. However, he also knew that it would be hard to get that 500 gold. In reality, if he could get 100 gold as compensation, it would be considered a win. Ouch, that hurts. It seems I won't be able to work for a while. Quickly call a doctor to bandage Lord Sakatemeru's wounds. A few days later, Lord Odin, the bespectacled Sujiro, held a letter, looking like he was about to ignite. What's wrong, Sujiro? Keigetsu Odin was picking his nose. Lord Odin, what on earth did you do? Sujiro pounded the contents of the letter, which was a fine notice for injuring the leader of the Tenryo Commission, Sakatemeru. Compensation for medical expenses was 80 gold, 20 gold for property damage, and 50 gold for delaying official business, totaling 150 gold. Isn't our debt increasing again? What's going on, Sujiro? Didn't we already discuss this a few days ago? Odin replied impatiently. They had already been nagged about it when they returned a few days ago, and now it was being brought up again. What was discussed a few days ago was about your injury, Sujiro retorted. At that time, Odin returned from Sakatemeru's place with such terrifying wounds that it scared them greatly. Moreover, treating the wounds also cost a lot of money. At this rate, we might have to work in Kairi forever. What? Kinemon jumped up at once. Forever staying in this desolate forest? That won't do. Exactly. If it were in any town, it wouldn't matter. Raizo said, blushing. You two shut up. Sujiro stepped on Raizo's face and shouted. Lord Odin will eventually return to the flower capital to serve as a general. How could he stay in Kairi forever? I have no intention of becoming a general. Odin replied helplessly. If you don't become one, who else can? Sujiro countered. You're the only heir of the general, the only one qualified to serve as a general. Odin fell silent for a moment, as if pondering something. After a while, he tentatively spoke. Perhaps the daimyo of Kairi could? He thought about the development of Kairi during this time, and increasingly felt that Xia Lin would be very suitable to become the general of Wano. If he became the general, he would definitely lead Wano to prosperity. Stop saying such foolish things. Sujiro shook his head. The position of the general of Wano can only be you. However, that water bucket monster is really excessive. Not only did he injure Lord Odin, but he also wants us to pay. Kanjiro said. His current role was that of Odin's retainer, so he would always speak from Odin's perspective. With that, Kinemon started to get angry. The few of them began to curse. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zook and Kiku no sh began to eat quietly without saying a word. That Keigetsu Odin is really a troublemaker. Yukiko said angrily, and that Sakatemeru, usually so arrogant, ended up losing to him. Once he recovers, she would definitely make him pay. Forget about that guy. It's more important to head to Shirobune now. Xia Lin gently comforted her. He had received a reply from the Shimatsuki family a few days ago, and they were generally ready to head to Shirobune. I understand. Then let me accompany you this time. Yukiko nodded. The Shimatsuki family specifically asked Xia Lin not to make too much of a fuss in their reply, and also mentioned that he was originally a Shirobune person, implying that he shouldn't be too distant. It seems he heard about the previous events in the flower capital and was afraid we would bring too many gifts. Yukiko smiled. Being generous like this is a bit extravagant, but it must be said that it is quite a pleasant thing. Moreover, such matters are usually about reciprocity, and, typically, they achieve a balance of income and expenditure. The last time they went to the flower capital was an exception. That time, they intentionally brought an excessive amount of gifts to showcase Kairi's current prosperity to people from other regions, making it desirable. This time, the scale would be much more normal, but besides the part for gifts, Xia Lin naturally had to bring the part for business negotiations as well. So this time, the situation wouldn't be as small as the Shimatsuki family expected. Xia Lin had already set off. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shimatsuki Ashimaru was still sweating and forging iron in front of the forge. I can't do it anymore. I failed again. He looked at the knife blank that had become unrecognizable, and he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. At first, when he forged swords, he was quite skilled, even managing to create a good knife. However, as he became increasingly eager for success, his skills not only stagnated, but he also faced constant failures. Sir Nyowan, you are too impatient, the old man said with concern. You are right, Shuangyu and Nyowan nodded. He was well aware that his heart had become restless and anxious. It was not just due to his impatience. He was also grappling with immense self-doubt. He doubted that even if he poured all his effort into it, he he would still find it difficult to forge a great knife. Just looking at the notes left by his ancestors made it hard to understand the intricacies. He said wearily, "Perhaps you could go to the flower capital to seek advice from the general." The old man hesitated for a moment, then suggested tentatively. As a living legend who had forged great knives, there was no doubt that Koki Yashiaki was currently the best swordsmith in Wano. However, due to his deteriorating health, he hadn't forged a blade in a long time. It wasn't due to be locked away in isolation. He nodded, put down the hammer in his hand, donned his haori, and stepped into the wind and snow. During the time, he was preparing to head to the flower capital. Xia Lin also set off for Baiwu with his companions. Originally, Yukiko was supposed to accompany him, as Baiwu was her hometown, although she didn't have much fondness for this so-called hometown. However, now that Ju Tianwan was injured and there weren't enough people in Jiuli to grasp the overall situation, Keiko had to handle the affairs of the Kandai, which meant Yukiko had to stay behind to hold the fort. There were still too few capable individuals in Jiuli who could stand on their own. Although the number of fighting warriors was large, there were very few who understood governance. This made Xia Lin eager to cultivate more talents. This time, Mo Li and the others did not accompany him. She wanted to, but Yukiko, in a bad mood, kept her behind for training. Xuan Yue Kongjia welcomed Xia Lin from a distance, and a large box of gold was also brought into the Kong family estate. This box of gold was a gift for their first meeting, while the business part of the discussion was not suitable to bring up just yet. So Xia Lin had his subordinates take it to the house where Heightened Day originally lived. "Lord Daimyo of Jiuli, I didn't expect you to visit in person. It's truly a loss of distant welcome," Xuan Yue Kongjia said in surprise, speaking polite words as if he hadn't anticipated Xia Lin would come to visit him. In reality, both sides had already exchanged correspondence. It's quite rude to come unannounced. Xia Lin also engaged in small talk with him. Such unproductive topics were not his favorite, especially when the person sitting across from him was a middle-aged man with a round face. However, Xia Lin had quite a dislike for Shimatsuki Yasu. This person could be considered a decent daimyo in the original work, having helped Zuki Oden a lot after he established Wano's Kori. Later, in order to realize Kinemon's plan, he even sacrificed his own life. The strength of the Shimatsuki family might be at the bottom among the daimyos, but when it comes to integrity, they are not inferior to anyone. During the banquet, the two sides spent a lot of time building connections, but most of the time, the Shimatsuki family was inquiring about matters related to Oden, to the point where Xia Lin was losing the desire to continue the conversation. So he straightforwardly shifted the topic to the main subject. "I heard that there's an abandoned port in Hakuba called Kanj. Is that right?" As soon as he said this, Shimatsuki Yasu fell silent for a few seconds. He finally grasped Xia Lin's purpose for visiting. The next topic could very likely violate Wano's prohibitions. So he waved his hand to dismiss the women singing and dancing in the banquet hall, leaving the entire hall empty. Indeed, there was such a port in Hakuba. Yasu's expression became serious as he looked at Xia Lin, and he mostly guessed what Xia Lin wanted to say, but he was still pretending to be clueless. However, this port had been abandoned since Wano closed its borders, so he wondered why the daimyo of Kuri brought it up. "I'll be straightforward, Mr. Shimatsuki Yasu. I would like to lease this port for 1,000 ryo per year," Xia Lin said. This price wasn't very high. If after 40 years the purchasing power of belly was equivalent to yen, then 1,000 ryo would be equivalent to 10 million yen. For an individual, this is a large sum, but for a region, especially Kuri, this is small change. This was just the minimum offer. In fact, even if the rental price rose to 100,000 ryo, Xia Lin would agree without hesitation. Compared to the potential gains, this expenditure was insignificant. Mr. Shimatsuki Yasu lowered his head and sighed before speaking. "Daimyo of Kuri, you should know that in Wano, it is not permitted to go to sea privately, especially to overseas locations. Right? Or did you reach an agreement with the shogun during your last visit to the flower capital?" Yasu didn't even mention the price and refused outright. Xia Lin had long been mentally prepared for such a direct refusal. If it were that easy to persuade the other party, it would indeed be strange. "I haven't mentioned this to the shogun. If I did, I would definitely be refused," Xia Lin said. "In that case, I cannot grant you the usage rights of Kanj." Shimatsuki Yasu shook his head and said, "Daimyo of Kuri, you should know that once Wano opens its borders, external pirates could take the opportunity to invade. This could be a disaster for this country." This was somewhat of a common issue faced by people living in the New World. Pirates have existed since ancient times, and each era has its own strong figures. The pirates occupying the New World continuously plunder the world, putting the countries in the New World in constant danger. Moreover, the situation is even more chaotic now. In a new world without the four emperors, there are endless disputes among pirates, and wars are happening every moment. If it were truly under the rule of the four emperors, it would be like paying for a safe haven. Although this haven might be a bit drafty, it is still better to be oppressed than to be slaughtered. Mr. Yasu, don't refuse so quickly. I came to you after careful consideration, Xia Lin said. Wano's only external port is Kanj. As long as we control Kanj, we won't have to worry about outsiders invading. I want to open overseas markets, but only unilaterally. I know the shogun has always been worried about outsiders eyeing this country, but in reality, this worry is unnecessary. Xia Lin first dispelled Yasu's concerns. Our ships will secretly leave Wano and, once overseas, will act under the name of Inazuma country. No one will focus on Wano, and no one will be able to find us. Yasu fell silent for a moment, and his expression still seemed to disagree with Xia Lin's statement. However, if we follow Xia Lin's method, it would indeed allow Wano country to continue to remain independent from the world. Those foreign countries would only focus their attention on a Konoha that doesn't even exist and would not pose any threat to Wano country. The premise is that no one is secretly tracking us. As long as we pay more attention to this, it can still be avoided. So, Xia Lin took the opportunity to mention some benefits of opening the port. However, seeing is believing, and hearing is deceiving. He directly took out the empty shell he had brought back from the Sky Island. A shell? This was a type of shell found on the islands in the overseas sky. It was a lamp shell. Xia Lin pressed the middle part of the shell, and instantly it released the stored light, transforming into a lamp shaped like an beak. How can this be? Kangja was astonished as he held it, constantly examining it. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't find any mechanism. How did it emit light? I don't know the specific principle either. This was brought by a group of foreign pirates who came rushing down from a waterfall, Xia Lin said. In addition to this lamp shell, there were various other shells that could be used in combat or to increase productivity for the common people. Just this shell was so magical. There were too many things overseas that could change the current situation of this country. Think about it, Mr. Kanjia. If we could trade with overseas through Qianport, the residents of Wano wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. What would be wrong with that? Although he said this, Kangjiao lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He still couldn't make up his mind. At least I need to consult the general. The general probably won't agree. Xia Lin shook his head. The general's health isn't very good. Compared to such innovations, he would definitely prefer to continue adhering to the old ways. But you don't need to worry about this, right? Xia Lin looked at Xuanyue Kangjia and continued. I previously discussed this with Kazuki Odin. Mr. Kangjia, you also know that Odin will definitely become the general in the future, and he is very eager to go to sea. Once he takes office, the sea ban will definitely be lifted. If it's Odin, then it would indeed be like that. In that case, let's wait until then. Xuanyue Kangjia said. By then, it will be too late. You should know Odin better than I do. If he lifts the sea ban, he will completely open Wano country all at once. But by then, Wano, which has been disconnected from the outside world for hundreds of years, won't have time to prepare. Before that, we need a pilot and a model. Xia Lin said with a smile. Let's use Jiuli and Qian Port as this pilot. If the situation is not right, we can stop it in time. If the effect is good, then we can promote it to other rural areas in the country, allowing them to imitate Jiuli's successful path. After hearing this, Xuanyue Kangjia felt it made a lot of sense. Considering the situation Kazuki Odin might face after taking office as general, Xuanyue Kangjia felt that Xia Lin's current approach had become very reasonable. Let Jiuli be the first to take the risk. Only then will we know whether it's a delicacy or a poisonous bug. If Jiuli's pilot fails, it would also dissuade Kazuki Odin from the idea of opening the country. Since that's the case, then it's time for me to fight for benefits for Baibu. Xuanyue Kangjia did not intend to let his village participate in this matter. Even if something bad happened, he could completely distance himself from it. Xia Lin said that Kazuki Shusak would adhere to the old ways. In fact, he was the same. Since we've reached this point, we can lease Qianport to you and not interfere with the trading at Qianport. But there are a few things I need to mention first. Xuanyue Kangjia said. I would like to hear the details. First, if the matter is exposed and the general finds out, or if any unexpected situation occurs, all responsibilities will fall on you. No problem. Second, if any overseas people sneak into Qianport, you must immediately resolve this trouble and compensate Baibu for all losses. No problem. Third, the annual rental fee is only 1,000 gold, which is too low. At least 1,000 gold per month would be reasonable. Xuanyue Kangjia shouted loudly. 1,000 gold a year? Isn't that just giving alms to a beggar? What port can be rented for a year for 10 million yen? If Xia Lin insisted on this price, he would rather let Qianport remain abandoned than agree. No problem. Xia Lin quickly nodded, then immediately took out the contract. So fast it seemed he was afraid Kang Jia would change his mind. This made Kang Jia suspect that his offer was still too low. Once the contract was established, those who break their promises will face the punishment of the food rock. I'm not one to break contracts, but you'll have to cover the repair costs of Qian Port yourselves. Xia Lin signed a 10-year contract with Shuangyue Kang Jia in one breath. In 10 years. It would be the stage for Kaido. Of course, although he signed a 10-year usage right, the payment was not settled in one go. Taking out 12,000 gold at once, plus the subsequent repair of the port, would be a heavy burden even for Xia Lin. Xia Lin first paid the rental fee for 1 year, then had people start repairing Qian Port. The location of Qian Port was somewhat remote, on the outskirts of Baibu. Xia Lin took this opportunity to visit once, and he was deeply impressed by the endless yellow and red maple forests. It could be said to be a vast expanse of falling leaves. Speaking of which, although Baibu was an autumn island, the maple leaves in the forest seemed to never fall completely. Walking in the woods, the dry leaves underfoot made a rustling sound. Xia Lin reached out to catch a red leaf, twisting the leaf stem with his fingertips, and the maple leaf began to spin. He suddenly thought in a few decades, there probably wouldn't be anyone standing in front of him saying, "Your sword may not be out of reach." If that were the case, it would be quite interesting. Lord Xia Lin, the workers for repairing the port have already been arranged. Then let's return. Xia Lin nodded. The scenery of Baibu was indeed nice. But after seeing the unchanging autumn colors for too long, one would gradually become weary. Since things had been handled, it was time to go back. Repairing the port was a huge project. Qian Port had not been used for hundreds of years, and many aspects would need to be rebuilt. Before the reconstruction was completed, they would need to maintain the current state. By the way, is Kaido currently overseas or in the flower capital? Xia Lin inquired. Lord Kaido is currently overseas. Xia replied softly behind Xia Lin. She hadn't rested for a moment. Xia Lin lay back in the palanquin, gently closed his eyes, and began to rest. The bearers of the palanquin were all strong men, so the palanquin was very stable. After resolving things here, Xia Lin relaxed completely. Now, the busiest person in Jiuli was actually Huizi. Currently, Yuriko had taken control of the power of the social commissioner, but aside from holidays, the social commissioner had very little work and was quite free on ordinary days. Yukiko temporarily took over the work of Sakatamaru, but the work of the Tenryo commissioner was also quite simple. The security in Jiuli was exceptionally good now. Aside from Kazuki Oden, who was a troublemaker, there were hardly any criminals. On the contrary, Huizi, who temporarily took over the affairs of the Canon Commissioner, was so busy that she was almost in a flurry. Although Jiuli was wealthy now, there were still many areas that needed improvement. Xia Lin placed great emphasis on infrastructure. Repairing bridges and roads required significant expenditure. Even when Huizi got busy, she often forgot to eat and sleep. Fortunately, Yukiko and Yuriko could provide her with some assistance. With nothing to do for the time being, Xia Lin immersed his consciousness into his inner space once more, once again facing the figure composed of thunder and lightning. With several months passing, Xia Lin's progress in mastering the thunder fruit was proceeding steadily. Now he is much stronger in using lightning compared to when he first started. At the very least, he has the electric power of the Fur Tribe's moon lion transformation. The journey back to Baiwu took some time, and by the time he returned to Jiuli, October had already passed. "You are back, Lord Xia Lin." In the courtyard of the daimyo's residence, the maids immediately bowed and greeted him upon seeing him. Xia Lin is generally quite polite, and even when servants greet him, he will not ignore them. After a simple response, he handed over the paper bag he was holding, which contained candied chestnuts he brought from Baiwu. "Here, take this to eat." "Yes, thank you, Lord Xia Lin." The maid was utterly surprised and quickly bent down to receive the chestnuts with both hands, expressing her gratitude emphatically. Although they were just chestnuts, the person who gave them made a significant difference. Receiving chestnuts from the daimyo was not excessive for them to take back an offer. "Do you like chestnuts that much? There's still many raw chestnuts over there. If you like, go and get some yourself," Xia Lin said. He quite enjoys eating raw chestnuts, as they have a special texture compared to cooked ones. Yes, after returning from Baiwu this time, Xia Lin brought back quite a few local specialties. However, most of them were fruits, many of which had already been eaten on the way, as fruits tend to spoil quickly. The climate in Baiwu is autumn, with daytime heat not less than summer and ample sunlight. However, the temperature drops significantly at night, and this temperature difference allows Baiwu's fruits to accumulate enough sunlight and sugars, making the flesh very sweet. Jiuli also has a rich variety of fruits, but most are tropical, so switching flavors occasionally is quite nice. During this time, it It was said that Jiu Tianwan's injuries had long healed. With strength at this level, even without systematic training and life return, his physical constitution would generally lean towards that direction. Even after sustaining serious injuries, as long as nutrition is sufficient, recovery will be quick. The submerged port is now under reconstruction and will soon be operational. However, if one were to go out to sea during this period, the overseas situation is quite complex, making it a good opportunity for Jiu Tianwan to accompany and oversee things. Soon, rocks will collapse, and when the sea becomes chaotic, it will be difficult for fleets without strong leaders to establish themselves in the new world. Jiu Tianwan possesses strength comparable to drought, which is completely sufficient. Additionally, Kate Zuki Odin could also go out to sea then. No, what Kurizumi Mushi and the others are planning cannot be detected by Kate Zuki Odin. It's better to keep them separate. Lord Xia Lin, just as Xia Lin was contemplating how to arrange Odin's affairs, Yukiko, dressed in a light blue kimono embroidered with white crane patterns, hurriedly approached him. Her expression suggested she had something to report. What's wrong, Yukiko? A group of merchants sent a few women over, Yukiko said, frowning. The flower capital, in order to forge the great knife. Shimatsuki Nyo-wan made ample preparations to visit Kei Zuki Shiaki. How can we forge the great knife? Kei Zuki Shiaki reclined on a couch. He didn't seem particularly old, but looked somewhat sickly. Nyo-wan, I haven't tried forging a knife in a long time. Indeed, Kei Zuki Shiaki hadn't forged a knife in many years. Since forging the great knife, Amaterasu, his health had declined. Now, Kei Zuki Shiaki's interests lie only in making and collecting puppet dolls. Women? What's going on? Xia Lin asked in surprise. Initially, when Jiuli was just starting to be built, many merchants would buy some women or directly send gifts to ensure they could do business here safely. However, after discovering that Jiuli's security and business environment were very good, this practice had ceased. Those people seem a bit strange, Yukiko pondered. Under normal circumstances, she would handle such small matters herself. It's not that they would just accept whatever was sent. However, this time, both the merchants and the women being sent over seemed unusual. I feel they don't seem like merchants, Yukiko thought, noting the martial arts traces on the women. Could someone be targeting us? Yukiko had her suspicions but hadn't taken action due to lack of evidence, and Xia Lin had also been away from Jiuli during this time. Let's go take a look. We can find out what's going on with just a question. Xia Lin followed Yukiko back to the pavilion, then summoned the women who had been sent over. There were two women of varying ages, the eldest appearing to be around 21. And each was no less than a courtesan. I am SHBU, I have met the daimyo. I am Yayoi, I have met the daimyo. The three women knelt before Xia Lin under his scrutinizing gaze. SHBU, Yayoi, right? Xia Lin slowly walked to their side, looking down at the two women in a bowing position, speaking softly. At the same time, the transformation of his attire had also changed. The sleeves and long ties seemed to come to life, transforming into cold serpent bodies. However, due to the two women currently lying on the ground, they did not see this terrifying scene at all. Instead, Yukiko, standing aside, recalled the first time she met Xia Lin, when Xia Lin was in such a posture, scaring her half to death. With its fangs bared and hissing, the snake-like body had purple eyes shining with a red glow. Even seeing it 10,000 times would make one feel as though they were facing a beautiful, man-eating monster. I ask you, who sent you, and what is your purpose? As soon as Xia Lin saw these two people, she could sense that they were not weak women who couldn't even handle a chicken. Not to mention how strong they were. At the very least, they were as capable as Jasmine. Those so-called merchants sending such two women over was certainly not an issue. The problem was that they concealed the fact that these two women were skilled in martial arts. Yes, it was Lord Huashan who sent us over. He hopes that we can serve the great lord and take care of his business here in Jiuli. The oldest woman pretended to be weak as she spoke. Xia Lin walked up to her, and the woman could only see Xia Lin's feet as she was lying on the ground. Your name is Aboy, right? Xia Lin bent down, pinching her delicate chin to lift her up. Yes, this little girl is willing to serve the Lord. Always words got stuck in her throat. As her gaze moved upward, she saw the writhing white snakes behind Xia Lin. Being stared at by such things made her heart seem to stop beating, and her pupils constricted violently. Humph! Xia Lin let out a cold laugh, and before Aoi could react, one of the snakes suddenly bit into her neck. With the release of the power of the Great Snake Seal, a black snake mark was branded on her slender nape. All right, now say it again. Who are you? Who sent you here? And what is your purpose? Xia Lin released her grip, and the woman instantly collapsed to the ground, her eyes becoming foggy as if covered by a layer of gauze, speaking mechanically. My name is Suzuki Aoi. I am the leader of the Suzuki underworld and the wife of Suzuki Hyman. What did you say, Aoi? Why expose the plan? Upon hearing this, Xia Lin had no reaction, but another woman immediately jumped up and shouted angrily. She could not have imagined that Aoi would betray them. Originally, they were arranged to be the backup for an assassination plan in Lord Julie's mansion, and now, before the plan even started, Aoi, the leader among them, had directly rebelled. If she continued to speak, it would certainly cause trouble. Suzuki Hyman was not the only mastermind behind this operation. If she kept talking, her own backers would be exposed. If the plan failed, then her family. Since it had come to this, Yayoi could only try to kill Aoi first and then attempt to escape. If she couldn't escape, she would have to commit suicide. However, before Mai-oi could take action, a pair of ferocious snake eyes appeared before her. After locking eyes with the snake eyes, her entire body felt as if it had been paralyzed by an electric current, rendering her completely immobile. Giant snake stare. After paralyzing Mai-oi with his gaze, Xia Lin also used the giant snake seal on her. Changpu continued to speak. Mai-oi is the newlywed wife of the leader of the Hime gang. She had basically revealed the entire plan. These two women could actually be considered warriors. Now, the leaders of the three gangs, Suzuki, Hime, and Rabbit Bowl, were working together to send assassins to kill Xia Lin during the new year. To this end, they were willing to sacrifice their beautiful wives, hoping to figure out the path to the daimyo's mansion before the new year arrived. Moreover, even if the assassination failed, the two of them could continue to carry out the killings. However, if it really comes to that, even if they kill Xia Lin, they certainly won't be able to escape. The underworld, huh? These parasites of society, Xia Lin sneered. My lord Xia Lin, should we act now? After listening to Changpu's words, Xuezi became furious, wishing she could rush to those three villages immediately and wipe out the underworld. No need to rush. These guys even sent their own wives to assassinate me. We should play with them a bit first. At this moment, Changpu also recovered from her chaotic state. However, she was now completely under the control of the Great Serpent Seal, becoming Xia Lin's servant. My lord, we deserve to die 1,000 deaths, but if the plan fails... My daughters, my lord Xia Lin, what should we do now? Xuezi asked. Let these two stay at the daimyo's residence for now. By the way, let them proceed with the plan. Yes, Changpu raised her head, surprisingly obeying their orders. To assassinate you, my lord, we can do anything. We just hope to save my daughter and Mei's sister. How's it going, Suzuki? Is there any letter from over there? A group of people continued to gather in a small room behind the bell. However, this time, besides the original Bell's underworld, there were also Haimai's and Tudu's underworld members. I've roughly figured out the map of the daimyo's residence. The man called Suzuki sat by the fire, holding a piece of letter paper. That daimyo from Q really loves women. Changpu said they are very trusted now. But we are also paying a huge price this time. If the plan fails, I won't let you off easily. Tudu's underworld leader, Tachikawa Nagakazu, said with glaring eyes. Stop the nonsense. I sacrificed my own wife too. Suzuki Hato shouted. Aside from their own wives and daughters, it was hard for them to find women who were both capable and beautiful. This matter couldn't be widely publicized. They could only let them sacrifice a bit. If the plan goes smoothly, once that guy is dead, they could still bring them back. Is that the same? Your wife wasn't a virgin to begin with, so you obviously don't care. My wife just got married. She hasn't even been tested yet. Tudu's underworld leader said, unhappily. You guys should stop arguing over these things. They're just a few women. Haimai's underworld leader said, besides, doesn't your new wife have a sister? After the plan is complete, you can marry her sister. There are plenty of women. How can someone who achieves great things care about these things? Even wives and children can be sacrificed when necessary. After all, their wives were not together because of love. The reason Changpu and the others were willing to sacrifice themselves was entirely because their families' lives and deaths were controlled by these underworld guys. My lord Xia Lin, this is why we would rather sacrifice ourselves to agree to those people. My daughter is only 5 years old, Changpu said, lowering her head and crying. She had a 5-year-old daughter, who, although conceived under Suzuki Hato's coercion, was still her own flesh and blood. Suzuki Hato used the child to threaten her, forcing her to comply. Me too. That guy used my sister to threaten me. Mei lowered her head and said, I will find a way to rescue them. Xia Lin comforted. However, your matters cannot just be left like this. After rescuing them, you will stay here as my servants. Yes. The two breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. We are already your servants, my lord. My lord, I still want to be complete. You can do whatever you want, Mei said, blushing as she looked at Xia Lin. Standing aside, Xuezi was full of questions. These two women said such things in front of her. What was this if not a bullheaded situation? Although Xia Lin planned to keep Mia and SHBU, their status was obviously not comparable to Yukiko and the others. Even if there were difficulties, the fact that they were ordered to come and assassinate was undeniable. Fortunately, these two still had some strength and could be trained as fighters. While the hidden port was under construction, Xia Lin took the opportunity to visit the forest of guards. To her surprise, the Lord of Julie would also come to such a rural place. As soon as Jin Wyman saw Xia Lin, he immediately spoke disrespectfully. However, it was understandable for him to harbor resentment. Ever since he came to Julie, he had been doing hard labor every day, and even when he went to the pleasure district to relax, he could only afford to hire less attractive courtesans due to his debts. You are truly rude. If that's the case, then I must talk to you about your last attack on the leader of the Heavenly Domain's officials. According to Julie's laws, those who injure others should be imprisoned for over 20 years. Xia Lin's gaze was cold, her icy eyes falling on Jin Wyman and the others, making them shiver. Hey, Jin Wyman, stop talking. Kanjiro tugged at Jin Wyman's sleeve and said quietly. Even if Jin Wyman was still unconvinced, he dared not speak further. Keigetsu Oden himself didn't care too much. This person simply had no discernment and couldn't even sense Xia Lin's disgust towards him. So, may I ask what brings you here, my lord? Tsuneshiro, acting as a spokesperson, asked proactively. Keigetsu Oden, you want to go to sea, right? Xia Lin's gaze passed over Tsuneshiro and landed on Keigetsu Oden himself. Upon hearing this, Keigetsu Oden indicated that he was not tired at all. Hey, if I didn't hear wrong, you just said going to sea, right? For so many years, it was the first time Keigetsu Oden heard someone actively mention this in front of him. Could it be that this Lord of Julie really had a way to take him to sea? Could it be that you also want to lift the maritime ban? Keigetsu Oden said excitedly. Lift the maritime ban? This country cannot remain closed forever. The ban will definitely be lifted. It's better to actively engage with this world now than to be invaded later. I share the same thought, but going to sea is not a simple matter, Oden sighed. I have lost count of how many times I have failed. Now there's an opportunity to go to sea. Xia Lin smirked, slowly sitting back in her chair. Jin Wyman felt that Xia Lin looked just like a fox at that moment. Wait a minute, Lord Oden, this guy is not trustworthy. Jin Wyman shouted, besides, how can you go to sea? You are supposed to inherit the position of shogun. If the news of you going to sea without permission spreads. Stop talking. Jin Wyman. Keigetsu Oden suddenly stood up and interrupted him loudly. I don't care about the shogun position at all. More than that, I want to see the outside world. Lord of Julie, is what you said just now true? Of course it's true, and you don't have to worry about this matter being leaked. Even if you don't want to believe me, at least you should trust the Lord of Shimomura, Shimatsuki Keiku, right? Xia Lin said. I have reached an agreement with him to gain the right to use the hidden port for the next 10 years. Keiku, I can't believe you actually managed to persuade him. Oden stared with his mismatched eyes, very surprised. That guy's words can be somewhat believed, but will you really be so kind as to let us go to sea? You know we still owe you quite a bit of money. Tsuneshiro said skeptically. This is exactly the topic Xia Lin intended to continue discussing. Of course, I want to let you go to sea for free. Considering Julie's future development, I need quite a bit of money and this kind of fruit, Xia Lin said as she took out a sample. In overseas territories, this thing is known as the devil fruit. Isn't this the demon fruit? At this time, Jin Wyman had not yet eaten the Shiro Shiro no Mi. 2 years ago, when he snatched the child of the mountain god in the flower capital, he also took someone else's clothes along the way. However, Kanjiro and Raizo have already eaten the devil fruit, so they are aware that eating the demon art fruit will enable them to use demon arts. Compared to the general fear of such abilities among the people of Wano Country, Kinmen and the others don't seem to care as much. In their view, while eating this thing can grant them demon arts, it is ultimately not as reliable as their own strength. It's like the things Kanjiro draws, which would be said to be completely useless. As a result, neither Raizo nor Kinmen, who later ate the Sufu fruit, put any effort into developing their fruit powers. Instead, Kanjiro kept a secret. The ability of the BB fruit is quite impressive. If Kinmen were willing to properly develop the Sufu fruit, he might be able to create something like Iron Man suits or Germa's battle suits, which would significantly enhance their combat power. To be precise, it's called the devil fruit. And some of you have abilities, right? You should know the wonders of this fruit. So, I can help you set sail by providing ships and navigators. And all you need to do is help me find these fruits. What do you think? It's a win-win situation, right? But this thing should be a treasure, right? It's not that easy to find, Tanshiro retorted. They have some understanding of the rarity of devil fruits. After all, Tanshiro has never seen a real devil fruit in front of him until today. This is the first time. It really isn't that easy, and the value of this thing is also very high. But there's no way around it. I'm the only one who can help you set sail now. Xia Lin made it clear that he was making an unequal deal, but they had no choice but to agree reluctantly. Otherwise, going out to sea? Forget it. Actually, isn't it quite cost-effective? After all, you don't really need these things, right? Isn't it great that we can each get what we need? Besides, I want to impose any restrictions on your voyages. As long as you can find the fruits, you can go wherever you want. Whether you become pirates, navy, or bounty hunters, as long as you act in the name of Inazuma and leave Wano Country, it's fine. Kazuki Odin thought for a moment and found that what Xia Lin said made sense. Anyway, these fruits just give you an extra ability that is not very useful after you eat them. Although they are magical, the price is that you can't swim. And he wasn't interested. All right, I agree, but why act under the name Inazuma? Kazuki Odin asked. This is the result of my discussion with Mr. Kanjuro. It's still too early for Wano Country to face the outside world, so we'll use Inazuma to throw people off the scent and avoid being targeted, Xia Lin said. The Celestial Dragon King Im, this guy can destroy a country from a distance, a power that Xia Lin currently cannot resist. I understand. Since that's the case, I agree. Kazuki Odin smiled. The daimyo of Wano, although I haven't known you for long, you really are a very interesting guy. Xia Lin's actions changed Wano, and now he has been observing the changes in Wano. This made him acknowledge Xia Lin's ruling methods. At least the prosperity of Wano is real, and the smiles on the faces of the people of Wano are genuine. Nowadays, there's south no place more desirable than Wano. Moreover, Xia Lin is willing to help him go out to sea, and Kazuki Odin is almost treating him as a close friend. However, Xia Lin did not want to be infected by his intelligence-diminishing aura. After finishing the conversation, he left. By the way, let me remind you, one person cannot eat 2 devil fruits, or else they will die. Xia Lin looked at Kinemon and the others, and he had no doubt that these little rascals would eat several fruits in one go just to annoy him. Xia Lin didn't care about their lives. He only cared about losing 2 devil fruits. If it were an ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit, it would be fine. But if it were a mythical Zoan or a Logia type, that would be a huge loss. Speaking of collecting devil fruits, Xia Lin thought of the future warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. This unfortunate guy was sent to the underwater prison 2 years after the Marineford War and missed out on the version bonuses. Doflamingo was quite skilled in business, and with his connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world, he could acquire all sorts of strange fruits. The Maramara no Mi and the Gura Gura no Mi are both very promising fruits. That guy should still be in the Holy Land. Right. Doflamingo was born into a family of celestial dragons and was the eldest son of the Don Quixote family, originally enjoying the privileges of being a celestial dragon with his family. However, his father, Don Quixote Homing, asserted that celestial dragons and ordinary people were both human and announced that he would give up his privileges as a celestial dragon, which resulted in tragedy. Xia Lin planned to find that little rascal while he was still young and have him work for him. Watching Xia Lin leave, Kinemon immediately closed the door and turned to Kazuki Odin, saying, Lord Odin, I feel that guy must have bad intentions. Moreover, why do you have to go out to sea? There could be dangers out there, and you shouldn't take such risks. Save your breath, Kinemon. You can't persuade Lord Odin. Tsurujiro said helplessly. Since Odin was no longer the daimyo of Kuri, Tsurujiro felt that letting Odin go to sea wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, the current ruler of Wano was still Kazuki Sukiyaki. The current shogun was still quite young, so it was still a long way off for Odin to ascend to the throne. That's right, Kinemon, you're too rigid. Odin quickly said, by the way, you all should come along too, how about it? Although that guy will prepare sailors and navigators for me, I'd rather be with you than with complete strangers. Lord Odin, a group of people was so moved by Kazuki Odin's words that they burst into tears and rushed towards him. Stay away from me. Your snot is getting on my clothes. Kazuki Odin shouted. Time passed day by day, and soon it was almost the end of the year. It was already the end of December, but the weather in Kuri was still very hot. This made Xia Lin feel no sense of the upcoming new year. Moreover, he was not used to treating January 1st as New Year's Day. In his previous life, this day was called New Year's Day. Yukiko and the others attached great importance to the new year, and in December, they had already started cleaning every corner of the daimyo's mansion. So many servants were busy under her command every day. Xia Lin had nothing to do and was practicing alone. Boom! The sky darkened, and the thick thunderclouds rolled with sounds that resembled the heartbeat of some gigantic creature. Ugh, I hope it doesn't rain. The women in the town who were busy buying New Year's goods looked anxiously at the sky, where the entire sky seemed to be covered by endless dark clouds. The thunderclouds near the mountains were even tinted dark purple. So terrifying. From a distance, the entire Yingxiang mountain seemed to be swallowed by the thunderclouds, and the shadow of the daimyo's mansion at the mountain's peak was nowhere to be seen. I hope everything is fine at the daimyo's mansion. These people couldn't help but worry about their daimyo. If something happened to such a good daimyo, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. The current daimyo had no heirs, and if something unexpected happened, they really didn't know who would take over as the next daimyo. The previous shogun had caused chaos among the provinces due to not having heirs at first. The Korizumi clan even directly rebelled. If it weren't for Kazuki Sukiyaki being born later, this country might not belong to the Kazuki family. At this time, the daimyo's mansion had already begun preparations for evacuation. Such a massive thundercloud was not naturally generated, but was a result of Xia Lin's battle with the Orochi Fruit in the consciousness space. The ability to cause such a large-scale impact was because he was only one step away from fully mastering it. It had been 6 months since he obtained the Orochi Fruit, and during these 6 months, Xia Lin had focused his training on it. However, reaching this level so quickly was still somewhat unexpected for Xia Lin. "How's the situation, Lady Yukiko?" Mia and Ayam had just sent the people from the mansion away and quickly returned. Among those present, Yukiko was the strongest, followed by Mia, Ayam, and Mari. However, Jasmine now has to consider the situation of Yuriko and the others. The air feels sharp, like being pricked by needles. Ayam said with difficulty. Right now, even breathing feels like inhaling a spiky sea urchin. The three of them don't look very elegant either. Their fine long hair becoming fluffy due to a lot of static electricity, as if it might explode at any moment. Yukiko changed to a wooden hairpin and completely styled her hair up, and so did Yayoi and Ayam. "What should we do now?" Yayoi said worriedly. She is actually the same age as Yukiko, but in Xia Lin's eyes, she is still a child. "We can't be of any help. We can only watch Lord Xia Lin handle it herself," Yukiko said. She knows what has happened. Similar situations have occurred during their previous training. There was once when Xia Lin confronted the demon soul of the great mouth true god, and it caused time to snow in the Shadow Mountain. However, the impact of that incident was limited to the Deming Mansion. Now, the thunderclouds have completely enveloped Yingxiang Town and are extending even further. Even those in the Guardian Forest can see the darkening sky in the distance. Is it pouring rain over there? Who knows? It's not unusual for Julie to experience rain at any time. That's why we need to build a reservoir, right? That said, what does the heavy rain in the northern region have to do with our reservoir in the south? Boom! After a moment of silent thunder, a loud crack of lightning followed, the sound tearing through the air as if splitting it apart, and the bright purple lightning seemed to rip through the entire cloud layer in an instant. The electrical charge in the air began to spread down the mountain, and Yuki and the others could only retreat helplessly. The soldiers stationed in Yingxiang Town were running through the streets, shouting warnings. "Residents of Yingxiang Town, immediately cease all business. Return indoors and secure your doors and windows. Stay away from metal objects and do not come into contact with water sources." The situation in Yingxiang Town was exaggerated, almost like the end of the world. Jasmine, wearing rubber gloves, held a metal steel pole and forcefully drove it into the ground at the town's edge. Using metal to divert lightning was a method taught to them by Xia Lin, and now many open spaces were filled with metal poles. "Jasmine, that's enough. If you keep going, you might get struck by lightning," Yuriko exclaimed, as the thunderclouds had already spread over, and it was becoming too dangerous to stay. At this moment, the soldiers had retreated, and the once bustling Yingxiang Town had suddenly become empty. "I understand, Mom." Jasmine nodded and quickly picked up Yuriko to leave the area. Just moments after they left, several bolts of lightning struck down, connecting with the upright steel poles. The continuously discharging electricity filled them with fear. "It's so dangerous. I wish we had prepared earlier," Yuriko said, clutching her chest. At her size, it was hard to feel her heartbeat, but now it was racing rapidly. Time was tight. If it hadn't been for Lord Xia Lin waking up briefly at a critical moment, the losses could have been even greater. Jasmine sighed, "Mom, let's go meet with Sister Keiko first." Yuriko nodded. At that moment, the entire town seemed to be tinted purple by the lightning, much like the Clearlie Island soaked in the power of thunder. The storm hovering over the Deming Mansion was intimidating. What is going on? The assassins sent by the underworld leaders from places like Swerin and Kimi were now dumbfounded. To prepare thoroughly for the new year, they had long been lying in wait in Yingxiang Town, and just as the planned day was approaching, the weather in Julie had turned so strange. "Am I dreaming?" Futuru opened a small gap in the window and looked outside, then said in a daze, "Or is the climate in Julie always like this?" He had been with Suzuki Kairon and Swerin for over a decade, but he had never seen such a scene. "Impossible. I've been doing business in Julie for a year, and this is the first time I've seen weather like this. Our plan must have been exposed, angering Lord Deming." A merchant named Hanayama trembled. "I shouldn't have agreed to do this for money. The Deming of Jiuli is like a god descended to earth. We will all meet a terrible end. Shut up. Several assassins shouted, and Futuru even shoved a knife into Hanayama's mouth, knocking out several of his teeth. Hanayama clutched his mouth, blood pouring out. It's too late to regret now. Besides, where in this world is there a reincarnated god? You fool. Most of the ironware in Yingxiang town was now charged with lightning. And Yuki, Jasmine, and the others had long put away their weapons. Even the samurai of the Guardian had removed their armor. The rumbling in the sky continued. But surprisingly, it did not cause any damage. Most of the lightning that struck was drawn toward the steel poles outside the town, a result controlled by Xia Lin herself. As for the Deming mansion, there wasn't much unexpected happening there either. However, some things have been eternally changed in nature under the influence of the two bolts of lightning. It was a gem, which had originally been a light blue color. But now, under the power of the lightning, it had transformed into a crystal clear purple. In the center of the translucent gem, there even appeared a lightning pattern resembling a three-curved jade. If Xia Lin were to open his eyes at this moment, he would surely be astonished to see that this gem now completely resembled a divine eye. The lightning power contained within it was truly capable of being harnessed. However, he was currently concentrating all his energy on battling the devil fruit soul of thunder. The storm energy in the consciousness space had reached a level that was almost like thunder pollution. Fortunately, this environment was caused by Xia Lin himself, so it didn't affect him. What time is it now? Yukiko asked. She opened the window to look at the sky outside. The thunderstorm seemed to have weakened a lot, but the entire town had been engulfed by dark clouds since morning, and she had no idea what time it was now. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Jasmine took out the pocket watch she had bought overseas and glanced at it, then said, 5 o'clock? Isn't that evening? Yukiko took a second to convert Jasmine's mention of 5 o'clock in the afternoon to the timekeeping method of their country and reached this conclusion. However, Jasmine quickly shook her head. No, that's not right. Something's off. It was only then that she noticed the hands of the pocket watch in her hand were moving strangely. The hands were not made of metal, but the gears inside the watch were metallic, which Jasmine was unaware of. Due to magnetic interference, the watch had become inaccurate. It's broken. It should be evening by now. My stomach has already growled twice. Saya said, scratching her head. Ahi handed her a bowl of red bean soup to fill her stomach. Due to the urgent situation, they didn't have much time to prepare, so they temporarily hid together in Ahi's tea house. I wonder how the outcome is, Yukiko said with concern. The thunderstorm was gradually easing, but that didn't necessarily mean Xia Lin had succeeded. In fact, regardless of which side emerged victorious, the thunderstorm would slowly calm down. I'll go check on the daimyo's residence. You all wait here. Yukiko thought for a moment, then stood up, ready to go out. I want to go too, Jasmine quickly said. However, Yuriko and Keiko were a bit worried. Is it still too dangerous to talk now? The storm clouds have not dissipated. What if another thunderstorm suddenly occurs? However, if Lord Xia Lin becomes mentally exhausted every time he battles demons in the conscious world, and this time the battle even affected the real world, to put simply, Yukiko is now very concerned about Xia Lin's mental state. I should go take a look. You all stay here and wait. After thinking for a moment, Yukiko rushed out. However, at this moment, Xia Lin not only felt no discomfort, on the contrary, he had completed the full reception of the thunder fruit and was now slowly examining the gem that had been forever changed by the power of lightning. Eye of God, he could sense the power of lightning contained within the gem. However, he was puzzled that not every gem had undergone such a transformation. He held 2 gems in his hand, both of which had turned purple and could transmit electricity. The difference was that one of the gems did not have the white-purple lightning patterns inside. Moreover, the gem without patterns gave Xia Lin a very inert feeling regarding its lightning. Not active enough lightning? It seemed that this gem could not be used. As for the gem with patterns, Xia Lin looked down at it, and he had an idea in his mind. Just then, Shuizi came over, and he decided to let her try it out. However, in reality, Yukiko had just rushed out of Ahi's tea house at this moment. Xia Lin waited for quite a while before Yukiko, panting, burst into the daimyo's mansion. Seeing Xia Lin standing leisurely on the high rooftop of the mansion without any sign of thunderclouds, she let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly pounced on him. Hanging on to Xia Lin. I'm so glad you're okay. Worried about me? Because the thunderclouds had not dissipated, Yukiko said, feeling wronged. She only showed this expression in front of Xia Lin. I almost forgot. Xia Lin remembered this and quickly waved his hand to disperse the thunderclouds. After the clouds cleared, Yukiko realized it was already evening, with bright stars surrounding the narrow crescent moon. Notify them. The alert has been lifted. Yes. Yukiko nodded and took out a snail to convey the message. Yukiko, hold this. Xia Lin set Yukiko down, letting her stand properly, and placed a jade ornament engraved with lightning patterns in her palm. As Yukiko held the jade, she could feel a sharp pain emanating from it. Lord Xia Lin, what is this? If it works, it will be the Eye of God. Let's see if you can use this to unleash the power of lightning. Unleash the power of lightning? Yukiko asked, puzzled. However, when she held the Eye of God, she could indeed feel a kind of power seemingly transferring from her palm into her body. It felt tingly and numb. Tiny arcs of electricity were entwining between her fingers. When Yukiko swung her arm, she unexpectedly released a faint bolt of lightning. She exclaimed in surprise, although the lightning was weak. It was a power she had never controlled before. Perhaps it would work even better when used with a weapon. Xia Lin handed her the third generation of the ghost cutter from his waist. After Yukiko took the third generation ghost cutter, it felt as if the power of the Eye of God had been completely activated, and the entire jade stone brightened several levels. The lightning wrapping around the blade was released as Yukiko swung it, forming a lightning slash. So strong, the power of the slash has increased a lot, Yukiko marveled, but it seemed to put quite a burden on her body. No matter what kind of power it is, there is always a cost. Even one's own inherent strength, if it exceeds the limits that the body can bear, can lead to exhaustion or even muscle strains. The power of the gods is no different. Although this thing can enhance one's combat ability, it also imposes a certain burden on a user. After all, lightning itself does not have consciousness to know not to harm a user. Fortunately, compared to the enhancement of strength, this burden is relatively light. Yukiko tried it out briefly and felt only a slight numbness in her arm. While an ordinary person might not be able to withstand the voltage, a strong individual can basically ignore it. In fact, one can even use the power of lightning to activate cells, achieving the effect of strengthening the body. However, Xia Lin has not heard of any other natural type fruit users being able to do such things after awakening. Perhaps this is also an effect produced by the collision between the devil fruit and the reception of magic. Not every type of gem can become a god's eye. For example, the one he holds now, while it contains the power of lightning, cannot unleash it due to its inertia. Xia Lin has not yet figured out how to utilize this jade. If he could extract the electricity from it, even if it's cumbersome and cannot be carried around, it could serve as a battery. Perhaps Julie could enter the electrical age with this. Science and technology are productive forces. And aren't the powers of the devil fruits the same? I should find some time to polish it. It could also serve as a decorative piece to wear. Xia Lin said, if we have this, the combat power of those samurai under the heavenly command will certainly improve a lot. Shuezi said. However, Xia Lin's words made her give up this idea. It's impossible. To be honest, I don't know how it was produced either. Although the other jade stones in the daimyo's residence were also affected by the power of lightning, only this one is different. Perhaps it has something to do with the material. I'm not sure, but at least it proves one thing. It's very difficult to create a second one. So that's how it is. Shuezi nodded and didn't feel regretful. Since that's the case, it's better to leave this to someone else. Leave it for Lily or someone else. Shuezi felt that her strength was already much stronger compared to the other women. Since there is only one, it's better to leave it for others. She already had the snow blade that Xia Lin gifted her, which in her eyes was irreplaceable. Then let's give it to Yuriko. Xia Lin thought for a moment and said, Saori, Saya, and Keiko's physical fitness are not enough to use this thing. On the contrary, the originally weak Yuriko, after eating the devil fruit, barely met the requirements for physical fitness. Fox and Thunder Eye, I regret that Yuriko doesn't have pink fur. Shueziya? It's nothing. They should be coming over soon. At that time, let the servants tidy up the residence a bit, Xia Lin said. By the way, with such weather appearing this time, the common people must be very worried. We need to find a way to come up with a statement to calm them down. Otherwise, the people living in Yingxiang town might worry about their future lives. Rest assured, Lord Xia Lin, just leave this to us. Shuezi nodded quickly. I will have Yuriko and Keiko come to discuss it. A few days after the thunderstorm ended, it was already December 31st. Today is New Year's Eve. Tonight is the New Year's Eve, and after tonight, tomorrow will be the New Year. The letter sent over from Iam said that the guy will go to the temple to ring the bell tonight. In a tightly closed house, several samurai gathered together, speaking in low voices. Tonight is a good opportunity. The daimyo's outing will definitely have a large number of guards following, and the defenses inside the daimyo's residence must be very weak. Let's take this opportunity to infiltrate the daimyo's residence, one of the samurai arranged. However, even now, there are samurai who want to give up. Can we do it? The recent rumors are not good. Someone sighed and said, now there are rumors from somewhere saying that this daimyo of Kai Ri is the reincarnation of the thunder god. The true identity is me. Miketsu no kami. If you want to go against a god, isn't that too foolish? When did you become as timid as that guy from Hanayama? That person glared at him and then angrily scolded. What god? These are just lies. Since that's the case, how do we explain the thunderstorm from a few days ago? The lightning was thicker than a water barrel. I have never heard of such weather in this world. Now everyone says that the daimyo of Kairi is the embodiment of lightning. Even if it's not true, we can't possibly go against that kind of power. Are you going to back down when it comes to the critical moment? Where's your samurai spirit? I just don't want to make a meaningless sacrifice for something that is fundamentally impossible. That person's emotions also became agitated after all. We are not obligated to die for those guys from Suzuki Kaido, right? I still have a wife and children waiting for me at home. Speaking of family, the other samurai fell silent as well. Samurai also have families. Some people feel indifferent about their own deaths. But if they leave their wives and children to survive alone, the determination in their hearts would vanish. The samurai who was arguing with him stood up angrily, while the other samurai thought they might end up fighting due to the dispute, but to their surprise, he directly drew his sword and slashed down. The wound cut from the left shoulder to the right side of the waist. Intestines and blood spilled out from the cut. That person fell to the ground, unable to close his eyes until he died. Hey, you! The others were startled and were about to stand up to question the murderer, but were met with his fierce gaze. The nauseating smell of blood quickly filled the entire room. Even these samurai felt their legs weaken for a moment. For wife? We will take good care of your wife. He sneered, then turned his gaze to the other samurai. Listen carefully. If we die because of the assassination failure, Lord Suzuki will provide our families with compensation. But he pointed the bloody blade at the man lying in the pool of blood, threatening. If you back down like this coward before we even start, then wait to see your wives and daughters sold into brothels for others to enjoy. In the afternoon, Xia Lin took the women of the daimyo's residence to the temple for worship. However, he heard that Yukiko seems to have the idea of building a new temple. It is said that she plans to replace the statue of the deity with a likeness of Xia Lin and name it Mikado Raijin Shrine. This aligns with the rumors she had spread earlier. Recently, there have been rumors circulating among the people that the Lord of Julie is the reincarnation of the Thunder God, which was actually a story Yukiko secretly had someone spread. The saying, 3 people make a tiger illustrates how this unfounded rumor quickly convinced the superstitious people of Julie. What is more critical is that the people of Julie willingly chose to believe it. After all, the thunderstorm happened just a few days ago. Who else but the true Thunder God could possess such power? Naturally, this notion has become increasingly ingrained in people's minds. After such an event, the people of Julie have completely regarded Xia Lin as the embodiment of the Thunder God. In the past, when Xia Lin went out, he would only be regarded with respectful gazes. But now, if the people of Julie see him by the roadside, they might even kneel down immediately. Yukiko is quite satisfied with the behavior of these people. However, the other lords from different regions, and even the general from the capital of flowers, are not necessarily pleased about this, especially Kei Getsu Yashiaki. If all the lords consider themselves as deities, where would that leave him as a general? However, he would not get into a conflict with the people of Julie over such a trivial matter. In his view, it was merely the self-entertainment of the Julie people. Other villagers from different towns would not acknowledge this Thunder God. These pointless rumors seemed insignificant compared to the offerings that Julie could present each year. However, Xuanyu and Yoan seems to be planning to forge a large knife as a gift and then visit Julie. Kei gets his sukiyaki pondered while stroking his chin. Xuanyu and Yoan had just returned to Suzu a few days ago, and he actually understood why the other party wanted to build a good relationship with Julie. However, a large knife? The last time Julie's daimyo brought a gift worth 10,000 ryo, we only returned a quick knife. If Suzu really produced a large knife now, it would make our Hanazono side seem too stingy. Sukiyaki's retainer whispered. The last quick knife was already a bit stingy after all. I didn't expect Julie's daimyo to come with a gift worth 10,000 ryo. Sukiyaki sighed and focused his gaze on the second-generation Onit. Then he shook his head again. The second-generation Onit won't do. The significance of this knife is different. Should I also try to return to my old profession? Sukiyaki thought. But this idea was still vetoed by his own retainer. Lord Shogun, your health is important. Julie's daimyo is also considered your retainer. Don't say 10,000 ryo. Even if he brought out 100,000 ryo, it would be appropriate. Why do you need to consider these things? You're right, Sukiyaki nodded. All right, let's go ring the bell first. Zong. The melodious sound of the bronze bell spread from the temple. Xia Lin struck it 108 times, symbolizing the disappearance of 108 troubles. To be honest, he didn't quite like this religious atmosphere. For someone like him, why seek blessings from a fictional deity? He participated in this activity solely to accompany Yukiko and others. Let's go back. As the sky began to darken, Xia Lin asked the happily playing Mari and others to prepare to return. Yuriko seemed to believe in gods and had hung many Emma and prayed for safety. Yuriko, if you're going to pray to a god, you might as well pray to me. After all, I am now the thunder god of Julie. Xia Lin said with a smile. Yuriko chuckled. In fact, Xia Lin's power at this moment might indeed seem godlike to ordinary people. However, due to the closeness between them, Yuriko felt no such sensation. A god should be a high and mighty idol, not someone you can reach out and touch, or even share a bed with. Then, Thunder God, could you let my daughter conceive a child sooner? Yuriko jokingly made a wish to Xia Lin. This woman now even dared to tease Xia Lin. Let's talk about it in 30 years, Xia Lin replied. He currently had no intention of raising a child. And thanks to his ability to return life, he could perfectly control this matter without any accidents. In 30 years, I'll be a grandmother. Don't worry, you want to become a grandmother. When they returned to the daimyo's residence, Ayam and Yayoi were already waiting for him at the door. Lord Xia Lin, those people have been captured. Ayam and Yayoi were referring to those assassins. Just when Xia Lin was heading to the temple, these individuals had planned to infiltrate the daimyo's residence. They originally thought that with Ayam and Yayoi's support, they wouldn't be exposed. However, they didn't expect that Ayam and Yayoi had already set a trap, and now those people had been caught. Xia Lin nodded. In fact, he wasn't very interested in these small fry. The reason he hadn't immediately killed them was that he still needed to use them to rescue Ayam's daughter and Yayoi's sister. Take this. Xia Lin took out a white snake and handed it over. The white snake coiled around Ayam's wrist as it followed Xia Lin's arm, then slipped in her sleeve. How to deal with those people is up to you. Understood? Ayam nodded. She and Yayoi already had a plan. The two brought the little snake to the front of the cage, and as soon as the trapped samurai saw them, they immediately showed their hostility and cursed. Ayam, Yayoi, you two actually betrayed your husbands and submitted to the enemy. Don't you feel ashamed? You despicable women. Shut up. Ayam glared at them coldly, slowly walking closer with a contemptuous smile on her face. She raised her left hand, with the white snake coiling around it, lifting its head and flicking its tongue. Her right hand gently stroked the cold head of the white snake. This demeanor inexplicably reminded the samurai of the term venomous beauty. Speaking of shame, Suzuki Kaido threatens me with my daughter. That man is the one who should feel ashamed, Ayam said with disgust. As for betrayal, it sounded as if they had ever submitted to each other. Since you know your daughter's life is still in the boss's hands, why do such things? Don't you care about her well-being? And you, Yayoi, isn't your sister the same? You don't need to worry about that. No. It should be said that this matter should be of more concern to you. Ayam walked to the cage and placed the white snake on the ground. The little white snake suddenly shot out like a white lightning bolt and bit into the necks of those men. Rescue our daughters and sisters. Kill Suzuki Kaido and the other underworld leaders, and then commit seppuku. That is your fate, Ayam said coldly. After the new year, the somewhat flavorless Julie calmed down. Ayam and Yayoi both rescued their daughters and sisters. When those assassins returned, they displayed the head of their boss to the public. For Kimi, Tidon, and Suzu, this new year was like a nightmare. With the death of the underworld leader, his subordinates naturally became disorganized, and fights for power broke out everywhere. However, these matters were completely irrelevant to Ayam and Yayoi, who were already in Julie. In fact, they even found some satisfaction in it. Now, 5-year-old Ayam, who was Ayam's daughter, had become the darling of the daimyo's residence, mainly because Yuriko was very fond of her. Perhaps wanting to have a child with Xia Lin, but unable to, Yuriko transferred her affection for children to Ayam. By March, news came from Baiwu that the construction of the hidden port had been completed. Keigetsu Mitsuda had returned to Kagyoko town with his followers in mid-February, as he couldn't wait to set sail. Of course, including the ship and the navigators and sailors. These could only be considered as Xia Lin renting them. The price remained the same. Keigetsu Mitsuda needed to help Xia Lin find the devil fruit. Since it was essentially like buying a ship, Keigetsu Mitsuda decided to have the ship built in his preferred style. Under his command, a not-so-aesthetic catamaran appeared. The sailboat looked like a ship version of Keigetsu Mitsuda, with a large black bowl-like structure at the bow, exactly like his hairstyle. Although Xia Lin couldn't stand Keigetsu Mitsuda, this kid was currently working for him, and Xia Lin was not stingy with the materials for building the ship. Just thinking about setting sail soon made Keigetsu Mitsuda extremely excited, and he visited the daimyo's residence every few days. But each time he was met with a cold reception. Jinbe and others were actually 1,000% unwilling for Kei Gitsu Mitsuda to set sail. But the current situation was already beyond their control, so they naturally followed along. After all, there was nothing worth missing in Wano, and if there really was, it would be the warm and hospitable courtesans in the Julie Waikaku. The date for setting sail was set for 3 days later, and now it was time to pack up quickly. Chuan Zero said, generally speaking, it takes quite a bit of time to travel from Kuri to Hakuba. However, this is calculated based on the speed of ordinary people. If we hurry, we could reach Hakuba by tomorrow morning. We have no luggage, so let's set off now. Kazuki Odin impatiently said, a very gruesome scar visible on his face. This was left from a challenge he made to Xia Lin when he returned to Yingxiang town not long ago. Now that Xia Lin's name as the Thunder God has spread throughout Kuri, he indeed saw terrifying thunderclouds in the distant sky while guarding the forest. So he wanted to test Xia Lin's strength. As a result, he was severely injured by Xia Lin's full-force strike in a completely engaged state. The wound on his chest was a large area burned by lightning and torn by sword energy, leaving an unhealable scar. This was also the first time he witnessed Xia Lin's full power, which could almost be said to rival a natural disaster. Compared to when he had just turned back into a human, Xia Lin's strength had improved tremendously. After working hard in Kuri for almost a year, I haven't saved a single penny. Whose fault do you think that is, Lord Odin? Chuan Zero said angrily. Even the funds for this sea expedition were provided by Kuri's daimyo. And on top of that, Lord Odin, you challenged the daimyo and ended up losing. Treatment also costs money. Odin awkwardly turned his face away to avoid looking at him. Chuan Zero took a deep breath, looking a bit fatigued. I'm not worried about the money, but Lord Odin, could you please not be so impulsive in the future? It's one thing to get injured fighting that Sake Temaru, but when you fought the daimyo, I thought you were going to die. I'm sorry. I didn't know he was that strong. He was just like the real Miketsu. Kazuki Odin recalled the scene at the time. In fact, he felt that in terms of flow cherry and sword techniques, he should be able to match Xia Lin. But the power of that lightning was truly terrifying. That guy, he's simply a monster, Kinnaman shivered. Now he no longer wondered how Xia Lin made Sake Temaru submit. There might be even stronger enemies overseas, Lord Odin. You must not act recklessly again, Kanjiro advised. I know, you guys are really annoying. Let us hurry up and set sail, Odin said displeased. Although he acknowledged Xia Lin's strength, being constantly reminded of it by others made him feel a bit irritated, as if he was completely out of his depth. By the way, Aizu and Kikunajo are also going, right? The open sea can be quite dangerous, Kinnaman said with concern. At first, these two little baggage carriers were not very well liked. However, after years of getting along, their bond had grown strong. Therefore, Kinnaman was somewhat worried about their safety. There's no one to take care of them if they stay behind. Chuan Zero said helplessly, and don't underestimate Aizu and little Kiku. They've improved significantly now. A group of people set off with just a little clothing. By noon the next day, Kazuki Odin arrived at an underground port. Isn't this similar to the secret passage I discovered a few years ago? Odin said, though the size was much larger. A few years ago, when the flower capital faced a severe drought, he discovered a small path leading to the sea. But due to his lack of sailing skills, he couldn't escape. In fact, that experience made him realize the harsh reality. Without a navigator, even if a ship and port were placed right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to leave Wano. Inside the underground port, he saw his own ship, the Odenmaru. The sails were not raised, but according to Xia Lin's request, it was adorned with a lightning pattern resembling 3 comma-shaped jewels. Originally, Kazuki Odin wanted to use the Kazuki clan's family crest. However, only Kanjiro was willing to help him paint it, and this guy deliberately used his left hand to draw, making it so ugly that even Sukiyaki couldn't be recognized. Not to mention Odin, even a dog would find it repulsive. Hey, are you all my navigators and sailors? Since everyone is here, why not set sail now? Odin shouted when he saw many people moving around on the deck of the Odenmaru. No, the scheduled departure date is 2 days later, and there are still many supplies that aren't ready. We don't want to die by setting sail recklessly. The navigator leaned against the deck and immediately refuted Kazuki Odin's words. Hey, I'm the captain, right? Even if you're the captain, you have to listen to the navigator. It's not that a captain must obey the navigator's orders. However, setting sail without preparing supplies is practically suicide. No one can predict how long they would sail on the sea once they set out, even with a record pointer. The current ships mainly rely on wind and ocean currents for movement. In the ever-changing New World climate, this is very unstable. Even strong individuals can fall ill, especially from typical diseases like scurvy. Once all the supplies were ready, it was finally time to set sail. Kazuki Odin stood at the bow, hands on his hips, eagerly like a strong sailor, braving the wind and waves. However, in reality, his ship was not large, and there were currently no winds or waves. What's that ship over there? Kinemon looked around and saw a huge ship docked at the port. Compared to that ship, their Odemaru looked like a toy. That's the daimyo's exclusive ship, the Death Star. The money from selling all of you wouldn't even be enough to buy a mast from it. A sailor on the Odemaru said. Of course, he was referring to Xia Lin. How rude of you. I'm not lying. That ship is made from the legendary treasure tree atom. From the keel to the mast. Just the mast alone is worth over 100 million berries, which would be equivalent to tens of thousands of gold in your Inazuma currency. This price left Odin and the others dumbfounded. But he also noticed that the sailor referred to them as Inazuma. After Xia Lin requested everyone to leave Wano, they had to claim they were from Inazuma. But the key point was the U. Are you from overseas? Isn't that obvious? The sailors from your country are simply terrible. The sailor shook his head and said, these people were sailors and navigators recruited from overseas by Kinemon, and of course, they were all trustworthy. Xia Lin would never forget to use the Great Serpent Seal on these people. After all, the sea had always been forbidden, and even the inland sea of Inazuma was usually restricted for navigation. Hey, tell me more about overseas. Kazuki Odin became enthusiastic, although they were about to set sail soon. This made him even more impatient. A group of people gathered together as if they were holding a banquet. The Odemaru slowly began to sail out of the port. The internal structure of the is different from the water city. The key point is that Wano does not have the technology to freely adjust water levels like the water city. In reality, it is at the same height as the sea level of the outside world. After the ship docked, the sailors disembarking would take an elevator back to Wano Country. A very primitive elevator. Kazuki Odin listened to the sailors' past experiences while watching the distant, rushing waterfall that seemed to split open like a blade, and his narrow eyes began to change. He felt as if his entire chest was about to explode. The vast ocean outside seemed endless, threatening to burst his heart. This time, he couldn't focus on the sailor stories at all. He jumped back to the bow of the ship in a few steps, spreading his arms to embrace the sea breeze. Look, this is the real ocean. It can't be compared to the inland sea of Wano. As for Wano, are you missing a screw in your head? The sailor stood up helplessly and walked aside, shouting, quick, keep your eyes peeled. We're about to enter an area filled with whirlpools and reefs. The sailors on the ship became tense. This was not Wano's inland sea. The reefs and whirlpools surrounding this country made it almost inaccessible. Many ships could easily be smashed against the rocks or swallowed by the whirlpools with just a little carelessness. At such times, one should remain vigilant, not stand at the bow like a fool in a posture that could lead to capsizing. The whole ship became busy, especially for the first-timers like Kinemon, who were in a flurry, barely making it past this natural barrier, lying on the deck like dogs. Sailing on the sea is not easy. This is just the beginning, the sailor mocked. Moreover, they passed this barrier unharmed because they already knew the right route. Otherwise, bumps and scrapes would be absolutely unavoidable. You guys really are something else. The sailor shook his head, glanced at the temporarily calm sea, and said, since we have some downtime, let me tell you about the dangers overseas. Besides the ocean itself, there are pirates and the navy. These are two opposing forces. And the strongest pirate in the world right now is that Rox. The sailor spoke confidently, as he himself was once a pirate, although it was already 1486. The battle at God Valley had not officially begun. Considering Buggy's birthday is in August, the God Valley battle is likely to happen in September or at the end of the year. However, no one knew this. Even Xia Lin only occasionally checked the newspapers, waiting for that giant to fall. After briefly mentioning some precautions, the sailor felt a bit uneasy, seeing Kazuki Odin's eager expression. Challenging these monsters was completely foolish, like Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Wang Ji. Even if Xia Lin went all out, he might not have a guaranteed victory. Not to mention those people often gathered together, and any misstep could lead to being surrounded. With Kazuki Odin's strength, just encountering a high-ranking officer of Rox would make him kneel. Even the elders who did not become Yonko later had formidable strength. In the coming decades, Wang Ji would remain entrenched on Pirate Island. Even Blackbeard, who had the power of 2 devil fruits, had to rely on a bit of luck to occupy Pirate Island. In short, we need to avoid those great pirates. Don't forget your mission is to help Lord Mingshun find the devil fruits. The sailor took out a sea chart and handed it to them. In the New World, the purpose of a sea chart is not to provide directions, but to indicate which areas should be avoided. That said, how are we going to find the devil fruits? Aren't they very rare? We have informants. If intelligence arises that requires us to go, we will be notified, the sailor said. Otherwise, there are no restrictions. It's a matter of luck. After the construction of the harbor, The progress of Kaido's power accumulation on the other side rapidly accelerated. However, this is also relative. In the original work, he became a general and, after cooperating with Kaido, made Kazuki Oden dance for nearly 5 years. This matter cannot be rushed. If one truly wants to accomplish something great, one must not be impatient. However, Xia Lin didn't care much about the situation with Black Charcoal Snake. In Xia Lin's view, everything is built on strength. Although he has already achieved very powerful strength with his full efforts, as long as there is room for improvement, he should continue to move forward. Compared to his fruit ability, his haki is a complete shortcoming, even though his armament haki has reached the level of internal destruction. And his observation haki has been significantly enhanced due to the amplification of the Thunder Fruit. It is still not enough. As for the Conqueror's haki, he has no reference point at all, making it almost impossible for him to consciously train it. However, he has noticed that his Conqueror's haki is continuously improving. In terms of haki alone, Xia Lin is still quite far from the pinnacle of this world. The power of haki is the power of the heart and the will. In battle, it often has the effect of quick breakthroughs. However, in Wano, there are basically no opponents that can make him go all out. After the Thunder Fruit was received, Xia Lin originally wanted to focus on the Great Mouth God. However, at this time, Black Charcoal Mushy sent a message saying that she had found a Devil Fruit, a Zoan-type bat fruit, mythical beast form, vampire type. It is already on its way back. Did you find it so quickly? Xia Lin asked in surprise. In fact, it wasn't very quick. It had been almost a year since he first mentioned this fruit to Black Charcoal Mushy. However, Xia Lin originally expected to find it within 2 or 3 years, which he considered fast. Yes, according to Mushy, she encountered some archaeologists while selling gold from the Golden Country in the black market, and later used their knowledge to locate this fruit. Xuezi summarized what Black Charcoal Mushy had relayed. The key is that Lord Xia Lin, you provided a lot of information, including the location of Suegu Town. As long as you are willing to search, you can always find it. That's true, but in that case, the reception of the Great Mouth God will have to be postponed for a while, Xia Lin said with a smile. He hadn't felt any changes in his appearance over the past 2 years. It's possible that his situation is very special, so he wouldn't easily age. However, others are different. Yukiko has changed a lot in the past 2 years. Even her body has grown significantly. Speaking of which, Xia Lin suddenly remembered that this year Yukiko turns 18. At this age, Yukiko herself feels a bit indifferent, thinking there's nothing special about it. However, in Xia Lin's view, only after this birthday will Yukiko truly be considered an adult. Since it is such an important day, he should carefully prepare a gift for her. For this reason, he specifically went to Ghost Island to bring back the accumulated animal-type devil fruits, planning to choose one to create a fantasy creature as a gift for her. The strength of the creature is secondary. The most important thing is that it has to be aesthetically pleasing. In the end, Xia Lin chose a bird fruit, in the form of a blissful bird. The one about to consume this fruit is a Shiba Inu caught from the Guardian Forest. This fox doesn't have any special skills. It just has very flowing fur, and the fur on its legs and tail is fluffy like clouds, resembling a lion a bit. This Shiba Inu is quite small in size. However, before feeding, Xia Lin suddenly thought of something. What if instead of feeding, he directly extracted the animal soul from the devil fruit? Could he create a capability user like himself who is not afraid of water? This idea is essentially allowing others to possess the ability to receive powers. Moreover, if successful, it might even create a true magical beast. Xuezi, I have another idea. Go give me a few devil fruits. The least useful kind will do. Xia Lin put down the Shika Inu, and Saori, who had been standing aside, immediately bent down to pick it up. Saori, you go bring some animals too. Xuezi nodded and picked out some more ordinary devil fruits. Among them were a few Inu fruits and some lizard fruits. Saori brought over a batch of pigeons. What are you going to do, Lord Xia Lin? Just a little experiment. Xia Lin did not answer directly, but picked up a fruit, and a purple, glowing magic circle appeared under his feet. Both Saori and Xuezi recognized this as a sign that Xia Lin was going to receive something. However, they couldn't understand why Lord Xia Lin wanted to receive these fruits. But soon they would find out. Xia Lin extracted a constantly twisting, translucent object from the devil fruit, which at first glance looked like a blob of viscous mercury. However, it slowly transformed into the shape of a puppy. It's an Akita, Saori whispered. Then they saw Xia Lin stuff this object into the body of a pigeon. Soon, the pigeon's body began to change, with the half-dog, half-bird appearance constantly shifting. After a while of adaptation, its form stabilized at a half-bird, half-dog shape, looking very comical. Since the pigeon couldn't defeat the animal soul of the canine, It could only maintain a semi-received state. Ah, so ugly. Saori exclaimed in shock. Next, Xia Lin took some sea prism stone to prove that the pigeon in this form would not be affected by it. However, just as Xia Lin was about to try and see if he could stuff the animal soul of the second fruit into its body, an accident occurred. The pigeon's body exploded as if filled with fireworks. Can't two animal souls be used at the same time? After all, only Xia Lin could use the reception magic. Others couldn't receive multiple animal souls. Then, what if he received one and then ate a devil fruit? Or instead of using a devil fruit, directly use a real animal soul? Xia Lin had several ideas he wanted to verify, so he took this opportunity to try them all out. As for those ordinary animal-type devil fruits, he didn't mind. However, looking at the blood that splattered earlier, Xia Lin decided to move the experiment to another location. Call someone to clean this up. Xia Lin moved the experiment site to the training ground. Jasmine was practicing swordsmanship with her sisters, Iris and Yayoi. When they saw Xia Lin, they stopped and came over to greet him. Initially, they were quite interested in what Xia Lin was going to do. But after witnessing a pigeon explode right in front of them, their expressions changed to something less pleasant. Although among those present, only Yayoi's younger sister, July, had never seen blood, the little pigeon's death was indeed a bit cruel and disgusting. However, after testing, Xia Lin also came to a conclusion. First, after receiving the soul of a devil fruit, consuming another devil fruit will also result in an explosion of the body. Second, the soul of a paramecia-type devil fruit cannot be transferred to other targets using the reception magic, including the souls of real animals. In other words, only the demon souls of zoan-type devil fruits can be transferred to other subjects using reception magic, allowing the recipient to gain the ability without side effects. However, because the experimental subjects are pigeons, only incomplete reception can be achieved. If it were changed to humans, perhaps it could be completed in 3 transformations like a true zoan-type ability user. This still requires finding someone to conduct the experiment, until it can be confirmed safe. Xia Lin will not use this on anyone around her. Afterwards, Xia Lin fused the animal soul of the pleasure bird fruit with the Shiba Inu. Thus, a rare beast with wings resembling colorful flowing clouds appeared before everyone. So amazing, so beautiful. Saori's eyes sparkled. Whether it is the fruit or the kamenu, both were carefully selected by Xia Lin, completely different from the pigeon dog used in previous experiments. The rare beast before him was influenced by both the fruit and its original form, causing its fur to turn iridescent. The feathers, originally bird-like, were affected by the characteristics of the kamenu, making it appear like large, colorful clouds. It looked like a griffin with colorful wings, much more beautiful than that Pegasus. Jasmine recalled some unpleasant memories. Lord Xia Lin, what is this going to be used for? Yukiko asked, looking at the creature whose name she didn't even know. She was still unaware that Xia Lin was preparing a gift for her. Let us keep this at the daimyo's mansion for now, Xia Lin said after thinking for a moment. Although he originally intended to give it to Yukiko, now that he had confirmed that his idea could be successful, there was no need to be so conservative. I'll go out for a bit, Xia Lin said, then picked up a devil fruit and left on a cloud under everyone's gaze. Xia Lin's target was a creature called Atlantean Skua, but this creature also had another name, Blue Dragon. Its appearance resembled that of a wind dragon. If combined with a certain bird-type devil fruit, it could create a dragon-like creature capable of operating in land, sea, and air. He wondered if he would be able to find it, but this creature should exist. He muttered to himself. The variety of creatures in the world of One Piece far exceeded those in the world he lived in before, with many creatures evolving in completely new directions. However, searching for such a creature in the vast ocean was like finding a needle in a haystack. The wind dragon was just Xia Lin's first choice. If he truly couldn't find it, he could also try to create other creatures, such as the giant serpent Ouroboros or the Rook Dragon King, which could still be found if only based on similar appearances. At this moment, Xia Lin was moving through the sea in the form of a fisherman. Besides some rather disgusting animals, he had received the souls of various animals, including fish species. At this point, Xia Lin looked a bit like the Lord of the Stormy River in On Myoji, just missing a fish under his feet. Half a month later, Xia Lin successfully found his target. A gigantic blue dragon appeared before him, perhaps due to the different world. The originally less than 8 centimeters long blue dragon had reached over 10 meters in length in this world. Its 6 massive tentacles spread out like sea anemones. This was a very beautiful creature, but also very dangerous. Despite its much larger size in this world, its method of attack remained powerful venom. Thinking about it, Xia Lin felt that the creature he was about to create was not Teverin, but rather the demon dragon Durin. However, There's no way around it. Most of the monsters in Teyvat possess elemental powers, but ordinary animal-type fruits do not have such abilities. Illusory beasts can achieve that, but spending such treasures on these creatures would be a waste. While Xia Lin was lost in thought, this big guy also noticed him. From its perspective, Xia Lin's height was no different from the food it usually eats. In fact, this Atlanticus is not particularly large in the ocean. Compared to the deep-sea creatures or the sea kings, it is simply miniature. Be quiet, little guy. Because he was in merman form at that moment, Xia Lin could hear the sounds it made. He could even communicate with marine creatures to a certain extent. However, it seems that this enormous blue dragon has no intention of communicating. It lunges directly at Xia Lin, its massive abdomen propelling through the water like a ship's, or generating enough thrust to charge at him. Xia Lin's body drifts with the current, easily dodging the creature's attack. Immediately after, he opens his palm as if he is holding the entire current in his hand. With a shake of his arm, the waters in this area flip over like a complete bedspread. The blue dragon is also flipped over. Xia Lin gives it a little lesson to make it more obedient. The best way to deal with beasts is to subdue them with force. Soon, this giant lowers its head and submits at his feet. Xia Lin extracts the soul from the devil fruit, but this time there is a slight mishap. The blue dragon shows resistance to the soul in Xia Lin's hand, causing the process to be a bit difficult. It seems that if the creature itself resists, it is impossible to forcibly insert the devil's soul into its body. Xia Lin thought. The pigeons in a mansion were controlled by Saori with dumplings, so they wouldn't resist, but this blue dragon is different. After putting in some effort, a blue giant dragon is finally born. From today on, you shall be called Tevelin. Xia Lin stands on its back as Tevelin vibrates its 3 pairs of wings. Its originally anemone-like abdomen transforms into massive wings. This enormous blue-green pterosaur flies from the ocean into the sky. The wings connect the seawater and the clouds in the sky. However, although it is called a dragon, it has no relation to the creature known as a dragon at all. The only similarity is its appearance. Tuolin roars as it flies in the air. It originally belonged to the ocean, but after acquiring the bird fruit in a golden eagle form, flying seems to have become its instinct. With 3 pairs of wings, it has even surpassed the golden eagle in flight. Each flap of its wings creates a strong wind. At the same time, its wings are waterproof, allowing it to maintain its presence in the ocean. In this form, Tuolin's body remains blue, and its head resembles that of an eagle, but is also blue. If there is a difference compared to the real Tuolin, it is that it only has 2 hind claws. Its claws look quite similar to eagle claws, but they're deep blue in color. Compared to its claws, Xia Lin feels more regret that it cannot master elemental power. However, this may be supplemented by haki. In this world, even animals can potentially master haki. The Conqueror's haki is hard to say. However, the armament haki and observation haki usually pose no problem. Let's go, Teverin, back to Wano Country now. Xia Lin sat on his back, and the animals in this world have high intelligence. Although they cannot compare to fully developed adult brains, they should be comparable to children around 10 years old. After submitting to Xia Lin, Teverin naturally did not dare to disobey his commands. However, the Tuolin, not counting its tail, is already over 10 meters long, but how to accommodate it is not a problem. Julie already has a large enough area. Although the Southern Guardian Forest is under development, there is still a vast area that remains in its original state. Not to mention there is also the Appiato, which is an uninhabited land. If it really doesn't work, it can live in the inland sea of the Land of Harmony. After all, it is originally a marine creature. When Xia Lin returned to Julie riding Tuolin, he did not deliberately hide his tracks. Instead, he directly sat on Tuolin's back and landed inside the daimyo's residence. People in other parts of Julie only saw a huge creature soaring through the sky, resembling a monster yet extremely beautiful, like a blooming blue flower from the other shore. But because it was too far away, they could not see the whole picture. Only the people living in Yingxiang town saw the giant flying dragon's wings cover the city up close, and then it landed inside the daimyo's residence. Those with sharp eyes even saw Xia Lin sitting steadily on Tuolin's back. Thus, the news quickly spread. The people of Julie were willing to believe that Xia Lin was truly the divine envoy of the Raijin, and naturally, they were willing to believe that the inexplicable events happening around Xia Lin were miracles. Therefore, the panic caused by Tuolin was very brief. People believed it was a divine beast or monster tamed by Xia Lin. After all, the corpse of the giant serpent that Xia Lin had slain was still outside the city. So the appearance of such a monster did not seem like a big deal. Instead, Yukiko and others were quite frightened. Xia Lin had left the Land of Harmony half a month ago. Although Yukiko knew he was mostly out at sea looking for suitable creatures to create a magical being like the cotton candy griffin with colorful fur. This name was given later by Jasmine, who had tasted the cotton candy during that time at sea. However, because of the adorable cotton candy creature, Yukiko and others thought that the creature Xia Lin brought back this time would be equally cute, but in reality, it was quite the opposite. While Tulin's appearance seemed aesthetically pleasing, it also evoked a sense of terror. Its colors were dreamy, and its form was graceful, but the sense of power contained within was undeniable. Lord Xia Lin, Yukiko said slowly as she saw Xia Lin on the dragoness back, and then she sheathed her sword. Its name is Tulin. It is a gift I present to you. Xia Lin jumped down from above. Tulin lowered its noble head, its wings slightly folding in a poised manner, but Yukiko was somewhat taken aback. A gift for me? She exclaimed, her eyes wide in surprise. She believed that this creature, resembling a dragon and an eagle, seemingly a blend of angel and devil, should only be worthy of someone of Xia Lin's noble status. It's a coming-of-age gift. This is a very important day, Xia Lin said firmly. A coming-of-age gift. Does that mean I will also receive one? Upon hearing this, Jasmine became excited. She was a year younger than Yukiko, and by next year, she too would reach adulthood. Jasmine. Yuriko was somewhat annoyed by her reaction. Yes, everyone will have one, Xia Lin nodded, as he originally planned to create some unique creatures. So the quantity was not an issue at all. Not just Jasmine and Saya, but even Keiko and Yuriko, both over 18, would also receive one. I just need the cotton candy, Saori said softly. Her personality was completely opposite to her sister Saya's. Now the little cotton candy was being held by her, and everyone had been enamored with it for the past half-month. So, Jasmine and Saya began chattering about what kind of pets would be best. They both preferred the more powerful types, and the key was that Tulin indeed looked very cool. However, Huizi and Yuriko prefer the cute type even more. Don't underestimate their combat capabilities, Xia Lin reminded. As for Tevelin, with its size and strength, along with its powerful venom, it can become a formidable fighter with just a bit of training. Even the cotton candy is the same. Let's not forget it was originally a shikigami. Shikigami grow very large when they reach adulthood, easily several meters tall when lying down. Their massive size brings immense destructive power, and they would not lose to ancient species. It would be absurd to only use them as mascots or transportation. Indeed, after all, it consumed a devil fruit, so it should at least become a combat force. Yukiko nodded. She was already planning to train these creatures. A few days later, Yukiko's birthday officially arrived. After creating Tevelin, Xia Lin temporarily stopped producing new illusionary creatures and shifted his focus to the Eye of God that had occasionally formed before. Later, he gifted that Eye of God to Yuriko. However, looking back now, although this thing can give people power, it does not improve a person's physical fitness. In fact, using it beyond capacity may even cause harm to the body. Rather than calling it the Eye of God, it would be more accurate to call it the Evil Eye. However, Xia Lin also discovered that this side effect had a minimal burden on the strong. Especially when the user possessed the armament haki, it could even be negligible. Xia Lin temporarily shifted his focus to the Evil Eye. Although he had changed his research direction for the time being, the birth of that evil eye seemed to be just an isolated case. He then attempted to replicate it, but ended up with a kind of inert stone similar to the one from the hunter. It seemed that the power of lightning was sealed inside the gem, feeling like a battery. Xia Lin thought to himself. In fact, it was no longer just a feeling, but a fact. He tried connecting two steel wires to both ends and found that there was indeed a current flowing through. However, Xia Lin was well aware that this thing might not be entirely the same as a battery in principle. But that didn't matter. At least their utility was the same. Perhaps this could help Julie enter the electrical age. Xia Lin even had bolder ideas, such as attempting to create a series. Trying to make a thunder god? Of course, he was never good at research in this area, and it would be impossible to find someone knowledgeable even throughout Julie or the Wano Country. If these people knew about universal gravitation, Xia Lin would be impressed. However, such talents do not exist in Wano Country, but they do exist overseas. This is a world with very peculiar technological development. On the surface, it seems like the technology is still in the medieval period. However, in certain aspects, it has developed rapidly, even without mentioning the person known as Vegapunk, who is said to be 500 years ahead of the world. There are quite a few individuals who possess some incomprehensible technologies. Human modification, pure gold, and Pluto. Among these, human modification and Pluto can still be explained scientifically. However, pure gold is completely related to mysticism. Xia Lin believes that calling it alchemy would not be an exaggeration. Before the world government ruled this world, there were even older civilizations, and some creations cannot be explained by existing science. If the powers of the devil fruits could be combined with the powers of science, there might be unexpected gains. Unfortunately, as ancient civilizations came to an end, the technologies they left behind seemed to have completely disappeared as well. The all-knowing tree murmured. Originally, he had not thought much about this place. In his impression, most scholars of the all-knowing tree were well-versed in history, leaning more towards the humanities and social sciences rather than the natural sciences. The all-knowing tree is over 5,000 years old, and it should have recorded the history and technology of the great kingdoms. However, now these seem to be nowhere to be found, likely because the world government erased not only history, but also those advanced technologies. Otherwise, those scholars would not have been completely wiped out without any means to fight back. In fact, later famous scientists, including Vegapunk, also did not seem to have originated from O'Hara. This made him gradually calm down. Instead of focusing on the all-knowing tree, he might as well turn his attention to the seabed of the inner sea, where treasure was waiting for him to excavate. Ancient weapons, Hades. He wasn't very interested in Hades, but he could draw inspiration from its technology and then modify it. Once he thought of this, he immediately began to take action. So Tulin had an additional task every day besides training, which was to salvage Hades from the inner sea. Xia Lin also dived down with Tulin once, but the size of Hades was simply too large. It was a gigantic battleship, making it difficult to lift it from the sea. Moreover, even if they managed to lift it, it would be hard not to attract attention. Hades was not the only secret buried in the deep sea. Xia Lin was not very interested in things beyond technology. However, he thought it would be a good idea to build a laboratory on the seabed of the inner sea, specifically for researching Hades. However, this is a major project. Not to mention anything else, he doesn't even have researchers. It seems that we need to send Black Carbon Mukin to find some researchers to come back. Xia Lin quickly contacted Black Carbon Mukin. After a few beeps from the phone bug, it emitted a Jia sound and transformed into the appearance of Black Carbon Mukin. Xia, Lord Xia Lin. The voice of Black Carbon Mukin sounded a bit strange. It sounded a bit fearful. This made Xia Lin put aside what had just happened. You look a bit strange. What happened, Mukin? There was a small situation, Lord Xia Lin. I'm already doing my best to resolve it. From the appearance of the phone bug, Xia Lin could see that Black Carbon Mukin's posture was even more humble at this moment. At this time, Black Carbon Mukin felt an immense sense of guilt and anger inside. This guilt was directed towards Xia Lin because she had messed up a task. What exactly happened? Xia Lin was not satisfied with her answer. Yes, on the other end of the line, Black Carbon Mukin almost bent her hunched back down to the floor as she answered in a dry, hoarse, and trembling voice. I am very sorry, Lord Xia Lin. We lost the vampire fruit. A group of pirates encountered our returning ship and stole the fruit. Hearing the cold voice beside her, Black Carbon Mukin quickly lowered her head and humbly said, Please don't worry, Lord Xia Lin. I've already dispatched all our forces to pursue them. Kazuki Odin and the others are also on their way, and we will definitely get the fruit back. At this moment, Black Carbon Mukin felt an immense sense of guilt. As a servant, she had messed up the task entrusted to her by Xia Lin, and it was truly hard to atone for her mistake, even if she were to die. Because of this, Black Carbon Mukin did not choose to inform Xia Lin at the first moment after the incident occurred. Instead, she intended to rely on her own strength to get it back. This matter should not have troubled Xia Lin. However, it was actually a foolish decision. Who could guarantee that the fruit would not be eaten by someone else? Xia Lin's voice became cold. Tell me your location, as well as the identity and location of that group of pirates. Black Carbon Mukin quickly stated her location and that of the group of pirates. Her own location was not important. What mattered was the location of that group of pirates. And that's where the trouble arose. These people were under the command of Rox. Now, more than half of the big pirates in the New World have already been taken under Rock's wing. Golden Lion, Big Mom, Whitebeard, Kaido, Wang Ji. Even after Rock's downfall, they have dominated this sea for nearly 40 years. The Navy and the world government have not truly dealt with the Rock's pirates. They have only eliminated Rox as a threat. That guy, even as death approached, is still making enemies? Xia Lin said coldly. However, he also knew that this matter was definitely not instructed by Rox himself, but rather an accident. It was just that one of his pirates happened to see the ship of the Kurizumi family, and then started doing their usual business. Captain Shiki, we have found something good. Kazuki Odin and Kurizumi Kanjuro are chasing after those pirates, but they are ultimately a step too late. This group of people is under Shiki's command, and as soon as they discovered the devil fruit, they contacted him. In fact, there are quite a few devil fruits in the Grand Line. After all, the abilities of the fruits are all kinds of strange. Who knows what odd things might be a type of ability? Even a common Zoan-type fruit would be considered a treasure in an ordinary pirate crew. The value of an unknown fruit goes without saying. The captain of this pirate crew was already an ability user. If it were just a common Zoan-type ability, he could reward his subordinates with it. But an unknown ability fruit could not be treated that way. Not every pirate is honorable. There are indeed examples of subordinates gaining powerful abilities and then killing their captain to become the boss themselves. Since that's the case, it might be better to simply hand over the fruit. If it really is a good fruit, then he could also receive a reward. Hey, Indigo, bring out the devil fruit encyclopedia. The golden lion picked up the strangely patterned fruit, looked it over, and realized that he couldn't determine the fruit's abilities based on its appearance. He then turned to a strange person in a white coat and spoke. Indigo nodded, stepping inside with those strange shoes that made a puff-puff sound like flatulence. After a while, he brought out a not-so-complete book and began to compare it with the devil fruit. Shiki seemed somewhat indifferent. He had seen many devil fruits, but most of them were animal types. Furthermore, animal types are the hardest to judge based on their appearance. Therefore, Shiki didn't have high expectations for this fruit. Honestly, as long as it was a fruit related to tigers, wolves, or lions, it would barely meet his expectations. If it were a paramecia fruit, that would be considered treasure. Guru, the animal type. Dr. Indigo let out a strange laugh. Was it really an animal type? Shiki shook his head. Just as he expected, it was a mythical Zoan. Dr. Indigo continued, vampire fruit. So that's how it is, a mythical Zoan, just as I thought. It's useless. What? Mythical Zoan? Shiki's mouth opened wide around his cigar, and his eyes nearly bulged out. Indigo nodded. Guru, if the encyclopedia is correct, it is indeed a mythical Zoan. The golden lion was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. It's actually the rarest mythical Zoan? This time I found a pretty good treasure. Even for a big pirate like him, since setting sail, he hadn't seen a mythical Zoan fruit, let alone a few users. To be precise, he had only seen one. The user of the human fruit, Buddha form, Sengoku. At this point, even Marco wasn't on Whitebeard's ship yet. Shiki took the fruit from Indigo's hand and glanced at his subordinates, contemplating how to deal with this fruit. Even if it was a mythical Zoan, if it wasn't eaten, it was still equivalent to nothing. Shiki wasn't like that pirate who handed it over, fearing that his crew's strength surpassed his. If he were to be trampled by someone because of a fruit, it would only mean that he was just an ordinary man. As for handing it over to Rox, that was completely out of his consideration. He wasn't that loyal to that nominal leader. However, he looked around and still couldn't decide who to give this fruit to. After all, it was a mythical beast fruit. If the ability user turned out to be useless, it would be a waste. At this moment, Shiki thought of Kaido. If that intern kid was willing to follow him, he wouldn't mind giving the fruit to him. Unfortunately, that annoying little brat. Shiki made a grimace, getting angry just thinking about that stubborn guy. He had invited that intern more than once, but the kid refused to back down even when Shiki dealt with him. As a result, he ended up getting close to that woman, Ling Ling. If nothing goes wrong, that kid is probably at Charlotte Ling Ling's base now. The Rock's pirates are currently settled on Hive Island, and for decades after Rock's downfall, this place was directly managed by the king. It wasn't until Blackbeard took out the king that it shifted back to being his base. At this moment, guarding Hive Island are the Golden Lion and Big Mom. Rox can't mobilize all his forces every time. As the headquarters, someone has to be stationed here. However, recently, the conflicts between Rox and the Navy have been intensifying. What a crazy man, the Golden Lion chuckled. But if it weren't for that, he wouldn't have chosen to follow this man. Boom! At this moment, he sensed a presence coming from outside the island, followed by a commotion. It seems someone has brought trouble back. The Golden Lion stood up, looking down with disdain. This arrogant gaze made the pirate who came to present the fruit tremble. However, the Golden Lion had no intention of punishing or blaming him, just looking down on him. Indigo didn't notice anything unusual. However, he had no doubts about Shiki's observation haki and quickly said, "Captain Shiki, let me handle it. That guy's already broken in." Shiki interrupted him and walked towards the window. Looking out from the window, he could see the source of the commotion getting closer. Ha ha ha, looks like another monster is here. Shiki laughed happily. He didn't dislike monsters, especially those that could be useful to him. The disturbance reminded him of that kid Kaido. It would be great if he could bring him under his wing. Shiki thought that this person was probably coming for the devil fruit. If he was willing to follow him, then giving him the fruit wouldn't be a problem. As the person causing the disturbance approached, Shiki could clearly see his appearance, a strange samurai wielding twin swords. A few hours earlier, aboard the Odin Maru. This is... Kinemon squinted at the island with the towering skull structure, feeling a bit hesitant. The Rock's Pirates base, Hive Island. According to the information, Rox himself was not there, but the notorious pirates Golden Lion and Big Mom remained on the island. The navigator read out the intel he got from Kinemon. But this is different from what we agreed on, right? Reizo's big face drooped. Not long ago, you all said not to provoke Rox and his crew, and now they're knocking on our door. Aren't these dangerous guys? What are you talking about? It's not us provoking them. They're the ones provoking us now. That devil fruit is what Lord Xia Lin wants. What if those pirates eat it? The sailors and navigator aboard the Odin Maru shouted. Their attitude made Kinemon a bit displeased. Before this, these people had used many words to describe the danger of Rox's crew, aiming to prevent Odin from foolishly seeking trouble with them. Whether that rhetoric scared Odin, Kinemon didn't know, but he and the others felt a bit of fear. In the past, they might have thought Odin was invincible. But after he was crushed by Xia Lin with absolute power, they finally understood what it meant that there are people beyond people. It sounded like every high-ranking officer in Rox's crew had extraordinary strength. If that's the case, letting them go for the fruit would be like sending them to their deaths, right? So besides Odin, who was eager to fight, the others were quite unwilling to go. Now, wanting to back out? Don't forget your mission is to collect devil fruits, the sailors angrily said. They certainly knew the dangers of doing this, but the power of the snake's mark made them willing to risk their lives. Moreover, it might not necessarily lead to conflict. Our goal is just the fruit, not to engage them in battle. Indeed, as long as we can sneak in and steal the fruit, that would be fine. Tanjiro nodded, and everyone's gaze unconsciously shifted to Reizo. If it comes to infiltration, no one should be better than a ninja. Under so many gazes, Reizo felt some pressure, but in order not to disappoint Kazuki Odin's expectations, he nodded vigorously. Lord Odin, leave this matter to me. Nin? Can this guy really do it? The sailors and navigator expressed their distrust. If it comes to infiltration, Reizo's appearance is too conspicuous. His face is bigger than a millstone, and he looks incredibly ugly, the kind of person you can't ignore once you see him. Moreover, his limbs are so short, and his physique is tall, making him look both comical and uncoordinated. Don't underestimate ninjas. I'm a professional when it comes to infiltration, Reizo said. If that's the case, then we'll wait for you outside, a sailor nodded and said. The current intel is that the pirates left on the island are the notorious pirates Golden Lion Shiki and Big Mom. This port should be under the Golden Lion's domain. These people are quite informed about overseas forces, and these things are largely not secrets. Even among Rox's crew, different pirates still have their own groups and spheres of influence. On this pirate island, Big Mom and the Golden Lion's territories are not close together. If we're lucky, we'll only have to face the Golden Lion and might even steal back the fruit before he reacts. But if we're unlucky, we'll have to face the attacks of two great pirates. However, if they are discovered, there wouldn't be any need for a complicated siege. Whether it's Big Mom or any of the members of the Beast Pirates, they're fully capable of ensuring that those who come will not return. Although Kazuki Odin is quite strong and can be considered a natural monster, he pales in comparison to these individuals. In terms of talent, Big Mom, who could inflict serious injuries on giants at the age of 5, is much stronger than him. Moreover, this is just her playtime strength. When it comes to hockey, Kazuki Odin, who has spent years in the isolated Wano Country, cannot compare to the pirates who have battled on the high seas. Thus, Reizo took the hopes of the entire village and infiltrated Pirate Island alone. Meanwhile, Odin and the others took their ship to a somewhat hidden location, ready to assist Reizo at any moment. Accompanying Reizo was Kinemon, who was the only one among them who seemed somewhat reliable. Reizo himself is a user of the scroll fruit, so he cannot swim. To avoid the watchful eyes of the port guards, Kinemon carried him underwater. This is the water release technique. Ninjutsu. Reizo, being carried, bit down on a bamboo pole to catch his breath, attributing the accomplishment to Kinemon's ninjutsu. Kinemon was a bit annoyed, but he couldn't speak at the moment, so he just kept swimming with his head down. The two managed to narrowly avoid the port's line of sight and, dripping wet, infiltrated the harbor. Now what to do? After landing, Kinemon wrung out the seawater from his sleeves. However, his kimono was still wet and clinging to him, making him feel uncomfortable. Let me see, Reizo said as he pulled out a scroll. This was a rough map of Pirate Island. This item was given to them by a sailor. In fact, there are some lackeys on Pirate Island who are their own people, acting as spies planted within. However, Xia Lin is not very concerned about the Rox pirates, so there are not many spies, and their status is very low. Therefore, although there is a general map of the strength range, it is not very detailed. Is that the territory of the Golden Lion, right here? The two of them hid in a corner, watching a building close to the center. The devil fruit should also be inside if nothing unexpected happens. This is the time to use transformation magic. Reizo formed hand seals, but nothing happened. Tanjiro, having spent a long time with him, understood what he meant. All right, let's find someone to disguise as. He poked his head out to take a look. There were quite a few people moving around in this pirate town. However, they were all dressed very casually, without any uniform attire. After they set their sights on two isolated pirates, they dragged them into a corner to change their outfits. However, Lei Zong still covered his face with a huge tablecloth like a thief, tying the two corners at his nose, afraid that others wouldn't recognize him as a thief. Hey, Sanjiro, you're not very professional. Quickly cover your face like me. Do you want to be recognized? Lei Zong shouted. Sanjiro surprisingly thought he made sense, so he also covered his face. And the two of them cautiously crept deeper into the island. However, they soon exposed their whereabouts. In fact, both of them were quite capable. But these two fools forgot it was daytime, and their disguises were simply too conspicuous. They hadn't gone far before they caused a commotion. The sound of gunfire quickly reached Odin's side. So soon exposed, the sailors screamed, and they immediately started their ship and rushed towards the port. Kazuki Odin had long wanted to do this, so he immediately drew two large swords and shouted, Aizu and Kiku, stay back. Kinemon, Kanjuro, come with me. He laughed heartily, standing at the bow of the ship with his legs apart, feeling the rush of the sea wind, making his bare feet a bit chilly. But at this moment, he was very happy because he finally felt like a captain. During this time, Kazuki Odin had encountered quite a few scattered pirates and had engaged in battles. Each time the captains of those pirate crews stood at the bow shouting to attack, it made his blood boil. He had long wanted to try it out. There are intruders. The pirates guarding the port shouted, triggering the alarm, and the entire port immediately went into battle mode. However, it had been several years since anyone had invaded Hive Island. Is it the Navy? A few pirates dressed somewhat decently shouted up to the lookout on the watchtower. However, they also knew that even during the time when Captain Rox was absent, the Navy probably wouldn't dare to attack this pirate island. Instead, some new pirates from the Paradise often came up to provoke recklessly. Not the Navy, but it doesn't seem like pirates either, the lookout said uncertainly. The approaching ships bore purple patterns, resembling several commas forming a circle, an unfamiliar emblem. Huh. The pirate who seemed to hold a slightly higher position made a strange sound. Puzzled for a moment, but his barren mind quickly gave up thinking. No matter who they were, just sink them. He directly issued the order to fire, then turned towards the town, which was also in chaos, with many pirates shooting randomly in the streets. From a distance, two strange figures could be seen leaping across the rooftops. Haven't they captured them yet? What a bunch of useless fools. If we anger Lord Shiki, it will be terrible. Just thinking about the potential destruction that could be caused if Shiki took action sent a shiver down his spine, and he hurriedly instructed, I'll leave this to you. You must sink that pirate ship. Then his body changed, his face becoming ferocious, covered in hair. His powerful legs bent down and then sprang up like a spring. The immense force cracked the ground beneath him as he shot out, leaping over 50 meters in a single bound, landing on a building and instantly collapsing its wall. This guy was a user of the kangaroo fruit with incredibly strong legs, and in no time, he outpaced Lei Zong and Sanjiro. He leaped high, the air beneath him exploding, allowing him to adjust his direction freely in the air. His body turned, and with his feet infused with haki, he smashed down towards Sanjiro and Lei Zong. To be precise, his target was Lei Zong, whose face was bigger than a person. Crushing strong kick. Boom! This kick accurately struck Lei Zong's forehead, sending him flying. Lei Zong! Sanjiro exclaimed worriedly, his eyes wide as he called out to Lei Zong. But he quickly realized this wasn't the time to worry about others. He swiftly shifted his gaze and saw the kangaroo's kick coming towards him. He immediately braced his sword in front, barely blocking the blow. The two of them fell to the ground in opposite directions. A sorcerer? What a hassle, Sanjiro frowned. Is that haki? It seems you guys aren't the rookies from Paradise. The pirate said curiously, since you're not the clueless newbies from Paradise, how dare you come here to provoke? Are you tired of living? Sanjiro brushed off the dust from his clothes, glancing down at the sword in his hand, which showed no signs of damage. This sword wasn't a famous blade, but at a critical moment, he had used flowing sakura to block the opponent's attack, having followed Odin for more than 2 years. Although he hadn't systematically studied swordsmanship, he had already grasped the basics of flowing sakura. Not just him, even Reizang and the much younger Aizo and Kikunajo have all learned a bit. At this moment, Reizang stood up from the ruins of the house, touching his forehead that had almost been kicked in. Many pirates had already surrounded him. It's strange, even though he had disguised himself perfectly, he was still discovered. Reizang couldn't figure out, how could such a perfect disguise be seen through? Meanwhile, Kazuki Odin looked at the cannonballs raining down from the sky. casually slashed them apart with his sword energy, and shouted, "Kinjuro, I'll leave this to you. I'm heading up first." After saying that, he bent his legs and leaped directly towards the shore. "Wait, Lord Odin." Kinjuro wanted to call out to him, but Odin's figure was already in midair, and Kinjuro couldn't catch up, only frantically defending against the cannonball attacks. Most of the cannonballs that landed above the deck could be intercepted by them. However, some cannonballs that struck the sides of the ship were much harder to deal with. The sailors turned their cannons to start fighting back. The Odin ship was not very large, and the number of cannons on board was limited, leading to a quick disadvantage in firepower. If it weren't for Kanjiro and Kinjuro continuously intercepting the cannonballs, the ship would have likely sunk quickly. Fortunately, Odin's actions changed this situation. He soared over the sea, crashing down onto the shore like a gorilla swinging down from the trees. And as soon as he landed, he charged towards the coastal cannons with 2 swords in hand. The Enma and Aim no Habakiri emitted a powerful sword energy with casual swings, cutting down dozens of cannons in an instant. Damn it, a swordsman? Kill him. The pirates immediately surged towards him. No one could imagine how many pirates were here. Kazuki Odin felt as if the pirates with swords were surging towards him like a tide, dense like a swarm of insects. "Ha ha, this is perfect," he exclaimed, leaping up, swinging his hands continuously, his dual swords creating strong winds, sending dozens of people flying into the air with each swing. Kazuki Odin was having a blast. He had only seen a few waves of small pirates at sea before, and he had never encountered such a large scene. Now he was as excited as a husky out for a walk, impossible to restrain. He quickly took down a large number of the thugs at the port and dashed inside. These outer fish couldn't satisfy him. The strongest pirate left on this island is called the Golden Lion, right? He recalled the information the sailors had mentioned on the ship, wondering who was stronger compared to the daimyo of Wano. He couldn't wait to find out. His gaze turned toward the tall building, and his observation Haki sensed a powerful presence. It felt like a fierce lion. Feeling this aura, his hands and the swords in them couldn't help but tremble. "You guys are excited too? Enma. Aim no Habakiri. Ha ha. Isn't this interesting?" Shiki put the vampire fruit aside, standing by the window overlooking Pirate Island. His time on the island had been incredibly boring, and it was rare to encounter something so interesting. How many years had it been since someone dared to cause trouble here? The last person this brave was Kaido, but even that guy ended up getting taught a lesson by Whitebeard and obediently became an intern here. Thinking back, that seemed to have happened 6 years ago. It seemed that this time another monster had broken in. Shiki became excited. He had always wanted to recruit Kaido. However, that guy was stubborn and had a good relationship with Charlotte Linlin. Just as Shiki was thinking about Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, the two of them unexpectedly walked over together. "What's going on, Shiki? It's so noisy here." Charlotte Linlin was still a tall, voluptuous beauty. "Linlin." Shiki turned around, looking at her with an unfriendly gaze. Although they were in the same pirate crew, their relationship was far from friendly. "What are you doing here? This is my territory. Just came to take a look." "It seems like you're in trouble," Big Mom said leisurely as she walked to the window, took a glance outside, and then exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, Kaido, looks like another invader, just like you." Kaido felt a bit unhappy about Big Mom bringing up that past incident, but he still stepped forward to take a look, curious about this invader. After just one glance, Kaido became very interested, had an ongoing thought of wanting to kill the opponent. So he turned to Shiki and said, "Shiki, let me handle this guy." He gripped the bocce behind his back, looking eager for a fight. "You dare to call my name directly? It seems no one has taught you the etiquette of an intern," Shiki said angrily, but he was just speaking out loud. He recognized Kaido's talent, and under this premise, he felt that it wasn't unreasonable for Kaido to call him by name. "Fine, since you want to go, then let's see how you do." Shiki thought for a moment. Letting Kaido take a shot wasn't a bad idea. Although he valued the invader's strength, it hadn't reached the point where he needed to take action himself. So, Shiki quietly put away the dry wood and Sakazuki from his waist and crossed his arms, watching the show with Charlotte Linlin. Taking this opportunity, Big Mom lowered her voice and said, "Shiki, something seems off lately. The Navy seems to be planning something special." "The Navy? What is there to be afraid of?" Shiki scoffed. Among the powerful figures at sea, especially the sea pirates entrenched in the New World, few were afraid of the Navy. Take themselves, for example. The location of Pirate Island was not a secret, yet rocks had ruled the New World for so long, and which Navy dared to come knocking? Seeing Shiki's attitude, Charlotte Linlin didn't say much. Their relationship wasn't great, especially with Shiki's arrogant personality making him somewhat unpopular. Just mentioning it was already a generous act. So the two of them fell silent again, focusing on the scene in the distance. Kaido, wielding his kanabo, charged down like a fierce dragon, instantly catching Kazuki Oden's attention. Interestingly, these two were almost the same age this year, with comparable strength. Kazuki Oden kicked away the surrounding pirates, and then opened his dual swords, charging towards Kaido like a ninja. Roar! Kaido's horns were like those of a demon, and he raised his kanabo high, the swirling haki shooting out like lightning. Thunderbolt, Oden's two-sword style, Peach Blossom, White Waterfall. Kazuki Oden quickly countered, his dual blades parallel, slicing horizontally towards Kaido. However, it was blocked by the Thunder Bagua wrapped in haki. At this time, Kaido was actually only at the level of Thunder 4 Bagua, but Kazuki Oden was still a bit inexperienced. Shiki, watching this scene from afar, nodded reluctantly and said, Lin, you taught that kid well. Kaido had previously been a soldier in a certain kingdom. Although very strong, he hadn't learned systematic haki techniques, which he picked up later, and Big Mom had helped him a lot in that regard. That guy still had a lot to learn. The aunt shook her head and said that even with Kaido's current strength in their eyes, it was just passable. However, for Kazuki Oden, this was completely a formidable opponent. You're strong. Could you be that gold lion? Kazuki Oden gripped his sword, staring at this man whose size was almost twice his own. However, his words completely infuriated Kaido. You bastard, don't compare me to that scum Shiki. Kaido's veins bulged, and he slammed the kanabo into the ground with force. It wasn't that he looked down on Shiki, he just simply disliked that guy. Isn't that so? Oden was surprised for a moment. He had heard from sailors that the two strongest people on the island were the Gold Lion and Big Mom, and since the latter was a woman, he thought Kaido was the Gold Lion given his strength. My name is Kaido. Remember it well, you bastard. Kaido snorted coldly and then cruelly laughed. No, you don't need to remember it, because you will be killed by me soon. Not necessarily. Kazuki Oden smiled, then crossed his twin swords in front of him, the flowing cherry blossoms swirling around his body. To those who mastered haki, he seemed to be wrapped in some kind of golden flowing water. Conversely, Kaido was the same. My name is Kazuki Oden. I'm not interested in your name at all. Kaido roared, the ground beneath his left foot completely cracked. In the next moment, he charged out like a demon, the kanabo almost tearing through the air. Although it wasn't a blade, the high-speed swing still produced an effect similar to a slash. Kazuki Oden immediately countered, his Tengu and Enma crossing into a cross shape, piercing forward like a pair of scissors. Mikazuki, Kaido swung his kanabo, and the haki-wrapped weapon released a shockwave, shooting towards Kazuki Oden. Oden was not to be outdone. He thrust his twin swords, sending sword energy flying out like a soaring dragon. Oden's two-sword style, gun, imitation demon, fox fire flow. As Kazuki Oden advanced, Kinemon and Kanjuro also rushed to the shore. The two looked as if they were about to fall into the water like trembling birds in a painting. They initially wanted to go help Kazuki Oden, but were shot down midway. Kinemon used a fiery sword technique to repel the attackers, and then complained, Kanjuro, your painted bird is too useless. I'm truly sorry. Kanjuro said, his face smeared with thick white powder, looking like a ghost. He leaned against Kinemon, fending off the enemies attacking from behind. What should we do, Kinemon-san? Kanjuro looked anxiously at the pirates gathering around them. The numbers were just too overwhelming. First, let's find Denjiro and Reizo. Kinemon thought for a moment and said, glancing uneasily towards the distance, where there was a lot of commotion and rows of houses were collapsing one after another. That must be Lord Oden, right? Kanjuro said, yes. Don't worry about Lord Oden. It seems that the Gold Lion's strength is not as terrifying as those sailors said. Lord Oden can handle it. Let's first find Denjiro and then take this opportunity to find the stolen devil fruit. Kinemon's thought was simple. Their current goal was to retrieve the devil fruit. As long as they got that, even if there were many pirates, they could immediately retreat. Otherwise, they would have to fight against thousands of pirates on the island, which would be too foolish. However, like Kazuki Oden, he misunderstood one thing. He mistook Kaido for the Gold Lion. On the other side, Denjiro and Reizo teamed up, and after some effort, they finally managed to defeat the user of the kangaroo fruit. This guy's strength is really strong. Denjiro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said. At that moment, he heard Kinemon's distant shout. Denjiro, Reizo, Kinemon and I. Denjiro immediately turned around happily and said to Reizo, it looks like Kinemon and the others have come to help. With them here, it will definitely be much easier. Easier? Reizo's hair looked like a crab, drooping down, his ugly face showing a shocked expression as if he had seen a nightmare. Denjiro followed his gaze and saw Kinemon and Kanjuro running over. Before he could show a happy expression, his attention was drawn to the dust cloud rising several meters high behind Kinemon. Denjiro twitched his mouth, wishing he could take back what he had just said. There were so many pirates following Kinemon that they were impossible to count, at least several hundred at a glance. Denjiro, Reizo. Kinemon's expression and voice gradually became clearer, and Denjiro saw his face covered in snot. Panic-stricken, run? Without him saying anything, Sojiro had already started running towards the depths of the island. In this situation, if he hesitated for even a second, it would be a disrespect to the plastic friendship between him and Kinemon. However, Jinwaiman and Kanjiro ran faster and quickly caught up with them. At this moment, the aunt and Shiki, who were watching the commotion, sensed the four guys continuously approaching the center of the island through observation hockey. A little mouse was coming this way. Mama, you don't need to remind me. Shiki lowered his brows and slightly raised his hand, and instantly, the ground of the entire island began to tear apart. Under his meticulous control, this change only occurred on the path that Jinwaiman and the others were advancing on. The four of them were still running towards the center when suddenly they felt as if their feet had been tripped, and they all fell forward in unison. It hurt. What on earth happened? He covered his head and shouted with his mismatched eyes wide open. At this moment, the streets seemed to have experienced an earthquake, starting to tear apart. The ground beneath their feet and the surrounding houses and walls all cracked for no reason. This made him realize what was happening, since even the pirate crew that had been closely pursuing them had stopped far away. Was it an earthquake? Kanjiro wondered. It's probably not an earthquake, Tantru said, watching the shattered ground and the rocks of the houses floating into the air, surrounding the four of them, revealing a look of fear on his face. Is this also a kind of sorcery? Jinwaiman said in disbelief. The sorcery he had seen before seemed to be of little use, like Kanjiro's paintings and Reizo's scrolls. But this ability made him feel quite astonished. Be careful. Those rocks are coming at us, Tantru warned. However, with their abilities, trying to resist under the hands of the Golden Lion was still too naive. Just as they were about to swing their swords to cut through some rocks, the ground beneath their feet began to tilt upwards, and they couldn't even stand firm. The next moment, they were overwhelmed by the surging waves of earth and rocks. Shiki held his hand from a distance, and Jinwaiman, who would be able to catch the encircling attack with his forehead in the future, was completely trapped by him. Although the ability of the float fruit allowed the rocks to float in the air, the nature of the rocks had not changed. The hard boulders continuously pressed down under his control, as if intending to crush every bone in the bodies of the four of them. However, the Golden Lion did not directly kill them. He wanted to recruit Kazuki Oden under his banner. Perhaps he would need the lives of these four in exchange later. Thinking of this, Shiki said unhappily, has that guy Kaido not dealt with his opponent yet? He's really slow. Don't say that. That guy is quite strong, Mama. Big Mom laughed. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't want to recruit him, right? Have you seen through me? After all, I have a similar thought. Hey, Shiki, once you recruit him, let him be my husband for a while, okay? What's wrong? Haven't you had enough of kids? Shiki rolled his eyes. He couldn't even remember how many children Charlotte Linlin had given birth to. Anyway, there were so many that even her figure was starting to change gradually. Plus, she had no restraint when it came to eating sweets. Be careful not to become an old and ugly fat lady in the future, Linlin. Shiki mocked. Shut up, Shiki. Do you want to fight me? Big Mom shouted angrily. Shiki quickly backed down. After all, if the two top executives started fighting, it would be hard to stop. And the one who would be unlucky would be this pirate island. The Golden Lion was not very patient. It was hard to imagine that a person like him could remain silent for 20 years after escaping from the deep-sea prison. A swordsman who could fight evenly with Kaido made him very eager to obtain Kazuki Oden, and this person's age was similar to Kaido's. So it was likely that he could grow into a powerful figure comparable to them in the future. Therefore, he could no longer wait. He used his ability to control the already unconscious Kinemon and the others, making them float over. His devil fruit ability had awakened, but even so, he could not make any life float except for himself. However, he wasn't necessarily required to control Kinemon and the others directly. Kinemon and the others, covered in blood, had their hands and ankles shackled by rocks that functioned like handcuffs, preventing them from struggling. Shiki glanced up at the sky. It was somewhat dim, suggesting that rain was imminent. Let's go. Lingling, the farce should come to an end. Mommy, I won't go. The mousse cake is almost ready. Charlotte Lingling licked her lips. Eating was always her top priority. I'm going back first. Shiki, don't think about dealing with my brother. Your brother? You woman. Are you trying to play the family card like that Newgate guy? Shiki scoffed, ignoring her, and flew toward Kazuki Oden with the captured Kinemon and his companions. In his view, using familial ties to constrain each other among pirates was the most foolish thing. Family could betray you. and only power along with a strict hierarchy was reliable. The strong dominate the weak, and the weak obey. This was the truth of the sea. Shiki was willing to follow rocks, not to play pirate games, but to overturn this world. To be precise, he wasn't exactly rock subordinate, but rather in a relationship similar to an alliance. However, within this alliance, Rocks had the most influence and was the dominant figure. The nature of the Rocks pirates was somewhat akin to that of the future Straw Hat Grand Fleet, but the pirates who joined were significantly stronger in terms of power. Shiki's arrival made both Kaido and Kazuki Oden pause their attacks simultaneously. Both of their groups were injured, and Kaido's strength was nearly on par with Kazuki Oden's. "Shiki, don't disturb my fun," Kaido shouted angrily. "Shut up, Kaido. Your dear sister has gone back. I suggest you hurry up and crawl back into her arms for some milk." Shiki retorted, "Do you want to die, Shiki?" Kazuki Oden looked at the suddenly appearing blonde man and felt an immense pressure. This man is probably stronger than this Kaido guy, he thought. At this point, the argument between Shiki and Kaido ended with Kaido's retreat. Ultimately, it was Kaido's insufficient strength. In the sea, authority wasn't established through mere words. No matter how unwilling Kaido was, he could only leave unless he had the power to pin Shiki down. The eyesore has finally left. Shiki turned his attention to Oden, then laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, kid, your strength is not bad. How about joining me? Are you the Golden Lion? Who else but me deserves that title?" Shiki smirked and said, "Kid, follow me. Once Captain Rocks overturns this world, we will be the new kings of the world." Kings of the world? Kazuki Oden didn't have much concept of that. He had just set sail not long ago and didn't even know the celestial dragons existed. But just from a name, he could tell the other party's ambition. In fact, although he could be quite a jerk at times, his lack of interest in power was one of the few virtues he had. "You really are a crazy guy. But I have no interest in such things. I'm just here to reclaim what you took from us. That devil fruit," Kazuki Oden stated directly. "Refusing me? So, you're saying you plan to let me take your life and those of these guys?" Shiki laughed cruelly, waving his hand, and the captured Kinemon and the others immediately flew over. "Kinemon, Denjiro, Kanjuro, Reizo." Kazuki Oden's eyes widened as he looked at the four who had lost consciousness and were covered in blood, instantly becoming furious. He had a deep bond with his subordinates. Although he seemed carefree when driven out of Flower City, he fell a bit down. During this time, these few had followed him without abandoning him, and after more than 2 years, they had become like family. "Angry?" Shiki said in surprise. "You barged into my territory. You should have been prepared for this level of life and death. I'm not playing house with you." Shiki roared, his palm clenched, compressing the air around the restrained Kinemon and the others, causing them to show expressions of pain. The veins on Oden's head bulged. Anger made his blood boil as he covered his dual swords with haki and charged at Shiki. "Let them go." Oden's two-sword style, Peach Garden 10 punches. Oden's figure instantly crossed in front of the Golden Lion, and the incoming blades formed a cross, as if they were going to tear the space into 4 parts. Even the air was filled with the stinging aura of the swords. However, Shiki seemed to ignore this attack. He did not dodge, but slowly drew a somewhat plain short sword from his waist. Lion's thousand cuts. In an instant, it was as if countless sword blades shot toward Kazuki Oden, the sharp sword aura carrying an overwhelming haki that pierced through Kazuki Oden's body in an instant. Z. The dense sword aura rained down, knocking Oden down. The current Golden Lion was not the senile old man who couldn't even use haki 36 years later. This thousand cuts move directly utilized haki, and Kazuki Oden didn't even have the ability to counterattack before being sent flying. Ha ha, this level of power isn't even worth looking at. Shiki mocked. He didn't intend to kill Oden directly, but planned to imprison him. As long as he kept him locked up for a while, there were plenty of ways to make him obedient. He slowly descended, the lightning flashing in the sky, casting his figure far away, and for a moment, he seemed like a god overlooking the entire island. His massive shadow enveloping half of High Violent. So strong. Is this the power of Boss Shiki? That fool thought he could stir up trouble on Pirate Island just because he had a bit of strength. At this level, he couldn't even compare to a finger of the high-ranking officers. The pirate lackeys saw Shiki instantly subdue Kazuki Oden and began cheering. The strength of the high-ranking officers in the Rocks Pirates was, in their eyes, synonymous with invincibility. Although these invaders were quite strong and could match Kaido, they were still too inexperienced in front of the high-ranking officers. Wasn't this result expected? After all, this was the Golden Lion. Being praised like this made even the Golden Lion feel quite pleased. If he could get this swordsman to follow him, that would be even better, Shiki thought. Boom! The lightning continued to flicker. "You guys, take these people away." Shiki stood in the sky, speaking arrogantly. But he suddenly noticed that the pirates who had just looked at him with admiration now wore a different expression, each one staring at him as if they had seen a ghost. What's wrong? Are you shocked by my power? Ha ha ha. He opened his mouth and laughed wildly. Behind? Shiki turned his head, his gaze instantly captured by a flash of lightning. When the blinding light faded, he saw a figure wrapped in lightning standing atop the central building of Pirate Island beneath the dark clouds. Has Shiki become overly arrogant? He didn't even notice such an obvious enemy. The distant Kaido let out a mocking laugh. He couldn't see the full appearance of the person enveloped in lightning. But the individual was as conspicuous as the lightning itself. Shiki had become too proud, completely oblivious to the danger. This time, Kaido didn't rush in. Clearly, this enemy was beyond his current capability to deal with. Although he looked reckless, he was actually quite cautious in his heart. Underestimating him as a brainless fool would be a grave mistake. As Shiki gazed at the man who seemed to stand above the thick clouds, his expression became unexpectedly serious. The purple hair and purple eyes seemed to glow. An unfamiliar guy, Shiki's gaze couldn't help but shift downward to Kazuki Oden, who had regained consciousness. This guy, too, clearly possesses such strength yet remains unknown. Where did he come from? Shiki couldn't fathom it. Even Kaido had been bounty listed for 70 million berries years ago. Kazuki Oden struggled to rise, recognizing the identity of this thunder, godlike figure. In fact, it was impossible to forget. Oh, is he someone you know? Shiki didn't have the extra thought to pay attention to Kazuki Oden anymore. He gripped his two swords, Kuroki and Sakura Ten, seemingly unwilling to be at a height disadvantage. He flew up to the same height as Xia Lin. Kid, state your name. Xia Lin looked at him expressionlessly. Shiki's strength also put pressure on him, especially with another monster present on the island. Fortunately, Charlotte Linlin seemed to have no intention of intervening. A name? It doesn't matter what you call me, if you wish. You can call me Lightning. Huh? Are you looking down on me? Shiki narrowed his eyes. Xia Lin's attitude clearly appeared disrespectful in his eyes. Infuriated, Shiki raised his hand, and the two swords, Kuroki and Sakura Ten, released a powerful aura, creating a vortex of air that swept toward Xia Lin. Wave slash. As a strong wave slash approached, Xia Lin remained calm. A purple halo suddenly appeared behind him, with a lightning eye-opening above the halo. Divine transformation, evil dazzling open. All wish 100 eye wheel. The appearance of this halo made Xia Lin look even more like a thunder god. Moreover, these two moves were not merely imitations of Raiden Shogun's techniques. In fact, in this state, Xia Lin's observation haki would be further enhanced, reaching its peak as if opening the eye of the heart. In this state, Xia Lin could perceive even the smallest changes in everything. He drew the third generation of Enma from his waist, the crimson blade entwined with purple lightning, the lightning undulating like rice light. Rice light. He raised his sword and slashed. The lightning shot forth, and this sword strike was called Rice Light. In an instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning had fallen from the heavens, the sword energy carrying lightning shot towards Shiki's wave slash. In terms of haki, Xia Lin was not yet a match for a powerhouse like Shiki. Most of the cadres of the Rocks Pirates were around 30 years old, having already reached their peak strength. Shiki's haki was also easy for him to wield. It was hard to believe that decades later, he would be defeated by a straw hat who didn't even know haki. However, although his domineering aura was slightly lacking, Xia Lin's lightning abilities compensated for this well. The power of lightning combined with swordsmanship unleashed extraordinary strength. Moreover, his abilities had already been developed to the extreme. Quite capable, Lion Chinchia Valley. Shiki's dual blades, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, released countless air blades in an instant, making him seem like an eye of the storm, continuously unleashing fierce winds that could cut through mountains. Sky-piercing blade light, segmental destruction. Xia Lin did not back down, swinging his blade to release 5 sword energies, and the lightning cut through the air, slashing down beside Shiki, causing the pirate island's town to become a scene of devastation. The pirates scattered in all directions. The descending slashes fell like a torrential rain, and in an instant, the entire town was reduced to ruins. Slash marks were everywhere on the ground. Taking this opportunity, Kazuki Oden caught his breath. After recovering some stamina, he immediately rescued Kinemon and the others, then handed the 4 of them over to the sailors who arrived later. You all, quickly take the 4 of them back to the ship. I'm going to get the fruit back, Kazuki Oden shouted. However, in this situation, saying steal it back would be more accurate. Shiki, who was fighting Xia Lin, did not notice these small movements. The electric power released by Xia Lin made Shiki's body feel somewhat numb, as the Thunderbirds and Thunder Beast charging at him roared, producing a tearing sound. Wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, it was indeed impressive. Xia Lin landed, having mastered the internal destruction of armament Haki. And his observation Haki had almost reached its peak under the enhancement of the Thunder Fruit. However, he still had no clue about the wrapped Conqueror's Haki. In fact, the Golden Lion was the first person he had seen so far who could use Conqueror's Haki in this way. If it weren't for the destructive power of the Thunder Fruit, I probably wouldn't be able to hold out for long with my current strength. Xia Lin had some awareness of his level, let alone being in a non-receptive state. Even if he switched to full reception of the eight-headed serpent's soul, he would still not be Shiki's opponent. Although the eight-headed serpent's soul had more health, its destructive power was not on the same level. Hadai. Shiki did not let up for a moment. Although he was not a Zoan-type devil fruit user, his physique was trained to such an extent that his stamina was also astonishing, and he could fight continuously for several days without feeling extremely fatigued. His figure moved like a griffin soaring through the sky, instantly closing the distance between them, and Sakura Ten slashed down fiercely from above Xia Lin. Sizzle. Xia Lin's body was cut in half, and the separated parts did not bleed, but instead released wandering arcs of electricity. The next moment, Xia Lin transformed into lightning and vanished from a spot. TCH, did you elementalize again? Shiki said, annoyed. The damage he hadn't inflicted was the main reason he had not yet taken down Xia Lin. The electric arcs were formed at the top of Honeycomb Island. You, a lion with wings, truly is remarkable, Xia Lin praised. I'm not just at this level. Shiki sneered, retracting his dual blades into their sheaths, then extending his right arm with his palm facing up. Xia Lin narrowed his eyes. Are you going to use that move? Lion's Might Vortex. Is it this way? Odin buried his head and charged forward, swinging his sword to cut down anyone he encountered. Generally, he wouldn't kill, but in such a situation, it was hard to pay attention to the nuances. Countless pirates had already died along the way. However, these people are not worth mourning. Stop. This is not a place for someone like you to barge in. The deeper he went, the more people came to block his way, which made Kazuki Odin even more certain that he had not come to the wrong place. The one standing in front of him this time was Dr. Indigo. Whether by coincidence or not, Kazuki Odin had indeed found the right location. Indigo was holding a potion in his hand, planning to stop Kazuki Odin's progress here. However, his strength was still not enough. Get out of the way. Kazuki Odin leaped high, his dual blades turning completely black, performing the Odin two-sword style, Samurai's great soul. After dealing with Indigo, Kazuki Odin finally found the place where the Golden Lion kept his treasures. Every high-ranking officer had their own territory and treasury, and the Golden Lion's treasures were not few. Devil fruit, devil fruit. Odin's gaze scanned through the countless piles of jewels and gold, searching for the shadow of the devil fruit. He had previously seen the picture of the vampire fruit that a sailor showed him, but he had almost forgotten it by now. There were two, but which one was it? At this moment, Kazuki Odin was lost in thought, staring at the two very similar-looking fruits. Boom! But before he could think for too long, suddenly the ground began to shake violently, as if a severe earthquake had occurred. He used his observation Haki to sense outside, and his expression changed drastically. The devil fruit can even do this? He realized he had no time to hesitate. So he simply picked up both fruits and ran outside. The entire building began to tilt continuously, and the strong tremors caused the middle of the house to break apart. Meanwhile, on the other side of Pirate Island, due to the tremors, Big Mom's cake had spilled a small piece. That bastard Shiki, what is he doing? Big Mom said angrily, that guy's gone too far, hasn't he? Mom, a new enemy is coming. The young Katakuri supported himself on the windowsill and looked outside. Should we go help him? Mom, don't worry about him. That's his own trouble. Big Mom shook her head. Helping Shiki? She didn't remember the Rocks Pirates being such a united and friendly place. But the battle is affecting us, Katakuri said innocently. What? Big Mom quickly stood up, walked to the window, and looked out to see the entire ground of Pirate Island seem to come alive, rippling like waves in the sea. The rocks and ground seemed to have suddenly gained life, continuously coalescing into several lion heads dozens of meters high. The earthen lions roared, surrounding the center of the island. That bastard Shiki, does he want to destroy the entire island? Big Mom said in disbelief. At this point, even she found it hard to stand by and watch. If Captain Rocks were to return, she wouldn't know how to explain it. Before she could take action, a bright blue beam of light shot down from the top of the center of Pirate Island, with lightning constantly bursting forth, piercing the ground like dragons and snakes. Azure Dragon Break. Summerlin swung his sword, unleashing the power of lightning. Standing at the center of the island, the buildings beneath him seemed to be devoured by the lightning, and the rampaging electricity surged in all directions, clashing with the roaring rock lions. Boom! The mountains crumbled and the earth shook. The shattered rocks fell like meteors, and the roaring thunder dragon also dissipated in the struggle. Thud! Kazuki Odin jumped aside to avoid a massive rock that came crashing toward him, then continued to rush toward the coast. The sailors had been waiting for him on the Odin ship for a long time. Summerlin breathed a sigh of relief. Since the vampire fruit had been reclaimed, he no longer needed to continue entangled with Shiki and could find an opportunity to break free and leave. Just at that moment, the ant charged over, stepping on a burning cloud. Shiki, it seems you're not a match for this guy after all. Let me take over, she mocked, holding a knife in her hand. Don't underestimate me, you old hag. This is my fight, so get lost. The two immediately began to hurl insults at each other. But despite the verbal exchange, they both unconsciously wrapped their haki around their weapons to the maximum extent and then struck towards Xia Lin. Lion's Might, Elbaf's Gun. Two slashing attacks that changed the color of the heavens surged towards Xia Lin, their speed and power so intense that the air began to distort. It was as if the sky above Xia Lin had fractured, creating a massive gash. A gigantic mouth, resembling an abyss, swallowed the pitch-black clouds. Like a waterfall from a reversed sea of clouds. Yamato, who had just managed to board a ship, stared blankly at this scene, unable to help but grip his Tengu feather blade tightly. This blade was renowned as a sword that could cleave the sky. However, compared to the current scene, this sword seemed somewhat overrated. This was the true act of cleaving the sky. Are these the monsters from beyond the sea? Can that guy hold on? Kazuki Odin even began to worry for Xia Lin. Just then, he saw the torn clouds in the distant sky starting to coalesce again, forming a dark vortex. Dark purple lightning flickered constantly, yet emitted no sound, as if all the power was building up. In the far-off sky, that purple shadow stood still, with the lightning seemingly connecting to the power of the entire sky. That move is stronger than before. Odin's eyes widened in shock. No thoughts, no distractions. Xia Lin raised the third generation of Enma. Although it was called the third generation of Enma, even he could no longer recognize the true form of this sword. It felt as if he was merely grasping the lightning. Under the intense coverage of lightning, the third generation of Enma seemed to be struggling to maintain itself, with the blade beginning to crumble and dissolve. This was inherently a power it couldn't bear, let alone Xia Lin now having to exert all his strength without the ability to maintain it with haki. One could have no thoughts. Zong. The world abruptly split in two. The Dominion of the Sea, the Rocks Pirates base, was attacked. Is the era of Rocks over? The attacker left triumphantly, and two high-ranking members of the Rocks Pirates were injured. The defeat of the Rocks Pirates, the rise of a new pirate star, the sword that severed the island. Could he be the world's strongest swordsman? A bounty of 39 billion, codename Lightning. A few days later, Xia Lin, still resting overseas, looked at the fake news he bought from Newsbird and couldn't help but laugh. Just looking at the newspaper, an uninformed person might think that the Rocks Pirates had been completely defeated by him alone. However, in reality, only 40 of the newspaper's content was true. The rest was exaggerated. Xia Lin indeed caused a ruckus on Pirate Island and managed to escape. However, the Golden Lion and Big Mom were not defeated as stated in the paper. In fact, those two were injured much less severely than Xia Lin. As for the claim of cutting the island in half, that was not an exaggeration. There truly was a brand new landscape on Pirate Island now. No Thought's blade and arrow gap. However, he never expected to be offered a bounty. It was just an attack on Rock's base. How could they equate him with pirates? Xia Lin had his complaints. And even more absurd was the bounty notice and name. The image on the bounty was of Xia Lin wielding the lightning in the sky while performing the one cut of No Thoughts, resembling a thunder god. It was evident that the photographer was most likely on Pirate Island. It was probably an agent of the world government, Black Carbon Mushy explained. In a place as mixed as the Rocks Pirates, it was not difficult for some agents to infiltrate. The codename Lightning likely came from the agents overhearing Xia Lin's conversation with the Golden Lion. Even so, it shouldn't warrant a bounty on me. Xia Lin shook his head. He had no criminal record, and shouldn't the Navy be happy to have someone opposing Rocks? In reality, this bounty was also met with skepticism within the Navy. A few days prior, after receiving intelligence from the agents, the current Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong held a meeting. It's truly surprising that someone dared to attack Hive Island and even injured the Golden Lion and Big Mom. Suru carefully examined the intelligence. Compared to the exaggerated fake news released by Newsbird, the information they received was far more accurate. In fact, the injuries of the Golden Lion and Big Mom were not severe. The reason the invader managed to escape was partly due to the opponent's fruit ability providing almost ultimate speed, and also because the mess left on the island prevented them from pursuing. Regardless, this This was someone who could confront both the Golden Lion and Big Mom directly. The current plan is to place a bounty of 39 billion berries on him. Steelbone Kong took out the bounty notice, and this person, Kazuki Odin, has a bounty of 300 million berries. Wait, is it really okay to place bounties on these two? They shouldn't have any illegal activities, right? Sengoku frowned and said, at the very least, we should try to make contact with them and try to recruit their strength. If possible, I would certainly like to do that. But this is the order of the world government. Steelbone Kong shook his head. According to the intelligence returned by the agents, the cause of this conflict seems to be a devil fruit, and this person with the codename Lightning is likely the user of the Thunder fruit. Then this fruit should have been prepared for someone else? Carp asked while picking his nose. It's not just that. To trigger such a large-scale conflict, that fruit must be special. Tsuru shook her head, as she somewhat guessed the world government's concerns. The forces developing in the dark are difficult for the world government not to be wary of. If it weren't for the conflict caused by this devil fruit, perhaps the other side would still be unknown to the world government for quite some time. Those cowards, Carp scoffed, then turned his gaze to the silent Zephyr. What's wrong? Zephyr, have you been staring at the bounty notice? Nothing, just feel a bit familiar. He pointed to Xia Lin on the bounty notice and said, while thinking, it's like I've seen him somewhere. Is that so? Carp and Sengoku gathered around, but couldn't discern anything. Zephyr had seen Xia Lin once last year, but Xia Lin's appearance would change slightly after using full reception, so he only felt a sense of familiarity. As for Carp and the others, they had no clue. In any case, this matter no longer needs to be discussed. Let's wait until the next batch of bounties is updated and send them out together, Steelbone Kong said. And we should also investigate the origins of these people. Let's leave that to the CP agents. Troubles come one after another. Since the world government regards these people as enemies, let them worry about it themselves. On the other hand, Kazuki Odin and the others, who have set sail again, also saw their own bounty. This is really bad. Lord Odin has actually become a wanted criminal. Kinemon and the others each covered their heads, looking quite upset. In their hearts, Kazuki Odin has always held a very noble status. Now, being marked with a bounty as a wanted criminal, it leaves them with a very uncomfortable feeling. However, Kazuki Odin was quite happy. Previously, when he encountered some pirates, those with a bit of fame would always boast about their bounty before fighting. Although a double bounty doesn't necessarily represent strength, it always felt imposing when proclaimed. The only thing that annoyed him was that he was only offered a bounty of 300 million. He remembered that this currency, berry, was roughly equivalent to around 60,000 gold. Kinemon helped him calculate that, nowadays, the purchasing power of berry was much higher than it would be decades later. If calculated based on the exchange rate 3 years later, it would be about 30,000 gold. 30,000 gold? That's about the price for 300 white pigs? Kinemon blurted out this remark. Raiden, is there really such a huge gap with a bounty of 39 billion? Kazuki Odin admitted he was not a match for Xia Lin. But still, there shouldn't be a gap of 2 billion, right? The newspapers were completely focused on the events surrounding the great name of the 9 miles. Kanjiro said, Lord Odin, you were the only one awake at that time. Is everything that the newspapers say true? To be honest, I'm not very clear on the specifics. But the matter of cutting the island is real, and moreover, it wasn't just the island that was cut. Kazuki Odin recalled that earth-shattering slash. Even the sea was cut open. By now, there should be a rift over 10 meters wide there. We've been made fools of Shiki. Big Mom forcefully crushed the newspaper, her eyes revealing anger. In such a situation, even her own children felt a sense of fear. Shiki's expression was also very grim. Now the pirate island was almost in ruins. The entire island was cut in half, and a massive gorge emitted a purple glow. The environment there had completely changed. Once you stepped into the gorge, even breathing felt like being entangled in electric currents. The waves surged in, constantly crashing against the cliffs. Shiki was now thinking about how to explain things when Rox and the others returned. The territories and treasures on Hive Island didn't belong to just one person, Rox. Wang Ji, Whitebeard. Although he had only lost 2 of his own fruits, a portion of other people's treasures had also sunk to the seabed. That guy Newgate was manageable. But thinking about dealing with so many people, especially John Shiki, made him feel a bit of a headache. Hey Lin, how about we go solo? Shiki suddenly came up with this brilliant idea. I wanted to establish a flying pirate crew for a long time, with your and my powers, plus that brat Kaido. The 3 of us would be enough to overturn the world. Are you an idiot? It's not that simple to overturn the world. Big Mom didn't seem too scared. At most, she was being besieged. What is there to be afraid of? I just find it troublesome. Shiki sat back in his chair, puffing on a cigar. He was somewhat fed up with his current life, and you should feel the same, right? It's not like it's anything serious, but right now, the Golden Lion does seem to be living under someone else's shadow in the eyes of the outside world. Mama. Big Mom didn't answer directly, but still smiled. In fact, most of the high-ranking officers were not the kind to be content. In the sea, a massive ship was sailing. Shiki and Lin, that useless pair, were actually being ridden on by newcomers. A man was furious after reading the news. If his treasures were lost, he would definitely not let them off easily. Save it, John. We all know Shiki and Lin's capabilities. Besides, you never keep treasures on Hive Island, do you? A man with an axe retorted. John choked a bit. He indeed wouldn't leave treasures on Hive Island for long. For someone like him, who valued wealth above all, he didn't trust even his current partners. It's just that most of them are not around. All right, John, don't dwell on that little treasure. Once we overturn this world, the entire sea, no, even the Red Land will belong to us. The leading pirate was tall and imposing, and from his eyes, one could see his ambition and madness. Captain Rocks, this matter can't just be brushed aside, right? After all, we're the ones being provoked. Wang Ji laughed. He came from the Flower Country, a nation somewhat similar to China. However, in Xia Lin's eyes, it was just Oda painting a tiger with a dog-esque likeness, and Xia Lin had never taken this country seriously. Of course. But now we have more important things to do. Are we really going to take action against them? Those celestial dragons? Of course. We can't become the new kings without pulling the old king down from the top of the world. You don't oppose this, do you, Newgate? Rock's gaze settled on a strong, tall blonde man. I don't mind. I don't like those guys either. The young Whitebeard sat at the edge of the ship, one hand supporting his head. To be honest, Whitebeard was the one John found hardest to understand. This man seemed to have little interest in money, and every time loot was distributed, he was never very enthusiastic. But this was a good thing for him, so John didn't dislike him. Xia Lin didn't forget to have Korizumi Mutsu find some researchers, then return to Wano Country alone. This time, he had two gains. One was the vampire fruit that had originally been stolen. He received this fruit at the first opportunity, but to fully receive it, there was still a long way to go. In addition, there was another fruit, the Paramecia Dordor fruit. He didn't expect such a fruit to be in the Golden Lion's hands. Obtaining the Dordor fruit was definitely a pleasant surprise. This fruit had great potential. Of course, developing something like a dimensional door was impossible. That was beyond the limits of this world. However, the dimensional gates in the world of Death Note are completely possible. The most powerful aspect of this fruit is that it involves the realm of space itself. Time and space have always been very complex and powerful. Similarly, it is extremely difficult to defeat the devil fruit of the Dordor fruit. Dealing with rule-based devil fruits is far more troublesome than dealing with Zoan-type or other purely output-capable devil fruits. However, this can be considered a blissful trouble. The vampire fruit and the Dordor fruit have increased the number of fruits that require reception and training. Xia Lin sighed. He hadn't forgotten about his great-mouthed true god, the adult path, and the familiar fruit, which he still hadn't fully received. The vampire fruit is the most important, followed by the Dordor fruit, and the others can be considered later. Xia Lin thought that at this moment, he valued not just combat power. Special types of fruits, like the Dordor fruit, are also very important. The explosion fruit is actually quite good, especially since future versions will be updated. Even explosions can kill now. Xia Lin joked. In reality, such bugs obviously wouldn't exist. Although technology does indeed progress, it also indirectly proves the potential of the explosion fruit. Xia Lin couldn't guarantee whether it could reach the level of a small boy's explosion. However, at the very least, this fruit has the ability to achieve combat power at the level of a Yonko. He didn't plan to receive this fruit himself and was already thinking of a suitable candidate for it. Currently, the only candidate was Enel, but he was still just a little brat who could only crawl around. This kid had talent, but it was uncertain whether his physique could meet Xia Lin's requirements after training. Xia Lin hoped to find a capable person with strong physical ability for this fruit, as it was more suitable for close combat. He thought about who else had potential like Enel and who hadn't grown up yet, and there were many options. However, he didn't know where those people had been in their childhood. If he really couldn't find anyone, he could wait to bring Ace back later. Ace and Sabo. Xia Lin had always planned to recruit them. Ace, needless to say, was the son of the Pirate King, and in this world that relied on bloodlines and reincarnation, he should have been a destined child. However, it seemed that he had been overly protected by Whitebeard. His weakness was that his haki wasn't strong enough. But that didn't mean he lacked talent. As for Sabo, he was the true Flame Emperor, wielding the Flame Dragon King, and his strength was at least at the level of a Vice Admiral, Not to mention he was only in his early 20s at that time. It would be a problem for him to match admirals in the future. In fact, Xia Lin had another good target. The character known as the descendant of the devil, Douglas Bullet. However, he didn't know much about this theatrical character's background, so he had to give up. Enel, Sabo, Ace, plus Jotaro. To be honest, this configuration already surpassed the Yonko. Xia Lin smiled. In the future, the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates would each have one Emperor plus 3 main forces. Moreover, the combat power of the 3 main forces should be slightly inferior to that of Navy admirals. From this perspective, the configuration that Xia Lin envisioned had already surpassed that of an ordinary Emperor crew. However, this is currently just his idea. After returning to Wano Country, Xia Lin's life became calm again, usually spent in training and research. He and Tulin collected a lot of data from the seabed of the inland sea. Building an underwater research institute is not a simple task. However, when he fully absorbs the power of the door fruit, this will no longer be a problem. The design drawings he found for this structure left Xia Lin confused. He is not an expert in this area. No, to say that would be an exaggeration. It would be more accurate to say that he was almost completely clueless before this. However, there is no need to worry about this. The actions of Black Charcoal Musin are very swift. Although this old guy made a mistake in the last incident, his loyalty is beyond question. He is also very efficient in his actions. Soon, a group of scientists was sent back to Wano Country. Researchers from Mechanism Island, perhaps? Summer Lin nodded slightly at the large group of scientists in white lab coats kneeling in front of him. The name Mechanism Island sounds very scientific, especially in terms of physics. However, what he didn't know at that moment was that the famous Vegapunk was actually born on this island, just not among these people. Xia Lin showed no hesitation and directly used the Great Serpent Seal on them. Not everyone among these people came to Wano Country willingly. Kurizumi Mitsuki knew Xia Lin's methods. Therefore, he was only responsible for forcibly bringing them over, to ensure that these people could work here without worries. Xia Lin felt it would be better to use the Great Serpent Seal. Moreover, Xia Lin would not let them suffer in terms of treatment. Scientific research is not a simple matter. Even if the designs of the Underworld King were placed in front of these people, they wouldn't be able to understand them immediately, let alone apply them practically. The consumption of funds is also a huge issue, but this concern would not be particularly worrying after renting back the submarine port. Now, the source of income for Julie is no longer agriculture, but foreign trade, and the most distinctive industry in Wano Country is weapons and sea prism stone products. However, Xia Lin does not plan to sell a large number of weapons like swords and blades. Although the exported swords are not famous, their materials and quality are very good, and such items are highly sought after overseas. Whether it's pirates or the Navy, there is no shortage of conflicts in any corner of this world. Moreover, to protect trade, Xia Lin has specially assigned Jotian Wan Li as a guard to prevent a repeat of the previous incident. The actions on the side of Black Charcoal Mushi have also become more cautious. It is likely that Rox and his crew have long regarded them as a thorn in their side. As long as they encounter each other on the sea, a battle is inevitable. However, in reality, the Rox pirates currently have no time to focus on Xia Lin. After their last return, they began their actions, targeting the celestial dragons. The situation on the seas is extremely tense, with various forces deeply involved. Even the Roger pirates, who were originally uninvolved, have been drawn into this whirlpool. Naturally, Xia Lin is also paying close attention to the situation overseas. Under such a strange circumstance, the battle at God Valley erupted. This battle ultimately concluded with the destruction of the enormous pirate group, the Rox Pirates, who once ruled the New World. As a result, God Valley, the battlefield, completely disappeared from the map. At the end of the year, Xia Lin brought back a baby with blue hair and a red clown nose from overseas. Lord Xia Lin. Who is he? Yukiko couldn't help but recall the scene when she saw the baby named Enel many years ago upon seeing Xia Lin holding another child. His name is Buggy. Let's have him grow up alongside Enel, Xia Lin said as he handed the child to her. In fact, he had high expectations for Buggy. Although in the original story, Buggy is portrayed as a comedic character, possessing the Conqueror's haki, he seems even more like the destined child than Luffy. Moreover, young Buggy had clearly exhibited great talent, and with proper training, he might not fall short of Shanks. Although Rox is dead, his subordinates are still alive. After the remnants scattered, they each established their own bases, seizing the territories that originally belonged to Rox in the New World. This has made the wars in the New World even more intense. Recently, the flow of ships in the harbor has significantly increased, and the continuous wars have created an insatiable demand for weapons overseas. Not only that, but even food has become a very scarce resource. Kinemon and Sukiyaki have occupied several islands outside Wano, where they are planting large quantities of food. Sometimes, Xia Lin would go over, and by hastening the ripening process, the land on those islands quickly diminished in fertility, while also bringing Xia Lin immense profits. Most of this money was invested in research, leading to the birth of the first one-eyed little treasure at the end of the year 1487 of the Sea Circle calendar. As per tradition, Xia Lin named it the tilling machine. How interesting. Jasmine was very intrigued by this machine because of its strange shape and its ability to move. During an experiment, Xia Lin had it attempt an attack using a windmill. How does it move? As for the energy source, it's this. A researcher took out the lightning gem created by Xia Lin, which contains powerful energy. Although they are quite inert, they can be released for fixed energy use if handled properly. However, at the moment, this tilling machine can only operate based on preset programs, launching indiscriminate attacks on detected enemies once activated, a researcher lamented. The subject of intelligence is indeed a bit challenging for them. The first one-eyed little treasure cannot be used in actual combat. It cannot distinguish between friend and foe, has insufficient destructive power, and consumes a lot of energy. These are all its drawbacks. Although the researchers successfully channeled electricity from the lightning gems, the efficiency of their use is not very high. However, this does not mean that the tilling machine is a failure. Compared to its practical use, the significance of its creation is more important, and some of the technologies can also be applied in daily life. The lifestyle in Wano is very primitive, but this phenomenon is gradually changing. The first step was the emergence of a true agricultural tilling machine. Originally, the vast farmlands in Kuri relied on samurai and beasts, but now these human and animal powers are beginning to be phased out. Even the samurai feel fatigue, but machines do not. Moreover, whether plowing or harvesting, these tasks can be completed by simply setting up a simple program. Regular residents cannot afford these, but the vast official farmlands have now been completely replaced by these machines. Along with these changes are the infrastructures of other buildings, with energy pipelines and lines buried underground, and even streetlights have been installed. Although it cannot be said to be very modern, it is certainly much better than before. These changes have amazed the people of Kuri. The roads have become increasingly smooth and spacious, and the lights that do not extinguish in wind and rain astonish them. However, in the homes of ordinary people, oil lamps or candles are still used, as there are no electrical circuits in their houses. These changes can only start with infrastructures and the buildings and lands belonging to the daimyo's estate. At first, the common people would not immediately try them, but gradually they will begin to adapt to the ever-changing environment. Besides the daimyo's estate, the area that has changed the most is the entertainment districts. The entertainment industry in Kuri is entirely controlled by Xia Lin. The entertainment districts are now filled with a plethora of overseas decorations, and upon entering, they give the generations of people living in Wano a completely different feeling. Coupled with neon lights, countless people linger here every day. Recently, Xia Lin has also become busy. The overseas waves are surging, and he also wants to take a piece of the pie. Although the base camp is in Wano, this does not prevent him from developing his influence overseas. Moreover, the new world is now more chaotic than ever. It would be difficult to cope with just Kinemon and Sukiyaki. After the original Rock's remnants separated, they began to recruit troops independently. Xia Lin has not forgotten that the forces of the Golden Lion and Big Mom still harbor deep hatred towards him. With Big Mom's intelligence capabilities, she has likely already discovered the name Inazuma. In the past year, this newly emerged country has been very prosperous in trade. However, even if the Golden Lion and others have stabilized their powers, establishing a foothold in this new world is now the priority compared to avenging their past grievances. After Rock's death, their former partners have now become enemies, and continuous warfare is a common occurrence. This chaotic situation will persist for many years until the various forces in the new world reach a balance and stabilize. However, although Xia Lin had the idea of getting involved, he did not intend to delve deeply into the center of the struggle. This was a war of attrition that had lasted for several years, and after a few more years, the Great Pirate Era would begin. By then, the situation at sea would be even more complicated, and it was uncertain how much manpower and financial resources would be consumed. What Xia Lin wanted more was development rather than pointless consumption. Therefore, he only occupied a few small islands, which were far from the location of Wano Country, effectively making it a separate territory from Wano. It would be more appropriate to call it a separate territory of Inazuma. Lord Xia Lin, Shuangyu and Yo, one has arrived. Yukiko approached and knelt beside him. Not long ago, he received a letter from Shimatsuki, stating that the Lord of Shimatsuki Juaimaru, intended to pay a visit today. Since taking office as the Lord of Jiuli, Xia Lin had not had much interaction with other lords from different regions. He had only met the Shimatsuki clan once, and he didn't expect that another lord would come to visit him first. He didn't know much about Shimatsuki Juaimaru, but the man's appearance made Xia Lin feel a bit of familiarity. After all, Xia Lin had once been very fond of the character Zoro. Moreover, from the depiction of Shimatsuki Juaimaru in the manga, he seemed to be a person of integrity. He did not dislike people with integrity. Let him in. Soon, a man wearing a green haori entered, carrying a box. You are the Lord of Jiuli, right? Just as the rumors say, you are as handsome as a deity. Shimatsuki Juaimaru complimented as soon as he entered, though he was not lying. Please, take a seat, Lord Shimatsuki. You can just call me Shimatsuki Juaimaru. Shimatsuki Juaimaru sat down. He was not an arrogant person and did not place much importance on status. I apologize for the sudden visit. I hope it's not too much trouble for you. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. He handed the box to his attendant, who then stood up and presented it to Xia Lin. What is this? It's just a couple of swords that I forged myself. Nothing too precious. Shimatsuki Juaimaru humbly replied. When the attendant opened the box, two swords appeared before Xia Lin's eyes. One was entirely purple, while the other was predominantly red. Under Xia Lin's gaze, the two swords seemed to come alive, constantly calling out to him. These are extraordinary swords. Even Xia Lin did not expect that Shimatsuki Juaimaru would present such a grand gift. Two weapons of the great blade level. He could not help but walk over and reach for one of them from the sword box. The red sword he picked up emitted a stronger aura compared to the purple one, as if it were craving blood. This sword is a demon sword. If one's strength is insufficient, it will backfire. I never expected it to be so calm in your hands. Shimatsuki Juaimaru marveled. Although he had forged this sword, even he found it somewhat difficult to control. I used to have a demon sword as well, he said, referring to the Sandai Kitetsu, which had been destroyed earlier by his full-powered Wumong, one sword. Does the blade have a pattern of all burned? His gaze swept over the blade, which appeared chaotic like flying sparks, with a silver surface interspersed with crimson. Then he picked up the other sword. Although this sword was not a demon sword, it was still of great blade quality, very sharp, light overall, with a curved blade reminiscent of a Kyoto-style sword, and the blade patterns were interlocking T-shapes, making it a katana. Neither of these swords has a name. Perhaps you, Lord, could name them. Let's call them Ribi, Ishin, and Shimatsuki Kagetachi. Is it alright to name the Kagetachi after Shimatsuki? Shimatsuki Juaimaru asked in surprise. The term Kagetachi actually refers to swords of slightly inferior quality. Although both swords were extraordinary, they were indeed a bit inferior compared to the demon sword Ribi Ishin. What's wrong with that? Is this sword not crafted by the hand of Shimatsuki Juaimaru? Xia Lin retorted. He did not refuse these two swords, as he would return a gift of equal value anyway. Of course, good swords are hard to come by. Having money does not guarantee one can buy them. Shimatsuki Juaimaru did not continue to decline. Soon after, a banquet commenced. After the feast, Shimatsuki Juaimaru did not immediately mention his purpose. Having come to Jiuli, he certainly would not leave right away. He planned to stay for a while. Lord, we are both lords, so no need for excessive formality. You could just call me by my name, Xia Lin said. He did not dislike Shimatsuki Juaimaru, and with the two great blades given as gifts, his impression of him was naturally very good. Just like Kaido does not care about titles or status for his subordinates or those he values. Xia Lin was not particularly concerned about these things either, as long as the person was qualified to be treated that way. Shimatsuki Juaimaru nodded and continued, Mr. Xia Lin, this time I came to Jiuli not only to get to know you, but also to see Jiuli. You know, Jiuli is very famous nationwide now and has become the most prosperous place. Shimatsuki Juaimaru actually wanted to find an opportunity to visit Jiuli's agriculture and then inquire about samurai or how to tame beasts. Using this as a starting point, combined with the favor of the two swords, he believed he could gain something worthwhile. However, in reality, he had already felt the difference as soon as he entered Kuri. Especially after entering the town of Ingshang, the various lights in the town seemed to not resemble candle flames. Later, Xuanyuan asked about Kazuki Odin, and now only he and Xuanyue Kanji know that Odin has gone to sea, while others only think that Odin is still serving in Kuri. Xia Lin could only brush this matter aside. The next day, Xia Lin took Xuanyuan for a stroll around Kuri, as it would be quite rude to just send his subordinates to deal with someone who is also a daimyo. If Sake Temeru were still around, He could have had Sake Temaru take care of it. After all, the position of the leader of the Tenryubu is considered to be one person below 10,000. However, Jiutian Wan is still overseas. Xuanyuanyo Wan followed Xia Lin to observe Jiuli, but the imagined scene of samurai and fierce beasts working the fields did not appear. Instead, some strange machines were constantly moving in the fields, and upon closer inspection, one could see that these machines were actually plowing automatically. What are these? Xuanyuanyo Wan asked with wide eyes, as these things were beyond his comprehension. To him, they looked like strange wooden or iron boxes or toys. Yet they were truly in motion. Moreover, their plowing efficiency was quite high. These are plowing machines, just some machines like weaving machines, Xia Lin explained. These machines looked somewhat like relic defenders, commonly known as crabs, but they were indeed literal plowing machines. They had no other functions besides plowing. With these instruments, the manpower and material resources originally needed for farming could be saved, and machines would not feel tired, allowing them to cultivate wasteland even at night. Mr. Wan, if you're interested, I can give you some, Xia Lin said. Although Xuanyuanyo Wan did not express his intentions, Xia Lin knew what he was after. Compared to the value of 2 large swords, the value of these plowing machines was not very high. Is this really okay? Such machines should be quite precious, right? Xuanyuanyo Wan exclaimed, surprised that Xia Lin did not value these plowing machines. Xia Lin did not regard them as important because they were merely byproducts of the relic development series. As long as one wanted, they could be manufactured in any quantity. However, to Xuanyuanyo Wan, these machines were marvels of craftsmanship, seemingly created by gods, capable of farming despite being inanimate objects. With this, he would not have to find ways for the samurai to work in the fields, solving the planting issue while avoiding conflicts, which was a good thing for him. Mr. Xia Lin, can these machines work even in the winter snow? Of course they can. Although the external environment may have some impact, it won't stop their functionality. However, if we want to plant crops on a large scale after the bell, the key is not land reclamation, but temperature, right? Xia Lin countered. Indeed, but since ancient times, the bell has been a land of ice and snow. Since this cannot be changed, we can only try to reclaim more wasteland, at least increasing some yield. Xuanyuanyo Wan replied helplessly. There are indeed cold-resistant crops in the bell, but it is very difficult to dig into the deeply frozen soil. With this machine, at least the current situation can improve significantly. A few days later, Xuanyuanyo Wan returned to the bell contentedly with 100 plowing machines. In his eyes, the value of 100 machines even exceeded that of 2 large swords. At least there was a possibility of buying large swords with money. However, these machines were probably something only the daimyo of Jiuli could produce in the whole world. Yuki, take this sword, Xia Lin said as he handed the Shuangyue Shadow Blade to Yuki. He was not a dual-wielding fighter, and having 2 swords would not serve any purpose. Moreover, the Shuangyue Shadow Blade was not a cursed sword, so Yuki could use it normally. However, Yukiko shook her head. Lord Xia Lin, as long as I have the Snow Walk, it's enough for me. I think this blade would be better off given to M.O. Li. She's one of my Snow Walk for a long time. Is that all right? This is a great knife. Whether it's a great knife or a good knife, I feel that as long as it's given by you, it's all the same. Yukiko smiled slightly. And if you only think of me when you have good things, others might think you're biased. For Yukiko, whether it's a great knife or the Snow Walk, the sentiment behind it is the same. Besides the knife, there were also the gemstones and the tulin from before. It seemed that every time, Xia Lin would think of her first, and that was enough for her. As for missing out on the great knife, she didn't feel it was a pity. Swords and blades are, after all, external objects. The most important thing is the strength of the swordsmen themselves. A powerful swordsman wouldn't become weak, even if holding a twig. Shortly after this, the new world had completely transformed into a place of power struggles. Members who originally belonged to the Rocks Pirates began to show their true colors. The once notorious Golden Lion, now known as the Flying Pirate Admiral, along with Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates, Whitebeard, and other great pirates, all rose in the New World, becoming a source of headache for the Navy. However, there are also quite a few frictions among them, which has relieved some pressure on the Navy. It can be said that the New World stage is almost completely occupied by the remnants of rocks. Of course, this is not absolute. Besides these people, there are also figures like Redfield, Bondi Wald, and the most noteworthy future pirate king, Roger. Currently, Roger's reputation worldwide is not very loud. It can only be said that he has a somewhat notable reputation. However, in reality, anyone who participated in the Battle of God Valley, whether Navy or pirate, has a deep impression of him. If it weren't for this person, Rocks might not have been defeated so quickly. However, Roger is different from other pirate forces that are constantly recruiting. He is not interested in that. In fact, he is still searching for the true end of the Grand Line. He has gained some clues, but he is not yet focused on the poneglyphs. Even if he was aware of the poneglyphs, he would not be able to decipher them. Before the scholars of O'Hara began their research on the Void Century, the only people in the world who could recognize these characters were the Kazuki clan. Thinking of this, Xia Lin put down the newspaper he had brought back from overseas. Now that Kazuki Odin has set sail ahead of time, can Roger still call himself the Pirate King? He couldn't help but think that if Roger had not met Kazuki Odin at sea, he might not have been able to become the Pirate King. With Roger's physical condition, he wouldn't be able to wait for the scholars of O'Hara to achieve results. Forget it, this doesn't really matter. After all, Roger is just a poor guy who hasn't eaten the Nika fruit. Xia Lin shook his head and stopped thinking about this matter. He has never liked a fate that is predetermined, and thus he has lost interest in the One Piece. The bounty on Sakazuki has increased again. Yukiko flipped through the bounty list, and on the latest bounty poster, Sakazuki has also become a target with a bounty of 390 million berries. It is said that he had a conflict with a follower of the Golden Lion before. Xia Lin explained that it was probably because of the flag that he was recognized. Besides Sakazuki, several of Kazuki Odin's retainers also receive their own bounties, but they are only in the tens of millions of berries. Now, their group is wandering around paradise. According to the sailors on the ship, Kazuki Odin seems to plan to travel all 7 routes of paradise. Xia Lin's bounty has also increased a bit during this time, reaching a total of 2.5 billion. The last time he appeared overseas was during the Battle of God Valley. However, it only took Buggy away from the battlefield, and very few people noticed him. The main reason for the increase in his bounty is still due to the development of Sakazuki and others. The name of Inazuma has gradually become famous overseas, and with strong figures like Kazuki Odin and Sakazuki, he has become the leader of a significant force in the eyes of the government, with influence that surpasses that of ordinary pirates. Actually, it is indeed the case. A little later, Xia Lin continued to attempt to receive the vampire fruit. To be honest, the progress of receiving it was much faster than he had anticipated. But the situation with the door fruit was quite difficult. The battle with the soul of the vampire was essentially a clash of strength. However, the battle with the soul of the door fruit left Xia Lin somewhat puzzled. At this moment, he found himself in a dim space, with vast land marked by thunder patterns and magatama, and a crimson torii gate towering at the edge of the land, resembling a pure land. Is the torii also a door? Xia Lin sighed. Besides these things, this world was completely empty. His consciousness passed through layers of torii gates, and ultimately left the consciousness space. Only now did he realize how troublesome the superhuman-type fruit was. What he had to face was not just the door itself, but also the concept of the door, and even the space behind the door. No matter how the outside world is, at least the current Wano is still very peaceful. Everything in Jiuli is thriving, and the continuously exported weapons have become the main source of overseas economy. After seeing 2 great swords, Xia Lin had more ideas. The best weapons in this world are the supreme great works of the 12 crafts. Unlike the ever-increasing or decreasing good swords, the number of supreme great swords has not changed for many years. Some of these weapons are passed down through the sea, but more remain missing. The 3 generations of Anakiri were destroyed under his full release of lightning, and with the acquisition of 2 great swords. Xia Lin also had many expectations for the supreme great swords. After the last trade with Xuanyu and Yuan, he asked the other party for many swordsmiths and some forging techniques, and now the sword-making industry in Jiuli is very prosperous. In the past, Inazuma had the 5 transmissions of thunder, and now Xia Lin also wants to create a Thunder 5 transmission, with Xuanyu and Yuan being one of his chosen ones. Timu, Isin, Jingjin, Qinshou, and Bai Mu do not necessarily have to have the same surname, but at least they must be capable of forging great swords to qualify as one of the 5 transmissions. Perhaps they could forge a supreme great sword, or even a weapon that surpasses the supreme great sword. Xia Lin thought this is not impossible. The best iron ore for forging in Inazuma is the Sake iron mine. However, what if the properties of the Sake iron mine could be changed to make it more precious? The top materials combined with the best craftsmanship might really be able to create extraordinary weapons. Xia Lin is looking forward to the emergence of weapons worthy of the names like Mist Cutting's Returning Light, Thin Edge Full Light Tianmu, and Disturbance Moon White Jingjin. After all, they are names of 5-star weapons. At least a supreme greatsword would be worthy of it. Among them, Thin Edge Full Light Tianmu is the true strike of the Tianmu Shadow Blade. But not to mention the supreme great sword. Even forging a good sword is not that simple. Fortunately, Swords with average quality will be exported, and with the current overseas situation, there is no need to worry about weapon oversupply. As for more advanced weapons, they can only be researched in the laboratory. The newly established laboratory has been temporarily moved to Apaya, where there are no people, and with the protection of Tulin, it is a very good testing ground. Finally found you, Kaido. Big Mom located the missing Kaido after the battle in God Valley through the intelligence network she developed during this time. What? It's you, Lin. Kaido did not show any particular emotion upon seeing her. Although he had received a lot of care from her during the Rocks Pirates era, he had now established his own pirate crew. You formed your own pirate crew. Charlotte Lin looked at the ragtag group behind him. The current Beast Pirates had yet to take shape, and there wasn't even one of the three main banners. Didn't I tell you I planned to create a pirate crew entirely composed of Zoan users long ago? Kaido had experienced a lot of battles during this time, but unless he encountered top-tier strong opponents, he basically wouldn't have any issues himself. Mama, guys like this can't stand in the new world, Kaido. I think you should give up on this unrealistic idea and come with me. Big Mom laughed. Now, although the subordinates behind Kaido barely met the requirements for Zoan users, their strength was hard to impress. There were one or two barely up to standard, but in her eyes, they were just of that level. Shut up, Lin. Are you trying to start a war with me? Kaido raised his eyes. He certainly knew that the strength of his gathered subordinates was average, but he would never back down in terms of momentum. Don't be angry, Kaido. I'm not here to fight you. Big Mom stopped him. In fact, she knew very well that Kaido was not the type to bow down to anyone. Moreover, her relationship with Kaido was much better than with others. Treating him as a brother was also a form of investment. Here, take it, Kaido. She threw out a blue fruit covered in scales. This is a mythical Zoan fruit. Didn't you want one like this? You must thank me properly. Kaido was still in a daze, even after receiving the fruit. The value of a mythical Zoan devil fruit is not small, and he didn't expect Charlotte Lin would actually give it to him. Lin, this is a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Are you really giving it to me, just like that? What does it matter? I'm not as obsessed with Zoan as you are. For me, it's better if the fruit is related to desserts. Big Mom herself is also a pirate, so she wouldn't make the foolish mistake of funding an enemy. The reason for giving this fruit to Kaido is mainly based on the relationship between them. Now that Kaido has started his own venture, he will definitely be able to stand in the new world when he grows stronger. At that time, if both sides encounter danger, they can temporarily form an alliance. Kaido accepted the fruit. While Big Mom approached Kaido, on the other side, the Golden Lion was searching for Xia Lin's whereabouts. Besides wanting to avenge that single sword feud, he also had his eyes on the weapons exported from Inazuma. A large number of weapon exports have brought Inazuma into the sight of the New World. Those weapons marked with thunder patterns are not only abundant in number, but also of very good quality. Many weapons are already very close in quality to some good swords. Now on the sea, these weapons have become hot commodities. However, for these pirates, it is much more convenient to rob directly than to buy at a high price. Ordinary pirates would certainly not dare to do this, but the Golden Lion is different. Not only does he dare to rob, but he even wants to turn the entire Wano into his own possession. What a greedy lion. Xia Lin shook his head. In fact, he was not the only one with such thoughts. Even the Navy and the world government had similar ideas. The only difference is that they currently lack sufficient military strength. The Golden Lion has set his sights on the islands occupied overseas by Kaido and Ashura Doji. So far, no one has found the real location of Wano. He knows these islands are not the true Wano, but merely a transit point. However, that doesn't matter. Capturing these islands is just the first step. Once they are taken, he can inquire about the real location of Wano. Is it going to be such a big hassle right from the start? Xia Lin had already considered that someone would be keeping an eye on him. In fact, Ashura Doji had already dealt with quite a few people with ulterior motives. But the Golden Lion is not someone he can contend with. To survive in the new world, if one does not possess strong strength, intelligence becomes extremely important. Kaido has already inserted many spies into various factions during this period, and these people's positions are not high. However, they can always provide some information when significant actions are taking place. After receiving news from Kaido, Xia Lin prepared to leave Wano and head overseas. The internal situation in Wano is quite stable, and there is no need for him to be stationed there. Instead, overseas needs strong combat power to face the various provocations from pirates. Xia Lin could foresee that he would be residing overseas for a long time to come. Thus, he decided to let Kaido temporarily return and disguise himself as him to handle the situation. Moreover, it happens to be a critical period for Kaido. He entered the Shogun's mansion earlier than in the original story. Although Kazuki Sukiyaki is still relatively healthy, his illness has gradually started to show. Coincidentally, Kazuki Odin is also overseas now, which presents an opportunity. The people following Xia Lin out to sea this time are Yukiko, Yayoi, and Shurdu. Considering the situation overseas, Xia Lin did not plan to bring those with insufficient strength. Jasmine and Saya were eager to join, but their strength still fell a bit short. Your mouth is almost good enough to hang soy sauce, Jasmine, said Yuriko, unable to help but laugh as they watched the Star of Death leave the port. I want to go too, Jasmine said angrily, clutching the large sword Frost Moon Shadow Mom. I'm strong enough now. No need to rush with your level of effort. I'm sure you'll have the chance to go out to sea with Lord Xia Lin next year. Keiko comforted her, then turned to look at Saya. Saya thinks about slacking off every day when she practices. There's absolutely no chance for her. Saya? After all, Miss Saya is too mischievous. Ayam said with a smile. Ayam is also quite strong, even a bit more powerful than Yayoi. However, she has to take care of her daughter, so Xia Lin did not take her out to sea. During this time, she has also taught Jasmine and Saya swordsmanship. Their attitudes towards learning are completely different. Saya was slumped with her arms hanging down, while Saori was holding the colorful winged Kamenu in her arms, quietly comforting her. But does Lord Xia Lin really plan to stay overseas for many years? Saori couldn't help but ask, her voice very soft. If there are no issues, perhaps he will return every few months. Yuriko thought for a moment and said, during this time, Mr. Murasame will temporarily return, pretending to be the master. Ugh, I don't like that old hack. Jasmine stuck out her tongue. Yuriko shot her a glare. However, Saya feels that Molly is right. She doesn't like Kuroten Mukun either, especially when she thinks about how the other party wants to turn into Xia Lin's appearance. She feels angry. It's just an ugly old monster. Yet she dares to take on Lord Xia Lin's form. If only Kuroten Mukun were a Zoan-type devil fruit user. I would let Saori feed her dumplings and then make her bark like a dog. Saya, I would never do that. Saori shouted with a flushed face after hearing this. She feels helpless about her mischievous younger sister. What a big ship, Yukiko exclaimed as she walked on the deck with Xia Lin. Although she had seen the scale of the ship, the Death Star, from a distance before boarding, being on the deck truly made her feel the size of a ship more profoundly. However, in reality, the size of the Death Star is not that significant overseas. Leaving aside island-level ships like the terrifying 3 Phantom ships or Golden City, even ordinary pirate ships are quite large. The people in this world come in all shapes and sizes. Even if they are not from the giant race, there are many monsters that reach over 10 meters tall. In this context, the size of ships is generally quite large. The Death Star measures 260 meters in length, 26 meters in width, and weighs 40,000 tons. This ship was originally designed as a sailing ship during its construction, but later underwent extensive modifications due to research on the Underworld King. Although it still retains 3 masts, its main power source has been replaced with electricity. With the development of the Underworld King and the One-Eyed Little Treasure, the technology mastered by Xia Lin has far surpassed that of this era. Saying it is 500 years ahead might be a bit of an exaggeration. Nevertheless, the Death Star is indeed filled with a modern atmosphere. The power room is equipped with a huge electrical crystal, which is full of lightning elements but has a very strong inertness.